Welcome again guys, hype and like this video, for more interesting updates. Chapter 1. Xuantian Continent. Dian Dynasty. Tian City. Lin. 5th level of body tempering. Qualified. 7th level of body tempering. Excellent. 7th heaven of chi condensation. This. Lin Xuan looked at the 5 characters displayed on the martial arts stone tablet. His expression did not change at all, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Congratulations to Master Lin Xuan for breaking through to the 7th level of chi condensation. The Lin family elder who was responsible for presiding over the cultivation test suppressed the shock in his heart and congratulated Lin Xuan with a smile on his face. As soon as the elders of the Lin family finished speaking, the boys and girls surrounding the Lin family square showed envious expressions. Young Master Lin Xuan was only at the 3rd level of chi condensation last year, but this year he has broken through to the 7th level of chi condensation. This speed of cultivation is really too scary. Who says it's not the case? Even the city lord gives gifts to young Master Lin Xuan every year. He wants to build a good relationship with young Master Lin Xuan. Compared to young Master Lin Xuan, I feel like my 7th level cultivation of body tempering is a waste. Compared with Master Lin Xuan, are you worthy? Do you know what it means that Master Lin Xuan has reached the 7th level of chi condensation at the age of 16? Humph, doesn't Lin Xuan have a good grandfather? Without family resources, how could Lin Xuan practice so fast? Haha, so what if I give it to your grandfather, the head of the family? A waste is a waste. It only talks about comparisons. The cultivation level of the 4th level of the body that was only tempered at the age of 18 really brings shame to my Lin family. Even Lin Yan is better than you. Well, at least he has risen. You. What the hell are you? If you have the guts to go to the martial arts arena and see if I don't beat the shit out of you, how dare you slander Master Lin Xuan even though you are such a bear? The surrounding praise, envy, jealousy, and bitterness reached Lin Xuan's ears. The young man just smiled faintly at this. He had experienced such scenes too many times. Master Lin Xuan, thank you for your hard work. After the test, you can go and rest first. The elder in charge of the test had a kind face. In the past, he was a serious person in the family. Only when he saw Lin Xuan during the test would he show a bright smile. This elder who devoted his life to the Lin family would be able to see Lin Xuan come out of the Lin family in his lifetime. One can imagine the mood of such a genius. Lin Xuan nodded, feeling a little sad in his heart. He is not a native of this world. He comes from a world called Water Blue Star, and it has been 16 years since he traveled to this world. This world has extraordinary abilities. Strong men can fly into the sky and escape from the earth, burn the sky and cook the sea, reach for the stars and the moon, and are omnipotent. Ever since Lin Xuan knew that this world was extraordinary, he determined to become a truly strong man. When others were still in their infancy, Lin Xuan began to think about how to get in touch with the cultivation method. Fortunately, his life experience was not bad. In this life, he was the grandson of the elder of the Lin family. When he was 3 years old, I successfully came into contact with the path of spiritual practice. So he began to practice hard and became the #1 genius in the Lin family and even Tian City for thousands of years. He even had a good reputation in the Dian dynasty. However, this journey was too smooth, and there were no bloody plots or golden fingers, which made Lin Xuan a little disappointed. The most advanced technique he has practiced now is only a low-level technique of the Xuan level. The techniques of the Xuantian Continent are divided into Xuan Huang, Heaven, Earth, and Huang. The Heaven level is the highest and the Huang level is the lowest. As for whether there are any higher levels above the Heaven level, Lin Xuan didn't know the technique. If I could obtain a Heaven level technique, my current cultivation level should have already broken through to the true essence, or even the Qi realm. Lin Xuan secretly thought in his heart that his talent was not bad. Even De Yan was considered to be among the top ones. The only thing he lacked was his skills. Ding! On the high platform, the head of the Lin family and many elders looked at Lin Xuan, who was slowly walking down the stage, with a little smile on their faces. The eldest elder of the Lin family touched his white beard, his face full of pride and pride. This kid even told me that he only broke through a little bit, but I didn't expect that he actually broke through to the 7th level of qi condensation in one breath. The second elder also nodded and said with a smile, with Lin Xuan's cultivation speed, he will definitely be able to break through to the true Yuan realm before he is 18 years old, and maybe he will surpass us old guys before he is 20 years old. In the future, my Lin family, it must be the largest family in Tian City. Great Elder, you have a good grandson. Lin Xuan, the head of the Lin family, looked at the high-spirited young genius with some relief in his eyes, but then his expression turned a bit gloomy. Hey, Yanner's cultivation has disappeared inexplicably. No matter how hard he practices, it has no effect. No matter what happens these years, even if I find a third-grade pharmacist, I still can't figure out what's wrong with Yanner. Lin Yan is the son of Lin Xuan, and he was once regarded as the second darling in Tian City. Unfortunately. Next, Lin Yan. After the elder Lin, who was in charge of the test, finished speaking, everyone looked in the same direction, but unlike the respect they looked at Lin Xuan, they looked at that figure with ridicule, amusement, and disdain. Lin Xuan stood outside the crowd and looked at the lonely figure with a calm expression. He neither ridiculed nor came forward to say hello, as if he was just looking at a passerby. Lin Xuan, the fallen genius template, knew very well and the reason why Lin Yan lost his cultivation, but he did not choose to intervene. Although Lin Xuan doesn't look very old, he is a time traveler. Everyone in the Lin family thinks that he is a genius with a genius aloof, few words, strong, and a paralyzed boy. In fact, he just couldn't get along with a bunch of brats. Later, he found that pretending to be aloof was not bad. At least everyone in the Lin family loved him, so he kept looking like this. Therefore, he will not break his personality, which will only arouse suspicion, especially since he is still known as the #1 genius of the Lin family. Even if he really wants to make friends with Lin Yan, he will be dismissed. Misinterpretation is often counterproductive. Unless he changes gender. Another point is the old man in Lin Yan. Lin Xuan suspects that Lin Yan's gold finger is either hidden in the ring or in Jade Perry. He has also thought about taking Lin Yan's gold finger secretly before, and even had murderous intentions. Later, he quickly gave up such an idea. He didn't believe that Lin Yan's old grandfather was so easy to get. How could a powerful person who had lived for who knows how long have no backup plan? Even if he is in deep sleep, he still has a basic perception of the outside world. Even if Lin Yan's cultivation has disappeared in the past few years, Lin Xuan wonders if it is a test given to him by Grandpa Lin Yan. If this is the case, how can he explain all this even if he gets Lin Yan's grandfather? Lin Xuan shook his head. There was a high probability that he would be slapped to death by Lin Yan's grandfather as his enemy. It is impossible to lick, and there is no way to steal. You can only rely on yourself to be invincible in the world. Billions of Invincible Heritage System, please introduce your functions. Cultivation Realm. Tempering the body, condensing Qi, True Essence, Sea of Qi, Supernatural Powers, Soul Palace, Breaking the Void, Returning to Unity, 3 Realms of Sainthood, 9 Steps to Immortality, Supreme Transcendence. Chapter 2. When Lin Xuan walked off the test bench, a mechanical and electronic sound suddenly sounded in his mind. However, there were so many people, so Lin Xuan didn't pay much attention to it. That voice was Lin Xuan's golden finger, the billion-dollar invincible inheritance system. Host, Lin Xuan. Realm, Qi Condensation 7th Heaven. Kung Fu, Red Gold Technique, lower grade of Xuan level. Martial Arts, Whirlwind Sword Technique, Yellow level best. Number of inheritances, none. Ding, system activation has been detected, and the host will be rewarded with high-level invincible inheritance once and intermediate invincibility inheritance 3 times. The billions of invincible inheritance system has the inheritance of all the most powerful people in the world, including the inheritance of immortals, fantasy, and martial arts. The items that can be collected by the system are considered the top inheritance in their respective worlds. Inherited items include skills, magical powers, martial arts, genius treasures, magic weapons, etc. The levels of inherited items are divided into primary inheritance, intermediate inheritance, advanced inheritance, and top inheritance. Inherited items only require the host to complete the task, and the number of inheritance times will naturally be obtained. The system tasks are released according to the host's wishes. As long as the host completes the task with self-discipline, he will receive rewards. There will be no penalty for failure to complete. After 16 years, Golden Finger is finally here. Lin Xuan's heart was filled with mixed feelings. The name Invincible Inheritance System of Billions made it sound like it was not a simple thing. 2 levels of body quenching. A loud voice resounded through the Lin family square. After the words fell, the entire Lin family square started to commotion as expected, and bursts of ridicule could be heard. 2 heavens, hee hee, my dog has eaten so many medicinal materials and has now become a 3rd heaven. Trash, how come our Lin family has such trash? If he hadn't been the clan leader's son, he might have been kicked out of the Lin family long ago. That's right, if the resources wasted on Lin Yan are given to Master Lin Xuan, Master Lin Xuan's cultivation level will only be higher now. A series of mocking voices fell on the ears of the young man on the testing platform. He clenched his fists, but quickly put them down. His dark eyes looked around, looking at those who ridiculed him, and his expression seemed to become more bitter. 5 years ago, he was the 2nd genius of the Lin family, attracting everyone's attention. Then, for unknown reasons, all his cultivation disappeared overnight. No matter how he practiced, his cultivation would continue to pass away. Maybe, I will never be able to surpass him in this life. Lin Yan looked at the cold and fairy-like young man standing at the corner, his eyes a little lonely, and he raised the corner of his mouth and laughed at himself. He had always regarded Lin Xuan as his lifelong goal and wanted to surpass him. Even if Lin Xuan kept pressing him, he would not practice hard day and night. Now it seems, these are all delusions. Maybe I should give up. I have no way to practice again. It may be the best choice to give all my resources to Lin Xuan and let him reach the top instead of the Lin family. Lin Yan felt relieved that he was already a useless person, and wasting cultivation resources on him would be a huge burden to the Lin family. But what Lin Yan didn't know was that the jade pendant around his waist swayed slightly at some point. Next, Lin Yan ran. As this voice fell, the voices in the Lin family square suddenly became quiet. Everyone's attention suddenly shifted, and a girl walked out of the bustling crowd. The girl is wearing a long cyan dress, with exquisite facial features, and a pretty face that is crystal white and sparkles with a moving luster. 3,000 black hairs flow down like a waterfall, her eyes are like autumn water, and her temperament is like a green lotus blooming. The whole person is like a fairy from the 9 heavens descending to the mortal world, captivating the country and the city. The eyes of the young people from the Lin family showed admiration. In the hearts of these ignorant young people from the Lin family, such a girl was as lethal as white moonlight. The eyes of the girls without exception showed envy and jealousy. Adolescent girls are naturally full of youth. The appearance of Lin Yanran attracted the attention of all the teenagers in the Lin family, crushing them all and acting as a foil. The girl slowly walked onto the stage, stretched out her white and delicate wrist, and a terrifying aura emerged, pouring into the stone tablet along her wrist. The stone tablet once again bloomed with bright light. The 3rd level of qi condensation. Looking at the numbers on the stone tablet, everyone fell into silence again. Miss Yanran actually broke through to the qi condensation realm. This is too scary. The surrounding boys and girls swallowed again. Most of them were only wandering around the 5th and 6th levels of body tempering, but Lin Xuan and Lin Yan had already broken through to the qi condensation realm early. Such a gap is too big. Congratulations, Miss Yan. The Lin family who was in charge of the test also had a smile on his face again. The Lin family could produce 2 geniuses that were rare in thousands of years, so why worry about not being able to prosper? It's just a pity, Master Lin Yan. Otherwise, what would have happened if 3 top geniuses were born among the 3 of our Lin family? The elder Lin who was in charge of the test felt a little bit regretful. Thank you, elder. Lin Yan's pretty little face nodded slightly, then looked at the figure in the distance, her pretty face blushed slightly, and she walked in the other direction under the blazing eyes of everyone. Brother Lin Xuan. Arriving in front of the cold young man, Lin Yan bent down, turned her angelic face sideways, and smiled. The sun and the moon lost their color at this moment. Lin Xuan came back from his systematic surprise and looked at the girl who was very close to him. A faint fragrance refreshed his heart, and a rare smile appeared on the young man's face, like an iceberg melting and a spring breeze blowing on his face. The stranger is like jade, and the young master is unparalleled in the world. Lin Xuan's appearance is not bad, coupled with the temperament he has developed since childhood, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is an immortal in the world. Lin Yan's pretty face turned red, her lovely cheeks moved, and she said to herself, Brother Lin Xuan is so good looking, I will never get tired of watching him for a lifetime. Lin Yan seemed to be asking for credit. She mustered up her courage and said with a smile, Brother Lin Xuan, I have broken through to the 3rd level of qi condensation. You said that as long as I break through to the 3rd level of qi condensation this year, you will give me a reward. Now I do it. Lin Xuan was stunned for a moment, and seemed to recall something under the girl's expectant gaze. He nodded, okay. He seems to have really said this. Originally, I just wanted to stimulate Lin Yan's practice and at the same time make this little follower quiet for a while, but I didn't expect that Lin Yan actually did it. Breaking through from the 9th level of body tempering to the 3rd level of qi condensation in 1 year, this cultivation speed is only a little slower than his own. The girl is not ashamed, Lin Xuan has always been like this since she was a child, and she is the only one who knows that her brother Lin Xuan is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, with a sharp mouth and a soft heart. I want, brother Lin Xuan to accompany me to visit Tian City for a day tomorrow. Chapter 3. One day. Lin Xuan felt that he was a little overwhelmed, but facing the girl's eager eyes, he finally nodded. Yet. Lin Yan took Lin Xuan's arm consciously, with a joyful smile on her face. The eyes of the boys and girls in the Lin family square were full of envy, but they all knew that both Lin Xuan and Lin Yan were actually from 2 different worlds. With the cultivation of Lin Xuan and Lin Yan, they will definitely be able to leave Tian City in the future and see the wider world. Looking at the golden boy walking away from the square, Lin Yan once again had a bitter smile on his lips. The girl is pregnant, and the boy is in puberty, so how can he not have the right person? Lin Yan is a well-deserved goddess in this small Tian city in terms of beauty, temperament, and talent. She is the favorite of many young people, including Lin Yan. He also wanted to get close to Lin Yan before, but unfortunately Lin Yan ignored them little brats and instead remained aloof. Lin Xuan, who had a maverick personality, was more worthy of Lin Yan's favor. Also, a young man who is mature, steady, aloof, has a good temperament, is talented, and most importantly, good-looking. For brats like Lin Yan and others who are still scheming for the goddess, it is simply a dimension-reducing blow. Even if Lin Xuan doesn't need to do anything else, there will never be a lack of members of the opposite S*X around him. Lin Yan shook his head, without thinking too much about those things, and walked lonely towards the back hill of Lin's house. An hour later, Lin Xuan returned to his house. The house was large, but it seemed very lonely. Lin Xuan had liked to live alone since he was a child. All this huge house was prepared for him by his grandfather. Now you can have a good understanding of the system. Lin Xuan thought to himself that he had only briefly understood the functions of the system in Linjia Plaza before, and he had not used the inheritance opportunities given by the system. He didn't know what would happen after accepting the inheritance of the system. If he made too much noise in public, it would cause unnecessary trouble. He is a very troublesome person. System, start an intermediate inheritance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9-turn alchemy technique inherited from the alchemy emperor. Lin Xuan's heart was slightly shocked. Since Dan Emperor takes the title of emperor, he can be regarded as the most powerful person in any world. But before Lin Xuan could think about it, his consciousness seemed to have entered an independent space. What comes into view is the endless sacred mountains. The continuous sacred mountains are suspended in the air by people with great supernatural powers. Suddenly, the sky and the earth fell into a sea of fire, the stars twinkled, and there was an old man standing in the sky. His aura was overwhelming, shining with infinite divine brilliance. The sacred mountain expanded in all directions, turning into a barrier, and the endless sea of fire turned into a furnace. Today, I, the Emperor Xuandan, want to use the stars as a guide and the earth as a furnace to refine the way to become an immortal. 9 revolutions, the elixir is completed. In an instant, the vitality between heaven and earth surged wildly, billions of stars twinkled, gathering into starlight all over the sky, countless treasures from heaven and earth were sprinkled on the earth, and a shining 9-color elixir seemed to be taking shape. This scene made Lin Xuan's blood rush. He had never heard of or seen such a terrifying strong man. Is this, really within human power? At this moment, a voice interrupted Lin Xuan's excitement. Congratulations to the host for understanding the 9-turn alchemy technique, currently at Leave 1. Leave 1. Lin Xuan was a little confused, but the system responded quickly to Lin Xuan's confusion. Every skill and technique can be upgraded. If the host obtains the heavenly Dao stone, it can upgrade the corresponding level of inheritance. Tian Dao stone can be obtained through additional tasks released by the system. Lin Xuan understood that is to say, he could upgrade some inheritances that were easier to use and create stronger techniques or magical powers. Host, Lin Xuan. Realm, Qi Condensation 7th Heaven. Kung Fu, Red Gold Technique, lower grade of Xian level. Martial Arts, Whirlwind Sword Technique, yellow level best. Inheritance, 9 revolutions of alchemy, Emperor level top grade Leave 1. Number of inheritance, once for advanced level and twice for intermediate level. Lin Xuan looked at his panel and was slightly surprised. At this moment, he already had an additional inheritance, which was the 9-turn alchemy technique, and it was the inheritance of the best emperor level, not the so-called Xianhuang of heaven and earth. Although Lin Xuan didn't know how precious the inheritance of the best emperor level products was, he knew that once such an inheritance came to the world, the entire Dian dynasty would be razed to the ground. At this moment, Lin Xuan really wanted to find an alchemy furnace to experiment with the alchemy knowledge in his mind. The status of alchemists in Xuantian Continent is not low. At least the highest status in the entire Lin family is only the 5th elder, a top-level alchemist. It is also the support of the Lin family to become the 3 major families in Tian City. But soon, Lin Xuan gave up such thoughts. System, continue to do 2 intermediate inheritance draws. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ice spirit fire passed down by Emperor Yan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the inheritance of Xuantian to kill ghosts and gods. Lin Xuan looked at the strange flames suspended in front of him. The flames were white, obviously fire, but there was a biting coldness floating in the air. If the terrifying ice contained in it exploded, Lin Xuan had no doubt that the entire Tian city will completely turn into a frozen city. This is the horror of the ice spirit fire that ranks 11th on the strange fire list. Lin Xuan was glad that he had extracted the 9-turn alchemy technique. The 9-turn alchemy technique contained the method of collecting the strange fire from heaven and earth, otherwise he would only be guilty of possessing the jade. And the level of the other inheritance of slaying ghosts and gods has reached the lower level of the holy level, which is also above the heaven level inheritance. In the vast world, righteousness will last forever. We don't seek to kill immortals, but kill ghosts and gods. Lin Xuan felt that he had a sword that could cut away the true essence. Intermediate inheritance is so terrifying, what about high-level inheritance? 3 intermediate-level inheritances, the best 9-turn alchemy technique at the Emperor level, the 11th level Ice Spirit Fire on the Strange Fire list, and the low-level Holy level martial arts to kill ghosts and gods. If every item is circulated, it will be enough to overthrow the Dian dynasty. System: start the Advanced Inheritance Lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the body book of the 9 heavenly books. Along with the sound of the system's mechanical sound, Lin Xuan felt that there was an extra page of golden heavenly book in his mind. There was no text in the heavenly book, but it contained the mysteries of heaven and earth. A mysterious information poured into his mind. The Book of Heaven. What is the Book of Heaven? The heaven and earth have not yet opened, the universe is still undetermined, chaos is born in the beginning is derived from 9 characters, and the 9 characters are the 9 heavenly books. The body book is one of the 9 heavenly books, and it has the supreme method of creating the 12 immortal bodies. Chapter 4. In the path of cultivation, in addition to the skills that can affect the speed of cultivation, there are also some special physiques. With special physiques, both the speed of cultivation and the understanding are far superior to ordinary people. Moreover, each special physique has a special ability and can summon special phenomena, which are rare opponents at the same level. Lin Xuan's astonishing speed in cultivation has also attracted a large number of inquiries from some sects, but unfortunately they have not discovered that he has a special physique. Now, there is. Lin Xuan looked at the biting ice spirit fire suspended in front of him. Among the 12 immortal bodies, there happens to be a method that can create a 10,000 fire immortal body. It can swallow the divine fire of the world and create an immortal body with the supreme fire path. The top exotic fire ranked 11th in the world. Devouring it should be able to create a special spirit body. Lin Xuan thought about the energy contained in the ice spirit fire, and thought that refining it should be able to further qualitatively change his qualifications, and it should not be difficult to create a spiritual body. There are only a handful of monsters with natural spiritual bodies in the entire Dian dynasty. At present, the only gifted person he knows who is born with a spiritual body is the 7th prince of Dian, the number 1 genius in the Dian dynasty for thousands of years. The strange fire is really magical. Lin Xuan felt that the flame in front of him was obviously fire, but it had the ultimate ice. The birth of every strange fire was a creation of nature and an opportunity that could not be copied. After admiring for a while, Lin Xuan slowly moved his palm closer to the flame of the ice spirit fire. As Lin Xuan approached, strands of silver-white flame slowly approached Lin Xuan, drawing Lin Xuan away. Arms slowly wrapped. Ice and fire are intertwined. On the one hand, it is extremely high temperature, and on the other hand, it is extremely cold. Although the ice spirit fire contains extremely terrifying energy, because it is summoned by the system, it does not have much rejection of Lin Xuan. Otherwise, just relying on the energy fluctuations erupted by the ice spirit fire would be enough to freeze Lin Xuan. Ice sculpture. After all, this is considered a top-notch alien fire. Lin Xuan looked calm. With the blessing of Ti Shu and Emperor-level alchemy, it was not difficult to refine a strange fire that had no resistance at all. In an instant, white frost formed on Lin Xuan's clothes and hair. It was obviously the hot summer in July, but the whole manor felt like a cold winter, with even flying snow. The most bizarre thing was that when the snow fell to the ground, silver-white flames erupted, burning everything around. Lin Xuan didn't care about any of this. There was only the look of silver-white flames in his eyes. Refining. Lin Xuan began to refine the ice spirit fire according to the method of creating the 10,000 fire immortal body recorded in the body book. Wisps of flames entered Lin Xuan's body along the airflow. The energy of the innate strange fire continued to improve Lin Xuan's foundation, bones and qualifications. And Lin Xuan's cultivation level was also rising steadily at this moment. What Lin Xuan didn't know was that when he was refining the ice spirit fire, the outside world had undergone some changes. After 5 years, I, Lin Yan, have finally waited for my chance. Lin Yan looked at the immortal-like old man in front of him. Although he was just a spiritual body, Lin Yan knelt down on the ground without hesitation and bowed his head. Master, please accept my disciple Lin Yan's bow. All of this has to start when Lin Yan takes part in the cultivation test. Under the attack of the second level of body tempering and the goddess in his dream, Lin Yan came to the back mountain to relax, which was his only safe haven in the past 5 years. But he didn't expect that just when he was giving up on himself, an old voice came from the jade pendant his mother left behind before she died, and then transformed into the old man in front of him. At first, Lin Yan thought he had encountered a terrifying supernatural event and ran away in fear. It's just, can't run away. So I could only voluntarily inquire about the old man's origins. This inquiry was incredible. The inexplicable disappearance of his cultivation was actually related to the old man in front of him, and the old man survived millions of years just by relying on his soul. Lin Yan was not a fool. If nothing else, a person who could live for millions of years would definitely have an extraordinary level of cultivation. With such an opportunity in front of him, how could he not seize it tightly? What kind of cultivation has disappeared, what kind of grievances, these are all unimportant. The important thing is that the old man in front of me wants to accept him as his disciple. So there was the scene just now. Lin Xuan, I, Lin Yan, will definitely surpass you this time. Lin Yan's handsome face was filled with strong fighting spirit. He was taught by a teacher with profound cultivation skills. Coupled with his talent, he, Lin Yan, was no weaker than anyone else. The old man looked at the silly boy who had been fooled by him and touched his white beard. Well, a ball of air. This is not important, what is important is that your image must be tall and maintain a superior demeanor. Xiao Yanzi, believe me, follow me as a teacher, kick Lin Xuan, punch Lin Yan Ran, and dominate the Yan dynasty is not a dream. A bright smile appeared on the old man's face. He waved his hand, and 2 jade slips appeared in the void. Lin Yan's heart surged as he looked at the jade slips that appeared out of thin air. In Xuantian Continent, only martial arts and martial arts above the Xuan level are worthy of being passed down on jade slips. The foundation that the entire Lin family relies on for survival is nothing more than a low-level exercise at the Xuan level. This cheap master of mine can only use 2 Xuan level techniques in one move. This master is indeed right. Looking at Lin Yan's little eyes that longed for admiration, the old man's vanity was greatly satisfied. He squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Little Yanzi, what I have on my left is a top-level heaven-level skill called Sunflower. Magical power." As soon as Lin Yan heard about the top-notch heaven-level Kung Fu, his eyes suddenly shone brightly and he said without hesitation, "Teacher, I choose the Sunflower Magic Kung Fu. The ultimate heaven-level technique." In Lin Yan's understanding, the level of the skill is Xian Huang of heaven and earth, and the level of heaven is the highest level of skill. The inherited skills of the Yan dynasty royal family are nothing more than earth-level skills. Wouldn't it be simple to get a top-level heavenly skill to dominate the great Yan dynasty? Ahem. The old man coughed, interrupting Lin Yan's reverie. With a playful look on his face, he said, "It's just that this technique has some drawbacks." Lin Yan asked curiously, "What are the disadvantages?" "If you want to practice this skill, you must first leave the palace." The old man handed the skill to Lin Yan, and then looked at him playfully. "From what palace?" Lin Yan was confused, but when he met the old man's playful eyes, he knew that everything was as he thought. Lin Yan's face turned dark. If he didn't know that he couldn't FK the old immortal in front of him, he would have wanted to go up and slap his hard. What about the other technique? Lin Yan said fiercely. It's another skill. Gradeless Kung Fu. 10,000 Fire Divine Kung Fu. Chapter 5. Myriad Fire Magic Technique. Gradeless Technique. Lin Yan had a bad feeling in his heart. It seemed as if there was a huge pit waiting for him in front of him. Strange, why did I feel the breath of Tao Fire just now? The old man frowned slightly and looked around, trying to find the breath of Tao Fire, but found nothing. Forget it, how can such a small place have the existence of Tao Fire? The old man shook his head, narrowed his eyes again, and began to use the Great Deception technique on Lin Yan. In another place of Lin's house. The surroundings are lush and green, like a dream, and there is a spiritual spring in the center of the rockery. A beautiful figure sat by the spiritual spring, a pair of delicate jade feet rippled on the spiritual spring, and a trace of blush appeared on her exquisite face. Brother Lin Xuan, you have to thank Yan'er properly. Lin Yan seemed to have thought of something, her pretty face curved up, revealing a smile that could confuse all living beings. Miss. A figure with a veil and a graceful figure appeared next to Lin Yan, hesitant to speak, as if he wanted to say something. Lin Yan seemed to have known who was coming for a long time, and the smile on her face returned to calmness, and she said calmly, Aunt Ling, didn't I say that you are not allowed to appear in front of me without my order? Miss, you even used the 7th grade barrier talisman. Can I not come out to see the situation? Aunt Lang thought to herself, as someone who had been there, how could she not see what the situation of the young lady from her family was like now? It's just, the identity gap between the two parties is too big. Perhaps, when the young lady returns to the sect and meets the truly peerless monsters of the younger generation, she will not forget the genius of this small place. Aunt Lang thought so in her heart. But naturally she would not say these words. Miss, the sect leader is already urging me. I hope you can return to the sect as soon as possible. Aunt Lang sighed with complicated eyes. Lin Yan heard this and said impatiently, why didn't anyone say such a thing when he abandoned me? Aunt Lang, don't mention this matter again. Aunt Lang saw the displeased look on Lin Yan's face and smiled bitterly. The master of course has his painstaking efforts, miss. Lin Yan turned around and stood up and left directly, leaving Aunt Lang stunned on the spot, wondering what she was thinking. The 11th ranked alien fire in the continent was completely refined by Lin Xuan in just 7 hours. Compared to others who could refine the strange fire for months or even years at a time, Lin Xuan's speed was really too fast. But with Lin Xuan, it only takes a few hours. This is the horror of one of the 9 heavenly books that transcends the imperial level. Refining, successful. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, and a wisp of silver-white flame emerged from the depths of his pupils, revealing a biting chill. At the same time, Lin Xuan's cultivation level was also rising steadily. The 8th level of qi condensation, the 9th level of qi condensation, the 1st level of true yuan. It was not until the 5th level of true yuan that Lin Xuan's cultivation stopped increasing. Of course, it's not just that. There was also a silver-white flame rune looming on Lin Xuan's forehead, exuding a biting chill. It was the ice spirit fire. The speed of cultivation has increased 3 times. Is this the terrifying thing about the spirit body? Even the true energy has been condensed by almost 50%. Lin Xuan was overjoyed. Now relying on the blessing of the ice and fire spirit body, not only his cultivation was faster, but his true energy had also become stronger. If the infuriating energy before was like sand, then the infuriating energy now is like cotton after being filled with water and frozen. It's no wonder that those with special physiques are called geniuses. Even the most ordinary spiritual beings are rare in the world. It is too difficult to surpass these cubs who are loved by God just by working hard. Throughout the ages, how many people have truly reached the top with their mortal bodies? Besides, the ice spirit fire rune on Lin Xuan's forehead burst into brilliant light, and wisps of ice spirit flames enveloped Lin Xuan's body, and everything around him instantly condensed into ice. A blazing ball of ice spirit fire appeared in Lin Xuan's palm. As long as he thought about it, once this ball of ice spirit fire left his control, it would cause unimaginable damage. As the ice spirit fire spread all over Lin Xuan's body, Lin Xuan's aura was also rising steadily, from the 5th level of true essence to the 8th level of true essence. Special spirits are really terrifying. Lin Xuan felt that the energy in his body was being consumed crazily. He couldn't help but sigh and exited the special state. He finally understood why some people could see those unique and special physiques at a glance, what kind of innate holy body qualifications. Even the spirit body was like this, and Lin Xuan could not imagine the visions produced by the holy body. No wonder it is so recognizable. It's a pity that the state just now can only last 5 minutes. Lin Xuan thought about the consumption of his true energy just now. He was really strong, but the consumption was really huge. Within a minute of turning it on, he felt that his body was a little overwhelmed. If he kept turning on the special state, he would be exhausted in 5 minutes. No more, completely drained. Looking at the surrounding manor that had been reduced to ruins, Lin Xuan didn't pay too much attention to it. This was given to him by his grandfather for his training. He still had 3 manors like this. Next day, the early morning sunlight shines through the window on Lin Xuan's body. Lin Xuan was dressed in white brocade clothes, with exquisite patterns carved on the brocade clothes. His eyes were like stars, like an immortal in the sky. After awakening the ice and fire spirit body, Lin Xuan had a sense of coldness that came from the dust. If the girls from the Lin family saw it, they would probably go even crazier. When you reach the true Yuan realm, the skills of the lower Xuan level are a bit unsatisfactory. Lin Xuan felt the negligible cultivation speed in his body and shook his head. Although he now possesses the Emperor-level alchemy technique and the Supreme Heavenly Book above the Emperor level, there is no record of practice methods in these. In other words, up to now he was only holding the Lin family's Xuan-level low-grade skills. The upper limit of low-grade Xuan-level skills is only the true Yuan realm. Brother Lin Xuan, Yanner is here to find you. A rather smart, somewhat childish voice sounded outside the house. Lin Xuan shook his head helplessly. He remembered that today he seemed to have agreed to go shopping with Lin Yan, a little girl, but he didn't expect that this little girl was so impatient that she came to see him early. Lin Xuan prepared all his savings over the years. He planned to take this opportunity to see if there were any special spiritual herbs for sale. He wanted to try to practice some elixirs. Naturally, Lin Xuan would not let go of such a powerful tool for making money, such as alchemy. Now he is poor. Chapter 6. After a while, Lin Xuan finished cleaning up everything. Opening the door, a pretty girl appeared in front of Lin Xuan. Lin Yan was wearing a light blue dress today, with leg sleeves sold by Zhenbao Pavilion. The lace embroidery made the innocent girl a little more charming. The gap between the skirt and leg sleeves is even more white, and the round and slender legs are clearly visible. Even Lin Xuan couldn't help but take a few more glances. No matter how much he tried to pretend to be aloof, he couldn't hide his appreciation for beautiful things in his heart. Brother Lin Xuan seems to like Yanner's dress very much. What the storybook says is indeed correct. Although the amazement in Lin Xuan's eyes disappeared in a flash, it was also noticed by Lin Yan, which made her feel a little proud in her heart. For today, she had read all the storybooks in Tian City. Brother Lin Xuan will not forget the promise he made to Yanner today, right? Lin Yan smiled playfully, and the corners of her eyes turned into beautiful crescent arcs. The youthful vitality of the girl accompanied by the faint fragrance made Lin Xuan's heart feel slightly warm. Lin Xuan smiled and said, "Of course I will not forget what I promised Yanner. It just so happens that I am going to buy some animal elixirs and spiritual herbs today. Beast pills and spiritual herbs. Lin Yan looked a little surprised. Brother Lin Xuan, are you trying to make pills? Lin Xuan nodded. He did not hide his thoughts from Lin Yan. As the number one genius of the Lin family, what happened to him practicing elixir? Others will only regard it as a special hobby of genius. If you are a loser and suddenly become a genius, others will be concerned about your secrets, but if you are a genius yourself, then all problems will be solved. Isn't it normal for a genius to have some secrets? And with his 5th level cultivation of true energy and the ice and fire spirit body, if his combat power is at full strength, he can quickly defeat even the great masters of the Qi realm. Not to mention using holy sword skills such as killing ghosts and gods, he can now be regarded as the number one master in Tian City. Therefore, Lin Xuan did not hide Lin Yan's thoughts in all this. Of course, even if you want to hide it, you probably can't. Lin Yan felt that brother Lin Xuan had an indescribable temperament today. It seemed like confidence, incomparable confidence. This is a good thing. Brother Lin Xuan is more attractive. Lin Yan stepped forward and hugged Lin Xuan's arm affectionately, smiling lightly. She believed that one day her brother Lin Xuan would become the most outstanding person on the mainland. Lin Yan hugged Lin Xuan's arm and walked towards the outside of the family. Along the way, she met many tribesmen who had strange expressions on their faces when they saw Lin Yan and Lin Xuan's intimate behavior. As the most dazzling pearl of the Lin family and even Tian City, Lin Yan is the goddess in everyone's eyes. Not only is her temperament and appearance the best in Tian City, but her cultivation is also the second talent of the younger generation in Tian City, with a bright future. If Lin Yan was hugging another person, there would probably be countless rumors. Even if the other geniuses in Tian City were not worthy of such Bai Yueguang, they did not want to see anyone get along with Lin Yan. So close. Otherwise, countless young heroes will be jealous and even fight to the death for Lin Yan. However, if that person is Lin Xuan, the other young heroes in Tian City can only silently bless them. Even with Lin Xuan's previous cultivation, one hand is enough to beat them. Unfortunately, in Tian City our young lady, who has a crush on Lin Xuan, is about to fall out of love. I feel that Tian City is not very peaceful today. Yes, the tavern will definitely be overcrowded today. I don't know how many of our young masters and ladies will be heartbroken today. Master Lin Xuan and Miss Lin Yan are a perfect match. They really match each other. I didn't expect them to be together today. Pedestrians on the road were talking a lot, which made the smile on Lin Yan's face grow stronger. Today she just wanted to make those little prodigals in Tian City give up. Although Tian City is not a first-tier city in the Dian dynasty, it is still considered a second-tier city in terms of scale. It is always crowded and lively. Although Lin Xuan has lived in Tian City for 16 years, he has never left the Lin family a few times. Others think that he has a cold personality and does not like lively places. In fact, he was afraid that other families would not be able to think of taking action against him, so he stayed within the family. After all, he only had one life. Now, at least he has the power to protect himself in Tian City. Lin Yan dragged Lin Xuan and first took Lin Xuan to a food court. Looking at the dazzling array of delicacies, Lin Yan's eyes lit up as she had a quiet temperament. She took Lin Xuan to taste all the delicacies at the stalls. At the end of the meal, both of them even started using their own techniques, digesting and continuing to taste. I have to say that the snacks in the other world are still very good. They are moisturized with vitality. Whether they are monster meat or fruits and vegetables, they taste much better than those in the previous life. In the Lin family, the spiritual meals are cooked with monster meat. Although the energy and blood of the monsters are maintained, the taste is sacrificed. These snacks are rarely available in the Lin family. After all, in the eyes of the adults of the Lin family, the adults in the Lin family are afraid that eating too much of these junk foods with a small amount of residue will endanger their children's cultivation qualifications. If they have not reached the qi condensation realm, they cannot use their vitality to remove the residue from these foods. After successfully solving the problem of food and clothing, Lin Xuan and Lin Yan officially started to visit Tian City. Their martial arts training was not about cultivating immortals, and they still needed a good meal. Especially when Lin Xuan agreed to accompany Lin Yan to visit Tian City for a day. Lin Yan hugged Lin Xuan's arm affectionately, without the coldness of rejecting others in the past. She was more like a sweet and lovely sister next door. Walking with Lin Xuan, she attracted the attention of many passers-by. Whose young master and young lady are these? You are so stupid that you can't even recognize Master Lin Xuan and Miss Lin Yan. These two are geniuses that our Tian City has rarely seen in thousands of years. They have a bright future. What? So they are the two geniuses from the Lin family who are said to be once in 1,000 years. Lin Xuan listened to the discussions of the people around him with a helpless expression on his face. He knew that going out this time might cause a lot of noise, but he didn't expect that the noise would be much bigger than he imagined. But Lin Xuan didn't care about these discussions. After Lin Yan became a little tired, Lin Xuan took Lin Yan to a nearby herb shop to buy some common herbs as auxiliary ingredients for alchemy. However, if you want to refine the elixir, in addition to ordinary herbs, you also need monster inner elixirs and some special spiritual materials. After all, what Lin Xuan wants to refine is not just a first-grade elixir. Chapter 7. Although the scale of Tian City is not small, some special medicinal materials and slightly more advanced inner elixirs cannot be purchased directly in the store. Under normal circumstances, these items will be handed over to the auction house for auction to obtain higher rewards. The rest can only be traded in free trading markets. Each major family has its own market, but these are only mid-level markets, and the items traded are not too precious. What Lin Xuan wants to go to is the largest market in Tian City, which is controlled by the Lord of Tian City. The Lord of Tian City is the only Qi realm warrior in Tian City. Often, some high-end medicinal materials and monster inner elixirs are traded in the high-end market. After a while, Lin Xuan took Lin Yan to the only high-end market in Tian City. It is indeed the largest city in Tian City. Even the guards guarding the gate are warriors of the true Yuan realm. Lin Xuan glanced at the two big men sitting at the entrance of Fangxi, who looked like iron towers, and secretly marveled in his heart. A true Yuan realm warrior is enough to serve as an elder in the Lin family. The head of the Lin family is only at the 7th level of true essence, and his grandfather, the elder of the Lin family, is only at the 6th level of true essence. And the cultivation level of the two iron tower men sitting here has actually reached the 3rd level of true Yuan. Ding! It has been detected that the host wants to develop and expand the family's power, and a phased task has been issued. In the first stage of the mission, the Lin family became the largest family in Tian City and was rewarded with a junior inheritance lottery opportunity. Lin Xuan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect to issue the mission like this. But, it's not bad. Lin Xuan smiled slightly. He had no objection to the Lin family. After all, he had stepped into cultivation, and the Lin family spared no effort to protect him. Even if he had no mission, he would help the Lin family become stronger and become the most powerful family in Tian City and even the Dian dynasty. What is brother Lin Xuan thinking about? Lin Yan waved her white wrist in front of Lin Xuan, and looked at Lin Xuan curiously with her beautiful face. Lin Xuan shook his head. He looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, stretched out his palm to stroke the girl's hair, and said with a low smile, "It's nothing, I just thought of something." "Hey!" The girl puffed up her cheeks playfully. Her delicate little face made people want to be intimate, but the smile on her lips couldn't be concealed. Lin Yan's appearance was extremely beautiful, and her appearance attracted everyone's attention in this bustling city. However, when they learned the true identities of the girl and the boy beside her, they all gave up their dirty thoughts. No matter whether it is the girl who looks like a fairy or the young man who looks as cold as an immortal, they cannot afford to offend him. Lin Xuan took the girl into Fang City. With his knowledge of emperor-level alchemy, his vision was among the best in Xuantian Continent. Whether it was rare medicinal materials or some demonic beast inner elixirs that had been faked, he only needed to identify them slightly to fully discover them. Lin Xuan entered the market like a duck to water. Over the years, he had accumulated nearly 100,000 low-grade yuanqi. These were all savings given to him by his grandfather. The old man dedicated his life to the Lin family, leaving only basic cultivation resources. As for Lin Xuan's parents, they left the Lin family many years ago and there is no news until now. Life or death is unpredictable, so for Lin Xuan's grandfather Lin Bei, Lin Xuan is everything to him. Therefore, Lin Xuan is now considered a millionaire compared to his previous life. He has a huge sum of 100,000 low-grade yuan stones in his hand. There are few people in the entire Tian city who are richer than him. Second-grade wind attribute monster inner elixir, 8,000 lower-grade yuan stones, buy it. Second-grade medicinal herb, lily of the valley, buy it. A first-grade elixir. Hey, this is a rare third-grade elixir. It was mistaken for a first-grade Xuan fruit and was missed *1. Dangxia leaves, a third-grade medicinal material. You want to trick people even though the medicine has no properties at all? Just keep waiting for the right person. Relying on the knowledge of emperor-level alchemy, Lin Xuan was like a fish in water. He only spent 50,000 low-grade yuanqi to harvest 3 buried third-grade medicinal plants. The price of each third-grade medicinal plant was at least 50,000 low-grade yuanqi. This level of quality is usually auctioned. It's just that many third-grade medicinal materials are similar to first-grade or even weeds. Without learning alchemy, it's difficult to distinguish these medicinal materials. This gave Lin Xuan the opportunity to pick them up. In addition, Lin Xuan also purchased some first and second-grade elixirs and demonic beast inner elixirs. Suddenly Lin Xuan stopped and looked at another stall on the side, which was filled with various exquisite accessories. The boy selected a purple round crystal bracelet from many accessories, with a small square sterling silver pendant hanging on it. The entire bracelet exuded a faint light, which was extremely beautiful. "Boss, how much does this bracelet cost?" Lin Xuan picked up the bracelet and smiled at the boss at the stall. When the stall owner saw Lin Xuan's gorgeous clothes and jade trees standing in the wind, a smile appeared on his face and he said, "This young master has good eyesight. Is this a dreamlike chain forged with rare crystal stones, or was it made by a master refiner?" "Refined, it has the effect of warming in winter and cooling in summer. The price is 13,000 low-grade yuan stones." Lin Yan was shocked when she heard that 13,000 low-grade yuan stones were considered a large sum for the Lin family, let alone her brother Lin Xuan. Lin Yan looked at the exquisite bracelet and wanted to refuse, but Lin Xuan didn't waste any time and directly swiped 13,000 low-grade yuan stones. Although this bracelet is a first-grade spiritual ornament, its value is only about 10,000 lower-grade yuan stones. The stall owner's 13,000 lower-grade yuan stones are obviously higher, and Lin Xuan also knows this in his heart. However, he doesn't care. Lin Yan secretly glanced at the purple bracelet several times while he was picking it up. Lin Xuan paid attention to this. Lin Xuan behaved very coldly and rarely interacted with his peers. Although he was pursued by countless people since he was a child, but there were only a few people who were really close to him. Apart from his grandfather, perhaps Lin Yan, the little follower who has followed him since childhood, is the person closest to him in this world. Although he has always acted like he doesn't care, it doesn't mean that he really doesn't care in his heart. No ripples. Typical arrogant character. Yan, here Lin Xuan handed the purple bracelet in his hand to Lin Yan. This was the first time he gave a gift to a girl in his previous life. For a while, Lin Xuan didn't know what to say, so he could only regain his former high and cold wind. But this time, even if Lin Xuan wanted to act cold, the blush on his fair face had already betrayed his true inner thoughts. Brother Lin Xuan is indeed a person who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. In his heart, he still cares about me. Lin Yan looked at the young man who was trying to act very ordinary under the sun. She felt that she owned the whole world. Chapter 8. Thank you, Brother Lin Xuan. Lin Yan put the bracelet on Hao Bai's wrist, and the girl's face was filled with a happy smile. Suddenly thinking of something, the girl looked into Lin Xuan's eyes that were trying to appear lonely and cold, and smiled playfully. Is this the token of love that Brother Lin Xuan gave to Yan'er? That's what it says in the script. Lin Xuan looked at the charming girl in front of him and said coldly, Yan, you should read less of those scripts. Something seems to have happened ahead. Let's go and take a look first. Humph. Looking at the young man's fleeing back, Lin Yan had a slight smile on her fair and delicate face. Brother Lin Xuan did not deny it, which means. Lin Yan looked at the purple bracelet on her hand. It was like a rare treasure. She carefully cared for it and trotted behind Lin Xuan. However, with every step she took, she would inadvertently touch the bracelet on her hand. After Lin Yan became a disciple of a man who was suspected to be one of the top experts in the mainland, and obtained a great free technique with unlimited growth, he learned that his cheap master was actually an alchemist. Today he went out to buy some medicinal materials, and asked his teacher to concoct some medicinal baths. After all, after 5 years of torture by his cheap master, he has fallen far behind his peers, let alone Lin Xuan, the great devil. Relying on his teacher's excellent soul perception, Lin Yan also made some mistakes, and now he is picking up a big mistake. That is the inconspicuous jade in front of you. According to my master, this jade contains the inheritance of a powerful person, at least the inheritance of the high-grade Xian level. Chu Yang, what do you mean? I obviously paid for this jade first. Lin Yan looked at the young man in brocade clothes in front of him, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said in a cold voice. The young man in bright clothes in front of him is the son of the head of the Chu family, one of the 3 major families in Tian City. The Chu family and the Lin family have always been business rivals, so the relationship between the Lin and Chu families is extremely stiff, and even the quarrels are minor. It is normal for the direct descendants of both sides to meet and fight. Ha, you said what's yours is yours. I will give you 1,000 low-grade Yuan stones. Chu Yang straightened his clothes and revealed a silver badge on his chest. There was a star on the badge. This is the mark of a first-class alchemist. The eldest son of the Chu family has become a first-class alchemist. At the age of 25, the eldest son of the Chu family has become a first-class alchemist. This has a bright future. Everyone looked at the silver badge on Chu Yang's chest with shocked expressions. A first-grade alchemist was nothing. The main reason was that Chu Yang had become a first-grade alchemist at the age of 25. With such qualifications, he would definitely become a second-grade alchemist in the future. And even had the opportunity to peak at a third-grade alchemist. And the status of a third-grade alchemist is so high that even the lord of the city must treat him with respect when he sees him. The scary thing about an alchemist is his connections. On the other hand, Lin Yan is just a loser. The stall owner's face immediately changed to a smile, and he said with a smile, if Master Chu likes it, I will sell this jade to Master Chu. I only need 30 low-grade Yuan stones. He just picked up this broken jade on the road. Unexpectedly, it caused a dispute between the eldest son of the Lin family and the eldest son of the Chu family. However, although 1,000 low-grade Yuan stones were very tempting, he did not dare to actually take it. Lin Yan's expression changed when he heard this, and he said angrily, Boss, I obviously paid for this first, but you don't even have the most basic integrity in doing business. If the Chu family obtained an inheritance that was at the lowest level of the Xian level, the consequences would be disastrous, so Lin Yan would never give up that jade stone no matter what. Ha, you're just a loser with 2 levels of body tempering. A sarcastic smile appeared on Chu Yang's face, and he said lightly, do you know the gold content of a first-grade alchemist? Yes, how do you, a loser, know the gold content of a first-grade alchemist? Chu Yang puffed out his chest and was so proud that he wished he could put his first-grade alchemist badge on everyone's faces. But just when Chu Yang was about to take the jade away, a faint voice sounded. Isn't a first-grade alchemist amazing? Everyone followed the sound with their eyes, wanting to know who actually didn't take the eldest son of the Chu family seriously. However, after seeing the person coming, the crowd silently made way for them. A young man with a handsome face walked slowly over. He was dressed in white and had a cold temperament. Although he was a little immature, people seemed to see a 9-day banished immortal in his figure, with a disregard and indifference to everything. Behind the boy is a girl wearing a blue dress. Although the girl is still a little immature, her beautiful appearance is enough to outshine all other beauties. She has a purple bracelet on her left hand, which adds a bit of charm to her. So dazzling that people can't look straight at it. The words just now were naturally spoken by Lin Xuan. He originally just wanted to watch the excitement, but unexpectedly discovered that Lin Yan had a dispute with the Chu family. As the leader of the younger generation of the Lin family, he naturally could not ignore it. So the following scene occurred. Lin Xuan. Chu Yang also recognized the person, with some fear in his eyes, and then he thought, no, I'm already a first-level alchemist, why should I be afraid of a young boy? His status as a first-grade alchemist is much higher than that of a Qi condensation realm warrior. Chu Yang looked at the girl following Lin Xuan, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. He had never seen such a beautiful girl in the Dian dynasty, let alone in Tian City. Chu Yang showed a smile that he thought was graceful and said to the girl behind Lin Xuan. Inadvertently, he showed the first-grade alchemist badge on his chest in front of Lin Yan. This is Lin Yan, the famous genius girl of the Lin family. Well, I am Chu Yang, a first-grade alchemist certified by the Alchemist Guild. Still the youngest first-grade alchemist in the history of Tian City. Lin Xuan's brows wrinkled slightly, his face was calm, and before Lin Yan could speak, he just glanced at Chu Yang lightly. An invisible sword energy burst out from Lin Xuan's body, and everyone around him felt a chill in his heart. Before they could figure out what happened, they saw Chu Yang's figure flying backwards out of nowhere and hitting him heavily. Ground. Lin Xuan looked at Chu Yang's flying figure and whispered 2 words, trash. When the guards of the Chu family saw Chu Yang falling to the ground and fell into a coma, they quickly pulled Chu Yang up and left in despair, fearing that Lin Xuan would be directly killed by Chu Yang in the next second. If Chu Yang is killed by Lin Xuan, I'm afraid the Chu family will go completely crazy. Chapter 9. With this blow, Lin Xuan did not directly kill Chu Yang, because he was not allowed to kill people in Fang City, and the city lord's palace treated him well. Naturally, he would not embarrass the lord of Tian City and break the centuries-old rules. However, under this blow, Lin Xuan also left a sword energy in Chu Yang's body. It only took him a thought to directly kill him. It was nothing more than the difference between dying early and dying late. Lin Yan's smart eyes blinked. She didn't care about Chu Yang's life or death. The way Chu Yang looked at her just now made her feel a little sick. Although it was very subtle, Lin Yan still sensed the evil thoughts in his eyes, and her perception you can't go wrong. Brother Lin Xuan, cares about me. This was Lin Yan's first reaction. The girl's eyes were filled with autumn water at this moment, and there was only one figure in her eyes. Teacher, what just happened? Lin Yan was confused now. He didn't even see clearly what happened. Chu Yang flew directly backwards. Even Lin Xuan didn't do anything. It was like magic. Xiao Yanzi, a good genius has appeared in your family this time. He has broken through to the true Yuan realm at such a young age, and even understood the power of the sword. Tisk tisk. An old voice sounded in Lin Yan's mind, and there was some praise in his words. Although the 16-year-old True Yuan realm was nothing, it was still very rare in this remote corner of the Dian dynasty, let alone said he also understood the power of the sword. In the future, he may become the top group of people in your Dian dynasty, and there is a chance that he can break through to the Soul Palace realm, but there may be no hope for him to go higher. The old voice in Lin Yan's mind was very sure that the group of talents above the Soul Palace realm were at another level and belonged to extraordinary creatures, but trying to cross that level was too difficult. He didn't think that such a small place could have such a talented person. What? The top group of people in the Dian dynasty? There is still a chance of breaking through to the Soul Palace realm. Lin Yan took a breath and his eyes widened. Soul Palace realm. The great ancestor of the Dian dynasty was only a warrior in the Soul Palace realm, and the Soul Palace realm was also the highest level of martial arts practice that Lin Yan knew. Wouldn't such a figure be able to be on an equal footing with the great Yan dynasty in the future? Look at how scared you are. You are really worthless. You are just a warrior in the Soul Palace realm. You are not worth mentioning on the Xuantian Continent. With my master's teachings, coupled with the peerless magical skills taught by my master, it will be just around the corner to dominate the Xuantian Continent in the future. Not to mention the Soul Palace, even being canonized and immortalized is not a bad idea. The voice in Lin Yan's mind said arrogantly, as if the Soul Palace was not worth mentioning. Lin Yan's face twitched. Peerless magical power? Are you referring to that low-grade Huang level technique? Ignoring his master's continued wrangling in his mind, he knew that Lin Xuan's talent was far from being as simple as imagined, and now that he had cultivated to the true element realm, why did he encounter such a big boss? Thank you, Lin Xuan, cousin. Lin Yan cupped his hands towards the cold young man. After thinking for a moment, he realized that he seemed to want to call the young man in front of him who was about the same age as his cousin. But these are not important. What is important is that if Lin Xuan had not taken action just now, I am afraid that he would not be able to get down the stairs at all, which would bring shame to the family. The young man has a simple mind and clear grievances. Although Lin Yan likes to show off his strength, he also knows his identity. He is the young patriarch of the clan and his actions will not bring shame to the family. Lin Xuan glanced at Lin Yan and found that his breath was rising slightly. He knew in his heart that it was Lin Yan's grandfather who was starting to exert his strength. Then he looked at the jade stone next to Lin Yan. A martial art that is at least Xuan level, it is indeed a child of destiny. Lin Xuan sighed slightly in his heart, then nodded and said softly, "You and I are both members of the Lin family, there is no need to meet outsiders." The reason why he helped Lin Yan was just because he was from the Lin family. Then Lin Xuan turned to look at the stall owner. "Boss, is there no problem with the ownership of this jade now?" "No problem, no problem, this jade belongs to Master Lin Yan." "No, it belongs to Master Lin Xuan." The stall owner shook his head repeatedly and immediately handed over the jade. This is a ruthless man who dares to attack even the eldest son of the Chu family and the youngest first-level alchemist in Tian City directly. He still did it directly in the largest market in Tian City. No law enforcer has come until now. He can't afford to offend such a person. Lin Xuan did not take the jade. The stall owner immediately understood and quickly sent the jade to Lin Yan. Lin Xuan nodded with satisfaction when he saw this. Before Lin Yan could say anything, Lin Xuan turned around and left with Lin Yan ran. The world between two people does not require the intervention of a third party. Lin Yan looked at the young girl who was happily following behind the boy in white, holding the jade in her hand. After being stunned for a long time, he smiled bitterly. The relationship between cousin and cousin is really good. This sentence also cut off the last thought in his heart, and the boy's secret love completely disappeared with the wind at this moment. Xiao Yanzi, that boy should have realized that this jade is extraordinary, yet he actually gave it to you without hesitation. Is this stupidity or willfulness? The voice in Lin Yan's mind sounded again, full of emotion. This is in line with his character. Lin Yan looked at the jade in his hand and suddenly smiled. Teacher, I, Lin Yan, am not someone who refuses to repay kindness. The old voice in Lin Yan's mind seemed a little surprised and joked, repay the favor? Are you using your position as the young patriarch now? But this should be looked down upon by others. If others show their true cultivation, let alone the young patriarch, your father might happily abdicate in favor of someone more worthy. Lin Yan's head was filled with black threads after hearing this. He couldn't give up his status as the young clan leader even if he was killed. This was his only spiritual comfort now. Lin Yan smiled brightly, isn't it true that I still have you, master? Isn't it normal for the master to repay the debt owed by the apprentice? Don't even think about it. My dear Invincible, the most handsome, the omniscient and omnipotent master who has fascinated thousands of girls, you can't even come up with a small earth-level technique. Who said I can't use it? This is pure rumor. This is the best skill on earth. There are countless other masters like this skill. Ah, yes, yes, my dear Invincible, the most handsome, the omniscient and omnipotent master who has fascinated thousands of girls is the best. Xiao Yanzi, I misjudged you. Chapter 10. Tian City Lord's Mansion. A handsome young man looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a puzzled expression. Father, why didn't you send someone to catch Lin Xuan when he ignored the rules and took action in Fangxi within the scope of my city lord's palace? The handsome young man is Wang Xiaoming, the young city lord of Tian City, and the middle-aged man in front of him is Wang Jun, the city lord of Tian City and the only Qi Si realm warrior in Tian City. Wang Xiaoming is very confused. You must know that his father is usually the most disciplined. No one can change the things he has decided. Not to mention just a few family juniors, even if the family heads are here, his father will still punish him severely. No. There will be no mercy at all. Wang Jun glanced at the son in front of him. Although he looked very much like him, why wasn't he as smart as him? Wang Jun said with a serious face, Xiaoming, you have to remember that in this world, rules are dead and people are alive. Chu Yang of the Chu family broke Tian City's centuries-old record and became the youngest first-grade alchemist in Tian City in hundreds of years. He has a bright future. When Wang Xiaoming heard this, his expression was shocked, as if he understood something. When Wang Jun saw Wang Xiaoming's appearance, he nodded with satisfaction. Father, you mean, we can't blatantly stand by the Chu family, and now we wait until someone from the Chu family comes to use it and ask for benefits? As expected of a father. Wang Xiaoming said with admiration on his face, if he went out to deal with the Lin family directly, the benefits would be too little, it would be better to sit on the ground and raise the price, waiting for someone from the Chu family to come and offer a higher price. The ginger one has to be old and spicy. Wang Jun looked at Wang Xiaoming lovingly, his vitality surged, and a long whip transformed from his vitality appeared in Wang Jun's hand. I asked you to stop hanging out with those gangsters, but you didn't listen. Papa. Dad, I was wrong, please let me go, I will dare again next time. What? I have been famous all my life, how could I give birth to a little kid like you? Dad, you can't hit me anymore. If I hit you again, there will be no one to continue the family line. Ouch, 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 ouch. After a while, looking at the young man who had been beaten into a pig's head and his buttocks blossomed, Wang Jun finally dispersed the vitality in his hands. He said helplessly, after a while, I will give a copy of the book to the admission elder of Dian Academy, you can go to Dian Academy to study from now on. Get out. Wang Jun waved his hand, and Wang Xiaoming rolled out of the mansion as if he had been granted amnesty. What the hell has this old guy gone crazy about? Ouch, my handsome little face, the old guy is really ruthless. Did I make a mistake? Could it be that the correct answer is to side with the Lin family? What kind of charm does this boy from the Lin family have that can actually make the old man show favoritism? Wang Xiaoming was limping, thinking secretly about the deep meaning of his father's words. Looking at Wang Xiaoming's retreating back, Wang Jun had a complicated expression. After a moment, he looked out the window at the prosperous Tian city and murmured, "You brat, what do you know? I finally found an excuse to throw you to Dian Academy this time. Go study." The Lin family, the #1 martial arts genius in Tian city for thousands of years, the Chu family, the #1 alchemy genius in Tian city for hundreds of years, why should I take sides? You just broke some rules. What's more, this rule, isn't it a favor? As long as it doesn't involve my city lord's palace, what does this have to do with it? Allow him to build a tall building, but when his building collapses, I will just laugh and watch the storm. In the evening, Lin Xuan and Lin Yan also ended their busy day. Under the setting sun, the evening breeze picks up slightly. The girl's pace quickened slightly, and she came to the young man. The autumn water was full of waves, and she smiled and said softly, "Brother Lin Xuan." Yet, looking at the girl's face, which was a little immature, but could not hide the beauty of the country, Lin Xuan's heartbeat gradually accelerated. He tried hard to appear calmer, but his slightly shifted eyes betrayed his true inner emotions. Lin Yan turned her angelic face to one side, tilted her delicate body slightly, and softly spit out fragrant orchid in her mouth. When Lin Xuan was lost in thought, she quickly took a peck at the young man's gentle face like a chicken pecking at rice, and then returned it. Without waiting for the boy to react, he turned around and left. "Brother Lin Xuan, this is Yanner's reward for your day. Goodbye. Don't think too much." The girl blushed with embarrassment and walked briskly, but her last words seemed a bit hidden. Lin Xuan touched the warmth and faint fragrance that remained on his face. The corners of his mouth could not be restrained from rising slightly. After a long while, he came back to his senses and murmured, "I was being teased by this girl. Already. This feeling seems pretty good." Lin Xuan's eyes were filled with stars. He waited until the reflection in his pupils completely disappeared before he turned his head. Set the first small goal first, to dominate the Xuantian Continent. In the next few days, Lin Xuan was thinking about refining alchemy, and the alchemy furnace was owned by his fifth elder. When the fifth elder heard that Lin Xuan wanted to make alchemy, he directly gave Lin Xuan the alchemy furnace he had treasured for many years without saying a word. This was a second-grade alchemy furnace. It had been a treasure that had accompanied the fifth elder for decades. Normally, it would be invisible to anyone else. It's rare, let alone given away directly. But this person is Lin Xuan, that's worth it. What Lin Xuan didn't know was that the fact that he directly defeated Chu Yang, the genius of the Chu family, with one look had caused an uproar in Tian city, and some even suspected that he had broken through to the true Yuan realm. If this is really the case, it would be too terrifying. 16-year-old Qi Ning Qi 7th level, although there are not many in the Yan dynasty, there are still such geniuses. However, the 16-year-old true Yuan realm is different. Throughout the 1,000 years since the founding of the Yan dynasty, only 3 people have reached such a height. Lin Xuan may become the 4th person. Chu family. Dad, I must make sure that boy from the Lin family dies. I am the #1 alchemy genius in Tian city for hundreds of years and the youngest first-grade alchemy master. He actually dares to hit me. Is this the law of the king? Is this the law of heaven? Chu Yang looked at his father, and Chu Xiang, the head of the Chu family, burst into tears. Yang don't worry, my father will definitely avenge you. You are the future of our Chu family, no one can bully you. After some time, the elders of the Yan dynasty alchemy guild will come to accept you as their disciple. Then it will be our Chu family's counterattack. Only an alchemist is the most noble person in the world, and a mere third-rate warrior dares to confront an alchemist. Chu Xiang's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Thinking of the recent rumors, the murderous intention in his heart became more intense. This son of the Lin family is too evil and has already found a way to die. Chapter 11. For 3 days, Lin Xuan was immersed in the process of refining alchemy. Emperor-level alchemy and strange fire and ice and fire spirit made Lin Xuan very comfortable in alchemy, and he never failed even once. There was no one in the Lin family's mansion for 10 miles. There was only a young man with a handsome face and a tall figure. In front of him was an alchemy furnace with all directions. White flames lingered on the alchemy furnace, and there were flames all around. There is white frost, but the alchemy furnace looks a little red. Wisps of medicinal fragrance floated away, and just one whiff made people feel relaxed and happy. Birds in the sky also surrounded them at this moment. If there is a knowledgeable alchemist here, his eyes will definitely widen. He is born with strange phenomena and thousands of birds are coming. This is a sign that a third grade or above elixir is taking shape. Alchemy is not as good as cultivation. Anyone who becomes a third-level alchemist before the age of 50 is considered a peerless monster. The youngest third-level alchemist in the Yan dynasty also entered this level at the age of 43. And what about Lin Xuan? Only 16 years old. Lin Xuan's face showed a little nervousness, and the overdraft of soul power made his face look a little pale. Only the last step is needed. Elixir is complete. The young man's eyes were firm, and he connected his hands to form a special mark. The mark turned into a stream of light and was imprinted on the cauldron. The aroma of medicine exuded from the medicine cauldron became stronger and stronger, and what was visible to the naked eye was that several pills were rapidly taking shape at this moment. Boom! Along with the vibration of the medicine cauldron, a faint glow emanated from the medicine cauldron. The strange fire in Lin Xuan's hand was also withdrawn, and his delicate little face was filled with excitement. Looking at the 5 elixirs that were as white as jade, Lin Xuan couldn't help but feel an unspeakable pride in his heart. The third-grade elixir, True Essence Pill, is ready. This is the most difficult True Essence Pill to refine among the third-grade pills. I can be considered a third-grade alchemist now. It was really dangerous. I almost failed to make alchemy because my soul power couldn't keep up. Lin Xuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was really scared just now. He almost failed to make the elixir. Fortunately, he was lucky and successfully refined the elixir at the last moment. He finally understood why people in professions such as alchemist, formation master, and weapon refiner had such a high status. This stuff was too difficult and the cost of training was too high. Refining alchemy not only requires special flames, but also requires cultivation and the blessing of soul power. Cultivation is okay, but regarding soul power, it is too difficult to grow naturally without a special constitution. In the future, we must develop a technique that focuses on the power of the soul. The Emperor's alchemy inheritance only told him how to make alchemy, but it did not tell him about the cultivation method of soul power. Lin Xuan still needed to find this by himself. Then Lin Xuan looked at the elixirs that exuded a faint luster, and carefully took out 4 jade bottles to put them in. Lin Xuan didn't hesitate to pick up the last remaining elixir and take a sip. Swallowed. The moment the elixir entered the throat, an extremely rich vitality swept through the whole body. The internal organs, limbs, and bones were warm and very comfortable, without the bitterness or violence of other elixirs. After a while, Lin Xuan's body bloomed with mysterious patterns, and an even more turbulent aura burst out. The 6th level of True Yuan realm. This is the effect of the True Yuan pill. It can ignore any restrictions and help the warriors in the True Yuan realm to cross the 1st level of cultivation. However, medicines are 3-point poisonous. Ordinary True Yuan pills only have a 50% chance of allowing people to break through. A person can only take 1 pill in his lifetime. Taking more will have no effect. But what Lin Xuan refined was the best quality True Yuan pill. Not only did it have an 80% chance of breakthrough, it could also reduce drug resistance. A person could take 2 pills in his lifetime. The value of this is not small. It feels pretty good, let's have another one. It was crunchy and crisp, and it was like soaking in a hot spring. This feeling made Lin Xuan very comfortable, so he decided to take another one. As the true essence pill entered his throat, Lin Xuan's cultivation level once again broke through to the 7th level of the true essence realm. Although it was caused by taking drugs, Lin Xuan's cultivation foundation was not frivolous at all. All this is attributed to the method of creating another immortal body recorded in the body book. Swallow the immortal body. This is the simplest and most difficult immortal body to create. Simple, simple. The devouring immortal body only needs enough resources to create the devouring immortal body. The most difficult thing is that this thing is a super daddy. Even if he sells Lin Xuan, he can't even get 1/10 of the spiritual body training resources, let alone the immortal body. But now using some residue to practice, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Lin Xuan stretched lazily, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the young man's body. Now his temperament is no longer cold and aloof, but more like a lazy orange cat who just wants to take a good rest. Lin's back hill. Ha 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 ha, young master, I am indeed a genius. I have finally broken through to the 4th level of body tempering. I am asking who else is there. Lin Yan jumped up excitedly. In just 4 days, he had broken through from the 2nd level of body tempering to the 4th level. Who else can practice at such a speed? Without the body quenching fluid I refined for you, how could you have broken through so quickly? The old voice in Lin Yan's mind spoke angrily. Hey, that's all, it's all thanks to you, teacher. Lin Yan chuckled and said flatteringly. Now he knows that his cheap master is definitely not as simple as he imagined. This may be the thickest thigh he has seen in so many years. Just a little bit of it is enough to drive people crazy. For example, that body-quenching fluid was so useful that it allowed him to cross 2 realms of cultivation in 2 days. If this thing were to be put up for auction, it would cost at least several thousand low-grade yuan stones, and the cost would only be about 1,000 low-grade yuan stones. If this thing was used by the body-tempering realm warriors in the Lin family, what impact would it have? Teacher, do you have suitable techniques for cousin Lin Xuan to practice? Lin Yan has not forgotten that he still owes his cousin Lin Xuan a skill. You kid, you want to exchange a mid-level martial arts skill for me for a top-level earth-level skill? Lin Yan smiled coquettishly when he heard this. Teacher, how can a favor be measured by value? Besides, cousin Lin Xuan is not an outsider. Didn't you say that cousin Lin Xuan is very likely to break through to the Soul Palace realm in the future? Maybe my cousin can hold my hand again. The old voice in Lin Yan's mind seemed a little helpless. I obviously only said there was a small probability, how did it become a high probability? Okay, doesn't your cousin want to make alchemy? Give him a top-level soul secret method and let him practice more. The probability of breaking through the Soul Palace realm in the future will be much greater. Chapter 12. Teacher, do you think cousin Lin Xuan will become an alchemist? Lin Yan asked with some confusion. The old voice in Lin Yan's mind affirmed, absolutely impossible. If alchemy was that simple, it wouldn't be called one of the most noble professions. But, Xiao Yanzi, don't worry. After you break through to the Qi condensation realm, I will teach you how to make elixirs. Your achievements in the future will be limitless. I will definitely become a 3rd-grade alchemist before I'm 20. When Lin Yan heard these words, his pretty little face was filled with excitement. Chu Yang of the Chu family became a first-class alchemist at the age of 25 and was already the #1 alchemy genius in Tian City in hundreds of years. And what about him? He became a 3rd-grade alchemist within 4 years. If word spread about this speed, a lot of people would be scared to death. Cousin Lin Xuan, my cultivation speed cannot match yours, but you made a wrong decision when it comes to alchemy. This time, I will definitely surpass you. Lin Yan swore secretly in his heart. I'm afraid Lin Yan and his grandfather never dreamed that Lin Xuan had already become a 3rd-level alchemist. A 3rd-level alchemist in 3 days, and also had the cultivation level to break through the second level. What would it look like if Lin Yan and the old man behind him knew this? The next day, as the morning light of the setting sun entered the house, Lin Xuan slowly got up from the bed. He still had important things to do today. Now there are 3 true yuan pills left, and Lin Xuan plans to keep one for his grandfather to take, and the other 2 true yuan pills will be auctioned. As for why there is 1 pill instead of 2, the main reason is that as the eldest elder of the Lin family, he has naturally taken the true yuan pill. Now he can only take 1 more pill, and there is no point in taking more. Hey! When Lin Xuan walked out of the door, he found a delicate figure walking back and forth in the yard. This figure is none other than Lin Yan. Lin Xuan looked at Lin Yan with some confusion. He didn't have much interaction with Lin Yan, and he didn't understand why Lin Yan came to the door in person. Cousin Lin Xuan. Before Lin Xuan could figure it out, Lin Yan, who had been waiting, looked towards Lin Xuan after being reminded by his master. A hint of joy appeared on his face, and then he strode over to the mysterious path. Cousin Lin Xuan, you finally woke up. This matter is important. Let's go into the room and talk. Lin Xuan was a little confused, but out of politeness, he closed the door as Lin Yan asked. Cousin Lin Yan, what are you doing? Lin Xuan's first thought was that Lin Yan came to him to borrow money, but then he thought about it and realized that he was not very close to Lin Yan, and with Lin Yan's character, this would not be the case. As the young patriarch of the Lin family, even if he was ridiculed as a loser by his clan members, he did not rely on the power of the young patriarch to take revenge. Such a person can be considered a person who abides by the rules. To a certain extent, Lin Xuan and Lin Yan are actually the same type of people. Lin Yan chuckled, Cousin Lin Xuan, does he remember the jade from that day? After Lin Xuan thought for a while, he nodded. Cousin Lin Xuan, do you know what is in that jade? Lin Yan said excitedly. He suddenly had a bad taste and really wanted to see his cold cousin Lin Xuan show an expression of surprise and even disbelief. It's interesting to think about it. Lin Xuan didn't know Lin Yan's inner thoughts. He shook his head, I don't know. Lin Yan was even more excited when he saw this scene. He could even predict the various shocking scenes that his cousin Lin Xuan would encounter later. Hey, cousin Lin Xuan, there is a top-level secret technique in that mysterious jade. Lin Yan stared closely at Lin Xuan's cold face, trying to see Lin Xuan's ungrateful expression, and then he took out the top-level skills and threw them directly to his cousin. Jijija, this is perfect. Just thinking about it, Lin Yan felt extremely satisfied in his heart. However, the result was that Lin Yan was disappointed. Lin Xuan just smiled slightly, my cousin has good luck. With the top-level skills, my cousin's cultivation has also improved by leaps and bounds. I have another genius in the Lin family. Congratulations cousin. Lin Xuan took a look at Lin Yan's cultivation. He could reach the 4th level of body tempering and cross the 2nd level in 3 days. His progress was almost comparable to his. Worthy of praise. Seeing Lin Xuan's sincere look that didn't care at all, it was Lin Yan's turn to have a look of astonishment on his face. He fell into deep self-doubt and asked again in disbelief, Cousin Lin Xuan, what is this? Aren't you tempted by the top-level skills? The best earth-level skills are not the best yellow-level skills. If the best earth-level skills appeared, Lin Yan had no doubt that 99% of the people in Tian City would kill each other for the top-level skills. Even the closest people would commit such a murderous act. He believed in his cousin's character, so he took the risk to get a top-level skill from his teacher, which was also a secret soul skill. I originally thought I could see another side of Lin Xuan, but now I find that I made a mistake. Thanks for the invitation, what should I do if I fail to pretend? Wait online urgently. Lin Xuan and Lin Yan stared at each other, and the situation became awkward for a while. Am I acting too plainly? Lin Xuan secretly said in his heart, and then he opened his mouth wide with an expression of disbelief. What, cousin Lin Yan, you actually obtained the top-level skills of the Earth level. The strongest skills of the Great Yan royal family are only the middle-level skills of the Earth level. Cousin Lin Yan, you will definitely become a famous figure in Xuantian Continent in the future. Uncle Lin Xuan will be very pleased if he knows about it. Lin Yan looked at his cousin, who was acting extremely exaggeratedly, and his face twitched slightly, but he couldn't help complaining in his heart, "Cousin Lin Xuan, you can give me a negative full mark for this performance." Lin Yan felt like a failure. He took out a jade slip from his arms and handed it to Lin Xuan. "The jade slip is very new, I just bought it yesterday." "Cousin Lin Xuan, this is the technique recorded in the jade stone. It is a secret technique for the soul. If it hadn't been for your action that day, Cousin Lin Xuan, maybe this secret technique wouldn't have fallen into my hands. But jade is only one-time use, I can only copy the secret method. This jade slip is given to you, Cousin Lin Xuan, but I hope Cousin Lin Xuan will keep this matter a secret. If the news about the top-level skills of the Earth level gets out, my Lin family can't bear it now. Please also ask Cousin Lin Xuan not to refuse." Lin Xuan glanced at Lin Yan, and after hesitating for a moment, he took the jade slip. He really lacks this kind of soul secret method the most right now. The forest soul secret method that Lin Yan brought out at this moment is no less than a help in times of need. Chapter 13. Lin Xuan looked at Lin Yan and said seriously, "My cousin, if you have any problems in the future, just come to me. If I can solve it, I will definitely help you with all my strength." Lin Yan watched Lin Xuan take the jade slip and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xuan's last words made him smile a little. This cousin is worth getting to know deeply. "Then cousin, I have other things to do, so I won't disturb my cousin." Lin Yan cupped his hands towards Lin Xuan. He still needs to continue to indulge in the pleasure of cultivation, but his cheap teacher promised him to teach him alchemy as long as he reaches the Qi condensation realm. Alchemy. He must become a glorious alchemist in front of cousin Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan looked at Lin Yan's retreating figure, then looked at the jade slip in his hand, and smiled faintly. The secrets in the soul are not hidden in jade. His cousin's lies were too easy to expose. According to Lin Xuan's judgment, the jade stone contained only one martial skill, a martial skill above the Xuan level, but it could not reach the top level of the Earth level. Did the old man behind the scenes take action? Lin Xuan's eyes flickered. This secret method could only be produced by the old man behind Lin Yan. It is a top-level soul secret method. It seems that his identity should be an alchemist. Only alchemists can use this secret method to nourish the soul. At this moment, Lin Xuan also determined that he was the template of his cousin, the template of the grandfather. On the way back, Lin Yan was in a very depressed mood. At this moment, an old voice sounded in his mind, and said with emotion, "I never thought that I would be wrong one day. Xiao Yanzi, what you did today is very correct. Your cousin Lin Xuan is not an easy person, and his future achievements will not be too low." Lin Yan was startled. He paused slightly in his walking steps and said with some curiosity, "Teacher, what did you discover again?" The old voice clicked his tongue twice and said with emotion, "I didn't expect that a spirit body would appear in your Lin family, and it was a top spirit body. Didn't my teacher say that Lin Xuan will definitely become a top figure in the Dian dynasty and have a certain chance of reaching the Soul Palace realm in the future?" Lin Yan nodded. The Soul Palace realm was already a legend of the Dian dynasty, but in the entire Xuantian Continent, the Soul Palace realm was nothing. There were other realms such as canonization, immortality, etc. It is not even a dream to become a saint or an immortal in the future. "Teacher, what is a spirit body?" Lin Yan was still a little confused and said that he seemed to have heard someone say it, but to him, this thing was no different from a legend. Now that there is such a Baidu encyclopedia, he must seize the opportunity to learn about the outside world. Spirit bodies are a special kind of body that God loves. Their cultivation speed is faster than others, and their cultivation quality is higher than those in the same realm. Their cultivation techniques and martial arts are far superior to ordinary people, and it is much easier to break through the realm than ordinary people. In a dynasty like yours, a spiritual genius may not appear for thousands of years. The old voice helped Lin Yan popularize science, and he did not forget to be arrogant at the end. Lin Yan was not surprised by this and selectively ignored it. I just felt a special energy fluctuation in your cousin's yard, so I concluded that he has a special spirit body. This young man actually knows how to hide his clumsiness. If he doesn't fall in the future, he will definitely be able to enter the Soul Palace realm. Take a look at the outside world. In less than 100 years, your Lin family will definitely decide the entire Yan dynasty. If he is lucky enough to join the sect in the future, he may be able to go one step further. However, it is impossible to become a saint or an immortal. However, he can also become a person who can control the life and death of the Yan dynasty at a snap of his finger. The old voice spoke slowly, and Lin Yan's heart surged. If the Lin family became the largest family in the Yan dynasty, wouldn't he be the young patriarch of the largest family in the Yan dynasty? GGG, this is much easier than practicing low-grade Huang-level magic skills to become a strong person. So Xiao Yanzi, what you did today is very good. Build a good relationship with your cousin. Maybe he can help you at critical times in the future. The old voice sounded again, and it was obvious that his view of Lin Xuan had changed slightly, from the original contempt to a slightly higher opinion. This glance was for Lin Xuan's temperament that knew how to hide his clumsiness. As a person who once stood at the pinnacle of this world, what kind of spiritual body, king body, and special bloodline has he not seen before? He has even seen many of those supreme monsters with holy bodies and divine bodies. Although Lin Xuan has a special spiritual body, which may be rare to see in this remote place for thousands of years, but this spiritual body is not worth mentioning in the entire Xuantian Continent. Do you want to have a good relationship? Lin Yan nodded. This was his cousin, who had a blood relationship with him. The most important thing was that in the 5 years since his cultivation disappeared, his cousin did not laugh at him with the group of family members. These are enough for him to remember. Teacher, I remember. After watching Lin Yan leave the courtyard, Lin Xuan also left the Lin family and came to the largest auction house in Tian City, Wanbao Auction House. The Wanbao Auction House belongs to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, and the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in the Yan dynasty. Its founder is a top powerhouse, King Wanbao. Even the Yan royal family has to show courtesy to him. He is the founder of the Yan dynasty. The richest force. This is also Lin Xuan's destination this time. After walking out of Lin's house, Lin Xuan found a corner and changed into a white cloak, completely covering up his appearance and figure. He doesn't want to reveal his true identity yet. The involvement of third-grade elixirs is too great, let alone a third-grade alchemist who only reached it at the age of 16. If it is really exposed, I am afraid it will be more disaster than blessing. He is only invincible in Tian City, not in the Yan dynasty, let alone there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the sky. After briefly arming himself, Lin Xuan came to the entrance of the auction. Ignoring the strange looks from the people around him, he walked directly towards the appraisal room of the auction house. Every item sent for auction needs to be appraised by the appraisers of Wanbao Auction House before it will be revealed. After all, the auction industry is all about credibility, and often a fake and shoddy product is enough to give a huge power that has been in business for hundreds of years the credibility collapse, disintegrate once. Pushing open the door to the appraisal room, there was a middle-aged man sitting inside. He saw Lin Xuan pushing in and frowning slightly. I'm here to auction items. Lin Xuan said calmly. There was no emotion in his voice, but it made the middle-aged man's face change. He immediately said to please, I wonder what items you want to send for photography. Lin Xuan used a trace of his true energy when he spoke just now. The middle-aged man knew exactly what this meant. This mysterious man in white robe is a master. Chapter 14. Elixir, Lin Xuan said in a dull voice. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression became solemn, and he said respectfully, I wonder what level of elixir you want to send me. Lin Xuan shook his head, you are not qualified enough, let me let you, the highest-ranking alchemist in the auction house, do it. The middle-aged man was not sullen, but instead became more respectful. The mysterious person in front of me is so popular. He is either a fool or he has his own confidence. Would a strong man who could cultivate to a high level of true essence or above be a fool? Sir, please wait a moment. I will invite the resident alchemist from our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce to come over now. As for the fool who utters arrogant words, he still has his own confidence. The middle-aged man still thinks it is better to let his boss do it. With a monthly salary of 300 low-grade yuanqi, he just wants to eat and die. What kind of fate is he playing? Lin Xuan nodded indifferently. Shortly after the middle-aged man walked out of the room, an old man with a slightly fat body and a rosy face walked into the room ahead of the middle-aged man. There was a silver badge hanging on the old man's chest. The badge was engraved with 2 bright stars, shining with silver brilliance. It looked like it was made of very rare materials. Sir, this is the chief alchemy appraiser of our Wanbao auction, Murong Meng, a distinguished second-grade alchemist. The middle-aged man introduced him respectfully. The old man puffed up his chest at this moment, with an arrogant look on his face. As the only second-grade alchemist in Tian City, this identity is the one he is most proud of. Lin Xuan looked at the old man. He was worthy of being an alchemist. As one of the richest professions, he could reach the 6th level of true energy with the help of elixirs. This was already comparable to his grandfather, the elder of the Lin family. The clothes on his body are still flowing with silver waves. It is obvious that this is a valuable treasure and it also has certain defensive functions. After the elixir auction is over, we must prepare a treasured clothing and defensive weapons for both Yanran and Grandpa. Lin Xuan thought to himself. Lin Xuan adjusted his mood and said calmly, this is the pill that needs to be sent. The next moment, a jade vase made of ceramics appeared in his hand. The old man took the jade vase casually. If he said that he was the second in alchemy in Tian City, no one could be called the first. It seems that this is at most a first-grade elixir, not worth mentioning. After quickly unplugging the mouth of the jade bottle, his expression suddenly changed, his arrogant expression disappeared in an instant, and even his head lowered slightly. The whole house exudes a pleasant medicinal fragrance. Third-grade elixir, this is actually a third-grade elixir, and it is a third-grade elixir with a red charm. Murong Meng's face was full of disbelief at this moment. It's okay to have a third-grade elixir. Tian City has auctioned some in recent years, but this is a third-grade elixir that has elixir charm and is of high quality. Let's put it this way, if he can refine a second-grade elixir with elixirs, he will definitely keep it at home as a family heirloom, invite everyone he knows to come over, hold a celebration banquet, and publicize it. Because this is really rare. If you want to form an elixir, you need to have absolute control over the temperature of the elixir. Even if there is a slight deviation, the elixir will be directly scrapped. Therefore, most alchemists will choose to refine ordinary elixirs instead of pursuing elixirs. He had met an alchemist in the capital before who was lucky enough to refine Dan Yun. He was a third-grade alchemist who made headlines in the entire capital that day. In the end, he was killed by a wandering 5th-grade alchemist. He accepted him as his disciple. But Lin Xuan didn't know this. He had paid little attention to alchemists before, and he didn't know what level Dan Yun existed. Fortunately, Lin Xuan did not take out several first-grade elixirs that he had refined. That was the elixir that Lin Xuan practiced. Except for the first time when he just refined the elixir with elixir charm, all the subsequent elixirs have reached the perfect grade without exception. This time, the third-grade elixir was missing the last trace because Lin Xuan's final soul power was insufficient. Of course, Master Murongmeng would not know this. If he knew that the mysterious man in front of him was just a 16-year-old boy, he would probably be frightened to death. This is so shocking. Lin Xuan glanced at the old man who was extremely excited. He was a little confused, but he still nodded and said, "It is the third-grade elixir Zhen Yuan Dan. It is a top-grade elixir. There is an 80% chance of making it true. Yuanjing warriors have broken through to a small level, and a person can take 2 pills in his life. Sir, are you sure you want to send me this true essence pill?" Murongmeng's hands were trembling. He seemed a little unsure, but he still asked carefully. Lin Xuan glanced at the old man strangely. What was he doing here if he didn't send some pills? Show off? What Lin Xuan didn't know was that Murongmeng really thought this way in his heart. He still didn't believe that someone would sell a third-grade elixir with alchemy. In his heart, he was a third-grade alchemist who wanted to show off his war product. Send the photo. It wasn't until Lin Xuan's affirmative voice sounded again that Murongmeng finally realized that the mysterious man in front of him was not joking. Murongmeng gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, sir, but the third-grade elixir needs to be publicized in order to generate the greatest benefit, especially for such a precious item like my lord. How many days will it take?" Lin Xuan asked. He still needed to buy medicinal materials to continue refining the elixir. Now his savings were running low. Without the Yuan stone, he could only be regarded as a Taoist man again. 7 days, only 7 days. Murongmeng said quickly. Normally, it would take at least a month for an item of this level to be publicized and fermented, but the old man couldn't care so much at the moment. He felt that the mysterious man in front of him should be a little short of Yuan stone. He must win a big deal. If a third-grade elixir that forms an elixir is auctioned in the area he is in charge of, it will completely establish the reputation of Tian Wanbao auction. This is an opportunity for him to take a step further and step into the core level of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. No matter what, the old man will not let it go. So no matter how much publicity he spends, no matter how much he loses, he will win this business. Lin Xuan nodded when he heard this. 7 days is only 1 week, which is acceptable. Then I'll ask you to help me send these 2 pills and take pictures. An identical jade bottle appeared in Lin Xuan's hand again, and he handed it to the old man who was dumbfounded with his eyes wide open. This. Murongmeng tremblingly took the jade bottle handed over by Lin Xuan and opened it with a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, reality hit him hard again. There is still a true essence pill with Danyun. Chapter 15. Murongmeng's old face was extremely troubled. It was hard to imagine that such an alchemy master, who was one of the few in Tian City, would show such an expression. Murongmeng's old face turned red and he hesitated. "Senior, I don't know if you can directly sell me a true essence pill from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce." As if he was afraid that Lin Xuan would misunderstand, Murongmeng quickly added, "Senior, if you auction 2 true Yuan pills at one go, the price may be greatly reduced. Auctions always value rare things. Senior, don't worry, the price I gave will definitely satisfy you." Lin Xuan was slightly startled when he heard this. He just wanted to make money. He really didn't care about this. The price of the materials for the 5 true Yuan pills together only cost him 30,000 low-grade Yuan stones. "What price can you offer?" Lin Xuan whispered. "The price of a true Yuan pill at auctions is around 100,000 low-grade Yuan stones. I guess the quality of my true Yuan pill is much better than those on the market, so the price should be a little higher." Upon hearing this, Murongmeng hurriedly reported the price, 300,000 yuan for a low-grade Yuan stone. "Sir, can you take a look?" Lin Xuan was slightly silent. The price of 300,000 yuan hit his heart directly, making his body tremble slightly. The combined income of everyone in the Lin family in a year was only about 100,000 low-grade Yuan stones. 300,000 low-grade Yuan stones. Murongmeng stared at the mysterious man in front of him and fell into silence. His body trembled slightly, and he suddenly broke out in cold sweat. He couldn't help but cursed secretly, "Murongmeng, you idiot, wouldn't it be insulting for such an alchemy master to throw money at him? An alchemy master of this level. A third-grade elixir with elixir charm is enough to be used as a family heirloom. Such an elixir is the highest honor for any alchemist." Murongmeng quickly made amends and said, "Sir, I just made a mistake in saying that I had 500,000 low-grade Yuan stones. I am willing to pay 500,000 low-grade Yuan stones to buy the true Yuan pill in your hands." After saying that, Murongmeng looked at the mysterious man in front of him anxiously. 500,000 low-grade Yuan stones was the limit of what he could produce. Although the alchemist was rich, his expenses were also very high. 500,000 low-grade Yuan stones, 500,000. The delicate little face hidden behind the white mask showed a shocked look at this moment. He had never seen so many Yuan stones before. His grandfather's life savings as the eldest elder of the Lin family only amounted to about 100,000 low-grade Yuan stones. Alchemist is indeed one of the richest professions. "Calm down." Lin Xuan tried his best to regain his composure, and said in a nonchalant manner, "Okay, then I'll give you 500,000 yuan for a low-grade Yuan stone, and I'll ask your bank to auction the other pill for you." Murongmeng was so overjoyed that he did not hesitate to ask the middle-aged man next to him to take out 500,000 low-grade Yuan stones. After a while, the middle-aged man held an exquisite Na ring and placed it on Lin Xuan's chest. He said respectfully in front of him, "Your Excellency, 500,000 low-grade Yuan stones are here. Please take a look at them." Lin Xuan took the Na ring in his hand and scanned it roughly. 5 neat rows of Yuan stones were stored in the Na ring, which was about 500,000 low-grade Yuan stones. Lin Xuan suppressed the excitement in his heart, nodded slightly, and then planned to leave, but just when he was about to leave, Murongmeng suddenly spoke again. "Sir, this is a special VIP card issued by our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. From now on, you will receive a 10% discount on goods purchased at places under our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. And if you send items for auction, you will only be charged 1/10 of the original handling fee. Please accept it, sir." Lin Xuan looked at the respectful old man, accepted the VIP card calmly, and then left Wanbao auction house under the watchful eyes of the two of them. "Sir, don't our VIP cards need to record the user's information first, and then verify their identity before issuing them?" the middle-aged man asked in a low voice with some confusion. "Not everyone is qualified to own the VIP card of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Every VIP card needs to go through complicated procedures. In the entire Tian city, only the city lord is qualified to hold it. There is a VIP card, and this was obtained by the city lord of Tian city at a great cost. Xiao Chen, the rules are set by people. In this world, only those who use the rules will go further. You have been an appraiser for more than 20 years, and you are still in this position. It is not that you lack ability, but that your thinking has limited you." Murongmeng shook his head, glanced at the middle-aged man and spoke in a calm tone. "An alchemist who can refine elixirs, whether he refined it himself or not, is worthy of their Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's unremitting efforts to win over. Even if they cannot win over, they will not choose to offend. It's just a VIP card quota. You just have to go to the lady to apply for one. Although it's a bit of a violation of the rules, this move is a great contribution to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce." Walking to a remote corner, Lin Xuan took off the white cloak and mask on his body. 50,000 low-grade Yuan stones, this is 500,000 low-grade Yuan stones. The alchemist is indeed rich. An excited look appeared on Lin Xuan's face, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is the first time that he has made money on his own. This way, he has earned most of the wealth accumulated by the Lin family over the past century. This is really great. Lin Xuan was not even under 40 years old in his 2 lifetimes, and he was not like this in both lifetimes combined. Be rich. Just imagine, you have just turned 16 and have tens of millions of dollars in your hands. I am afraid that the only trouble in such a life is losing the joy of poverty. Unfortunately, the elixir that forms the elixir seems to be a bit rare. Recalling the salivating look on the second-grade alchemist's face, Lin Xuan murmured in his heart that he originally wanted to sell more pills. He still had dozens of first-grade pills here, but unfortunately they were all with good elixirs. The elixir, and the others are all perfect-level elixirs. If these elixirs were taken out, they would definitely cause a huge sensation. Whether it was a disaster or a blessing, no one could tell. Lin Xuan would not leave these to the vague fate. It seems that you need to be more careful next time you sell elixirs. It is better to refine some ordinary quality elixirs before selling them. This way it will not be too eye-catching. Then Lin Xuan's little face showed some distress and entanglement, but, how can we refine ordinary quality elixirs? The first time he made an elixir, it was a top-grade elixir. The second time, it was a perfect-grade elixir. After that, he still had insufficient souls, so it was only a top-grade elixir. The 9-turn alchemy technique recorded only ways to purify the elixir, and there was no way to reduce the quality of the elixir. These days, the alchemist encounters such a dilemma. He is still the #1 person in Xuantian Continent. If Lin Xuan's idea spreads, I am afraid that many alchemy geniuses will be angry to death. We are all working hard to improve the quality of elixirs, but you are thinking about how to refine ordinary elixirs, right? Are you still not letting people play? Chapter 16. Lin Xuan spent the next few days in seclusion, immersed in comprehending the soul-nourishing techniques given by Lin Yan. I have to say that the soul-nourishing technique given by Lin Yan is indeed very useful. Even without the assistance of rare medicinal materials, Lin Xuan feels that his soul power has increased by about 1/10 these days, which makes him the response speed is sharper. Wisps of vitality entered Lin Xuan's body along his tendons, giving him a hint of coolness. After a moment, Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes. There was a faint silver flame in his eyes, revealing a suffocating chill. However, after Lin Xuan opened his eyes, it was quickly destroyed. Hey, it will take at least a month to break through to the 8th level of the True Yuan realm. The cultivation of the True Yuan realm is indeed much more difficult. Lin Xuan took a deep breath, felt the energy in his body, and made a rough judgment in his mind. It was indeed becoming more and more difficult to practice. He had basically consumed all the elixirs he had refined in the past few days, and then he reached the level. To this extent, without the aid of elixirs, the speed of cultivation can be imagined. It's no wonder that his grandfather was stuck in the 6th level of the True Yuan realm for 10 years and couldn't make any progress. The pillars of the major powerful families in Tian City were only at the 6th or 7th level of the True Yuan realm. This is so difficult. If Lin Xuan didn't have a spiritual body, didn't have the top cultivation qualifications in the Dian dynasty, and didn't learn how to make alchemy, it might have taken about 5 years to break through to the 7th level of the true essence. Today happens to be the day when the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce auction is held, so let's go and have a look. See if you can collect precious medicinal materials by the way. Lin Xuan looked at the date on the mark. Now that his elixirs were almost consumed, it was time to buy another batch. Without the assistance of elixirs, Lin Xuan was a little annoyed by the snail-like cultivation speed. However, if other people in the Lin family knew Lin Xuan's thoughts, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood and scold him for being ungrateful. Even if Lin Xuan didn't have the aid of elixirs, he could still break through to the 8th level of true energy within 3 months. This speed of cultivation was enough to make the elders of the Lin family go crazy with jealousy. They might not be able to break through a small realm in 10 years, even if they had some enlightenment. There is also the risk of failure in breakthrough, but Lin Xuan's cultivation is as simple as drinking water and eating. There is no bottleneck at all, and he actually dislikes the slowness of cultivation. It's really irritating to see people compare to each other. Lin Xuan simply packed up his belongings and walked towards Wanbao auction. Not long after Lin Xuan left, a beautiful figure came to the door of the yard with joy, but when she walked into the house, it was already empty. Humph, brother Lin Xuan is actually avoiding Yanner. The girl couldn't help but stamp her feet, and her delicate nose couldn't help sniffing. The cyan dress was undulating, outlining the alluring curves, revealing the girl's perfect figure. It's just the shyness and anger on the girl's little face that adds a bit of charm to the scenery. Lin Xuan may not have thought that as soon as he left, Lin Yan would come to the door, creating a wonderful misunderstanding. Humph, brother Lin Xuan, Yanner has decided to ignore you for a day. But, isn't one day too long? Then just half a day. Lin Yan, you must be ambitious and not indulge in male lust. Half a day is a long time, so let's take an hour. The girl looked at the empty yard, found a corner and sat down quietly, her beautiful eyes looking into the distance outside the door, lost in thought. Lin Xuan soon came to a deserted alley. He once again put on the mysterious cloak and mask, and then went directly to Wanbao auction house. At the entrance of Wanbao auction house, there were several burly guards. When they saw the VIP card that Lin Xuan took out, their originally solemn expressions suddenly turned into respectful ones, and their originally straight bodies became slightly stooped inadvertently. After a while, a maid with a pretty face walked out of the auction house and came to Lin Xuan respectfully. Not far away, there was also a figure in black robe. Xiao Yanzi, look quickly, is that white-robed figure your cousin Lin Xuan? An old exclamation sounded in the mind of the figure in black robe, and the figure under the black robe also turned his head and looked in the direction of the auction house. Teacher, can you please stop making such a fuss? That person is holding a limited-level VIP card from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. It is very rare. Only the city lord in the entire Tian city is qualified to hold this kind of card. I heard from the gossip that the city lord of Tian City also spent several years and countless resources to obtain the VIP card of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. This is a symbol of status and wealth. Under the black robe, Lin Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Even though he admired his cousin Lin Xuan very much, he also believed that his cousin Lin Xuan had a bright future and could definitely get any VIP card. But, this thing is a symbol of the status and wealth of the Dian dynasty. The application process for each VIP card is extremely cumbersome. No matter how awesome my cousin Lin Xuan is, he can't hide it from so many people and get it secretly. VIP card, not to mention that he has never heard of a second person in Tian City who has a VIP card. Maybe I'm thinking too much about my teacher. The voice in Lin Yan's mind sighed a little, and he also felt a little suspicious. Maybe it was the young man who made him miss the first time that left an indelible impression in his heart, and he became a little sensitive now. Teacher, don't think too much. I heard from my father this time that a rare item appeared in this auction, which caused quite a storm. Even the legitimate son of a prince came to participate in this auction. Auctions. Perhaps this person is the one who came here because of his fame. Lin Yan smiled faintly, with some expectation in his eyes. It was a boy's nature to join in the fun, not to mention that there were so many big shots here this time. The second-grade elixir he sent for auction would surely sell for a very high price. But, why do I always feel that the figure on the back looks familiar after the teacher said this? Forget it, I must be overthinking it. My eyes are a bit blurry due to practicing recently and I have hallucinations. Lin Yan shook his head. How could that broad figure be the same as his cousin's thin figure? There were so many people wearing white clothes in the world. As for the man in white robe who did not show his face like him, this may be because he has a special hobby. After all, the world is full of wonders. Those people with noble status in the storybook don't want to be known by their true identities, and don't they all hide their identities like this? Lin Yan tried hard to convince himself, and then walked into the auction house. Chapter 17. Sir, Please come this way, the graceful and charming maid from Wanbao auction house said coquettishly. Lin Xuan followed the maid to a gorgeous box. The box was covered with fine white jade and filled with various precious items. It was dazzling and extremely luxurious. Lin Xuan looked down from the window. The lights were bright, and there were floors one after another. There were 3 floors in total. There were crowds of people. In the middle of the auction room was a circular place. I think this should be the auction center. But the auction hasn't started yet. Sir, I wonder if you need service. The pretty maid on the side suddenly said, her face was slightly red, and her eyes were staring straight at Lin Xuan. What service? Lin Xuan asked curiously. The charming maid suddenly and slowly approached Lin Xuan. The large cheongsam she wore suddenly fell down, revealing her fragrant shoulders as white as jade. Her face was flushed, full of charm, and her eyes were shining with excitement. For maids like them, being able to climb up to a big man like Lin Xuan who has a VIP card can turn a sparrow into a phoenix. Even if it is only once, they can get great benefits, at least they can get rid of the fate of being a commodity. Stop! Lin Xuan's expression under the mask changed instantly. Ahem, you don't need this, you can go down. Although Lin Xuan was ignorant, he was not an idiot in this regard. He was just curious and didn't expect that this was actually real. This really shocked Lin Xuan. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, although the woman was a little disappointed, she quickly rearranged her clothes, with a smile on her face, and bowed Ying, then Mayor, I wish you can find something you like. Lin Xuan nodded. After the maid who called herself Meyer left the box, he breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from under the mask, feeling like he was surviving a disaster. It seems that we can't be so curious next time. This is really a fatal experience. Lin Xuan secretly made up his mind that it would be better for him to talk less in the future, and he would never talk nonsense if he could do it. Meyer left the box with an inexplicable look on her face. Why do I feel like this adult is a little panicked? Is this an illusion? Maybe it's my misunderstanding that I can't get a woman like this big shot wants. Meyer shook her head and stopped thinking about it. Such a big shot and she were from 2 different worlds after all, and we couldn't speculate at will. Time passed quickly, and just when all the distinguished guests had arrived, the originally bright lights flashed together, making it look a little dark, and 2 figures walked out of the center of the auction room. Although one was middle-aged, his face was wild, with a strong figure, and an unspeakable charm. The other person is a graceful woman wearing precious clothes, with a small cherry mouth and a standard oval face. Under the dim light, she looks a little red and seductive. Extremely human. There is a reason why Wanbao auction house has grown so big. Lin Xuan looked at the man and woman on the stage and thought to himself that the feelings of both men and women were taken care of now. Just because of this, Wanbao auction house could have killed most of its peers. Dear distinguished guests, welcome to Wanbao auction house. Next, the auction will be hosted by Yairao and Longhu. The graceful woman on the stage said delicately, her tone full of charm and her delicate red lips. It blooms with an attractive luster, as if it is telling something. Although the woman's face is not as good as that of a peerless beauty like Lin Yan, she is still a rare beauty, especially her special charming temperament, which can easily arouse the primitive desires in a man's heart. Lin Xuan shook his head and stopped paying attention. The auction started soon. The first item was a yellow-level high-grade skill, which was eventually bought by a demon hunting group. However, it cost 50,000 low-grade yuan stones. It was obvious that the leader of the demon hunting group was a little over the top. The items that cost 40,000 lower-grade yuan stones abruptly spent 10,000 lower-grade yuan stones, just to express themselves. Lin Xuan sighed secretly. As expected, dog licking is everywhere, but this kind of dog licking is just a big deal, and there is nothing left in the end. The second item was a yellow-level swordsmanship, but Lin Xuan was still not interested. However, the third item made Lin Xuan take a second look. It was a second-grade elixir that could help warriors in the body-tempering realm enter the qi condensation realm. But what caught Lin Xuan's attention was that elixir. The refining method is very rare, as if it is deliberately controlled by someone. This elixir can obviously form an elixir at the lowest level, but in the end it is just an ordinary elixir. This made Lin Xuan's eyes look a little strange. He knew that this thing was most likely made by Lin Yan, or that it was made by the old man behind Lin Yan. The last elixir was bought by the Lord of Tian City for 70,000 low-grade yuan stones. The price must be on the high side. If no one else interfered with it, maybe 50,000 to 60,000 low-grade yuan stones could be obtained. It's a pity. There was a distinguished guest who seemed to have a grudge against the city lord of Tian City, and the final price was raised to 70,000 low-grade yuan stone. The fourth item made Lin Xuan pay attention. The tough guy on the auction stage is holding a blue dress. The color is bright, just like the blue sky, and it looks quite light. The breeze blows, and the blue skirt is as cold dew, causing deep and shallow ripples in the wind. Even the enchanting person who was hosting the auction on the auction stage couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded in her eyes, but she quickly adjusted her mood and said with a smile, "This is the fourth item in this auction, Guangzhou Lu Fairy Skirt. This was made by a second-grade weapon refiner. He spent his whole life working hard to create it for the one he loves. That second-grade weapon refiner spent his entire life without waiting for the woman he loved. Such a piece of clothing, both in terms of appearance and material, is much rarer than most third-grade treasure clothes. It is truly a rare item in a woman's heart. If someone can give me such a dress, maybe the little girl will be moved beyond measure. No woman can be worthy of such a romantic dress." There was some longing in her enchanting eyes. This was the true thought in her heart. Such a fluttering dress would have full lethality for any woman. The fairy dress with wide sleeves has a starting price of 10,000 low-grade yuan stones. Please bid. As soon as the enchanting voice finished, the entire auction house suddenly began to boil. Indeed, as enchanting said, the lethality of such a piece of clothing to women is almost at full level, at least those young ladies and noble ladies from famous families are crazy about it. Chapter 18. 11,000 low-grade yuan stones. 11,000 low-grade yuan stones. 13,000 low-grade yuan stones. 15,000 low-grade yuan stones. The price in the auction continued to rise, and even some big names kept coming out of the auction. Soon it reached 70,000 low-grade yuan stones. This scene made Lin Yan smack his lips. "Teacher, why can such a second-grade treasured garment sell for such a high price?" Lin Yan said that he didn't understand why a piece of clothing was so valuable. "It just looks a little better. When it comes to defensive functions, it is not even as good as a first-grade defensive weapon. It is flashy, but the price is much more expensive than a second-grade defensive weapon. Xiao Yanzi, you have to remember that in this world, only women and children can always make the most money." The old voice in Lin Yan's mind warned meaningfully, only these two types of people can bring items that are not of this value to another level. Although Lin Yan was a little confused, he still nodded. 100,000 low-grade yuan stones. An indifferent voice came from the VIP room. It was not loud, but it seemed very powerful, overwhelming many competitors at once. "Who is this strong man? He can buy some better third-grade treasure clothes with 100,000 low-grade yuan stones. It's the master of the VIP room. The thoughts of such a big shot are not something you and I can guess. I thought 70,000 was the limit, but I didn't expect there would be someone more brave. It's just a fool who has too much money. Who in the right mind would spend so much money on a piece of clothing? Haha, I don't allow you to insult my Prince Charming. How can you, a poor person, want to touch my Prince Charming because you have no ability? You don't even know whether he is a boy or a girl, old or young, ugly or handsome. How did he become your Prince Charming? No, you don't understand. In fact, none of this is important to me. What's important is that I will always be here waiting for him. Lin Xuan's price of 100,000 low-grade yuan stones completely made a group of competitors below give up, but they were just a little regretful. The clothes were good-looking, but unfortunately it was only a second-grade piece of clothing. If they really let them auction it back, you will regret it within a few days. The guests in VIP room number 5 bid 100,000 low-grade yuan stones, but is anyone still raising the price? Looking at the auction house, there is a satisfied smile on the enchanting face, and the beautiful red lips open and close. Unfortunately, this time everyone has regained their senses. Congratulations to the guests in VIP room No. 5. He smiled charmingly and secretly glanced at Lin Xuan, making all the men in the auction venue look excited. The beauty is a very good beauty. At this moment, in VIP room number 1, a young man in purple brocade looked at the charming figure on the auction stage with a lustful look on his face. Such a beauty could not be found even in the royal capital. Not to be seen often. If the young prince wants it, I can ask the person in charge of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce in Tian City to give this girl to the young prince. Next to the young man in brocade stood an old man with a white beard holding a cane, his eyes narrowed, and he looked at him. There is a colorful little snake coiled on the shoulder, revealing the snake letter. The young man felt a little strange, but quickly shook his head. Forget it, this is the territory of the third lady of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. I don't dare to touch her people casually. Didn't my junior brother say that there is a stunning woman in a small family in Tian City? The young man licked his lips, his face turned a little rosy, and he smiled sickly. I hope my little junior brother will not disappoint me. The white-bearded old man also had a smile on his face when he saw this scene, and he quickly said flatteringly, "Young man is willing to do your best for the prince." In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh for the woman he had never met before. The fate of the women who were attracted by this sick little prince in front of him was without exception very miserable. However, the only thing to blame is that I have no strength, but I have a good face. VIP room number 5. This is the item you bid for, my lord, the fairy skirt with wide sleeves. Meyer respectfully handed the fairy skirt with wide sleeves to Lin Xuan, her eyes revealed unconcealable desire. She couldn't imagine what kind of woman could be loved by such an adult. Lin Xuan smoothly took the fairy skirt with wide sleeves, handed a storage ring to Meyer and said nothing more. There is no more or less in the storage ring, just 100,000 low-grade yuan stones. Meyer took the storage ring respectfully. She looked at the mysterious man wearing a white cloak and a mask from the corner of her eye. She mustered up the courage to ask, Did you take this photo of this dress for your wife? If it were another VIP, Meyer would definitely not speak so boldly, but she always felt that although the mysterious man in front of her didn't talk much, he was much closer than those big shots who were always smiling, and he was not intimidated because of her identity. Somewhat slighted. Although Meyer is only 20 years old, she has been working in this auction house for 6 years. In the past 6 years, she has come into contact with many important people. This is the first time she has seen such a special guest. Wife. A beautiful figure appeared in Lin Xuan's mind. The face under the mask smiled slightly and nodded, yes. Wife, forget it. Meyer had some envy in her eyes. She saw that when the adult mentioned his wife, his calm eyes were slightly curved, like millions of stars twinkling. Then I wish you and your wife a long and lasting life. Meyer bowed slightly and blessed her heartily. Okay. A storage ring appeared in Lin Xuan's hand again and he handed it to Meyer. Sir, what are you doing? Meyer asked doubtfully. Here you go, Lin Xuan said seriously. Give it to me. Meyer was stunned for a moment. Yeah, Lin Xuan nodded. Meyer took the storage ring and found that there were 1,000 low-grade yuan stones in the storage ring. This storage ring was not ordinary. She felt that she was a little dreamy at the moment and said repeatedly, Thank you, sir. Lin Xuan waved his hand, Meyer signaled, bit his lip, and then exited the box with a complicated expression. Wife. Lin Xuan looked into the distance, and his heartbeat accelerated slightly at this moment. The auction is still going on at this moment. The fifth item was a weapon, but unfortunately it was not a sword. Lin Xuan had no interest in it. The sixth item was a rare medicinal material, the fourth-grade spiritual fruit Zhu Yuan Guo, which is the main medicinal material for many fourth-grade elixirs. It can be taken directly to increase cultivation. It was finally bought by Lin Xuan for 130,000 low-grade yuan stones. The seventh item was a low-grade Xian level martial art. Although it was somewhat incomplete, it still sold for a sky-high price of 170,000 low-grade yuanqi. It was taken away by the head of another big family in Tian City, the Mu family. Chapter 19. The eighth item was a low-level Xian level water attribute technique. This was a major event that caused a sensation in the entire Tian City, causing countless people to lament. As long as the qualifications of a low-level Xian level skill are not too bad, the three major families in Tian City may become the four major families in a few decades. A single skill can be passed down for thousands of generations. In the end, this technique was sold for 400,000 low-grade yuan stones, and was snapped up by a mysterious person. It was obvious that this person came here just for this Xian level low-grade technique. The next step is the bottom of the auction, the enchanting woman said coquettishly, twisting her graceful figure and her charming eyes. The attention of everyone in the auction room was instantly attracted. Even the low-grade skills of Suanja are not worthy of being reduced to the bottom of the box. Such rare items in 10 years are regarded as green leaves by Wanbao auction house. It can be imagined that Wanbao Chamber of Commerce will be very interested in the final product. The importance attached to an item. With a wave of the enchanting jade hand, the lights on the auction stage gathered together, and a jade bottle slowly emerged from the auction stage. Enchanting carefully took care of the jade bottle in her hand, and said with a smile in the face of everyone's doubts, "This is a rare elixir refined by a senior alchemist who Master Murong Meng treats respectfully when he sees it." In the auction history of our Dian dynasty, the little girl dare not say that it is unique, but in our Tian city, it is the first time and has set a precedent. Hearing what Yaireo said, many people became interested. Could it be that an elixir that could be ranked above Xian level skills was a fourth-grade elixir? You must know that although elixirs are precious, they do not last long, but a skill can benefit future generations. The value of a low-grade Xian level skill is no less than an ordinary fourth-grade elixir. Haha, Miss Enchanting, this can't be some fourth-grade elixir, right? Someone under the auction stage asked in surprise. Enchanting shook her head and smiled mysteriously, "This elixir is not a fourth-grade elixir. Could it be a fifth-grade elixir?" The heads of the Lin family, the Chu family, and the Mu family all stood up and widened their eyes. If it was really a fifth-grade elixir, then it would be an unprecedented scene in Tian City. Enchanting pursed her lips and said, "This is not a fifth-grade elixir, this is a third-grade true essence pill." Third-grade elixir. Everyone was speechless. Why are you so mysterious about a third-grade elixir? Although the true Yuan pill is rare, the heads of major families and some elders who have made great achievements and worked hard still take it. Past. The new family hasn't finished speaking yet. This is not an ordinary third-grade true essence pill. Yaireo couldn't help but roll her eyes. She carefully opened the jade bottle and poured a pill into the closed one aside. In crystal glass. The elixir is very round, as white as jade, and there are dots of gleaming light on the surface of the elixir, making it look holy and noble. Is this the true essence pill? The heads of the major aristocratic families in Tian City were confused. Why had they never seen this true Yuan Dan before? The young man in box 1 couldn't help but stand up at this moment, with a look of disbelief on his face. "I didn't expect this to be true. I thought this was just a stunt made by the person in charge of Tian City. Danyun, it's actually the true Yuan Dan with Danyun, ha 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 ha, God is really helping me in Prince Chu Ling's mansion." When His Highness the 7th Prince turns 18, if I can offer you such a pill to help the 7th Prince break through to the 9th level of the true Yuan, why worry that our Prince Chu Ling's palace will not be able to prosper? The young man laughed loudly. He still didn't believe it at first, but with an attitude of preferring to believe it, he condescended to come to Tian City, and he didn't expect to be met by him this time. Who doesn't know that His Highness the 7th Prince is born with a spirit body and is the most talented person in the Dian dynasty? He will inherit the throne in the future and is just around the corner. Everyone is looking for opportunities to build a good relationship with His Highness the 7th Prince, including young men. At this moment, another corner of the auction. Lin Yan looked at the elixir not far away with a confused expression, and asked doubtfully, "Teacher, didn't you say that there are no alchemists in the Dian dynasty who can refine elixirs? What is this?" The old voice in Lin Yan's mind was silent for a while and then murmured, "Elixir becomes Danyun. Danyun has 9 patterns, it is only one step away from perfect quality. How can this be?" After a moment, the old voice in Lin Yan's mind seemed to have thought of something, and said excitedly, "It's Tao Fire, it must be Tao Fire. Only Tao Fire can greatly increase the quality of the elixir, and only then can the elixir with 9 lines of elixir be refined medicine. It's a pity that this fire has been conquered by others." The old voice sighed slightly. But there was one thing that made him really confused. Why did the person who collected Tao Fire refine such an inconspicuous elixir as a 3rd-grade elixir? Anyone who can conquer the Tao Fire must be a mid to high-level alchemist, or a top-notch strongman. Otherwise, he cannot conquer such a strange fire in the world as the Tao Fire. If he has no strength, there is no doubt that he wants to forcibly conquer the Tao Fire. He is seeking death. Not everyone has an old man like him and a strange skill like the 10,000 Fires divine skill. Suddenly, he remembered the smell of fire that he felt at the Lin family that day, and the figure of the young man who made him see it wrong once appeared in his mind. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. If it was really him, I should have discovered it that day. And how can a kid who is only in the true Yuan realm be able to absorb Tao Fire? The old man shook his head. He was just weak, not dead. Even when he was at his weakest, he could still cover half of the Lin family with his soul. After all, a skinny camel was bigger than a horse. If you want to block his soul perception, you need at least a 6th-grade barrier talisman. It's not that he looks down on the Lin family, but for a family the size of the Lin family, 10 generations of ancestors who have been selling iron can't even afford the scraps of a 6th-grade enchantment. But no matter how hard Lin Yan's grandfather smashed his head, he still couldn't figure out that there were 2 great gods in a place as big as the Lin family, an eldest lady with a mysterious force, and a system-savvy BD. This elixir condenses into a rhyme. After taking it, it can make the true Yuan realm break through a small realm regardless of any bottlenecks. She introduced with a charming smile, furthermore, a person can take 2 pills in a row in the true Yuan realm. This means what are you talking about? I guess you don't need to say more about it. 1 stone stirs up 1,000 waves, and 1 person can only take 1 ordinary true essence pill, so it is not surprising that ordinary true essence pills are rare. Although they are rare, people still send them to take photos occasionally. But, the value of the true essence pill that can be taken twice is self-evident. After all, rare things are worth more. Chapter 20. Misenchanting, start the auction quickly. Someone in the VIP room couldn't help but urge him. It was obvious that he was also here for this true essence pill. Yaireo looked at the excited people in the auction house and made a direct offer without any ambiguity. This time, I'm going to buy the 3rd-grade true Yuan Dan at the bottom of the box. The starting price is 100,000 low-grade Yuan stone. The auction starts now. The reserve price of 100,000 low-grade Yuan Shi made everyone in the auction room stunned. The heads of the 3 major families in Tian City also had expressions of disbelief. How much? 100,000 low-grade Yuan stones. Are you trying to grab the Yuan stone? Even if you are trying to grab the Yuan stone, it's not that fast. An ordinary true Yuan pill only costs about 100,000 low-grade Yuan stones at most, but now, the starting price of this true Yuan Dan is 100,000 low-grade Yuan stones. Teacher, alchemist is indeed the richest profession in the world. I must become an alchemist. Lin Yan was extremely excited at this moment. 1/3 grade elixir was worth all the resources of his Lin family, who had spent a year without eating, drinking, or practicing. If he refined a few more pills, wouldn't he make a fortune directly? Small money, lots and lots of small money. Lin Yan seemed to see the scene that attracted much attention after he became an alchemist. Hey, if cousin Lin Xuan asks me about alchemy, what conditions should I put forward? Lin Yan had a wretched smile on his face, which made the master in his mind a little confused, but he, his disciple, had been stupid for a day or two. 200,000 low-grade Yuan stones. 230,000 low-grade Yuan stones. 300,000 low-grade Yuan stones. Several VIP rooms at the auction house were in a state of excitement, and everyone began to raise prices with each other. The heads of the 3 major families in Tian City wanted to bid, but when they saw such a high price, they all reluctantly backed down. How can this true Yuan Dan be worth so many Yuan stones? It made them scratch their heads. They didn't understand why this true essence pill sold for such a high price, and even attracted the VIPs in the VIP room to take action. It seems that putting the elixir up for auction in the auction house is the right decision. Lin Xuan did not expect that this true Yuan Dan would reach the price of 300,000 low-grade Yuan stones so quickly. It seemed that there was still some left over. If he sold the elixir casually, wouldn't he be tricked and his identity even exposed? In fact, he only wanted to sell it for about 150,000 low-grade yuanxi at first. My young prince, should we bid? The white-bearded old man looked at the young man beside him in a flattering manner. Spirit snake, just increase the price for 1 low-grade Yuan stone. This young master can be regarded as an explanation to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. After saying that, the young man waved his hand. Such a small thing was not as important as his big things. The white-bearded old man nodded when he heard the words. There was nothing wrong on his face, as if he was accustomed to all this. The young man in front of him was the only son of King Chuling, one of the 10 kings of the Dian dynasty. This level of identity was enough for him. Ignore most rules. This time, waiting for so long to increase the price of a low-grade Yuan stone can be regarded as a favor to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. In other auction houses, instead of increasing the price for a low-grade Yuan stone, they directly bid for a low-grade Yuan stone. 350,001 low-grade Yuan stone. The white-bearded old man said calmly, everyone, my young prince wants this thing. Hearing the white-bearded old man speak, everyone's breathing stopped and the auction house was silent. I should have thought that this young prince also wanted this item. Wang Jun, the city lord of Tian City, smiled bitterly. A pill with a red rhyme, if taken out, would be enough to give his stupid son the power to worship Dian Academy. The master is the master, this is an item that is enough to drive the alchemists of the Dian dynasty crazy. This young prince has spoken. Forget it. This young prince's reputation is not very good. There is no need to go against him. A distinguished guest who was bound to win the true Yuan pill was also helpless. VIP room number 5. Lin Xuan heard the silence around him, and the little face behind the mask frowned slightly. A pill sold for 350,000 yuan. Naturally, he made a profit. But, 350,001 low-grade Yuan stone? Do you know who is in VIP room no 1? Lin Xuan looked at Mayor and asked. My lord, the guest in the VIP room number 1 is the legitimate son of King Chuling, Chu Chongfeng, Meyer replied. The identity of the guest in the VIP room is not a secret. The news that Chu Chongfeng, the young prince, came to attend the auction in Tian City has already spread in Tian City. Only Lin Xuan has been in seclusion and does not know anything about the outside world. A trace of worry appeared on Mayor's face. Sir, this young prince's reputation among the outside world is not very good. He must be punished. Anyone who offends him will be killed without exception. Please don't go against him. Mayor looked a little worried. Although these words were not her responsibility and might even lead to death, she still kindly reminded her. The legitimate son of King Chuling. Lin Xuan had also heard of the reputation of King Chuling. He was a king with a different surname who was in charge of hundreds of thousands of elites. He was a peerless master in the realm of supernatural powers. He was famous for his majesty, but also for his fierce reputation. He once slaughtered 10 cities in a row, leaving little children crying at night. 400,000 low-grade yuan stones. Lin Xuan spoke calmly under Meyer's stunned gaze. Ding, it is detected that the host is provoking powerful enemies, and a series of missions are specially issued. The first stage of the mission, kill the son of King Chuling and reward a primary inheritance. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Lin Xuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this could trigger system tasks. He chose to raise the price after careful consideration. If he had not come to the auction this time, it would be his business how the young prince would bid. Even if it was 100,000 low-grade yuan stones, he would not pay attention to it because it was very troublesome. But, he is here now. If he doesn't bid, I'm afraid that Wanbao Chamber of Commerce will definitely choose to sell it to him in the next moment. Even he, the rightful owner, is afraid of the intimidation of King Chuling naturally. Wanbao Chamber of Commerce will not offend King Chuling for him unless he reveals his identity. After all, the more powerful an alchemist is, the more arrogant he is. Chu Changfeng's actions are tantamount to stepping on an alchemist's face and rubbing it under his feet. Although Lin Xuan is not a serious alchemist, it does not mean that he is a clay figurine. Chapter 21. Someone dares to go against this young master. GGG, I haven't met such an interesting person for a long time. When Chu Changfeng heard Lin Xuan start bidding, he suddenly laughed morbidly. As the only son of King Chuling, few people really dare to go against him. Those who go against him will all end up extremely miserable without exception. Spirit Snake, continue bidding. No matter what the cost, I must get that pill. By the way, let's investigate who is in box number 5. I want him to know what the real world is like prison. Chu Changfeng ordered. 400,001 low-grade yuan stone. The white-bearded old man nodded and opened his bid. In box number 5. Lin Xuan spoke calmly, 500,000 low-grade yuan stones. It's over, why did this big boss get into trouble with the young prince? At this moment, Master Murong Meng, the head of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce in Tian City, was worried. He smiled bitterly. This young prince was not easy to mess with. Master Murong, the young prince wants to find out the identity of the distinguished guest in box number 5. Do we need to tell the young prince? The attendant on the side asked respectfully. No, the identity of VIP customer number 5 must be kept secret. Murong Meng said through gritted teeth. Between the young prince and Lin Xuan, Murong Meng chose Lin Xuan without hesitation. Maybe others thought that this elixir was just refined by accident, but he knew that it was not an accident. The other true essence pill he exchanged is the evidence. He believes that Wanbao Chamber of Commerce will definitely support him. This is a big gamble. Go and give this token to the VIPs in VIP room number 5. Just say that this is a token of apology from our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce for not considering it well. With this token, you can enjoy all the things you want in our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. The privilege of serving the elders. Murong Meng handed a red token to the attendant beside him. After the attendant left, Murong Meng had an inexplicable smile on his face. 50,001 low-grade yuan stone. 600,000 low-grade yuan stones. 600,001 low-grade yuan stone. At this moment, everyone in the auction house looked at the two people who were competing fiercely, and they were heartbroken. Is this elixir that valuable? Lin Yan felt a little incredible. This is no longer whether the elixir is worth something, it's whether the pill is worth something. Xiao Yanzi, you have to remember that if you encounter someone like this in the future, you will sell him a third-grade elixir for 1 million low-grade yuan stones. Next, let's watch a good show. The old voice in Lin Yan's mind spoke with a smile. 1 million low-grade yuan stones. Lin Xuan spoke calmly. Sir, this is given to you by the person in charge, Master Murong. It is said to be compensation for you. As long as you are within the scope of our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, you can enjoy the rights of worshipping the elders of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce with this token. Meyer held a red delicate token in her hand and walked into the VIP room cautiously, looking at Lin Xuan with admiration on her face. Lin Xuan looked at the red token in Meyer's hand. The token was engraved with the word Wanbao. He thought for a moment and accepted the token, yet. The enshrined elders of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce are all, without exception, alchemists of the third level or above or strong men above the Qi Si realm. Even if they don't use it themselves, it's better to leave it to the family. 100. Just when the white-bearded old man was still planning to bid, a cold voice sounded. 1.5 million low-grade yuan stones. Untouchable, you have the ability to continue bidding. Chu Changfeng's face was slightly cold. He straightened his clothes, stood up slowly, and looked at the box where Lin Xuan was sitting with a gloomy look. But this time Lin Xuan exceeded everyone's expectations and did not choose to continue bidding. You win. King Chuling's son is indeed very wealthy. He is actually willing to spend 1.5 million low-grade yuanqi to buy a third-grade elixir, haha. Lin Xuan under the cloak gave a rare laugh, but it was more of a joke. 1.5 million low-grade yuan stones once. 1.5 million low-grade yuanqi twice. 1.5 million low-grade yuanqi 3 times. Transaction successful. Accompanied by the enchanting cry, witnessing this historic scene, 1.5 million low-grade yuan stones were placed at an unprecedented level in Tian City. Seeing that the elixir was successfully photographed by him, Chu Changfeng's face showed no joy at all. He knew that he had been tricked. Okay, you wait for me, no matter what your status is, if you offend me, your life will be worse than death. Spirit Snake, check for me, I must know his identity. A cold smile appeared on Chu Changfeng's face. As for the 1.5 million low-grade yuan stones, didn't His Majesty allocate 2 million low-grade yuan stones to Qinjian County? A group of untouchables, if they die, they will die. I didn't expect that a single elixir would fetch a sky-high price of 1.5 million low-grade yuan stones. Lin Xuan looked at the storage ring in his hand. This was the first time that Lin Xuan had come into contact with so many yuan stones. 1.5 million low-grade yuan stones, which could buy 2 Lin families. After leaving the auction house and making sure to avoid all detection, Lin Xuan took off all his clothes and returned to the aloof young man of the Lin family. Afterwards, he strolled around the market in Tian City and purchased some medicinal materials for alchemy. Only then did Lin Xuan return to the Lin family with satisfaction. But when he stepped into the manor, Lin Xuan saw a familiar figure. The girl's eyelashes were curved, her eyes were staring into the distance, like an eternal dead stone, and she was wearing a blue dress, which happened to be the most beautiful style in the sky. Lin Xuan's heart jumped slightly at this moment. The girl seemed to have noticed someone stepping into the manor. When she saw the person clearly, her beautiful eyes were filled with a little bit of autumn, and her dull pupils were suddenly filled with luster. Snort! The girl turned her head arrogantly. In the end, the girl took a lotus step and raised her beautiful face, whispering, "Where is brother Lin Xuan going?" Looking at the girl's aggrieved look, Lin Xuan could only use his special move and gently stroked the girl's gentle hair. Wisps of faint fragrance bloomed from the fingertips. Seeing a smile gradually blooming on the girl's face, Lin Xuan then he explained, I went outside to buy some medicinal materials. I have been refining elixirs recently, and all the previous medicinal materials have been consumed. After hearing Lin Xuan's explanation, Lin Yanran's beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons, and her elegant little face leaned slightly close to Lin Xuan's body and sniffed. No fox smell. Little did he know that her move made Lin Xuan's heart almost jump out of his chest. Fortunately, his coldness for many years was not in vain, and he still looked calm. Humph, brother Lin Xuan sneaked out without Yanner. Yanner is very unhappy. Yanner wants brother Lin Xuan to accept punishment and not to move. Lin Yanran snorted softly, then looked at Lin Xuan's cold face, with a faint blush on her small face. Under Lin Xuan's astonished gaze, she stood on tiptoes. Damn! Chapter 22. Lin Xuan stared at the beautiful little face of the girl in front of him, with a bit of surprise in his eyes. Is this punishment? At this moment, Lin Yanran's face, as elegant as a green lotus, had turned as bright as a red-hot cloud. She pursed her lips and said, "Brother Lin Xuan, what are you still looking at? The punishment is only once. This little girl, you are getting more and more courageous." Lin Xuan realized later and recovered from the brain's downtime. There was a wisp of cold warmth and a faint fragrance between her lips and teeth that had not dissipated. But, he doesn't mind a little more punishment like this. You girl. This time, even if Lin Xuan wanted to pretend to be calm, he couldn't do it. After realizing it, the young man's face also turned slightly red. Yanran, these are elixirs to assist in cultivation. If you take one every day, your cultivation speed should be increased several times. Several bottles made of white jade porcelain appeared in Lin Xuan's palm. Inside were the elixirs that Lin Xuan had refined last time. Each one was of perfect quality. Lin Xuan handed these pills to Lin Yanran and said calmly, "These pills are enough for you to practice for half a month. Don't save, take them every day for practice. When the pills are finished, I will refine another batch for you." Elixir. Lin Yanran was stunned for a moment, then raised her little face and asked curiously, "Brother Lin Xuan has become an alchemist. Alchemist is no different from other professions, but it requires extremely high talent and a lot of resources. My brother Lin Xuan only stayed in seclusion for a few days, why did he suddenly become an alchemist?" Lin Xuan nodded, and he nodded directly to admit it. He, brother Lin Xuan has become an alchemist, wouldn't I be able to use the elixirs as jelly beans? Lin Yanran exclaimed excitedly, "I knew brother Lin Xuan was the best." Suddenly, Lin Xuan's face became slightly solemn, and he said to Lin Yanran, "Yanran, you must keep the matter of me becoming an alchemist a secret as much as possible." "So, is this a secret shared by brother Lin Xuan and I?" Lin Yanran's eyebrows slightly arched. Lin Xuan looked at this little girl and reluctantly changed the topic. "Yanran, the coming-of-age ceremony is coming in half a month. You have to practice hard and prepare for the coming-of-age ceremony. The coming-of-age ceremony of the Lin family can basically announce the fate of the younger generation of the Lin family. Those who fail to meet the qualifications will be sent to other places to contribute to the family. The Lin family will concentrate the resources of these people on a small number of talented people with outstanding qualifications. In this world where strength is paramount, natural selection and the natural law of survival of the fittest are clearly evident." Lin Yanran mumbled her pink lips. She knew that her brother Lin Xuan was changing the topic again. But, she also knows the answer. Over the years, she has thoroughly understood her brother Lin Xuan's formula. As long as brother Lin Xuan changes the subject, it means recognition. This is a secret that only the two of them know. Lin Yanran seemed to have a bright star falling in her eyes, extremely bright. Lin Xuan never expected that his thoughts would be controlled by this girl. He is still trying to educate Lin Yanran about the importance of coming-of-age ceremony, hoping that this girl will pay attention to it. However, when Lin Xuan finished speaking with great effort, until his throat was a little dry, he saw the girl in front of him wandering in the sky. Sometimes her eyes were blurred, sometimes her cheeks were reddish, and sometimes she raised a smile and laughed infatuatedly. Forget it, with this girl's talent, no one can surpass her. Lin Xuan gave up. He still had him anyway. He would go to his fifth grandfather later to get some medicinal materials and refine a few qi condensing pills for this girl to take. Perhaps Lin Xuan didn't even notice that he started talking more. I don't know when. In the end, Lin Xuan accompanied Lin Yan round for a walk around Lin's house. They didn't separate until it got dark. Brother Lin Xuan also has his own opportunity. Lin Yan round looked at the bright moonlight and felt that today's moonlight was particularly beautiful. With her slender jade fingers, she took out an elixir from the porcelain bottle given by Lin Xuan. The elixir was flawless and round as jade. Under the moonlight, under the illumination, there is a beautiful gleaming light. Lin Yan round swallowed the pill without hesitation and felt the warmth emerging from her delicate body. She did not digest it immediately. With her cultivation, it only took a moment to refine the pill, but she didn't. This is the elixir that Brother Lin Xuan personally refined for her. Even if it is the lowest quality elixir, she will take it without hesitation. Brother Lin Xuan, this is a secret between us. This night, it was very quiet, silent. Lin Xuan also looked at the bright moon outside the courtyard. He tried several times to enter the cultivation state, but this time there seemed to be something more in his heart and he was always unable to enter the cultivation state. This girl is messing with my heart. Lin Xuan smiled helplessly, and then a doting look appeared on his face. I'll give this wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress to Yan Ran as a coming-of-age gift sometime later. She should be able to break through to the Qi Si realm in half a month. Only when you reach the Qi Si realm can you be unafraid of anything. Even if your identity is exposed, you still have a trump card. He did not forget that he had already formed a feud with the young prince of Prince Chu Ling's mansion, and he also had a task for this young prince of Prince Chu Ling's mansion. He would not act rashly without the confidence to compete with Prince Chu Ling's palace, but once he had the confidence to compete with Prince Chu Ling's palace, he would not hesitate to choose to complete the task. In this world, the law of the jungle remains the same forever, so Lin Xuan cannot be truly innocent. At the same time, outside Tian City, Black Tiger Mountain. A young and immature figure was sneaking towards Black Tiger Mountain under the cover of night. Teacher, are the energy fluctuations you feel real? Don't hurt me. This is the base camp of Black Tiger Village. There are masters from the true Yuan realm here. If something goes wrong, we, the master and the disciples, have to explain it here. That figure that looked quite immature and sneaky was none other than Lin Yan. Ever since Lin Yan left the auction house, the old man in his mind told him that he felt a hidden wave nearby. It was an energy wave emitted by a genius treasure. It was at least a fourth-grade genius treasure, and it was also a wave of energy. The very rare kind. Following the guidance of his teacher, Lin Yan followed a group of businessmen to Black Tiger Mountain, and the following scene occurred. Humph, are you questioning being a teacher? Xiao Yanzi, don't worry. Even if you are a master, even the masters of the Qi Si realm will not be able to find you. Chapter 23. Yet. Lin Yan rolled his eyes, but now, he could only choose to trust his cheap master. Under the cover of night, Lin Yan quietly slipped into Black Tiger Mountain. With the shielding aura of Lin Yan's mysterious master, and Lin Yan's luck, he entered the Black Tiger village without any danger along the way. Teacher, there is something wrong with the strength in this Black Tiger village. Lin Yan quietly communicated with his master. They all said that there are 3 masters in Black Tiger village. The eldest master, He Dahu, has a cultivation level in the middle realm of true essence, and the 2 black tigers and black 3 tigers in Black Tiger village being a master is only the cultivation of the first level of the true Yuan realm. His teacher had just told him that there were 5 auras of the true Yuan realm in Black Tiger village, including 1 at the peak of the True Yuan realm and 2 at the mid-level of the True Yuan realm. You know, this kind of strength is already comparable to the 3 major families in Tian City. This Black Tiger village definitely has some secrets. We must find out, otherwise Tian City may suffer. Lin Yan's young face looked a little ugly. Black Tiger Mountain's reputation was notorious in the surrounding cities. It often robbed the goods of major families. The Lin family had also been intercepted by Black Tiger Mountain several times. Fortunately, it was not what valuable items. There used to be several families who were preparing to join forces to siege Black Tiger Mountain, but the 3 brothers from Black Tiger Mountain ran away. Among the families that finally joined forces, there was a weaker one who was captured by the 3 brothers from Black Tiger Village. From old to young, from male to female, all were slaughtered without exception, and their bodies were placed at the entrance of the ancestral hall. The other major families also suffered heavy losses, and in the end it took a huge price to calm down the anger of the 3 brothers in Black Tiger Village. After this battle, the evil reputation of the 3 brothers in Black Tiger Village has spread. No one wants to be the leader. If these 3 brothers continue to run away, wouldn't it be a disaster? And such a terrorist actually secretly hides a force that is not weaker than the 3 major families in Tian City. Lin Yan followed his teacher's instructions and soon came to the entrance of a cave. The cave was extremely dark, and there were faint waves of true energy that were as deep as the sea. This made Lin Yan slightly shocked. He knew that he could not continue to explore. There must be a huge secret hidden in this, and the family must be reported as soon as possible. But just when Lin Yan was about to leave, there was a faint echo from the cave. Gg, this white stone milk is really a good thing. I'm afraid it won't be long before I, Hu, break through to the Qi Si realm and become a great master of the Qi Si realm. When I, the Black Tiger, break through to the Qi Si realm, I will definitely wipe out Tian City with blood. I don't know what stimulated the Chu family in Tian City to actually want to cooperate with my Black Tiger village, but this is harmless. When the time comes, my 3 brothers from the Black Tiger village will be considered nobles if they join the Chu Ling prince's mansion. The Lin family in Tian City is just a small family. Through this small family, we can establish a relationship with the young prince of Prince Chu Ling's mansion. It's worth it. I just don't know how it feels for Lin Yan, the most beautiful woman in Tian City in thousands of years, to be worthy of the Chu family and the young prince spending so much time to act as a hero to save the beauty. It's a pity, but among these big families there are a lot of beauties in her. They are pink and tender. If you train them, they will become the best *X slaves. Hiss, it's so sweet and lubricated. It only takes a week. Within a week, I, Hu, will definitely be able to break through. Lin Yan listened to the murmurs echoing in the cave. He clenched his fists tightly and was furious. He never expected that these beasts from the Chu family would actually want to unite with the notorious Black Tiger village to attack the Lin family. This was simply disheartening. Do your best. Click. Who's out there? Accompanied by a roar that shook the earth, a man with a sturdy figure and a strong back walked out of the cave. His broad face was covered with cross knife marks, full of fierce aura, the aura of the peak of the True Yuan realm. It was clear to see, except that there was still a drop of milky white liquid hanging from the corner of his mouth. This person is the head of Black Tiger Village, Black Tiger. Looking at the silence all around, Hu finally felt relieved. The noise should be caused by animals. These bastards are eating and using my Black Tiger Village. They can't even see the door. They are alive. It's also a waste of food, and they will all be slaughtered after they join the young prince. Xiao Yanzi, calm down. The old voice in Lin Yan's mind spoke slowly. If he hadn't used the power of his soul to teleport Lin Yan to a safe corner, both of them would have suffered now. Sorry, teacher, I was impulsive. Lin Yan heard his teacher speak a little weaker, and he felt a little guilty in his heart. He just heard that Hu wanted to take action against his Lin family, and also wanted to covet his cousin-in-law. This was his Bai Yueguang, although he approving his cousin Lin Xuan does not mean that he tolerates others' defilement. Once Heitahu said it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Teacher, what should we do now? Lin Yan was extremely anxious at the moment. He wanted to tell his family directly about this, but would anyone believe it? Lin Yan can be sure that these people will not believe it because he has no way to explain the source of the news. People in the family will not rashly start a war with Black Tiger Village because of one-sided words. If there is no war with Black Tiger Village, then everything will be powerless when the head of Black Tiger Village breaks through to the Qi Si realm. The mysterious old man in Lin Yan's mind pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "Go find your cousin. The only plan for now is for your cousin to take action. As long as your cousin takes action to create unrest in Black Tiger Village, then you can rely on the Black Tiger Village to go to the cave during the turmoil and loot all the items in the cave. As long as there is no external assistance, it is absolutely impossible to break through to the Qi Si realm with the qualifications of the head of the Black Tiger Village. As long as the head of Black Tiger Village cannot break through the Qi Si realm, there will be nothing you can do to the Lin family. And if I admit my mistake correctly, the items in the Black Tiger Village cave should be the 4th grade spiritual material Millennium Stone Milk. As long as you have the 4th grade stone milk, Xiao Yanzi, I am sure that you can break through to the Qi condensation realm within half a year." Lin Yan was stunned for a moment. The scene of Lin Xuan taking action in Fangxi could be heard in his mind. He said with some disbelief, "Cousin Lin Xuan, can you do it? No matter how evil my cousin Lin Xuan is, he has only just broken through to the true essence realm. Xiao Yanzi, your cousin Lin Xuan has now understood the power of the sword and possesses a spiritual body. Even if he is no match for the leader of Black Tiger Village, he still has no problem holding him off for a while. At worst, you can just give some 1,000-year-old stone milk to your cousin when the time comes." Chapter 24. Next day. At the beginning of the morning sun, the sky and the earth seemed to be shrouded in a veil-like mist. A glimmer of light began to glow in the distant sky, shining into the Lin family's manor. Everything seemed so quiet and peaceful. "Cousin Lin Xuan, cousin Lin Yan have important matters to discuss." An unexpected sound broke the original tranquility. "This is cousin Lin Yan, please come in." A cold voice came from the courtyard. When Lin Yan heard the source of the voice, he couldn't help but admire him on his delicate and tender face. Cousin Lin Xuan is really hard-working and started practicing so early. Walking into the courtyard, Lin Yan found a young man sitting on the rockery, looking into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. The young man was dressed in white, and he was extremely handsome, with a face that was carved from white jade. The early morning sun shone down, and there were layers of mist, which made the young man's temperament look a little cold, like a banished immortal who did not eat the fireworks of the world. As expected, he is indeed cousin Lin Xuan. There was a little admiration on Lin Yan's little face. He was so strong. This was the goal he had to learn throughout his life. As long as I can learn a thing or two from cousin Lin Xuan, do I still have to worry about being single? Cousin Lin Yan, what happened to you when you came so early? Lin Xuan jumped down from the rockery, came to Lin Yan's side, and spoke calmly, but his tone seemed slow. He knew that his cousin would definitely not bother him if nothing happened. "Now that you are here, you must have encountered something that cannot be solved. Brother Lin Xuan is really a mastermind." Lin Yan flattered him without leaving any trace, and then said with a serious face, "Just like what my cousin thought, I really have something important this time that I want to cooperate with my cousin. This matter concerns me. The life and death of the Lin family is at stake, so please, cousin, you must believe me." After saying that, Lin Yan looked nervously at the young man in front of him. When the young man heard that it was about the life and death of the Lin family, his eyes wrinkled slightly. "Is it related to the life and death of the Lin family?" Lin Xuan's expression also became a little serious. If someone else said it, he would definitely not believe it, but since this was said by his cousin, who was suspected of being the son of luck, he might have really encountered some crisis. The Lin family is where he has lived for more than 10 years. It has his only 2 relatives. If someone wants to deal with the Lin family, he will definitely not sit idly by. Cousin Lin Yan, what happened? Who wants to take action against my Lin family? Lin Xuan asked. If Lin Yan can come to him, then the target's strength must not be underestimated. Although Lin Xuan believed that Lin Yan would not use this kind of thing as a joke, he still had to figure out the cause and effect to avoid being betrayed by Lin Yan. The existential calculation behind it. To be precise, Lin Xuan is still a little afraid of the mysterious master behind Lin Yan, an old monster who has lived for countless years. Perhaps Lin Yan has the aura of being the son of luck, which makes this old monster look at Lin Yan differently, but this does not mean that Lin Yan, the being behind Yan, took him seriously. But Lin Yan didn't know. He didn't expect that Lin Xuan's cousin would trust him so much. The words he had discussed with his teacher all night were stuck in his throat at this moment and he couldn't say them out. Such trust made Lin Yan feel warm in his heart. Lin Yan was certain that even if he told the elders of the Lin family or even his father about this matter, they would probably not believe him and would only think that he was joking. Teacher, I told you that cousin Lin Xuan would definitely believe me. The young man's heart was simple, and at this moment he seemed to be recognized, and he happily shared this joy with the master in his mind. I know, Xiao Yanzi, don't be in a daze, you are already distracted. The old voice in Lin Yan's mind seemed a little helpless, but, sometimes there was a little bit of insignificant envy in his words. After being reminded by his teacher, Lin Yan also found that he seemed to be distracted. He smiled awkwardly, but he quickly said seriously, Cousin Lin Xuan, I found out that the Chu family and Black Tiger village are colluding, and I want to hold a coming-of-age ceremony on the day of my Lin family. Take action against my Lin family. A trace of surprise appeared on Lin Xuan's face. The Chu family and Black Tiger village are uniting. How dare they? Even if these 2 families unite, the city lord's mansion will not sit idly by and ignore it. Has something happened? Lin Xuan of Black Tiger village has also heard that there is only 1 master of the middle level of True Yuan and 2 masters of the first level of True Yuan. Even if they join forces with the Chu family, they will not pose any threat to the Lin family, let alone the city lord's palace. He will sit back and ignore it. There is a family in Tian City that unites with foreign enemies. This is a taboo. Lin Yan nodded and said solemnly, He Dahu, the head of Black Tiger village, got the opportunity. Now he has broken through to the peak of the 9th level of the True Yuan realm, and is only 1 step away from the Qi Si realm. The information I got is in Heidahu's training place has a 4th grade heavenly material, 1,000-year-old stone milk. It is precisely because of the 4th grade heavenly material, 1,000-year stone milk, that Heidahu has been able to hide from the sky and grow to the point where he is today. 4th grade heavenly material, 1,000-year-old stone milk. Lin Xuan's face was slightly surprised. 1,000-year-old stone milk is a kind of snake oil among the 4th grade materials, and can replace most of the main medicinal materials that need to be refined for elixirs. Unexpectedly, Black Tiger village would have such an opportunity. Lin Yan hesitated for a moment and then said, Cousin Lin Xuan, I came to you today to cooperate. As long as you make some noise in Black Tiger Mountain, Cousin Lin Xuan, I will naturally have a way to enter Black Tiger village and steal the Millennium Stone Milk. As long as there is no 1,000-year stone milk, Black Tiger will naturally have no way to break through, and there will be no way to attack our Lin family. Lin Xuan pondered slightly. If he could only hold Black Tiger village back, he would be able to do it. However, he still didn't understand the motive behind the alliance between Black Tiger village and the Chu family. Cousin Lin Yan, can you tell me what is the motive behind the alliance between Black Tiger village and the Chu family? Lin Yan smiled bitterly and said, the legitimate son of King Chu Ling came to Tian City some time ago. Cousin Lin Xuan should know about this. Lin Xuan nodded. Not only did he know, but he also cheated him of 1.5 million low-grade yuan stones. All this is led by the young prince of Prince Chu Ling's palace. He wants to arrange for Black Tiger Village to rob my Lin family first, and then he will be a hero to save the beauty. This beast wants to covet my cousin Yan Ran. Lin Yan's face looked a little angry and aggrieved. To the entire Lin family, Prince Chu Ling's mansion was a behemoth. A king with supernatural power could wipe out the entire Lin family with just a finger. Lin Xuan's eyes turned cold, and silver-white flames appeared in his pupils. The temperature of the surrounding air suddenly dropped, and the original mist condensed into ice slag and fell. Lin Yan, let's go, Lin Xuan said coldly, and then walked out of the courtyard. Ah! Lin Yan was confused. Go kill someone. Ding! The host's murderous intention has been detected, and the primary mission has been released. Mission: destroy the Black Tiger Village, kill the 3 leaders of the Black Tiger Village, and reward a junior inheritance lottery. Chapter 25. A murderous night with a dark moon and high wind. But now he is meowing during the day. Lin Yan was confused at this moment, and he led Lin Xuan out of Tian City to the foot of Black Tiger Mountain. Teacher, this script is wrong. Lin Yan realized later that he was still a little confused on his face. Shouldn't they discuss the countermeasures first? This is a master at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the true Yuan realm. In Tian City, only the city lord of Tian City can hold a candle to the current He-Da-Hu. Now, they actually came directly to Black Tiger Mountain, and it was still daytime. Maybe, your cousin has his own ideas. The mysterious master in Lin Yan's mind spoke with some uncertainty. However, relying on your cousin's strength to create a certain amount of noise, it shouldn't be a problem to hold down the 3 leaders of Black Tiger Mountain for a moment. You just need to sneak into the back mountain quietly between their fights. Lin Yan nodded when he heard this, but his face still looked a little worried. Cousin Lin Xuan, is there no problem with you just going in like this openly? Lin Yan asked worriedly. Although my teacher said that this should be fine, but, doesn't it really need to be disguised? Lin Xuan paused, and he slowly said, Lin Yan, you must follow me closely from now on, don't get lost. However, at this moment, a loud shout came from Black Tiger Mountain. Stop, who are you? How dare you come to our Black Tiger Mountain? Several bandits were holding gleaming broadswords, with sharp eyes, and strong qi and blood in their bodies. They were at about the 5th or 6th level of body tempering, so they were already considered good hands. A long sword exuding cold energy appeared out of thin air in Lin Xuan's hand, with exquisite patterns carved on the sword. Clang! Along with the sound of the long sword being unsheathed, the majestic Genkai poured into the long sword like a tide, and a silver-white sword light cut through the sky, continuously. The bandits didn't even have time to react. They just felt their eyes go dark, and then they saw a headless body falling to the ground, and there was no more sound the next moment. However, the sword energy did not stop there. The sword struck directly at the gate of Black Tiger Village. The huge gate collapsed and fell into ruins. Who dares to come to my Black Tiger Village to cause trouble? For a moment, several roars sounded, and Lin Xuan had a rough feeling. The aura of the digital true Yuan realm rose instantly. After a while, he saw 3 tall and ferocious men with nearly 100 younger brothers rushing from all directions of Black Tiger Mountain. Come! Teacher, what should we do now? Lin Yan's face looked a little sad. He felt that he might have gone too far. Looking back and forth, he saw that there were more than 100 people, including even great masters of the true Yuan realm. Once they were completely surrounded, even the masters at the 9th level of the true Yuan realm would feel troubled, not to mention that He-Da-Hu, the leader of Black Tiger Village, has not yet taken action. Don't worry, your cousin hasn't used his full strength yet. Judging from the cultivation he just made, he shouldn't be weaker than the 7th or 8th level of the true Yuan realm. Plus the spirit body, these people want to stop you. That cousin, it's probably unlikely. Your cousin is quite good, a young genius. I didn't expect such a young genius to appear in your Lin family. Even compared to the direct descendants trained by some big forces since childhood, he is not weak at all. Tisk, tisk, little Yanzi, you should worry about yourself. These bandits can't do anything to your cousin, but that doesn't mean they can't do anything to you. The grandfather in Lin Yan's mind was quite playful, but what he couldn't figure out was why such a genius appeared in the Lin family. Could it be that he was a family favored by great luck? Lin Yan didn't know his grandfather's confusion. He was also aware of this serious issue at this moment. He is just a rookie in the 4th level of body tempering heaven, and any master in the Qi condensation realm can kill him. However, if he runs away now, will he be unloyal? Even when Lin Yan was in a dilemma for his own life, fortunately Lin Xuan also observed Lin Yan's situation at this moment. Cousin Lin Yan, please stay away from me to avoid accidentally hurting you. Lin Xuan looked at Lin Yan, who was in a dilemma, and said, Cousin Lin Xuan, take care of yourself. Lin Yan was granted amnesty and ran away without hesitation. If he didn't run away, it would be too late. As his teacher said, his cousin Lin Xuan might be fine if he is strong, but he is just a weakling from the 4th level of body tempering heaven. His sword has no eyes. If someone cuts him off, he will have no place to cry. Boy, you are the one who provoked our Black Tiger village, and you dare to kill my brothers in the Black Tiger village indiscriminately. Along with the rumbling dust, a deep voice sounded. The voice seemed a little hoarse, as if sandpaper was rubbing against the person's eardrum, which made Lin Xuan frown. Immediately afterwards, a figure appeared in front of Lin Xuan. The figure looked very short and had a gloomy face, but its aura was very majestic. Behind him were nearly 100 bandits from Black Tiger village. They followed this figure. Behind the short figure, a bright sword was held in his hand, which glowed with an icy sheen under the sunlight. That short figure was none other than the 3rd leader of Black Tiger village, Black Third Tiger. Even though he was only 1.5 meters tall, his reputation was louder than Black Big Tiger and Black Erhu. He Sanhu looked at Lin Xuan in the sun and narrowed his thick eyes. What a handsome young man. I don't know which young hero he is from, but he dares to come to my Black Tiger village to cause trouble. Lin Xuan felt the strength of Black Tiger village and said to himself, it is exactly as Lin Yan said, this Black Tiger village has really got a great opportunity. If left unchecked, it will indeed lead to disaster. Lin Xuan glanced at He Sanhu and said calmly, Lin family, Lin Xuan. I have heard for a long time that the Lin family has a proud son, and today I saw him and he is indeed well deserved. He Sanhu chuckled, but there was a greedy look in his narrowed eyes, and a strong murderous intention. I wonder why young Master Lin Xuan came to our Black Tiger village if he doesn't stay well at the Lin family. He Sanhu didn't take action immediately, he just narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Xuan, but Lin Xuan's next words made his face become more gloomy. Kill. Lin Xuan looked indifferent, facing nearly 100 people, showing no signs of timidity. Your Black Tiger village colluded with the Chu family, and your crime should be destroyed. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, He Sanhu's face turned gloomy to the extreme. Only he and his 2 brothers should know about colluding with the Chu family. This is an absolute secret, especially now that He Taho is breaking through the Qi Si realm. Critical period. Chapter 26. Haha, what a young prodigy, he is really brave. He wants to break into our Black Tiger village with 1 person and 1 sword. Do you really think that our Black Tiger village is afraid of the Lin family? He Sanhu sneered, his tone was sinister, and his murderous intent was clearly revealed. Brothers, kill him. I want to see if eating the meat of this genius of the Lin family will improve my bones. Kill. Following the order from the Black Tigers, hundreds of bandits from the Black Tiger village came to kill Lin Xuan. The Black Tiger village was famous for hundreds of miles, and naturally they could not be weak. There were 15 of them among the 100. Among the masters in the Qi condensation realm, there are He Sanhu, a master at the 5th level of True Yuan, and 2 other masters at the 1st and 2nd levels of True Yuan. This kind of power is enough to destroy most of the small and medium-sized families in Tian City. Teacher, can cousin Lin Xuan really be able to deal with so many bandits? Lin Yan hid behind a huge rock and looked into the distance with fear. Nearly 100 people took action together. This was the most ferocious bandit. Each of them had several, even dozens of lives on their hands. This terrifying the evil spirits come one after another, like a ferocious black tiger. If the psychological quality is not strong enough, I am afraid that I will not even have the courage to escape. However, at the next moment, Lin Yan saw a scene that he would never forget. Facing the siege of nearly 100 people, Lin Xuan refused to dodge, as if he was stupid. Ha 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 ha, the genius of the Lin family is nothing more than this. He is just a young boy who dares to come to our Black Tiger village to seek death. I plan to give you Lin family 2 weeks of life. Since you are seeking death, don't blame me, Black Tiger village. He Sanhu laughed wildly. Thinking that such a talented young man with a promising future died in the hands of his Black Tiger village, he felt an inexplicable feeling of relief in his heart. If Lin Xuan had not died, he would have definitely become a very important figure in the Dian dynasty, but it's a pity. A cruel smile appeared on He Sanhu's face, but in the next moment, everything became frozen, and time seemed to fall into eternity at this moment. In the vastness of the world, righteousness will last forever. We don't seek to kill immortals, but kill ghosts and gods. The young man was dressed in white like snow, holding a long sword in his hand. The long sword trembled slightly, as if it was a dragon's roar. Everything was like a picture scroll, and Lin Xuan was the immortal in the picture, swaying the world's demons. Everyone in Black Tiger village felt that the swords in their hands seemed to have lost control at this moment, as if there was a terrifying gravity. At the next moment, all the swords suddenly broke. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw the last scene of their lives. The long sword in Lin Xuan's hand flashed with fierce sword intent, condensing the essence, 2 in 1 life, 4 in 2, and 16 in a circle. The terrifying sword intent rushed into the sky like the bright sun, shaking the mountains and rivers, forming a terrifying wave. In the domain, 16 terrifying sword intents swept down. Thousands of swords unite to kill ghosts and gods. Even without the blessing of the dragon-slaying sword, relying on the terrifying power of the ghost-slaying and god-slaying art, it is still enough to be ranked as a saint. Boom! Black Tiger Mountain shook violently. Hundreds of bandits from Black Tiger Village, including the 3rd leader of Black Tiger Village, did not even scream, and their companions disappeared together with a burst of dazzling light. How terrifying is this? Bursts of dust and smoke left only bottomless sword marks on the spot, and a figure dressed in white standing calmly on the spot, as if he were the supreme sword god. His back alone was hard to compare to. Gyulong. Lin Yan couldn't help but swallowed. The scene in front of him made him feel a little unreal. It was too unbelievable. 1 sword. 1 strike. Nearly 100 bandits are gone. The strength of these bandits was not weak, and they were comparable to half of the Lin family. Even if the Lin family wanted to wipe them out, they would have to pay a huge price, but such a strong force was reduced to dregs before his eyes. No, not even the scum is left. The most important thing is that the terrifying and powerful man who caused such power is still a boy about the same age as him. Teacher, what state is cousin Lin Xuan in now? Lin Yan asked in disbelief at this moment. Do you tell him that this power can be caused by the true Yuan realm? Isn't this nonsense? He has little knowledge and is not a fool. His father, Lin Xuan, the head of the Lin family, is a master of the 7th level of the true Yuan realm. He has also seen the scene where his father took action with all his strength. Even with all his strength, he could not cause such a terrible result. Even 1% of the destructive power. If the territory chosen by Black Tiger Mountain was not large enough, Lin Yan had no doubt that the blow just now was enough to penetrate a mountain. Damn it, you told me it was the true Yuan realm? This is no longer a human being. Even Lin Yan suspected that the city lord of Tian City, a master of the Qi Si realm, might not be able to create such a terrifying scene even with all his strength. The old man in Lin Yan's mind was silent for a moment, and then said with emotion, I didn't expect that I would make a mistake again. Cousin Lin Xuan, you are really extraordinary. Lin Yan. Xiao Yanzi, do you remember what I said about your cousin Lin Xuan in Fangxi? Lin Yan nodded, teacher, you said that cousin Lin Xuan has understood the power of the sword, but his qualifications are average. Then, without waiting for the old voice in Lin Yan's mind to reply, Lin Yan continued, but later, you said you were mistaken. Cousin Lin Xuan has a special spirit body. Now I'm wrong again. Lin Yan's grandfather. Xiao Yanzi, your cousin not only possesses a special spirit body, but also understands the sword's intention, not the sword's power. Although there is only one word difference between the two, it is the difference between genius and genius. There are countless practitioners of swordsmanship. Although those who understand the power of swords can be called geniuses, they are not ordinary. They are nothing in front of the swordsmanship masters in Xuantian Continent. This is the basic course for the disciples of the swordsmanship masters. But it's different when you understand the sword intention. Those who understand the sword intention are rare in the Xuantian Continent. Even among the top sects, someone like you, cousin Lin Xuan, who understands the sword intention at such a young age is already worthy of being accepted as a disciple. True disciples have a bright future. Even if I am a genius with a royal body, I am not as good as your cousin Lin Xuan. Lin Yan's grandfather was full of emotions at this moment. He never expected that such a genius-level person would appear in such a small place. If he didn't fall in the future, he would definitely become a famous figure. In addition, your cousin should also have his own secret. The sword technique he used just now is definitely not lower than the heaven level. Tisk, tisk, I realized the meaning of the sword at the age of 16 and practiced a heaven-level swordsmanship. When I step out of the great Yan dynasty in the future, I'm afraid there will be many swordsmen who are immortal. Chapter 27. Heavenly swordsmanship. There was a big question mark in Lin Yan's mind. He thought that he was holding the best earth-level skills and wanted to see his cousin Lin Xuan in embarrassment. He immediately wanted to find a place to get in. It's no wonder that cousin Lin Xuan is not surprised by the top-level Kung Fu. I didn't expect that he would have such an opportunity. Lin Yan smiled bitterly. He thought that what he had gained was a great opportunity and he had become a disciple of a strong man. He did not expect that his cousin Lin Xuan was not more hesitant than himself. Xiao Yanzi, but you don't have to worry too much. With the existence of being a teacher, your future will be in a broader world. Your cousin may just be ahead with his special physique and high-level skills. There are too many. Although he can be regarded as a genius, he is far from being called the young supreme. And you will definitely build a divine body in the future, become a saint, and become an immortal, becoming the only person with great destiny in this era. The old man in Lin Yan's mind said confidently. While Lin Yan and the old man in his mind were still communicating, two angry sounds came from behind the Black Tiger Mountain. Third brother. Damn it, who is here? Why do you want to attack my third brother? After a while, Lin Xuan saw the person clearly. One of them had a tiger-backed figure, a rugged figure, and his face was covered with ferocious knife marks. He looked ferocious, and his aura was extremely majestic. The thick energy and blood transformed into a ferocious black tiger, which was almost condensed into essence. This is the boss of Black Tiger Village, Black Tiger. The other person has a lean build, an ordinary face, and a more approachable temperament than He Dahu. He looks a bit honest, but this ordinary person who looks quite honest is actually He Er, the notorious second boss of Haihu village. tiger. After He-Dahu and He-Erhu noticed the movement in Haihu village, they rushed towards the direction of the movement without hesitation. Unfortunately, when they arrived, there was only ruins left, and even the debris was found. Not here. Third brother. He-Dahu's eyes were red and his canthus was cracked. He stared at Lin Xuan with a cold tone. Boy, you actually dare to kill my brother. He-Dahu is my brother who is like a brother and sister. He-Dahu is the same as me. The brothers whom Dahu worshipped together when he was at his most depressed. I must kill you to avenge my third brother. Brother, let's kill him together and take off his head as a memorial to our third brother. Although the three of us brothers cannot die on the same day in the same year and month, we can still avenge our third brother. He-Erhu said in the eyes of He-Erhu. It also revealed a bone-chilling murderous intention. The three brothers of the Black Tiger had a stronger love than each other. Now before they could enjoy the glory and wealth together, one of their brothers had passed away. How heartbreaking is this? He-Erhu couldn't wait to cut Lin Xuan into pieces. Boy, you are very good. What you just said should be your trump card. If you dare to provoke me, Black Tiger Mountain, and kill my third brother, I must let you know why water is so red. Looking at your pale face now, you probably have no strength anymore. There is no point regretting offending me, Black Tiger Mountain, now. Even if the person standing behind you is the King of Heaven, I will die today. There was a fierce light in He-Dahu's eyes. The boy in front of him was thin and tender. He might be a disciple from a big family, but no matter who he was, he must die today. Paled face. Lin Xuan was slightly startled. This should have been caused by the ice spirit fire. Although the blow just now consumed a huge amount of his true energy, it only used about half of his true energy. Looking at Lin Xuan's actions, He-Dahu became more and more sure that Lin Xuan's true energy was exhausted at this moment, and couldn't help saying happily. Boy, soon after your death, I, He-Dahu, will definitely let your parents, your... Clang. The sound of a sword suddenly sounded in He-Dahu's ears. The next moment, He-Dahu only heard a low sound. So much nonsense. He no longer lost consciousness. Lin Xuan looked at the separated body of He-Dahu indifferently, as if he had killed a chicken, without any emotion in his heart. He-Dahu's trick of trying to attack the heart seemed so ridiculous in his eyes. Will the strong care about the provocation of the weak? Well, Lin Xuan did care, otherwise he wouldn't have directly used his spirit state to kill He-Dahu instantly without even seeing his shadow from hundreds of meters away. Although his parents may have died in hunting long ago, in his heart, this cannot be tarnished, not to mention that the Lin family still has his relatives. These are Lin Xuan's reverse scales. Anyone who touches them will die. The air around him seemed to solidify at this moment, and He-Erhu saw the most horrifying scene in his life. The eldest brother He-Dahu, whom he relied on, was just a face-to-face. He didn't even know how he died, and his head was separated directly. This was terrifying enough, and the weird scene that happened next made his liver and gallbladder split even more, and he couldn't help but kneel down. The black tiger whose body was originally separated did not even shed a drop of blood. Then white frost appeared strangely, and with the white frost all over the body, the black tiger's corpse actually disappeared in an instant, leaving only wisps of black. Cigarette. This strange scene made He-Erhu so scared that he knelt down on the ground without hesitation and begged for mercy. This hero, please let me go. I will definitely put down my butcher knife and be a good person in the future. He-Erhu was straightforward and had no intention of avenging his eldest brother and his third brother. The boy in front of him was simply not a human being, he was a monster, a monster. How could he not know how strong his eldest brother He-Dahu is? Lin Xuan was dressed in white and snowy, his eyes were flashing with silver-white flames, and he was holding a long sword. Waves of white frost condensed on the ground. Just for a moment, a little bit of flying snow suddenly condensed in the surrounding air. God, this is already God. Why would they, Provoke a god? No, how could they provoke a god? With this thought, He Erhe was covered with a few drops of flying snow, and then not even the residue was left. Spiritual bodies are so terrifying. Lin Xuan looked at the black Erhe with no residue left. Lin Xuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He just wanted to try out the special effects and lethality of the ice and fire spirit body. He didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Just the special effects were enough. It can make a master of the 6th level of the true Yuan realm die without even having time to react. It can be said that if the ice and fire spirit state is turned on, Lin Xuan is simply a walking humanoid natural disaster. Without special defensive weapons to protect his body, people in the same realm are not even qualified to look directly at him. At this point, everyone in Black Tiger Village died. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying Black Tiger Village, the mission is completed, and you will get a chance to win a Junior Invincible Inheritance Lottery. Chapter 28. Lin Xuan looked behind him and found that Lin Yan was looking at him blankly at this moment, as if he was looking at a monster in his eyes. Lin Yan saw with his own eyes that the entire Black Tiger Village, a huge force comparable to the Lin family, no, even stronger than the Lin family, was destroyed in Lin Xuan's hands without even a splash. This scene was really shocking and deeply impacted Lin Yan's young mind. "Cousin, what's wrong with you?" "I don't know." When Lin Xuan came to Lin Yan's side, he glanced at his cousin who was stunned on the spot. Lin Xuan was still a little concerned. "Gilong." Lin Yan swallowed hard, and after a while he came back to his senses and looked at Lin Xuan with admiration. This wave, purely lying down to win. Still so easy. Thinking that he actually wanted to discuss countermeasures with Lin Xuan and use dirty methods to deal with Black Tiger Village, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel ashamed. With his cousin's strength, he still needed to use other dirty methods? With such terrifying strength, not to mention the small Black Tiger Village, even if Black Tiger breaks through to the Qi Si realm, he may not be a single enemy of his cousin. What plots, tricks, and dirty tricks are all insignificant in the face of absolute strength? No. It's okay. Lin Yan shook his head quickly, and then said flatteringly, "Cousin Lin Xuan is so powerful that he destroyed Black Tiger Village by himself. What a proud man of the Dian dynasty, what a proud man of heaven, you are not even worthy of carrying your cousin's shoes." Lin Xuan glanced at Lin Yan, who had a flattering look on his face, and there was no emotion on his face. "But, why does it feel so good to be flattered by a lucky boy like this?" "Okay, stop flattering me, murder and arson gold belt, now it's time to search for the loot," Lin Xuan said calmly. The golden belt of murder and arson is a good explanation. Lin Yan's grandfather praised, "Xiao Yanzi, you should learn more from your cousin on this point. In the martial arts world, people die for money and birds die for food, but it is far from being as simple as you think." Lin Yan nodded secretly and kept these words in mind, but there was still one thing he didn't understand. "My cousin Lin Xuan seems to be just taking action for the second time. Why do I always feel that he is so familiar with the road? Maybe it's an illusion." In the next period of time, Lin Xuan and Lin Yan began to search Black Tiger Village. "Bah! These Black Tiger villagers are so poor, they deserve to be bandits." Lin Yan was cursing at this moment and ransacked the entire Black Tiger Village. Even the turf was removed by Lin Yan and he dug 3 feet up and down. However, he only found items worth about 5,000 low-grade Yuan stones in this huge fortress. No wonder Lin Yan cursed so much. What Lin Yan didn't know was that it wasn't that Black Tiger Village was too poor, but that all the items in Black Tiger Village had been exchanged by He Dehe for 4th-level realm-breaking pills. Now he was about to break through to the Qi Si realm, but was blocked by Lin Xuan. The fire is all gone. That's why he seems so poor. Lin Xuan looked at Lin Yan who was cursing and felt the same way. Such a big village could be so poor. Sure enough, he would be rich as an alchemist. This was much faster than robbery. "Cousin Lin Xuan, there is another cave here, and the bulk of the items in it are. Lin Yan said excitedly, after drawing the small prize, it should be the big prize's turn now. There is no doubt that 4th grade natural materials can definitely be regarded as the grand prize among the big prizes. Even some spiritual materials cannot compare in value to 4th grade natural materials such as 1000-year stone milk. Within half an hour, Lin Xuan followed Lin Yan to the entrance of a cave. The cave was winding and dark, and the road was extremely long, with no end in sight. Following this road, Lin Xuan and Lin Yan walked cautiously towards the cave. Although there were some mechanisms along the way, they were easily destroyed by Lin Xuan's perception. A moment later, Lin Xuan and Lin Yan arrived at the lowest level of the cave. Looking at a bright light not far away, Lin Xuan also had a smile on his face. Not far away was a small space, only a few meters long, but there was a small pit within a few meters, and the light that Lin Xuan and Lin Yan saw came from this small pit. There was milky white liquid in the small pit, and there was a thin tide of vitality. However, to Lin Xuan and Lin Yan's disappointment, there was less than an inch of 1000-year-old stone milk left in the small pit. The small pit is 5 or 6 inches high. Pity. Lin Xuan shook his head. So much 1000-year stone milk had been wasted. As a 4th grade natural material, a bottle of 1000-year stone milk could sell hundreds of thousands of low-grade yuan stones. How much had it been wasted? Lin Xuan carefully packed up the remaining millennium stone milk, no more and no less, just 2 small bottles. Xiao Yanzi, you really got lucky this time. The old man's voice sounded again in Lin Yan's mind, but this time his tone was a little excited. Teacher, what's wrong? Lin Yan asked curiously, not sure what could possibly make his teacher so excited. Xiao Yanzi, listen to me. However, before the words could be finished, a thunderous voice sounded. I saw Lin Xuan summoning all his strength and suddenly clapped his hands towards the ground. Thick white smoke emitted from the ground. It was the extremely rich Taoist rime. After a while, the place was shrouded in the mist of Taoist rime. I knew that the place where so many 1000-year-old stone milks are located must be abnormal, and there must be an underground treasure. It is indeed the case. The old voice in Lin Yan's mind said hoarsely, but there was a hint of surprise in his tone. There should be very few people who know this secret. Even most high-level alchemists would not know it. Why would your cousin know it? Xiao Yanzi, why don't you go and ask? Curious, this time he was really curious. Could it be that this young man had some secrets that he didn't know about? Teacher, what kind of 5th grade treasure is this? Lin Yan looked excited. There was an object about the size of a fist in the thick Taoist rime. It was crystal clear, exuding bright rays of light, and looked very beautiful. Both heavenly materials and earthly treasures of the 5th grade are extremely rare items, and each item is enough to cause a bloody battle. According to Lin Yan's understanding, the Dian dynasty once produced a 5th grade earthly treasure, which later caused several bloody battles. A fierce war broke out between the 2 dynasties. In the end, the Dian dynasty dispatched 5 powerful men in the magical power realm to successfully capture the 5th grade treasure. Such an item is priceless. Chapter 29. While Lin Yan was still communicating with the old man, Lin Xuan also picked up the crystal clear object, which was about the size of a fist. In an instant, Lin Xuan felt a chill flowing through his limbs. The speed of cultivation can't help but become a little faster. Sure enough, to be able to gather so many 1000-year-old stone milk must be extraordinary. 5th grade earth treasure, exquisite spiritual crystal. Even if it is Lin Xuan, he can't help but feel excited at this moment. In the inheritance of the 9-turn alchemy, this kind of treasure is also recorded, the exquisite spiritual crystal. An item made of exquisite spiritual crystal can increase the user's practice speed 50%, but this is for refining weapons. In alchemy, integrating exquisite spiritual crystals into elixirs can improve the quality of the elixirs, and it can even replace the main medicinal material of most cultivation elixirs. Of course, this is not the most outrageous thing. The most heaven-defying thing is a special elixir, the Kikiao exquisite pill, which can open spiritual orifices after taking it. After taking it, it can awaken people's wisdom, greatly increase their understanding, and change their acquired qualifications. It is a proper fantasy version of the marrow cleansing pill. The value of this exquisite spiritual crystal, which is about the size of a fist, is immeasurable. At this moment, Lin Yan's young face was full of shock. He knew that the 5th grade treasure was very heaven-defying, but he never expected that it would be so heaven-defying. At this moment, his heart was beating continuously, and finally he couldn't help but close his eyes. Lin Yan, what are you thinking about? You should be satisfied if you get a bottle of 1000-year stone milk. Lin Yan felt very sour inside now. It's like brothers who agreed to live in poverty together, but you secretly drove a luxury car and lived in a mansion. This feeling. But at this moment, Lin Yan heard a crisp sword cry, which frightened him so much that he opened his eyes. Cousin Lin Yan, here you go. The young man in white handed over half of the exquisite crystal and a jade bottle, and placed them clearly in front of Lin Yan. Cousin Lin Xuan, this is... There was a bit of joy on Lin Yan's face, but more of it was still disbelief. This is a 4th grade heavenly material and a 5th grade earth treasure. If the items in this were spread, they would be worth millions, or even tens of millions of low-grade yuan stones. His teacher was even sure that cousin Lin Xuan would not be able to bear the temptation and swallowed it for himself. Your reward. Lin Xuan's tone was calm, as if the 4th grade heavenly materials and 5th grade earthly treasures in front of him were just ordinary items. Cousin Lin Xuan. Lin Yan took the item, his eyes were moist, and he didn't know whether it was excitement or shock on his face, he was stunned in place. Thanks. The old grandfather in Lin Yan's mind also stagnated for a long time at this moment. Lin Xuan glanced at Lin Yan, who was as stupid as a goose, and sighed softly, let's go back to the Lin family. Lin Xuan did not regret at all for giving such precious 4th grade heavenly materials and 5th grade earthly treasures to Lin Yan. Without Lin Yan, he might not have gotten a single item. Even without himself, Lin Yan can still obtain these heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The luck of the Son of Luck is not just talk. What's more, using these 4th grade natural materials and 5th grade earthly treasures to leave a better impression in Lin Yan's heart, will the Son of Luck be able to brush dungeons in the future without his share. Although Lin Xuan talks very little, he still understands the basics of human nature and sophistication. The most important thing is that Lin Yan is also named Lin and belongs to his Lin family. Not long after Lin Xuan and Lin Yan left Black Tiger Village and returned to the Lin family, other bandits from Black Tiger Village returned to the village. When he saw the bumpy areas of Black Tiger Village, there was not even a human figure, only in the ruins, everyone collapsed to the ground in fear. God has sent down punishment. Black Tiger Village must have committed too many sins and attracted punishment from the gods. Ha 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 ha, the first boss, the second boss, the third boss, the brothers in Black Tiger Village are all dead, and it will be my turn next. No one knew that this terrifying and strange scene scared a murderous Black Tiger Village bandit crazy, but the news of the destruction of Black Tiger Village soon spread. The ruins on the ground and the sword marks that almost split Black Tiger Mountain have become the talk of countless people after dinner. Lin Family Mansion. Lin Xuan looked at the 4th grade heavenly material Millennium Stone Milk and the 5th grade Earth treasure in front of him, and sighed slightly in his heart. The value of following Lin Yan on a trip is comparable to the entire Tian city. Tens of millions of low-grade yuanqi, this is very scary. Numbers. All I can say is that he is the lucky son of the Lin family, and his luck is really terrifying. There is another opportunity for a junior invincible inheritance lottery. I don't know what I will get this time. This time, the Black Tiger Village was destroyed and he was rewarded with a junior invincible inheritance lottery. Although it was only a junior level, being named an invincible heritage showed that it was definitely extraordinary. Even if it was just a junior level, the level would not be low. Ding! Congratulations to the host for extracting the God of War catalog inherited from the High Martial Plain Sage Guangchenzi. Illustration of the God of War? Isn't this a martial arts technique from the world of martial arts? Lin Xuan's face looked a little dull. Can he practice the skills of a fantasy world and a martial arts world? But before Lin Xuan could react, he suddenly felt something was in his mind. Is this the God of War catalog? After studying the information in his mind, Lin Xuan was a little unbelievable. To explore the mysteries of the universe, it can accommodate all things. The user can absorb the essence of all things in the world and transform it into his own cultivation. Combined with an incomparable domineering force in the body, yin and yang. Reciprocity, endless cycle. To put it simply, the true essence quality of the low-level Xuan level exercises that Lin Xuan practiced before was 1, so the true essence quality in his body now is 10, a full 10 times difference. Moreover, Lin Xuan also felt that his limbs and bones were being washed by a domineering force at this moment, increasing the upper limit of his true energy capacity. No wonder the gap in the world of martial arts practice is so huge and so despairing. Host, Lin Xuan. Realm, 7th Heaven of True Essence. Kung Fu, God of War illustration, Heavenly Grade Level Leave 1. Martial Arts, Slaying Ghosts and Gods, Lower Holy Level Leave 1, Whirlwind Sword Technique, Highest Level Yellow Level. Inheritance, Body Book, Leave 1, 9 Turn Alchemy, Emperor Level Ultimate Level Leave 1, Ice Spirit Fire, Leave 1. Physique, Ice and Fire Spirit Body. Number of inheritances, none. It's no wonder he is so powerful if he is the best of the heavens. Even his cultivation speed is several times faster. A hint of joy appeared on Lin Xuan's face, and Lin Xuan even felt that if it weren't for the many restrictions in the God of War catalog, the grade would be far beyond the heaven grade. However, at present, the top-level skills at the heaven level are enough, and the skills of the Dayan royal family are only at the earth level. This is the benefit of inheritance, it's one-click entry, including teaching and skills. Chapter 30. Lin Family Mansion. Lin Xuan sat cross-legged, with surging energy flowing out of his body. The vitality in the entire practice room seemed to have risen several times at this moment, like a raging river, rushing endlessly, constantly washing Lin Xuan's body. At this moment, Lin Xuan's cultivation level was rising rapidly. In just 10 days, Lin Xuan's cultivation level reached the peak of the 9th level of the True Yuan realm. To be precise, it took him a week to refine the alchemy in these 10 days, and it was only 3 days since he started practicing, and it took him 3 days to cross 2 heavens in a row again. At this moment, Lin Xuan planned to break through the Qi Si realm in one go. The Qi Si realm is a watershed for martial arts practitioners. The body tempering realm tempers the body so that one's body can withstand the washing of the power of heaven and earth. Only in this way can one officially become a martial arts practitioner. After the body tempering is completed, the sound of tiger and leopard thunder can be heard with every movement of one's hands and feet. This is tempering. Perfect body. The Qi condensation realm is to absorb the energy of heaven and earth and begin to try to use the energy of heaven and earth for one's own use. The perfection of Qi condensation is to be able to release the energy in the body. Once you reach this state, you can start to break through the True Yuan realm. The True Yuan realm can absorb the vitality of heaven and earth and convert it into the power of True Yuan that it can control. It can store the power of True Yuan in its own meridians and use it to fight the enemy at any time when needed. However, this storage method makes the quantity of true essence extremely limited. But the Qi realm is different. The Qi Si realm needs to open up a sea of Qi in the body and gather the vitality of heaven and earth. It is like a huge warehouse that can store the vitality and call it at any time when using it. The combat intensity and sustainability are not the same, and there will be vitality at all times. The 8 extraordinary pulses passing through the body greatly increase the strength of the body, showing in human strength. In the entire Tian city, only the city lord Wang Jun has broken through to the Qi Si realm. The Qi Si realm is not a small figure in the Dian dynasty. Even if he is just a vulgar warrior, his status is still high. He is worthy of the Dian dynasty to take a high look and join the army. Even generals and subordinates are at least the city lords of a city. In addition, they can join other major forces as temporary servants. I believe there are many forces willing to support him. After all, there are only a few in the magical power realm, and apart from the magical power realm, the Qi Si realm is the pinnacle. Lin Xuan felt that the power of the true essence in his body seemed to have reached a point of concentration. He took out a jade bottle without hesitation and opened it. The rich medicinal fragrance caused a terrifying tide of vitality in the surroundings. At this moment, a large amount of energy was attracted. This is the 4th grade mirror-breaking liquid refined by Lin Xuan using part of the 5th grade earth treasure exquisite spiritual crystal and the 4th grade heavenly material 1000-year-old stone milk and some auxiliary materials. Although the 5th grade earth treasure exquisite spiritual crystal is used instead of large, it is a waste to use some 4th grade medicinal materials to refine such a 4th grade boundary breaking fluid that can allow people to break through the Qi Si realm, but to Lin Xuan, this is nothing. After simmering the liquid in the jade bottle, Lin Xuan felt that the speed of the god of war in his body suddenly accelerated 10 times or even more. In just a few hours, all the muscles and veins in his body were filled with vitality. Lin Xuan, according to the guidance of the Qi Hai method recorded in the God of War illustration, the vitality of all the muscles and veins is guided to the lower abdomen. The extremely intense true energy collided with each other, forming a cyclone. As more and more true energy collided, the cyclone formed became larger and larger. Lin Xuan's body also erupted with a terrifying momentum at this moment. The bright fairy clouds spurted out, the god of war's catalog in the body was operating to the extreme, countless vitality poured into Lin Xuan's body like a rushing tide, and even the entire training room was trembling at this moment, like an earth dragon turning over. Boom! With a loud noise, the sea of qi in Lin Xuan's body began to gradually consolidate. It was a silver-white sea of qi, like ice, but with blazing high temperatures. In addition, it gave people an extremely domineering feeling. It felt like just a wisp of breath leaking out. It instantly penetrated all the surrounding objects and left a deep pit on the ground. You must know that this is the practice room built by the Lin family at a great cost for Lin Xuan. Call. Lin Xuan exhaled a breath of turbid air. Compared with turbid air, perhaps in the eyes of others, it was more like fairy air. He swallowed clouds and breathed out mist. He was dressed in white clothes like snow, with bright divine light flowing around him, intertwined with fairy clouds, and Taoist charm. The air was filled, and Lin Xuan was like an immortal in the world at this moment. The Qi Si realm is done. A look of joy appeared on Lin Xuan's face. At the age of 16, you must know that he has already completed many journeys in his life at the age of 16 and has become a great master in the Qi Si realm. The number one genius in the Yan dynasty in the past millennium is still struggling in the true Yuan realm, but he has already broken through to the Qi Si realm. It's no wonder that the Lin family has never given birth to a master of the Qi Si realm. Lin Xuan gave a bitter smile. Breaking through to the Qi Si realm requires the Qi Si technique. Without the Qi Si Dharma, it is just like learning to walk. If you want to break through to the Qi Si realm on your own, you will not be able to break through to the Qi Si realm unless you have a special physique or an incomprehensible understanding. How many people can break through to the Qi Si realm? The Qi Si technique in the God of War illustration is one of the most advanced Qi Si techniques. The condensed Qi Si is accompanied by the domineering aura of the God of War illustration, making all the martial arts used to be superior to others, that is, martial arts. The highest realm of learning broken void. Now that I have broken through to the Qi Si realm, looking at the great Yan dynasty, I am invincible with my magical powers. I just need to settle for a while and refine the Qi Hai Dan. After breaking through 3 realms in a row, I will be able to reach the magical power realm by then. World War I, Feeling the endless vitality in his body like a rushing river, Lin Xuan couldn't help but reveal a confident smile on his face. I don't know if that girl Yanran is obedient and practices well. With the pills left behind, it shouldn't be a problem to break through to the 4th level of qi condensation. Now that I have made a breakthrough, go and see this girl, and give her the gift of adulthood by the way. Last time, Lin Xuan was only in the true Yuan realm and had some scruples. Now he has the qualifications to compete with the Chu Ling Palace. Whether it is the identity of a 4th-grade alchemist or the cultivation of the Qi Si realm, all of this is based on he looks so dazzling at the age of 16. Even if the Dian dynasty lasts for thousands or 10,000 years, no one can surpass it. However, Lin Xuan's vision has never been just in the Dian dynasty. He knows that there must be a vaster world outside the Dian dynasty with countless monsters, and that is where he can shine. This is also the reason why he has never joined any force. From the beginning to the end, he believed that he would surpass the Dian dynasty, enter a higher level, and have a better stage. Chapter 31. Lin Xuan rarely met his peers along the way. Nowadays, the coming-of-age ceremony of the Lin family is a major event that affects the future and destiny of everyone in the Lin family. Not everyone has Lin Xuan's qualifications and Lin Yan's fate. The Lin family is mostly ordinary family children. As long as they break through to a certain level before the adult ceremony arrives, they will be countless levels ahead of their peers in the future. Once they fail to reach the standard, the Lin family will not have any resource tilt. If there are no resources, without chance, unless something unexpected happens, he can only stay in the body tempering realm for the rest of his life, doing nothing and being lost to all sentient beings. The mansion where Lin Yanran lives is not far from Lin Xuan's practice room, otherwise Lin Yanran would not rush to Lin Xuan every 2 days, but this is the first time that Lin Xuan takes the initiative to go to Lin Yanran's mansion to look for her. Is this girl's mansion so big? After a while, Lin Xuan followed the remaining impressions in his memory and came to the place where Lin Yanran lived. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers and covered an area of nearly 10 acres. This was almost as large as Lin Xuan's 3 yards. While Lin Xuan was still looking at Lin Yanran's yard, he didn't notice that there was a graceful figure with a veil behind him, staring at him. Qi Si realm. Just when the graceful figure with the veil was about to raise a hand to throw Lin Xuan out, and to warn this boy not to be a toad who wants to eat swan meat, he suddenly felt the aura fluctuations that had just broken through Lin Xuan's body, and suddenly the indifferent pupils under the veil shrank tightly, and there was a bit of astonishment on the face. She remembered that this kid only broke through to the 7th level of qi condensation a month ago. How come he suddenly broke through to the qi si realm? She has crossed 2 great realms from the 7th level of qi condensation in 1 month. Is she dreaming? How long did it take for her to break through from the 7th level of qi condensation to the qi si realm? It seems to have been used for several years, right? How many people in the entire Xuantian Continent have such a cultivation speed? The last person to be so terrifying was probably the 9th preparatory holy son of Xuantian Holy Land. He had read all the Taoist books in the world, remained silent for 23 years, gathered magical powers in 9 steps, and became an unparalleled evildoer that attracted worldwide attention in the human race. But that's still 23 years old. Aunt Lang shook her head. How could she compare this boy with that one? But she slowly took back her raised hand and disappeared silently. Little did she know that when she recalled this idea a year later, she couldn't help but feel speechless from time to time. Yes, how do they compare between the two? Within a moment, the door of the simple and fragrant room was gently pushed open, and a girl wearing a light cyan dress walked out of the room. Her eyebrows were curved, and her delicate and straight nose was slightly upturned. She was only 15 years old. At the age of 6, she has developed just right. Her skin is like snow, and her delicate and pretty face is not stained by dust, and she stands tall and graceful. Brother Lin Xuan. The girl's big watery eyes blinked, as if a little unbelievable. After confirming that this was not Aunt Leng's hallucination, Lin Yan waved her jade arm, and the purple bracelet hanging on her wrist shone brightly at this moment. Blooming with a purple halo, and the girl's curved crescent moon expressed her inner joy at this moment. Lin Yan trotted to Lin Xuan's side, and suddenly threw herself into Lin Xuan's arms. Lin Yan sniffed with her small nose, raised her delicate face and looked at Lin Xuan, her beautiful eyes filled with joy. Brother Lin Xuan's retreat is over. Lin Xuan nodded, gently rubbed the girl's hair that was leaning on his shoulder, and a smile appeared on her cold little face, which looked as gentle as a spring breeze in the sun. Well, there shouldn't be any more problems in the next period of time. Started to retreat. Hearing Lin Xuan's answer, Lin Yan's heart suddenly stopped. She pursed her lips and looked at Lin Xuan's cold face expectantly. It was hard to imagine that today's young man could actually show such a beautiful smile. Then, Brother Lin Xuan, do you have any plans for the past 2 days? Lin Yan puffed up her cheeks, like a fish blowing bubbles, which was really cute. No. Lin Xuan shook his head. He stretched out his slender hands and rubbed Lin Yan's head. He smiled and said softly, this period of time is quite free. If you, girl, have anything you don't understand about your practice, please let me know. Ask me. Lin Yan quietly rubbed Lin Xuan's palm, with stars almost appearing in her eyes. Based on her understanding of her brother Lin Xuan, wouldn't it be? Thinking of this, the corners of Lin Yan's lips began to rise uncontrollably, and she began to walk out of Lin's house with Lin Xuan in her arms. Since brother Lin Xuan is free, let's spend some time with Yanner to mend her demons. Tend magic? Where did you learn this word from, girl? Okay, Yanner has been very tired from practicing these past few days. She finally broke through to the 4th level of qi condensation, but she worked very hard. Yan, you should read less scripts. Ahoy! Lin Yan looked at the young man dressed in white, who looked like an immortal in the 9 heavens. His big, watery eyes were bent into crescent moons, with a blur in his eyes. She nodded obediently. Ever since she was little, only the young man in front of her has been close to her. Without any distracting thoughts, it gave her more sustenance in her heart. She, Lin Yan, was not idle. Dare again next time. Lin Yan thought silently in her heart. She remembered every scene of her childhood. The little boy who shocked everyone in the Lin family with his words was always by her side. When she was bullied and abandoned, he was the only one who stood up. Lin Yan glanced at the reddish face, her beautiful face tilted slightly. This time she will make all those little prodigal hoofs give up. Last time, someone dared to question her. Just after Lin Yan and Lin Xuan left the yard, a figure appeared again in the yard. Aunt Leng looked at the girl holding the boy and walking away with complicated eyes. She murmured in a low voice, I don't know if I am right or wrong. She didn't know the answer to this. Breaking through from the 7th level of qi condensation to the qi sea realm in 1 month was really unbelievable and broke her knowledge. Such genius might not be limited to the Dian dynasty in the future. No, it will definitely not be limited to the Dian dynasty. If Lin Xuan was still at the 7th level of qi condensation, or at the true Yuan realm, she would not hesitate to throw Lin Xuan out of the courtyard and make him give up. Any reveal of her young lady's identity would be enough to destroy a power like the Dian dynasty. Countless times, without enough talent and strength, the final outcome will only be tragedy. Lin Yan was a girl she had grown up watching. She had already regarded her as her daughter and considered her in every aspect. I hope you can prove that you are worthy of Yan. Aunt Leng sighed, there are 80,000 words in the world, but the word love is the most difficult to decipher. This question can only be left to the young people themselves. Chapter 32. On the way away from the Lin family, the elegant girl and the cold boy still attracted the attention of countless people, but at this moment, more people were happy. Naturally, many people were happy to see the two geniuses of the Lin family together. Next, Lin Xuan and Lin Yan continued to wander around Tian City, collecting some medicinal materials and waiting to go back to refine some elixirs. Tang Hulu, sell candied haws. Suddenly the shouts of the candied haws hawker came out on the street. Lin Yan glanced at the young man beside her. Seeing that the young man lowered his brows and seemed to be thinking about something, she couldn't help but turn her face to the side and walked in front of the hawker with lotus steps. After a moment, Lin Xuan saw something shaking in front of him. He raised his head and faced the girl's smiling face. A pair of jade-like hands held a bunch of candied haws covered with red fruits and handed it over. "Brother Lin Xuan, give it." Lin Xuan smoothly caught the candied haws on the haws that Lin Yan handed over. Each layer of hawthorn-like fruit on the candied haws was covered with a thick layer of thin sugar. This sugar added a bit of luster to the candied haws, like bright lights. There was a faint light, and it looked like the face of the girl in front of her. Lin Yan took a bite of the candied haws in her hand. Her pink mouth was covered with crystal sugar juice, sour and sweet. The girl bent her crescent moon, revealing her cute dimples, and her delicate and flawless face showed a slight smile. Blushing, a wisp of breeze blew, and the girl's 3,000 black hair fell with the wind. Her black hair reached her waist, like a fairy descending to earth. "Brother Lin Xuan, do you still remember the first time you and Yan met?" Lin Yan opened her big, watery eyes and looked at the boy in front of her who was licking the candied haws, her eyes shining with hope. Lin Xuan's movements in his mouth paused. Facing the girl's gaze, he slowly raised his head, feeling as if he was in another world. The girl is now slim and graceful, with a flawless face that even a fairy in the sky can only look like, but the greenness on her little face still retains a bit of the past. Facing Lin Xuan's gaze, the girl straightened her chest slightly. Although she was immature, she was beginning to take shape. The unique girl's fragrance blew on Lin Xuan's face as she tilted her body slightly, making Lin Xuan a little absence. Just when Lin Yan was about to get close, a jade-like finger gently brushed her delicate red lips and gently flicked the girl's astonished face. A smile appeared on Lin Xuan's cold face, and he said fondly, "Of course I remember, I didn't expect that the little crybaby would grow so big in a blink of an eye. It's getting more and more beautiful." Lin Xuan added in his heart. "Humph." Lin Yan muttered, her face turned red, and she said softly, "I'm not a little crybaby, so I won't pay attention to you, brother Lin Xuan." The girl stood up slowly, seeming a little embarrassed, and walked slowly towards the distance, her footsteps slow, as if she was waiting for something. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. Lin Xuan gave a bitter smile and quickly chased after him. At this moment, the world seemed to be frozen. Pedestrians were rushing on the road, and vendors were still shouting on both sides of the street. The sun was just right, dyeing the horizon like an oil painting. The boy and the girl held hands and walked towards the end of the road together. In this bustling street, the two seemed to be strolling, neither of them rushed back, they seemed to be enjoying this quiet moment. However, this road eventually comes to an end. "Brother Lin Xuan." Lin Yan suddenly stopped, put her hands behind her back, her delicate and elegant face slowly approached Lin Xuan's face, with a beautiful smile on her face, she said briskly, "If Yanner will leave brother Lin Xuan for a while one day, will brother Lin Xuan blame Yanner?" Facing the girl's gaze, Lin Xuan thoughtfully rubbed the girl's hair, a smile appeared on his face, warm and friendly, like the spring sunshine, attracting attention. He said softly, "Silly girl, don't underestimate your brother Lin Xuan. I won't blame you. If one day you really want to leave, I will look for you personally, no matter the ends of the world, or the bright moon and stars." Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Lin Yan's delicate jade face was like the gorgeous sunset, her red mouth gently pressed close to her, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and if she looked carefully, there were a few tears looming. If Yanner leaves brother Lin Xuan for a period of time, brother Lin Xuan cannot look for a new love during this period. Otherwise. Humph. Lin Yanran's eyes widened, and her slender white hands gently rubbed Lin Xuan's body, like a warning, but to Lin Xuan it seemed more like she was being cute. In response to Lin Yanran's warning, Lin Xuan felt helpless and immediately raised his hands in surrender. Yanner is so beautiful. With Yanner, is it possible that I will also like other vulgar fans? After hearing Lin Xuan's reply, the girl nodded with satisfaction. The coming-of-age ceremony is in a few days. This storage ring contains the elixir I have refined during this period. Lin Xuan took out a storage ring and placed it on the girl's delicate hand. This ring contains 3rd grade or even 4th grade elixirs that Lin Xuan has refined during this period. After the last increase in soul power and improvement in cultivation, Lin Xuan is now able to refine 3rd grade elixirs of perfect quality. Medicine, although the 4th grade elixir cannot be refined to perfect quality, the 9 rhymes of condensing pill can still do it. Lin Yanran took the ring, carefully put it on the ring finger of her left hand, and then smiled. Then, brother Lin Xuan, see you tomorrow. After watching Lin Yanran return to his yard, Lin Xuan did not return to his house immediately, but walked in another direction. We came to another place along the path, and heard a loud noise before we even got close. After that boy from the Chu family broke through to become a first-level alchemist, he was spotted by Master Lu Qing, the king of alchemy in the royal capital, and accepted him as a closed disciple. Now, relying on this relationship, he wants to blatantly steal my Lin family's alchemy business. Damn it, the 1st grade Qi blood elixir recipe must have been given to that little brat from the Chu family by the one from the royal capital. Now the Chu family not only has Qi blood elixir recipe, but also Qi blood powder and Qi gathering elixir. Waiting for both sides, this will not leave us any way to survive. Nowadays, the flow of people in our Lin family's market is extremely rare. Now the Chu family's market has almost become the largest market in Tian City. Even the city lord's market is far inferior to the Chu family's. If this continues, sooner or later, they will all be driven to a dead end. The Chu family has gone too far. Aren't they afraid of causing backlash from other families? Do you really think that having a 1st grade alchemist in the family can be unscrupulous? Now the point is not the 1st grade alchemy master, but that the boy from the Chu family has become the younger prince's junior disciple. King Chu Ling's biological son Chu Chongfeng is the eldest disciple of alchemy king Lu Qing. Now the young prince prefers the Chu family, and even the city lord don't dare to provoke. Is it possible that you can just watch our Lin family being driven to a dead end? Chapter 33. Lin Xuan's cold eyes narrowed slightly when he heard the discussion among the people in the yard. He did not hide it and gently opened the door and entered. Seeing the many elders of the Lin family and the head of the Lin family sitting in the hall, Lin Xuan remained calm and composed, bowing slightly to his grandfather and the many elders of the Lin family with an unchanged expression, and said in a clear voice, Lin Xuan has met Grandpa and paid homage to the head of the family and the elders. When everyone in the Lin family saw that the person coming was Lin Xuan, they all dropped their guard. The eldest elder of the Lin family, Lin Bei, looked at his grandson with eyes full of pride and pride. His grandson was his pride and the pride of the Lin family. Nephew Lin Xuan, there is no need to be polite, just get up. Lin Zhan, the head of the Lin family, also nodded with a smile on his face. His calm demeanor and handsome appearance made it easy for people to like him. The Chu family has Chu Yang, and my Lin family also has Lin Xuan. The second elder of the Lin family smiled like a chrysanthemum at the moment. He smiled at everyone and said that the cultivation level of a 16-year-old suspected of being in the true Yuan realm is really too shocking. Even without the cultivation level of the true Yuan realm, just relying on the power of condensation with a cultivation level of the 7th heavenly Qi, he was also one of the few favored sons of heaven in the Dian dynasty. He believed that when Lin Xuan grew up, he would be able to bring the Lin family to a new level. For these old people who have dedicated their whole lives to the Lin family, although there will be friction between them, no one dares to neglect such a major event as the prosperity of the family. The other elders also looked at Lin Xuan with kind faces. How could they still look as tense as before? Did you have something to do here today? If you encounter any difficulties, you can tell me. I believe we old guys can still help. Lin Bei smiled and said that his grandson has been very mature since he was a child and has never made anyone worried. Coming to him now, in Lin Bei's eyes, he might have encountered some trouble. But if this is the case, not only will he not be unhappy, but he will be very happy. Only in this way will it appear that these old guys have meaning in their existence. Lin Xuan shook his head. He looked at the rare solemn expressions on the faces of many elders of the Lin family and said, "Grandpa, what happened to Uncle Lin Xuan and my Lin family?" Hearing Lin Xuan's question, many elders looked at each other, and finally Lin Bei said, "We encountered something, but it's not a big deal. We old guys will solve it soon." It's a pity that their previous conversations fell into Lin Xuan's ears. How could Lin Xuan believe his grandfather's words? He knew that this was because his grandfather did not want him to be involved, but he was also a member of the Lin family. He had to hide part of it because he was not strong enough before. Now that he has broken through the Qi Si realm, even if the Yan dynasty wants to do something to him, if you take action, you have to consider whether you can withstand the revenge of such a young Qi Si realm master and a fourth-grade alchemist. Lin Xuan shook his head and said, "Grandpa, I am also a member of the Lin family. How can I pretend that I don't see the family is in trouble? I had some chance to get some prescriptions a few days ago, which should be able to help my Lin family survive this crisis." After Lin Xuan finished speaking, he took out a few jade slips and handed them to Lin Bei under the astonished eyes of many elders. These were some of the elixirs he had carved out during the chat, and they were also the elixirs that were most suitable for the current situation of the Lin family. Lin Bei took the pill prescription handed over by Lin Xuan, his eyes gradually became stunned, and he said excitedly and incoherently, "Xuaner, this. The other Lin family elders couldn't help but become curious when they looked at Lin Bei's appearance. "Elder Bei, what did this boy give you that surprised you so much?" Seeing Lin Bei's excited expression, the second elder of the Lin family couldn't help but came over and took a look at a jade slip without politeness. This sight made him stand up even more excitedly. This, where did you get this?" "Second grade pill, Fang Qi condensation pill." The second elder of the Lin family shouted excitedly, which instantly caused the atmosphere in the hall to explode. Everyone looked at the jade slip in the second elder's hand. The fifth elder even rushed over and took the jade slip from the second elder's hand. He took it and carefully protected it in his hands. "It's a recipe for a second-grade Qi condensing pill. It's really a recipe for a second-grade Qi condensing pill." The fifth elder was so excited that his thin body was shaking. He had been stuck in the realm of a first-level alchemist for decades. He originally thought that his life was over, but now he had a second-level alchemy recipe in front of him, allowing him to see further hope. The value of second-grade elixir recipes is even more precious than Xian-level skills. Real alchemists will regard elixir recipes as extremely important. Only major forces such as the Alchemist Guild will release some basic elixirs. Fang, the rest of the Dan Fang will require a huge price to obtain. Just like the second-grade Qi condensing pill recipe, as long as it is revealed, it can be auctioned for at least 1 million low-grade yuan stone, and it may be more than that. They are all priceless. An elixir recipe is enough to be the inheritance that a force relies on for its survival. Just like the Elixir King family in the royal capital, relying on a 5th-grade elixir recipe of white jade Xiang Dan left by their ancestors, they have been prosperous for thousands of years, even in the realm of supernatural powers. All the warriors are eager to get a white jade red sun pill, and they are willing to become his lackeys. If the Lin family had the formula for the Qi condensing pill and could refine it, then with the huge profits brought by the Qi condensing pill, it wouldn't even be a problem for the family to grow several times larger. With profits came resources, and with the qi condensing pill formula, in less than 10 years, the Lin family dominated Tian City. No, it was not limited to Tian City. The recipe for the qi condensing pill is actually the recipe for the qi condensing pill. Lin Xuan and other elders came over, and they were extremely excited at this moment. Not only are there recipes for qi condensing pills, but there are also qi gathering pills, body tempering pills, second-grade realm breaking pills, and even alchemist's notes. Xuaner, where did you get these things? Lin Bei asked with disbelief after counting the jade slips handed over by Lin Xuan. This is really too shocking. The combined value of so many items would be hard to get even if the Lin family sells them. Lin Xuan thought for a while, with a serious look on his face, "Grandpa, it's a long story. A few days ago, I was walking on the road and met an old man. He called himself an alchemist. He said that I had the qualifications for alchemy and wanted to accept me as his disciple. These items were left to me by the alchemy master. Grandpa, who is indecisive in times of trouble, this excuse is definitely not wrong, at least many elders of the Lin family believe it." Chapter 34. I didn't expect that Xuaner would have such an opportunity for you, Lin Bei said with a smile. Humph. How can the Chu family compare to the real dragons of my Lin family? The fifth elder was even more happy at this moment. He was undoubtedly the biggest beneficiary of the Lin family's second-grade elixir recipe. In the future, the Lin family could also cultivate alchemy geniuses without having to spend a huge price to send them to other forces. My Lin family is really lucky to have you. Lin Xuan, the head of the family, also had complicated eyes at this moment, and said with relief, "If Yaner had 1/10 of your talent, I wouldn't have to worry so much." Although Lin Yan had recovered his talent, he did not make it too public. Although Lin Xuan knew that Lin Yan had recovered his talent, he did not know the speed of his cultivation. He only thought that Lin Yan had broken through to the 3rd level of body tempering at most. Lin Xuan was neither arrogant nor impetuous when he heard this, his eyes remained unchanged, and he just said calmly, "Cousin Lin Yan will naturally have his own opportunities. I believe that his talent will definitely be restored, and he will be able to rebuild the glory of the Lin family when the time comes." Lin Xuan shook his head when he heard this, thinking that Lin Xuan was being modest. How could he not know what level his cub was? After that, Lin Xuan briefly chatted with several elders of the Lin family and then left first. He came here originally intending to give something to his grandfather. Now that so many elders of the Lin family are here, as long as if you are not stupid, you will allocate the resources you give out reasonably. Looking at the white clothes going away, Lin Bei had a lot of thoughts at the moment. He was relieved, but also a little disappointed in his heart, and finally turned into a long sigh. "Elder Ba Yat, why are you sighing? It is your blessing to have such a wonderful grandson." The second elder was angry. If his grandson was half as sensible as Lin Xuan, he would probably wake up happy every night. "You do not understand." Lin Bei brushed his pale beard and pretended to be profound. "First elder, I don't know if Lin Xuan is married. I have a pretty good-looking niece from far away. She is a lady. Why don't the two young people meet her when she has time?" "Oh, great elder, please don't listen to the nonsense talked by the third elder. My granddaughter, whom you have seen since childhood, is still a disciple of Dayan Academy. I think that when that girl Qing'er comes back from Dayan Academy, the two of us will be together. Young people can have good contact with each other. You old guy, aren't you afraid that your beard will be plucked out by your granddaughter?" "Don't be afraid, it's not too late for my granddaughter to be happy. That girl Qing'er has long told me that she has a crush on this guy Lin Xuan. It is also good for young people to communicate more. I heard that this guy Lin Xuan is with that girl Lin Yan. So what if we are together? How can the geniuses of my Lin family be worthy of the blood of my Lin family if I don't marry more? It's just that." Lin Xuan, who had already left the compound, almost stumbled when he heard the faint sound coming from the hall. "This is not something I feel comfortable saying. In the back hill of the Lin family, a thin yet determined figure was breathing heavily. This thin figure was none other than Lin Yan, who had disappeared for a long time. After looting the Black Tiger village with Lin Xuan, he began to retreat. With 4th grade heavenly materials and 5th grade earthly treasures, plus Grandpa Goldfinger, his strength could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds at this moment. Directly from the 4th grade body tempering the breakthrough from Chongtian to the 9th heaven is only one step away from the Qi condensation realm. Following the guidance of his grandfather in his mind, Lin Yan soon successfully realized the sense of Qi and successfully broke through to the first level of Qi condensation. Bang! With a soft sound, Lin Yan felt that the fatigue in his body was swept away, and streams of cool gas traveled through his body. His thin body contained majestic power at this moment. I finally broke through to the Qi condensation realm. Lin Yan's little face was filled with joy and he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Although the 16-year-old Ning Qi Yi Zhongtian was not as good as his monster cousin, he was more than enough compared to the rest of the Lin family. It only took him a month from his talent recovery to his current cultivation, and it took him only 1 month to break through from the 2nd level of body tempering to the 1st level of Qi condensation. Who else has this speed? Lin Yan was so swollen at this moment that he even shouted, "Who else is there?" "Xiao Yanzi, I know you are very excited now, but please don't be excited now." The old man in Lin Yan's mind poured cold water on him without hesitation. "Xiao Yanzi, you have to know that there are people outside the world, and there is a world outside the world. You have made such progress, and your cousin's progress is probably not much less than yours. Now if you want to catch up with your cousin, there is still a long way to go." Lin Yan rolled his eyes angrily. After going through a lot of hardships, he finally broke through to the Qi condensation realm before the Lin family's coming-of-age ceremony, becoming the 3rd genius among the younger generation of the Lin family to break through to the Qi condensation realm. He still expected this a good slap in the face to those who once looked down on him. "Teacher, can I learn alchemy now that I have broken through the Qi condensation realm?" Lin Yan asked excitedly. He had not forgotten that his mysterious master was also a high-status alchemist. Can an alchemist who has lived for millions of years be of a lower level? He has been thinking about one of the most noble professions on this continent for a long time. This is also his only chance to surpass Lin Xuan. Of course, this is what Lin Yan thought. "Alchemy, if you want to learn alchemy so much, Xiao Yanzi, you can start tomorrow." Lin Yan stood up excitedly and said quickly, "Really? Is it not true or is it fake? As a teacher, I won't deceive you, a little kid." "But..." The voice in Lin Yan's mind seemed a little playful. "But what?" Lin Yan's little face was a little anxious. If he hadn't been able to beat this bad old man, Lin Yan would have wanted to take him out and give him a good beating. It's so appetizing. "Xiao Yanzi, you only need to prepare the necessary items for an alchemist." Lin Yan suddenly had a lot of information in his mind. Lin Yan glanced at it roughly. These were some basic medicinal materials, but, animal fire, alchemy furnace? Let's go find daddy. Borrow money. Lin Yan stood up without hesitation. Although the alchemist was wealthy, the reality of this investment made Lin Yan speechless. He had already spent all the low-grade yuan stones he obtained from the elixirs he auctioned before. Now he is penniless and has no choice but to find himself the father of the family. Chapter 35. After a while, Lin Yan arrived at Lin Zhan's residence. "Yanner, why are you here today?" Just after discussing the allocation of resources left by Lin Xuan, Lin Zhan, who was immersed in the bright future development of the Lin family, saw Lin Yan and showed a kind smile on his face. "This, father, I want to learn alchemy." Lin Yan scratched his head, a little embarrassed on his delicate and tender face. "What?" Lin Zhan put a hand on Lin Yan's body, and then examined it carefully. He felt the airflow emerging from Lin Yan's body, and a look of astonishment appeared on his meticulous face. "Qi condensation realm. Yanner, you can't take the wrong approach. What happened? Lin Xuan carefully checked Lin Yan's physical condition, but found nothing. His face suddenly became very serious. Lin Xuan couldn't help but worry. He broke through from the second level of body tempering to the qi condensation realm in 1 month. This cultivation speed was really unbelievable. Legend has it that some evil secrets can overdraw a person's lifespan, thereby gaining a rapid improvement in cultivation in a short period of time. He didn't want a white-haired person to give away a black-haired person. Lin Yan looked at his father's worried look and felt a slight soreness in his nose. When he was ridiculed by his family, how could his father feel better inside? Dad, it's okay. Well, it's a long story to be specific. I saw an extremely slovenly old man on the road a few days ago. He said that I was an alchemy wizard who was rare in 1,000 years. He wanted to accept me as his disciple. He gave me some elixirs and alchemy notes for me to practice on my own. Lin Yan smiled and spoke. Okay, I didn't expect that my Lin Xuan worried son would have such an opportunity. Lin Xuan laughed. However, there are still some doubts in his eyes. Why does this boy's words sound familiar? Have there been so many big figures coming to Tian City recently? Should he go out for a walk too? However, Lin Xuan did not struggle with this aspect for too long. As the head of the Lin family, he did not care whether the news was true or false. As long as it was beneficial to Yanner, it didn't matter whether it was true or false. Take it, here are 100,000 low-grade yuan stones. It's okay to buy you a beast fire with my father's private money over the years. The money in the family cannot be used by you for the time being. As for the alchemy furnace, you can go, let's borrow it from the fifth elder. I, the head of the family, should be a bit thin-faced. Lin Xuan handed a storage ring to Lin Yan, and then said seriously, by the way, Yanner, if you don't understand anything about alchemy, you can ask your cousin Lin Xuan. Cousin Lin Xuan. Lin Yan was a little confused after taking the storage ring and had a bad feeling in his heart, but he was still very confused as to what this had to do with Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan is an incredible kid. He has similar opportunities to you. Now he might have become an alchemist early. My father suspects that this kid is still hiding his clumsiness. You happen to be about the same age. Building a good relationship will be of great benefit to your future, Yanner. My Lin family is lucky to have such a true dragon. However, the pond in our Lin family is too shallow to keep this true dragon. In the future, he will eventually go to a wider world. Yanner is yours now. Your talents have been restored, and you have been blessed with incredible opportunities. The road to the future is all up to you young people to walk on your own, and we, the people, will soon be unable to help you. You all belong to the Lin family now. You are of the same bloodline when you go out. It would be good if you can take care of each other. A complicated smile appeared on Lin Xuan's face. He knew that the Lin family could not trap Lin Xuan, nor Lin Yan, but he was still in the Lin family, and it was what he, the head of the family, could do to let the two young people pave the way for communication in advance. Reached the limit. Lin Yan was very confused, and he was still confused in his mind until he left. Cousin Lin Xuan is an alchemist. Teacher, can you tell me if I am dreaming? Lin Yan murmured, a little hard to accept the reality, but his father said so, and there must be some basis for it. When he thought that Lin Xuan had become an alchemist before him, Lin Yan felt an indescribable discomfort in his heart. Xiao Yanzi, you will know if you are dreaming after you give yourself a slap. Snapped. Ouch, ow, ow, it hurts so much, I'm not dreaming. Xiao Yanzi, do you think being a teacher is very sloppy? No, this is absolutely impossible. Teacher, you are the most charming person in the world. If anyone dares to say anything wrong about the teacher, I, Lin Yan, will not let him go. In the next few days, Lin Xuan kept walking around with Lin Yan Ran. This handsome man and beautiful woman really made countless people envious. During this period, Lin Yan also personally came to borrow the alchemy furnace from Lin Xuan. It is worth mentioning that there was a vague slap mark on Lin Yan's delicate face, which made Lin Xuan feel a little strange that he dared to leave it on the face of the Son of Luck. The person with the palm print on his chin is also a ruthless person. Are you really not afraid that he has a way to kill himself? However, Lin Yan didn't want to say more, and Lin Xuan didn't ask any more questions. And soon, the next few days passed in the blink of an eye. It was the Lin family's annual coming-of-age day, which was also the most lively time of the Lin family. On this day, the Lin family would test the cultivation of all 16-year-old boys and girls. According to their qualifications, they are divided into 4 levels: A, B, C and D. Those who have achieved grade A qualifications are the focus of the family's training. The worst in the future will be the clan elders of the family. Grade B is the deacon. Although the resources are not as good as those of grade A, they are still considerable. As for grade C, they may be able to achieve breakthroughs in condensation. Without the hope of the environment, Ding and others can only create value. Among warriors, cultivation qualifications are the highest. Even the relatives of elders from major clans must strictly abide by the rules. Even if Ding's talent is used with 10 first-class resources, it cannot reach the height of first-class qualifications. Natural selection, the fittest. Survival has always been an eternal truth. There has never been so-called equality in this world. All equality is earned by oneself. This day is not only very important to the Lin family, but also to the many forces in Tian City. This is the perfect opportunity to take a peek at the strength of the younger generation of the Lin family and learn about the Lin family's heritage. This is important for these people who are rooted in Tian City. It is a rare opportunity for the family in Daxia. Chapter 36. Chu family. What the hell are these old immortals from the Lin family doing? There's actually no movement at all. Chu Xiang, the head of the Chu family, looked a little gloomy on his face. With the help of the young prince's background, he obtained some elixir recipes from the alchemy guild, which made the Chu family's strength even higher. He originally thought that this time he could completely suppress the Lin family and the major forces in Tian City, but he did not expect that there was no movement from the Lin family. You know, his main target this time is still the Lin family. Maybe the Lin family is just bluffing, and now they are in a panic. How can they compare with my Chu family with the 2 pills that the Lin family knows? The Chu family has what the Lin family has, and the Chu family has what the Lin family doesn't have. Chu Yang spoke with confidence on his face. In his opinion, the Lin family is just bluffing. Without pills, why should the Lin family compete with his Chu family? Junior brother is right. The Lin family is just bluffing. With a family of the size of the Lin family, it is already the limit to be able to obtain 2 first-grade elixir recipes. Now that things are done, I don't mind giving the Chu family a 2nd-grade elixir recipe as a reward. Chu Chongfeng picked up the teacup on the side and took a sip. His face was as calm as if he had thrown a bone, and he didn't care. However, this bone is undoubtedly a huge wealth to the Chu family. If he has a 2nd-grade elixir prescription, the Chu family will reach a higher level, and it will not be limited to a place like Tian City. A flattering smile appeared on Chu Xiang's face. It is an honor for my Chu family to be able to serve the young prince. If you have any instructions from the young prince, just ask them. As long as our Chu family can fulfill them, we will definitely go all out. A lustful smile appeared on Chu Changfeng's feminine face, and he waved his hand. I just need to see the girl named Lin Yan Ran. You just need to get her to come over willingly and kneel on the ground to be my slave. The benefits are you, the Chu family, are indispensable. As the only son of King Chu Ling, it can be said that in the Dian dynasty, he can get the wind and the rain, and there will naturally be no shortage of women around him. However, this young prince is a complete pervert psychologically. Which family does he like? The woman likes to torture him until his family is destroyed, and then watch the woman kneel on the ground like a dog begging for his forgiveness, and then volunteer to be his dog. This is also the reason why Chu Changfeng's reputation makes people fearful. King Chu Ling holds a large number of troops and is the top master of magical powers in the Dian dynasty. Even the royal family must respect him. With the power of King Chu Ling's palace, no one in the Dian dynasty can do anything to Chu Changfeng. But young prince, the young man named Lin Xuan from the Lin family, is a bit difficult to deal with. Chu Xiong said with a troubled look on his face and a bitter smile. It is easy to deal with the Lin family, but it is not easy to deal with Lin Xuan. With the talent shown by Lin Xuan, even Dian Academy has strong people who praise him. A mere vulgar martial artist, although he has some qualifications, so what? Spirit Snake, go and accompany the master of the Chu family to the Lin family and destroy that boy's cultivation. I want him to see with his own eyes how his beloved woman enjoys pleasure under my crotch. A sickly smile appeared on Chu Changfeng's feminine face. Trampling the dignity of geniuses underfoot and watching their proud faces become numb and painful, this is one of Chu Changfeng's few pleasures. As the only son of King Chu Ling, his talent can only be said to be good. Compared with Lin, a genius like Xian is far behind. At the age of 26, he is only at the second level of Zhenyuan. This is still the result of countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures in Prince Chu Ling's palace. Thank you, young prince. I will definitely bring Lin Yan and Lin Xuan to the young prince. Chu Xiong's face showed joy, and a glint flashed in his eyes, which was quickly hidden. With the help of Master Spirit Snake, destroying the Lin family will not be a problem. Originally, the Chu family planned to cooperate with the Black Tiger village. Unfortunately, the bandits in the Black Tiger village were destroyed by someone unknown. Now with the help of Master Spirit Snake, even if the city lord of Tian City favors the Lin family, that will change. No ending. Because, that's a master at the pinnacle of the Qi Si realm. Lin. Today is the time for the Lin family to hold an adult ceremony. It is very lively. The square of the Lin family is even more crowded. There are many middle-aged men in gorgeous clothes on the stage. These are the major forces invited to participate in the Lin family's adult ceremony. Anyone at the helm is a prominent figure in Tian City. The Lin family's coming-of-age ceremony was extremely complicated, and even Lin Xuan couldn't help but feel a little headache. Brother Lin Xuan, what are your wishes for the future? Today, Lin Yan is wearing a blue dress. The curved skirt is long and the sleeves are wide and fluttering. The silk skirt wraps lightly around the girl's slender body, flowing from her body to the ground like water waves. There are tiny little ones on the skirt. The exquisite pearl flowers are made up of pearls. These pearl flowers are scattered on the skirt and look elegant and noble, like fairies in the sky. This is exactly the wide-sleeved flowing fairy skirt given by Lin Xuan, which was also obtained at the last auction. Under the reflection of the sun, the girl's skin is as beautiful as snow, and she is extremely beautiful. There is a bright smile on her face, but there is a little sadness hidden in her eyes, which makes people want to pity her. Lin Xuan couldn't help but be a little obsessed at this moment. Brother Lin Xuan still likes Yan'er's outfit. Being paid so much attention by Lin Xuan, Lin Yan'er's heart was filled with joy at the moment, but she found that Lin Xuan was a little distracted. She couldn't help but put her hands on her hips, her delicate little face slowly approached, her beautiful eyelashes trembled slightly, and she uttered fragrant orchid, "Brother Lin Xuan, what are you looking at?" Asking questions knowingly. Lin Xuan couldn't help but thought to himself. The fifth level of qi condensation. Lin Xuan felt a little surprised at Lin Yan'er's cultivation at the moment. He didn't expect that this girl would break through again in the past 2 days. Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from Brother Lin Xuan. But Brother Lin Xuan, can you not leave the topic? Lin Yan'er blinked her big, watery eyes and puffed up her cheeks. She knew that Brother Lin Xuan was changing the topic again. Why is this girl getting smarter and smarter? Lin Xuan secretly thought something was wrong, but just when Lin Xuan was gradually being forced into the palace, a noise came. "Lin Yan, you loser, you actually dare to participate in the family's coming-of-age ceremony. Are you here to embarrass the family? Lin Feng, what does it have to do with you whether I come to attend the coming-of-age ceremony? You'd better take good care of yourself. Haha, no matter how bad I am still better than someone else. I am a waste of the second level of body tempering. It is really embarrassing. Even the lord of the city is here today. If everyone knows that I, the young leader of the Lin family, is a second level of body tempering in public, where should I put the face of my Lin family? Lin Feng, you have to remember that after 3 days of separation, you should look at each other with new eyes. If I, Lin Yan, am a waste, then who do you think you are?" Chapter 37. The boys and girls of the Lin family gathered together and seemed to be watching a good show. Among the bustling crowd, 2 boys were confronting each other. One of them was Lin Yan, and the other boy in brocade was Lin Feng, the grandson of the 4th elder of the Lin family. With the protection of the 4th elder, he is regarded as a flat-headed brother in the circle of Lin family teenagers. Even a long time ago, this playboy provoked Lin Xuan for Lin Yan ran, but he was slapped by Lin Xuan and lay on the ground for half a year, and then he calmed down a lot. Unexpectedly, today at the Lin family's coming-of-age ceremony, he would once again have a conflict with Lin Yan. "Lin Feng, if you dare to stop me again, don't blame me for not showing mercy to the 4th elder." Lin Yan's eyes were cold. He just wanted to participate in the coming-of-age ceremony, wash away the knots in his heart over the years for his father and prove it to himself. However, he did not expect to meet Lin Feng. During the period when his cultivation had disappeared inexplicably, Lin Yan's eyes were cold. Lin Feng has a lot of yin and yang in his life. If it weren't for the fact that many big shots came today, he needed to save the family's face, so he would have to learn from his cousin and teach Lin Feng an unforgettable lesson. "Lin Yan, you loser, if your father hadn't been the head of the family, would you be worthy of staying in the Lin family?" Lin Feng sarcastically said, "You really don't think that just because your father is the head of the family, you have special treatment, do you?" Lin Feng. A terrifying aura erupted from Lin Yan's body, so aggressive that even if Lin Yan wanted to take care of the overall situation, he couldn't bear it. Just when Lin Yan was about to take action, a dull voice sounded. "That's enough. How can a group of people get together properly? You have all forgotten the rules of my Lin family." As the sound unfolded, the boys and girls in the Lin family who gathered together to eat melon turned their heads instantly. When they saw the people coming, they all made way for a passage. "It's Master Lin Xuan, the number 1 genius of my Lin family. Lin Xuan is so handsome, if I go up and confess to young Master Lin Xuan today, will young Master Lin Xuan accept it? Thinking too much, look who is next to Master Lin Xuan." Not far away, 2 figures were pacing. The young man was dressed in white, with a tall and straight figure, hair like a waterfall, and a pair of eyes as bright as stars. He looked like a true immortal who came down from the sky. He exuded a faint pressure and looked like a god in the eyes of everyone in the Lin family. And another figure was dressed in a blue skirt, standing tall and graceful, raising a swan-like jade neck. Although her face was a little green, you could tell that she had an alluring appearance. If she grew up, she would definitely be able to bring disaster to the country and the people. There is a smile on the girl's pretty face, and she is as tender as water, but this is only what she shows to the young man next to her. In the eyes of everyone in the Lin family, the girl was incomparably arrogant. Even when she was smiling, she had a kind of indifference that alienated others. It was Lin Xuan who spoke just now. Lin Xuan's appearance attracted the attention of all the boys and girls in the Lin family, as well as the eyes of Lin Yan and Lin Feng. "I've met cousin Lin Xuan." Lin Yan clasped his hands and spoke very respectfully. At the same time, he broke out in a cold sweat. If cousin Lin Xuan hadn't appeared, he would have attacked Lin Feng in public. Although he could make Lin Feng pay the price, he would still be able to succeed. A moment of courage, but it would also make his father lose face and the Lin family lose face. Lin Xuan nodded slightly. Lin Xuan's appearance made everyone in the Lin family look askance. Is it possible that Master Lin Xuan came to Lin Yan's rescue this time? Master Lin Xuan is not only a genius, but also cares so much about the family. Oh my god, how could there be such a perfect person? Master Lin Xuan is here. With him here, Lin Feng will definitely not dare to be too presumptuous. Lin Feng relies on the fact that his grandfather is the fourth elder every day, so he thinks that Tian is the boss, Earth is the second, and he is the third. He is arrogant and domineering. It is time for Master Lin Xuan to treat him. Lin Feng saw Lin Xuan's figure with some fear in his eyes, but when he saw the beautiful figure next to Lin Xuan, a look of admiration flashed in his eyes. When he saw Lin Xuan again, there was hatred in his eyes, and his young face looked a bit vicious. Lin Xuan, stop meddling in my affairs. Facing Lin Feng's low-confidence roar, Lin Xuan didn't even frown, and the girl next to Lin Xuan didn't even turn her face away. Such a trick of playing house was really childish in the extreme. That's enough, Lin Feng, you have really embarrassed Grandpa. A woman squeezed through the bustling crowd and came to Lin Feng. The woman was wearing a light green robe with the unique logo of Dian Academy. She was tall, with long hair standing high, and her eyebrows were squeezed together. She looked pretty. His face turned red and there was evil in his eyes. The woman grabbed Lin Feng's ear unceremoniously with one hand. No matter how hard Lin Feng struggled, he couldn't break free. This was the suppression from his bloodline. Lin Xuan, long time no see, how are you? Looking at the young man in front of him, his eyebrows were filled with anger, and the incomparable beauty suddenly became a little shy. Sister. Lin Feng wanted to say something else but was kicked away by the woman. Lin Feng, go to Grandpa's place and stay well, and don't come out to cause trouble again. Lin Feng had no choice but to look back reluctantly, and then walked away dejectedly. His own sister really knows how to beat him, and she doesn't need to show any mercy. Lin Qing'er. Lin Xuan saw that the person who came had a familiar appearance, and thought of a figure that had almost been forgotten in his mind. Well, it's rare that you can still recognize me. A smile appeared on Lin Qing'er's pretty face. The loose robe was slightly undulating, which made her look quite large. Her pair of slender legs were as round as jade, which attracted people's imagination, although not as good as Lin Qing'er's. Yan Ran is so stunning, but no matter where she is, Lin Qing'er can be regarded as a famous beauty. I've met cousin Qing'er. Lin Yan Ran took Lin Xuan's left arm and raised her jade neck like a victorious swan, her watery eyes widening and full of provocation. Seeing Lin Yan Ran next to Lin Xuan, Lin Qing'er's expression was a little gloomy, but she was not too sad. She had seen too many geniuses when she left the Lin family to study at Dian Academy, although Lin Xuan was also famous. Yuan Yang is a talented boy, but there are people outside the world, and there is a world outside the world. She has also seen boys who are more talented than Lin Xuan. Cousin Yan Ran, congratulations! Lin Qing'er smiled slightly on her pretty face and congratulated her. Then she looked at the many teenagers and girls of the Lin family around her and simply apologized for what Lin Feng had done. Lin Xuan, do you have any idea of coming to Dian Academy to further your studies? Lin Qing'er extended an invitation to Lin Xuan. She came back this time to help Dian Academy recruit students. Thank you, but no need. Lin Xuan shook his head and refused. Although Dian Academy is good, it has no effect on him. The water in this pool is too shallow and there is no qualification for him to stay. Regarding Lin Xuan's rejection, Lin Qing'er didn't try to persuade her. After a few words of casual conversation, she walked away with her slender legs. Chapter 38. Looking at Lin Qing'er's leaving figure, Lin Yan Ran pursed her lips and said with a smile, Brother Lin Xuan, Sister Qing'er has changed a bit. Do you regret it now? Lin Qing'er is no longer the little girl with her hands on her hips. Now Lin Qing'er is an eye-catching beauty no matter where she goes. Even her back has a graceful figure and 1-meter-long legs. It even attracted the attention of most of the young people in the Lin family. At least now Lin Yan's eyes are almost straight. Lin Xuan shook his head, glanced at Lin Yan's delicate face, stretched out his right hand and gently rubbed her hair, and said softly, "You girl, you are getting more and more courageous. I have always loved Lin Qing'er. They treat her as an ordinary friend. Although I had a good relationship with Lin Qing'er before, but now, there seems to be an invisible gap between the two, but Lin Xuan didn't care about it, or he never paid attention to it from beginning to end." Hearing Lin Xuan's answer, Lin Yan had a satisfied smile on her face. She blinked and looked at Lin Xuan and said playfully, "Brother Lin Xuan, what are your feelings for Yan'er?" Lin Xuan looked at Lin Yan's flawless, angelic face and said softly in a serious voice, "Very good, very close, a unique family." Family. Lin Yan felt that her heart was warm and extremely comfortable at this moment. "Sister Qing'er, giving up brother Lin Xuan is the worst decision you have ever made." Lin Yan looked at the disappearing figure and smiled. After all, the matter between Lin Yan and Lin Feng was just a sideshow, and the Lin family's coming-of-age ceremony was still going on in an orderly manner. "You are truly worthy of being a genius of the Lin family. He is truly extraordinary. Even the lord of this city cannot see through this level of strength. It is unlikely that even the lord of the city will be able to compare with that boy soon." Sitting in the audience, the city lord of Tian City, Wang Jun, looked at the scene below and said with a smile, "Haha, the city lord has given you too much praise. How can Xuan'er compare with you, the city lord?" Lin Bei replied humbly, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. "Lin Feng, 8th level of body tempering." Yishang. A loud voice and the surrounding discussion made the 4th elder of the Lin family smile. "I didn't expect that this kid Lin Feng actually broke through the 1st level of cultivation, reaching the 8th level of the body tempering realm. He is a sure shot at entering Dian Academy. Yes, upper level qualifications are not available every year. Not bad." Lin Feng in the audience looked at Lin Yan triumphantly at this moment. The cultivation level of the 8th level of body tempering was considered to be the highest among the younger generation of the Lin family except for the pervert and pervert among the perverts. This was also even if Lin Feng was so arrogant and domineering, no one would stop him. Next, Lin Yan. Along with the shouts of the elders on the stage, Lin Yan's little face showed an expression of excitement. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. Today, he will clear his name. Just when Lin Yan was about to step onto the stage, a loud voice sounded. "Master Lin, your Lin family held an adult ceremony and invited all the forces in Tian City, but you did not invite me, the Chu family. Could it be that the Lin family looks down on my Chu family?" Boom! Immediately after the door of the Lin family was blasted open, a group of Chu family masters wearing Chu family clothes surrounded them. The leader was a middle-aged man with a smile on his face. It was Chu Xiang, the head of the Chu family. There were several figures beside him. These were all elders of the Chu family, and each of them exuded the rich aura of the true Yuan realm. Everyone in the Lin family barely reacted to this sudden scene, and even the faces of everyone in the audience were a little stunned. Lin Xuan stood up angrily. The majestic aura of the 7th level of true energy caused the hard granite on the ground to crack. He angrily shouted, "Chu Xiang, what do you want to do? Is it possible that you want to start a war with my Lin family?" Several elders of the Lin family also jumped up, exuding the majestic aura of the true Yuan realm, and confronted everyone in the Chu family. Lin Yan was very angry now. The moment of pretense he had been thinking about was interrupted. "Xiao Yanzi, you should quickly find a place to hide. It's best to be closer to your cousin. There are auras from the Qi Si realm among those people. I'm afraid the person who came here today is not good." And this person may not be a weak person in the Qi realm. The old voice in Lin Yan's mind sounded again. What? Qi realm? Lin Yan lost his anger instantly. He was far from being able to compete with the great master of the Qi realm. Very decisively, Lin Yan looked at the figure in white under the stage and walked in one direction without hesitation. Starting a war with your Lin family. A disdainful smile appeared on Chu Xiong's face. The best person in your Lin family who understands current affairs is a hero. I came here on the order of the young prince. If your Lin family dares to resist, it will be treason. Master Lin, do you understand the consequences of treason? Also, I advise everyone here to mind your own business. Chu Xiong's nostrils were turned upward at this moment, and he was extremely arrogant. Even the city lord Wang Jun was completely ignored by him at this moment. The young prince's order. Many elders of the Lin family looked at each other. There is only one young prince who is still in Tian City, and that is King Chu Ling's legitimate son. Lin Xuan and Lin Bei's expressions were extremely gloomy. Chu Xiong used the young prince to suppress the Lin family. It was obviously because of bad intentions. The young prince was not a kind person. Prince Chu Ling's mansion was considered a behemoth in the Dian dynasty. Even a servant of Prince Chu Ling's mansion was not something that the patriarch of a small family like him could offend, let alone the young prince personally giving the order. Reminiscent of the reputation of the young prince. Many elders of the Lin family showed expressions of fear and anger. The corners of Lin Zhan's mouth twitched slightly, blue veins popped out, and there was an unpleasant feeling in his heart, but he still had with the last glimmer of hope. He said in a solemn tone, "Whatever the young prince needs from my Lin family, what Lin Zhan can do will definitely satisfy the young prince." Chu Xiong looked at Lin Zhan, who lowered his head and spoke in a humble tone with a playful smile, "Master Lin, there is no need to worry too much. The young prince does not ask for much. I just heard that you have two geniuses in the Lin family. Although one of them is young, she is young, but she has the reputation of being the most beautiful woman in Tian City. The young prince is very interested in her. As long as you hand her over to serve the young prince, glory and wealth will be just around the corner. As for the other one, he offended my son last time. I just need to abolish his cultivation and let the head of the family take him back to Yang'er to forgive him. This matter ends here today. Master Lin, what do you think?" Chu Xiong touched his chin and looked at everyone in the Lin family playfully. Chapter 39. Click. The floor beneath Lin Bei's feet broke. He said in a deep voice, "Chu Xiong, I think you are old and confused, and you still want to take advantage of Xian'er and that girl. Do you think you are determined to defeat my Lin family?" A strong breath stretched out the wide sleeves of Lin Bei's body. Lin Bei's old face was more determined than ever at this moment. He was holding a sword, with white hair flying, full of chilling breath, and the breath exuding from his body. It was not weaker than Lin Zhan at all, it was the aura of the 7th level of true energy. Chu Xiong was secretly shocked. He didn't expect that this old guy actually had a secret. The 7th level of True Yuan already belonged to the late stage of True Yuan realm, and he was only at this level. "Elder Lin, could it be that you want to disobey the young prince's order?" Chu Xiong didn't have the slightest fear. With just a small Lin family, could he still want to overturn the world? Not to mention that the Lin family was hiding something. Even if Lin Bei broke through to the Qi realm, he would not be afraid, because the young prince standing behind him was a strong man at the peak of the Qi. Tian City Lord Wang Jun and others saw Chu Xiong's confident appearance and knew that the Chu family was serious at this moment. "Master Lin, I have something to do today, so I won't accompany you for the time being." "Yes, yes." More and more forces in Tian City chose to escape at this moment, but no one stopped them. The hearts of many elders of the Lin family almost hit rock bottom at this moment. After Wang Jun, the city lord of Tian City, hesitated for a moment, he finally said apologetically to Lin Zhan, "Brother Lin, I'm sorry for what happened today." In the end, he chose to give up the attack. The young prince of Chuling Palace was far more than he, a small city lord, could offend. Even if he was very optimistic about that boy Lin Xuan, a genius was only a genius after all. A genius who had not grown up, and Chu Lingwang mansion is nothing in comparison. With Wang Jun's departure, the hearts of everyone in the Lin family completely hit rock bottom at this moment. The head of the family, the master Zhang He, can you give me a face and turn the conflict into friendship? In the Lin family, a chuckle rang out, and a man walked out. The man was wearing the clothes of a disciple of the inner courtyard of Dian Academy. He was handsome and tall. Behind the man was Lin Qing'er. He has a handsome appearance, a tall figure, and extremely good cultivation. He has reached the 9th level of qi condensation and is only one step away from the true Yuan realm. It is enough to attract the attention of girls wherever he is placed. However, this young man's eyes stayed on Lin Qing'er. Although it was well hidden, there was deep love in his eyes. Lin Qing'er can be regarded as a goddess-level figure in Dian Academy. She has countless talented disciples who have fallen under her pomegranate skirt, and the young man is one of them. This time, he is willing to accompany Lin Qing specifically for the purpose of being first in line. He and Lin Qing'er returned to Tian City together to start recruiting students. Unexpectedly, they encountered the Lin family's affairs as soon as they returned to the Lin family. This gave him an opportunity to show off in front of beauties. So, there is the above. As for the Zhang he mentioned by the young man, he was a famous teacher at Dian Academy and a strong man in the 7th heaven of Qi Si realm. Zhang he? What kind of thing is worthy of being given face by Prince Chu Ling's palace? An old voice sounded, and then a tall handprint turned into majestic true energy, which shot directly towards the young man like lightning. In just a moment, accompanied by a flash of golden light and the sound of items breaking, the young man like a dead dog, he was shot and flew away, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. An old man with a white beard walked slowly from the gate with a cane in his hand. Every time he took a step, the floor on the ground seemed to be under terrible pressure, making a creaking and cracking sound. An invisible depression enveloped everyone in the Lin family. Heart. Qi Si realm. Seeing the coming person, Lin Xuan and the other elders of the Lin family looked a little desperate. What could the Lin family do to resist a strong man in the Qi Si realm? No, even if he dies, we must send this boy Lin Xuan away. As long as this boy Lin Xuan is here, my Lin family will not die. Lin Xuan and several elders of the Lin family quickly reached an agreement that as long as Lin Xuan didn't die, sooner or later the Lin family would take revenge. At the peak of the Qi Si realm, Xiao Yanzi, the situation is going to be bad now. The old voice in Lin Yan's mind said feebly. Teacher, what should I do now? Please save my father and the Lin family. Lin Yan said hastily with a small face and a look of despair in his eyes. At the early stage of the Qi Si realm, it may still be possible. At the peak of the Qi Si realm, even if his cousin hides his cultivation and goes all out, he will definitely not be a peak Qi Si realm. The opponent of the strong. The gap in cultivation level becomes larger as the cultivation level reaches the later stage. If you want to cross the border to fight against the enemy, it will be difficult to reach the sky. My teacher said that even if my cousin Lin Xuan goes all out, he may only reach the destructive power of around the 4th level of the Qi Si realm. But this time the person who came was someone who was at the peak of the 9th heaven of the Qi Si realm. The cultivation level that spanned the 5th heaven was really huge. Xiao Yanzi, give your body to me later, and I will use your body later. The old man in Lin Yan's mind did not finish his words in the end, because it was too heavy for the young man. With his current strength, even if he borrowed his own soul to possess him, he could not compete with a 9th level Qi realm for a master at the top of the sky. The most likely thing is to just escape. Where there is life, there is hope. The old man knew that if he relied on Lin Yan's character, he would never abandon his family and escape alone, but after getting along with him these days, he found that he liked this kid a little, and he didn't want to see him die in vain. If you want to hate, then hate. Brother Lin Xuan. Lin Yan round bit her delicate red lips with her teeth, and gently pulled Lin Xuan's sleeve with a small hand, her green little face full of worry. It's okay, your brother Lin Xuan and I can handle this. Lin Xuan's eyes were cold, he gently rubbed Lin Yan round's hair and said softly. But this majestic killing intent caused the ground to condense into frost. He hadn't gone to trouble the young prince yet, but he didn't expect that the young prince would come to trouble him first and already had a plan to kill him. Lin Xuan took out a sword from the storage space. An invisible pressure pushed aside many Lin family boys and girls who were stunned and didn't know what to do, and walked forward without hesitation. Looking at Lin Xuan's back, the original look in Lin Yan round's eyes suddenly became very cold. She held a transparent jade talisman in her delicate little hands and said in a cold tone, Lang Fengjiu, if brother Lin Xuan is injured, even if I return to Shangqing sect, I will definitely make you pay the price. Chapter 40. Many elders of the Lin family looked at the old man spirit snake walking slowly over, their eyes flashing with determination. Even if they risked their lives, they would give the genius of the Lin family a chance to escape. Master Lin, it seems that you have chosen to resist, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Disciples of the Chu family, the elders obey the order. Today, the Lin family will be bloodbathed. Chu Xiong had a cheerful smile on his face. Today he could completely destroy his enemy, dominate Tian City, and let the Chu family embark on a more glorious future. As Chu Xiong finished speaking, many disciples of the Chu family immediately surrounded the Lin family, and the overwhelming murderous aura frightened the group of teenagers and girls of the Lin family who had never seen a life and death fight until they turned pale. Lin Qing'er's expression was even more pale. Her senior brother's status was not low in the royal capital. He even knew many princes and nobles, and was very famous. But now he was slapped on the ground and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. He was so proud of being able to withstand the anger. The amulet used by the strong man from the seventh heaven of the sea broke with all his strength without even holding on for a moment. Just when Lin Qing'er looked desperate, she found that the weather around her was a bit strange. Snowing. The flying snow fell from the sky, but this snow only fell on the Chu family. This scene made everyone puzzled. Oh, you are pretending to be a ghost. An elder of the Chu family sneered and stretched out his hand to slap away the snowflakes on his body. However, when his hand touched the snowflakes, he suddenly let out a shrill scream. His palm was originally stained by snowflakes. Suddenly there was a blazing high temperature, and in just a moment, thick smoke rose, and then, turned into powder. This weird scene didn't just happen to the elder of the Chu family. Many disciples of the Chu family who were covered in snow were immersed in such beautiful scenery one moment, but the next moment they didn't even scream, only the residue was left. And footprints represent that someone has been here. When Chu Xiong saw this scene, his expression immediately changed, and he shouted eagerly, "There is something wrong with these snows. Get away quickly and don't get contaminated by these weird snows." Unfortunately, it was already too late at this moment. More than half of the disciples and elders of the Chu family were contaminated by the flying snow in that moment, and then disappeared in place. More than 300 Chu family elites, more than half were killed or injured in just one encounter. This made Chu Xiong's heart bleed. These are the future of his Chu family. Who is it? Stand up for me and provoke my Chu family. I will definitely make your life worse than death. Chu Xiong's eyes were cracked, and his extreme anger made him almost lose his mind. So many disciples and elders of the Chu family died without any explanation. It was a huge blow to the Chu family. Even if the Lin family was destroyed, such the losses are also huge. Is it possible that there are experts in my Lin family? Many elders of the Lin family looked at each other, but there was a hint of joy in their eyes. If an unknown strong man took action, then maybe this time the crisis in the Lin family could be resolved. But soon, their eyes became dull and unbelievable. Boom! It was obviously a scorching sun, but at this moment, the surrounding temperature suddenly became extremely cold. The aura of terror swept across all directions, and the movement attracted everyone's attention. This is Xuan. Lin Bei looked at the figure in white. If it weren't for the extremely close connection in the blood, he might even have thought that he had recognized the wrong person at this moment. Lin Xuan was dressed in white, with a faint white light exuding around his body. His original black hair turned into translucent silver hair. A silver-white flame flashed on his delicate forehead. Flames were burning all over his body. The terrifying momentum was overwhelming. He rises up like a young god king. The flying snow in the sky surrounded him into a terrifying vision. Lin Bei just wanted to remind Lin Xuan to pay attention to those strange snowflakes, but these snowflakes fell on Lin Xuan's body without even a ripple. With every step Lin Xuan took, the temperature around him suddenly dropped. It seemed that the ground could not withstand this terrible temperature. It became extremely frosty and then cracked, leaving traces of footprints. That's cousin Lin Xuan. Lin Yan looked at the familiar figure stepping forward, with a little shock on his face, which seemed a little unbelievable. This time, the old man in his mind paused for a long time and murmured in disbelief, "How is it possible? The spiritual body is great, how did he get to this point without inheritance?" Lin Xuan's aura was fully revealed at this moment, and the heart-stopping aura had reached the 4th level of the Qi-Si realm. "What kind of monster are you?" Chu Xiong couldn't help but exclaimed. This terrifying aura made his body want to bend, as if he was looking directly at a god, committing a huge taboo. However, Lin Xuan just glanced at it, then waved his hand, and with a slight tap, the flying snow surrounding the sky suddenly rose with the wind, condensed into tiny ice cones, and then swept towards the Chu family overwhelmingly. "Go!" The disciples and elders of the Chu family wanted to run away, but unfortunately they had no way to hide from the dense icicles. Anyone contaminated by the icicles would turn into a rain of blood in just an instant and then evaporate. "Monster, this must be a monster." Chu Xiong's whole body was trembling and his mind went blank. He knew that the Chu family was finished. A terrifying coercion suddenly came, and his whole body seemed to kneel to the ground uncontrollably. When he wanted to raise his head, he saw that godlike figure, who just waved his hand lightly, and at the next moment, the patriarch of one of the 3 major families in Tian City completely lost consciousness. What kind of existence did he provoke? It's a pity that Chu Xiong won't know the answer. The biting cold froze Chu Xiong's body along with the sword in his hand, and then it shattered and disappeared in place. At this moment, Lin Xuan's figure was like the arrival of a god in the eyes of everyone in the Lin family. Some of the Lin family's children even knelt on the ground in awe and began to worship. "That's Lin Xuan." Lin Qing'er looked at that strange yet familiar figure, and suddenly felt unspeakable regret in her heart. Even those geniuses in the royal capital have a bit of this kind of grace. Their white clothes are better than snow, and their ink is like a painting. With a raise of their hands, the Chu family, one of the 3 major families, was wiped out. With such strength, not to mention the geniuses of Dayan Academy, even the first genius of the royal family. I am afraid it is difficult to make such an understatement. He is like a god in the world, how can those ordinary people compare to him? A bitter smile appeared on Lin Qing'er's face. "Cousin Yanran, your taste is indeed better than mine." She regretted why she went to Dayan Academy, why she was fascinated by the prosperity outside, and why she compared Lin Xuan with others. It's just a pity that there is no what if. Chapter 41. "Boy, it was you who destroyed Black Tiger Village, right?" The old spirit snake narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Xuan with his poisonous snake-like eyes. Although he was questioning, his tone was very sure. Only this method can eliminate the corpses of the bandits in Black Tiger Village. "Yes, so what?" Lin Xuan looked at the old man spirit snake. This was the first time he felt threatened by someone else. "What? Black Tiger Village was destroyed by Xuan'er?" Lin Bei and all the Lin family elders looked at Lin Xuan in confusion. Is the god who destroyed Black Tiger Village Lin Xuan? Looking at Lin Xuan's terrifying aura at this moment, it only took a moment to destroy all the elites of the Chu family, one of the three major families in Tian City. With such terrifying strength, it seems that it is not difficult to destroy the entire Black Tiger Village by himself. It turned out that the young man they thought could provide a little help had already grown to the point where everyone was beyond him. Many elders of the Lin family had bitter lips, but at the same time they were glad that they did not hide away when the Lin family was in the most critical situation. The old man of the spirit snake licked his lips. On his shoulder, there was a colorful little snake staring at Lin Xuan closely, with a vicious look that made people feel cold. Qi Si Realm. Boy, you must have paid a heavy price for using such means to forcefully raise your cultivation level to the Qi Si realm. How much energy do you still have left now? Old Spirit Snake sneered, his eyes flashing with greed. Such a young person in the Qi Si realm must have great secrets in his body, and he may have obtained some heaven-defying opportunity. If I can get this opportunity, what is Chu Ling Prince's palace, what is Yan dynasty, where in the world can I not go? Lin Bei and others also looked at Lin Xuan nervously. Lin Xuan's expression did not change at all. He waved his sleeves, shook off the flying snow on the blade of the sword, and said calmly, "Kill you." Sufficient. White flames danced in the black and white pupils, and the sword in his hand made a clanging sound. The long swords in the hands of everyone in the Lin family resonated at this moment, and they came out uncontrollably. This is... In the astonished eyes of everyone in the Lin family, all the long swords flew into the sky with a clatter, and the long swords gathered together. Hundreds of long swords gathered into one long dragon. This scene was beyond the understanding of the Lin family's teenagers and girls. It turns out, martial arts can really reach such a level. This idea was deeply imprinted on the minds of all the boys and girls in the Lin family. Thousands of swords come to court, changing the sky, and even a piece of flying snow can kill people. These are the great supernatural beings described in the story books. Not only the boys and girls of the Lin family, but also the older generation of the Lin family looked at this incredible scene and looked at Lin Xuan gradually more like they were looking at a martial arts god. They seemed to be witnessing the rise of a legend, which will move to a higher heaven and earth, leaving an eternal legend there. Tian City. Look in the direction of the Lin family. What's happening over there? With an exclamation, everyone raised their heads and saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. Hundreds of long swords gathered together and condensed into an extremely huge sword. From a distance, it looked like divine punishment. Is that the direction of the Lin family? Everyone's eyes were shocked, not knowing what happened. Why, I feel like I'm missing something. Wang Jun, the city lord of Tian City, looked at the terrifying giant sword condensed from hundreds of swords. He couldn't help but feel a deep regret in his heart, as if he had missed a good fortune. Many years later, when he recalled today's scene, the giant sword that pierced the sky would always appear in his mind. If only he had been more firm at that time. Looking at the giant sword suspended above him, locking his aura firmly, the old man spirit snake also felt a little pressure at this moment. Humph, when I was running the great Yan dynasty, you didn't know where to drink milk. The secret of the green snake and 10,000 poisons. As the old man of the spirit snake shouted sharply, the body of the colorful little snake on his shoulder suddenly continued to expand. In just a moment, it turned into a giant snake several feet tall. Its huge body was even larger than that of several people. It is even thicker at the same time, the colorful scales exude a cold light, and the green pupils make people shudder. The green snake 10,000 poisons technique. Are you the old spirit snake who ranks 15th on the evil list? Lin Bei's face instantly turned pale with shock. Everyone recorded in the evil list is a famous desperado from the Yan dynasty. There are 100 of them, and the old man spirit snake is ranked 15th, and the things he has committed are even more heinous. According to legend, this man was once a disciple of the Green Snake Valley. Later, he poisoned everyone in the Green Snake Valley for the inheritance of the Green Snake Valley. He even poisoned his wife, children, and mentor. He is the most iconic. He was carrying a 4th level alien beast, a colorful earth-scaled python, and had a brilliant record of escaping from the hands of a powerful person in the supernatural realm. Xuaner, be careful of this poisonous snake. This is a 4th level monster. Lin Bei reminded anxiously that in the face of such a formidable enemy, the Lin family elders could only watch on the sidelines as a junior faced the enemy alone. At this moment, Lin Bei felt mixed feelings in his heart, and he was more worried. Boy, if you hand over your inheritance, I can leave you a whole body. The old man of Spirit Snake said arrogantly. How could he, a strong man at the peak of the Chi Si realm and a 4th level monster beast, lose against a young boy? So much nonsense. If this is your limit, then go to hell. Lin Xuan looked at the chattering old man Spirit Snake. Is it possible that all the villains in this world have so much nonsense? He is gathering momentum. What is this person doing? Fall. Following Lin Xuan's whisper, hundreds of swords swept into a long river and fell down the sky. The sharp edge cut through the sky, like a god coming. Roar. The 4th level demon beast colorful earth-scale python next to old man Spirit Snake opened its bloody mouth, and green gas spurted out from its mouth. The sharp long sword touched the green gas, and the sword body was quickly corroded. Lose. However, the swords gathered together were not just one, but hundreds. One long sword passed through the gas and died, but it also separated layers of mist from the other long swords. This terrifying poison was quickly dispelled, and one long sword after another penetrated the colorful scales. On the python's body, these swords were just mortal weapons, and only a few reached the 1st and 2nd levels, unable to completely break through the defense of a 4th level monster. But I can't handle the large number. Chapter 42. Accompanied by the roar of pear blossoms like a rainstorm, one long sword after another pierced the body of the colorful scale python, and the scales that were comparable to 3rd level treasures were penetrated bit by bit. Within a moment, the hot blood was poured all over the body of the colorful earth-scaled python, and this terrifying monster felt the severe pain coming from its body and kept rolling. This is the pain of being cut into pieces by 1,000 cuts. Wait, when this kid is exhausted and his true energy dries up, I will definitely peel this kid's skin and cramps to relieve the hatred in my heart. Looking at the colorful earth-scaled python that was standing in front of him, hissing and wailing, the old Spirit Snake was a little frightened. This was a monster that he had cultivated at great cost. The colorful earth-scaled python was also a strange species among the monsters, and it had terrifying defense power. Even if the Chi Si realm wanted to break it open, it would not be so easy. Most of the reputation of the old Spirit Snake relies on the colorful earth-scale python. Xia Hua, I will definitely avenge you. The old Spirit Snake had a cold expression on his face, looking at the white-clothed figure viciously, feeling extremely resentful in his heart. At this moment, the long sword is constantly piercing into the body of the colorful earth-scaled python, and it is also constantly being consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing that only the last few long swords were left, the old Spirit Snake who was hiding behind the colorful earth-scaled python finally moved. Boy, I'm going to make you die badly. Accompanied by a roar, old man Spirit Snake leaned on his crutches, and the majestic true energy condensed into a green poisonous python above his head, like an ancient giant beast roaring and roaring. This is the green python practiced by old man Spirit Snake. A vision formed by practicing the Snake 10,000 poison art to the extreme. The power at the peak of Chi Si 9 heavens was like a volcano erupting, transforming into a poisonous python that wanted to rush towards Lin Xuan, like Mount Tai pressing on top and swallowing the sky. Boy, what if you have the opportunity? When it comes to actual combat experience, you are still far behind me. Suffer death. Old Spirit Snake laughed, as if he could see Lin Xuan's figure being corroded by the poisonous python. There was also a ferocious look on his face. But in the vastness of the world, righteousness will last forever. We don't seek to kill immortals, but kill ghosts and gods. Accompanied by a chant that sounded like the voice of panic, the old man's spirit snake felt an ominous premonition. Wisps of sword intent condensed into substance, and then a bright sword energy roared out, forming an unparalleled momentum, slashing towards the old spirit snake with unstoppable power. This is the ultimate offensive magical power, using offense instead of defense, moving forward indomitably. At this moment, Lin Xuan finally used the full version of the sword to kill ghosts and gods. Once the sword was struck, even the ghosts and gods would perish under this sword. Poof! The sword light cut through the sky, and the green poisonous snake condensed by the old spirit snake was directly divided into two. However, this sword light did not diminish at all and rushed towards the old spirit snake. What? The old man's expression changed drastically. He never expected that Lin Xuan actually had such a terrifying killing power. However, when he wanted to resist, it was already too late. The speed of this sword light is really too fast. It was so fast that he couldn't even react at all. Boom! The body of the old man's spirit snake was hit by this sword energy. In an instant, the earth turned over like an earth dragon, and a sharp roar erupted. The fierce sword energy raged, and the divine light exploded to the extreme, dazzling, making everyone they couldn't help but close their eyes. At this moment, everyone has the answer in their hearts. As the sword intent gradually dissipated, there was only a young man standing quietly, dressed in white and with calm eyes, like the reincarnation of the God King. Is there any figure where the old spirit snake was before? Oh no! Lin Xuan stepped forward and picked up a colorful inner elixir and a storage ring from the ground without changing his expression, and then calmly put them in his bag. The inner elixir of a 4th grade monster is still a different species. If it were put up for auction, it would be able to sell at least millions of low-grade yuan stones. Not to mention that this monster has been nourished by old spirit snake's countless treasures for nearly 100 years. Even with its strength, even a strong person at the 7th or 8th level of the Qi Si has to temporarily avoid the edge. The majestic energy contained in the elixir is several times that of the ordinary 4th level monster beast inner elixir. It's a pity that the demon beast's corpse was chopped alive by Lin Xuan's Beijian Gi. It lost the protection of its scales and was affected by the demon-slaying gods, leaving no bones left. The inner elixir left behind now can be regarded as an unexpected blessing, otherwise the demon beast scales can also be used to refine weapons for the family. As a master at the pinnacle of the Qi Si realm, Old Spirit Snake has dominated the Great Yan dynasty for hundreds of years and has accumulated countless treasures. Now they are all advantageous to Lin Xuan. I am afraid he himself did not expect that he would die in such an inconspicuous place as Tian City. It can only be said that fate has its way with people. A master at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Qi Si realm. The powerful man ranked 15th on the evil list. He just died in front of them, not even a body was left. Both the elders and juniors of the Lin family had shocked expressions on their faces at this moment. Although the old man's spirit snake has not yet entered the realm of supernatural powers, he is still one of the top strong men of the Dian dynasty. What does this mean? Lin Xuan of the Lin family, a 16-year-old boy, can become one of the top few in the Dian dynasty. What genius or monster seemed to have become a joke at this moment? Compared with the young man in front of him, the so-called first genius of the Dian dynasty looked so ridiculous. The corner of Lin Qing'er's mouth was bitter. 16 years old, killed the strong man at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi Si realm, turned his hands into clouds, and turned his hands into rain. Compared with Lin Xuan, the geniuses in the capital were like staggering. Even the back of a walking child is difficult to catch up with. How much of a sensation would this cause if word got out? Teacher, it seems, the crisis has been resolved. Lin Yan looked at the godlike figure not far away with admiration. One move destroyed hundreds of Chu family elites, and one move killed a strong man at the peak of Qi C9 heavens. According to his teacher, cousin Lin Xuan had only just stepped into the Qi C realm. Teacher, do you think I can still keep up with cousin Lin Xuan in this life? Lin Yan murmured in his mind and asked. This time he no longer wanted to surpass Lin Xuan. He was satisfied just to catch up with Lin Xuan and be within reach. Only this time, his teacher didn't answer. Achieving the spiritual body, comprehending the meaning of the sword, and completely mastering a heaven-level inheritance, such qualifications would make even a holy land excited. If no one had pointed it out, then, this understanding would be rare in the ages. The master in Lin Yan's mind spoke with a heavy tone. If there is a strong person to guide him to this step, then it is understandable. If there is no strong person behind the young man to guide him, if he relies on himself to reach this step, this qualification. He seems to have seen another statue in the 9 heavens and 10 places. The supreme and powerful one who has ascended the throne of eternity is about to rise. Chapter 43. Chu family. My father and Lord Ling Shi must have eradicated the Lin family by now. From now on, my Chu family will be the largest family in Tian City. Who will be my Chu family's combined enemy? Chu Yang took a sip of tea with a smile on his face. Suddenly he thought of the figure of the young man in white in his mind, and his handsome face became a little gloomy. Lin Xuan, it doesn't matter if your cultivation talent is strong, your talent is worthless in front of the background. I will definitely return the shame of that day to you 10 times or 100 times later. I will let you know that the noble alchemist is far beyond what a warrior like you can match. Chu Yang's face was gloomy, and a fierce light flashed across his eyes. He, Chu Yang, was a noble first-grade alchemist, the third disciple of the fifth-grade alchemist Dan Wang Lu Qing, and the younger brother of King Chu Ling's own son Chu Chongfeng. He would definitely have a bright future in the future. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, was just a warrior in the Qi condensation realm without any background. It's just a pity that the most beautiful woman in the Lin family will definitely be worse than dead if she falls into the hands of the young prince. This made Chu Yang feel a bit regretful, but being able to climb up to such a giant as Prince Chu Ling's mansion, let alone just Lin Yan Ran, was worth it even if it cost his father's life. Rumble. Just when Chu Yang was still daydreaming about the future, suddenly there was a burst of noise outside the hall, which made Chu Yang look overjoyed and said to Chu Chongfeng, who was holding a beautiful maid beside him, "Young prince, it should be my father and the others have returned successfully, and they will definitely not disappoint the young prince." Chu Chongfeng pushed the maid away from his arms, and a sick smile appeared on his soft face. "Junior brother, let me see if Lin Yan Ran, who is known as the most beautiful woman in Tian City, is true. If you can satisfy me, your benefits will be indispensable." A confident smile appeared on Chu Yang's face. "I will definitely satisfy you, the young prince. Lin Yan Ran's soft waist and figure are definitely the most perfect woman I have ever seen, and only you, the young prince, deserve to have her." Ha 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 ha! Chu Chongfeng laughed and nodded with satisfaction towards Chu Yang. Boom! Suddenly there was a roar on the ground, and there was a faint sound of fighting outside the hall. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yang and Chu Chongfeng looked towards the entrance of the hall. At the entrance of the hall, there was a slender figure in white walking slowly under the sunlight. In an instant, the hall was filled with a chilling atmosphere. Chu Yang's face suddenly changed as he looked at the figure walking into the hall. He gritted his teeth and said, "Lin Xuan, how could it be you? Where's my father?" Chu Yang looked left and right, but did not see Chu Xiang. Lin Xuan raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "Soon, you will go to see your father." "Lin Xuan, what do you mean? Where are the elders of my Chu family, where is my father, and where is Lord Spirit Snake?" Chu Yang had a vague premonition in his heart. With so many members of the Chu family and a powerful man like Old Spirit Snake, who was ranked 15th on the evil list and at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi Si realm, sitting in charge, why would Lin Xuan be allowed to escape? Already? No, don't come over. Looking at Lin Xuan who was gradually approaching, Chu Yang looked terrified. He knew that he was no match for the young man in front of him. No, he was not even qualified to be an opponent. The scene from last time is still vivid in my mind. Lin Xuan, I didn't mean to be your enemy, please let me go. No. A ray of sword light flashed across the hall, and blood filled the hall. The number 1 alchemy genius in Tian City in a century died just like that. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully destroying the Chu family, and winning a junior Invincible inheritance lottery opportunity, and a junior Tiandao stone. The blood stains on the sword had not yet faded, and Lin Xuan looked at Chu Chongfeng aside. Spirit Snake is such a loser, he can't even handle a young boy. Since you can kill the useless Spirit Snake, it also means that you have a certain talent. Are you willing to join my Prince Chu Ling's palace? As long as you join my Prince Chu Ling's palace, I can forget your offense against me. Even if you kill the disciple of alchemy King Lu Qing, I can help you settle the matters so that your Lin family can enjoy the glory and wealth. Chu Chongfeng looked arrogant and spoke to Lin Xuan, as if letting Lin Xuan join the Prince Chu Ling's mansion was a great reward. All this confidence comes from his father, King Chu Ling, a strong man in the supernatural realm. No matter how strong the Qi Si realm is, even a strong person at the 9th level of the Qi Si realm is like an ant in front of a strong person in the magical power realm. Just saving a life in Jing's hands is worth bragging about for a lifetime. Not to mention that the reputation of King Chu Ling spread throughout Dayan, and even several powerful people in the supernatural realm fell into his hands. Lin Xuan looked at Chu Chongfeng with some confusion. It seemed that the young prince had not figured out the situation yet. How high is King Chu Ling in the supernatural realm? Lin Xuan asked. Knowing yourself and your enemy means you can win 100 battles. To cut the grass, you need to root out the roots. Killing the son of King Chu Ling will definitely offend the cruel King Chu Ling. In order for the Lin family not to suffer revenge from King Chu Ling, Lin Xuan felt that it would be better to strike first. When Chu Chongfeng heard Lin Xuan's answer, he raised his head even higher, as if Lin Xuan had to look up at him. Haha, my father was a top expert in the 8th level of the magical realm 5 years ago. It's your honor to join our Prince Chu Ling palace. Lin Xuan frowned. He thought that King Chu Ling was only a strong man at the 5th or 6th level of supernatural power. Unexpectedly, he was actually a strong man near the peak of magical power. Everyone knew that the Dayan dynasty had 10 strong men. But no one knows the specific strength of these 10. Looking at Lin Xuan's expression, Chu Chongfeng raised a contemptuous smile on his lips. You are an unparalleled genius, so what if you can kill the old spirit snake? When you come out to hang out, you have to pay attention to your background. Without a background, it's nothing. When I return to Prince Chu Ling's mansion, I will definitely make you pay the price. Then all the secrets in your body will be used as a wedding dress for me. Thinking of this, a flash of sarcasm flashed across Chu Changfeng's eyes. And that BCH named Lin Yan, why can't you just let me play to death? When I return to Prince Chu Ling's mansion, I will definitely let my father kill the entire Lin family. I will definitely kill that BCH in front of you. Play to death. Chu Changfeng's face showed a sickly flush and ferocious look. To thank you for the message you sent me, I won't let you be alone on the road to Huangchuan. It won't be long before I let everyone in Prince Chu Ling's palace meet you neatly underground. Go to hell. Lin Xianfeng calmly raised the long sword in his hand and slashed at Chu Chongfeng. Ah! Boy, you deserve to die. How dare you hurt me, my father will not let you go. Lin Xian looked at Chu Chongfeng who had only one arm left, with a warm smile on his face and said slightly apologetically, sorry, my hand slipped and I cut in the wrong direction. Continue. Ah! Devil, you are the devil. Why did I consume so much real energy that I can't even hold the sword steady? Sorry, it will be soon. Chapter 44. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the son of King Chu Ling. The first phase of the task is completed, and you will get a chance to win a junior invincible inheritance lottery. Ding! The second phase of the mission is released. Kill King Chu Ling to get an intermediate level invincible inheritance lottery chance, and randomly obtain the Tiandao stone based on the degree of destroying King Chu Ling's palace. Looking at Chu Chongfeng with relief on his face, Lin Xuan waved his hand, and a ball of silver-white flames covered Chu Changfeng's body. In just an instant, Chu Ling, one of the 10 strongest men in the Dian dynasty, was the prince and his son turned into ashes. Lin Xuan picked up the storage ring. As the only son of King Chu Ling, the tip of the iceberg he carried was rich enough. There are piles of women's clothing among them, and there are some blood stains on the clothing. Can you imagine how many women were persecuted by the young prince? Doing this yourself can be regarded as eliminating harm for the people. Forgetting to glance at the shivering maid beside him, Lin Xuan turned and left without paying attention. At this point, the Chu family, a behemoth that had dominated Tian City for more than 200 years, was completely destroyed. Everyone in the Lin family had smiles on their faces, and everything seemed a little unreal. First, when they were holding an adult ceremony, they were attacked by the Chu family, and they were all planning to fight to the death. Unexpectedly, young Master Lin Xuan defeated all the elites from the Chu family with just one move. Later, the spirit snake ranked 15th on the list of most evils was defeated. The old man's action made them almost desperate, but they did not expect that the famous and powerful old man spirit snake, who could escape from the hands of a strong man in the supernatural realm, died in the hands of young Master Lin Xuan. Now they have directly eliminated the old enemy Chu family. Great Elder, you have a great grandson. A sincere smile appeared on Lin Zhan's face. The growth of the Lin family means that more resources can be harvested. These resources represent the future and benefit everyone in the Lin family. The growth of the Lin family in his hands has nothing to do with him. Relationship, but this can also leave a heavy page in the family tree. This is Lin Zhan's achievement. Lin Bei still seemed to be in a dream. When he heard Lin Zhan's compliment, he came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. Who knew this kid was hiding so deeply? I originally thought that this kid had hidden a true Yuan realm cultivation level that was already amazing, but I didn't expect that this was just the tip of the iceberg. Even the old man named Spirit Snake, who was ranked 15th on the most vicious list, died at the hands of this kid. However, what they didn't know was that Lin Xuan did not hide his cultivation, but his cultivation was improving far faster than they realized. Lin Qing'er's beautiful eyes looked at the slender figure slowly walking out of the hall. His face was like a crown jewel, and his unparalleled appearance looked so dazzling in the sun, like a young immortal, otherworldly. Suddenly, a smile appeared on the perfect face of that immortal-like figure, as warm as the spring breeze. Even a glance from the corner of the eye was stunning. Following his gaze, a young girl was trotting over. The girl had a jade-like face and was wearing a long blue dress. She was like a fairy descending from the mortal world. She was ethereal and refined. Her figure was graceful and graceful. Although she was young, she was still beautiful. But it is difficult to conceal the appearance of a country that is captivated by a city. Lin Qing'er's delicate face showed bitterness. The people he met when he was young were so amazing, and now, compared to him, all geniuses pale in comparison. Brother Lin Xuan. Lin Yan came to Lin Xuan's side and hugged Lin Xuan's arm, touching it again and again. The girl's slender and tender jade hands were groping up and down Lin Xuan's body. Feeling a warm air flowing through his body, Lin Xuan looked helpless. It's nothing serious, just being a Ki 9th layer is not enough to hurt me. Hearing Lin Xuan's explanation, Lin Yan's big, watery eyes stared at Lin Xuan closely. When she was sure that the boy was not lying, Lin Yan felt relieved. At this moment, the boy was so dazzling, like the bright sun, that it was difficult to look directly at him. And this is her brother Lin Xuan, he has always been. At this moment, a tacit understanding was formed between the two. Lin Yan did not ask how Lin Xuan's strength increased so fast, nor did Lin Xuan ask how Lin Yan's body got the energy that was comparable to the high level of the true Yuan realm. These, actually don't matter anymore. In a corner where no one in the Lin family could see, a woman with a veil and a graceful figure watched all this quietly. After seeing Lin Xuan kill Chu Yang and Chu Chongfeng neatly, her face under the veil was outlined. Give a smile. You really didn't disappoint me, Lin Xuan. Yanner, Aunt Lang can only do so much for you. It's enough that the tragedy happened once. There is no need for a second person in this world. After the Chu family was destroyed, the remaining resources of the Chu family were moved box by box to the Lin family by the Lin family's children. This scene also attracted the attention of all the forces in Tian City. When they saw the Lin family carrying box after box of things from the Chu family, they were stunned. When they asked, it turned out that the Lin family, which they thought would be destroyed, actually killed the Chu family and completely destroyed the Chu family. All this stems from the 16-year-old boy from the Lin family. 16 years old, the old spirit snake who ranks 15th on the killer-killing list, and a strong man at the peak of the 9 heavens of Qi Si. This is simply unheard of. It's so terrifying. How could such a terrifying monster be born in the Lin family? The one named Lin Xuan is really too strong. From now on, the first genius of the Yan dynasty will definitely change his name, and the Lin family will rise to the top because of this. I regret it. Why didn't I stand on the Lin family's side and share the hardships with the Lin family? Haha. It's almost the same as the Lin family going to hell together. Even if the Lin family escapes this disaster, is it possible that it can still be compared with the Chu Ling Prince's palace? Lin Xuan is a genius, but if he offends the Chu Ling Prince's palace, the Chu Ling Prince will let it go. Can such a genius grow up? A genius is a genius when he grows up. If he doesn't grow up, he is just a withered skeleton. The trees are beautiful in the forest, but the wind will destroy them. Some people think that Lin Xuan will definitely become an extremely powerful person in the future, while others think that Lin Xuan will definitely be retaliated by the Chu Ling Palace. With Lin Xuan's strength, he will definitely not be the opponent of a powerful person in the magical realm. A fallen genius. But what everyone knows is that after today, this young man named Lin Xuan will definitely become famous in the Yan dynasty. Chapter 45. Several days have passed since the Chu family was destroyed. During this time, everyone knew that the Lin family really had a real dragon this time. All major forces went to the Lin family to show their sincerity. During this period, there were many people. The young man wanted to ask to see Lin Xuan, but Lin Xuan was too lazy to pay attention to this group of people, and no one could see his true face. However, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of these people. They all knew that after today, the Lin family would be the largest family in Tian City, even worse than the city lord's palace. As long as Lin Xuan, the genius, does not fall, he will definitely belong to the Yan dynasty in the future. The giant that holds the sky. If you don't go to the Lin family now, wouldn't you be out of your mind? For a time, the threshold of the Lin family was almost broken. Even some powerful people from other places who heard about Lin Xuan's deeds would come here to pay their respects. Among them were some powerful people from the Qi Si realm. For the former Lin family, those from the Qi Si realm were strong people are worthy of the Lin family spending a lot of money to please. Now these strong people in the past treat the Lin family with respect and even some fawning, which makes Lin Xuan couldn't help but sigh. When had he, the head of the family, ever been so powerful? All this comes from a young man. Yanner, you have to study hard with your cousin. If your cousin gives you some superficial guidance, it will be enough for you to benefit a lot. This is what Lin Xuan has said the most to Lin Yan during this period. Lin Mansion. There is no one for hundreds of miles, the green trees are shaded, and the air is quiet. This is a mansion specially built for Lin Xuan by the Lin family. Now Lin Xuan's status in the Lin family is even comparable to that of some ancestors in the past. Everyone knows that the Lin family has a descendant. With such a real dragon, as long as Lin Xuan proposes it, everyone in the Lin family will choose to satisfy it without leaving any room. Ding! Congratulations to the host for growing his family. He has completed the first phase of the family growth task and won a junior Invincible inheritance lottery opportunity. The second phase of family growth mission, make the Lin family the largest family in the Dian dynasty, and reward an intermediate Invincible inheritance lottery opportunity. Host, Lin Xuan. Realm, Qihai Yaishan. Kung Fu, God of War illustration, Heavenly grade level Leave 1. Martial arts, Slaying ghosts and gods, lower holy level Leave 1, Whirlwind sword technique, highest level yellow level. Inheritance, body book, Leave 1, 9 turn alchemy, emperor level ultimate level Leave 1, ice spirit fire, Leave 1. Physique, ice and fire spirit body. Number of inheritances, 3 junior invincible inheritance draws, 1 junior Tiandao stone. Lin Xuan looked at his system interface and stretched out lazily. He took a rare leisure time in the past few days and walked around with Lin Yan, which made everyone in the Lin family envious. It is worth mentioning that the exposure of Lin Yan's strength has caused some trouble in the Lin family. He broke through from the second level of body tempering to the Qi condensation realm in 1 month, and now he has successfully refined a first-class elixir and became a member of the family. The second youngest first-grade alchemist in history. As for number 1, it must be him. Lin Yanran's daughter did not come today, which made Lin Xuan have the idea of drawing a lottery. He has not forgotten that he killed Chu Chongfeng with his own hands. Although no one knows it now, if Chu Chongfeng does not show up for a long time, he will inevitably. Lin Xuan didn't think he could hide this matter from Prince Chu Ling's palace after someone noticed it. Facing a strong man who was at least the 8th level of supernatural power, Lin Xuan did not dare to relax at all. He didn't think that he was so defiant that he could kill enemies across 17 realms. System, start 3 primary invincible inheritance draws. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly material soul nurturing wood, the inheritance item belonging to Tianzun. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the green lotus fire inherited from Emperor Yan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the triple transformation of Tao Fire inherited from Emperor Yan. A look of surprise appeared on Lin Xuan's face. 2 of the 3 items came from Emperor Yan. Is this because the system is addicted to collecting Emperor Yan's wool? But whether it is Qinglian Fire or the triple transformation of Dao Fire, they are what he needs now. As for the soul-nurturing wood, Lin Xuan looked at the small piece of dark wood in his hand. As one of the sacred trees, the older the soul-nurturing wood is, the higher its grade. Wearing it for a long time will nourish the soul and spirit, and gradually strengthen the power of one's soul. Now the thumb-sized thing on Lin Xuan's hand is the 9,000-year-old soul-nurturing wood, which is considered to be the best even among the 6th-grade natural materials. After slowly putting away the soul-nurturing wood, Lin Xuan took out the green lotus fire from the system again, and a green lotus appeared in front of Lin Xuan. This green lotus had a total of 8 leaves, and the leaves bloomed. It shines with cyan light, as ingenious as sapphire, completely natural and impeccable. In the center of the leaf is a small lotus platform. The lotus platform is blooming with extremely hot temperatures. It seems gentle, but if someone approaches at this moment, even a strong man in the true Yuan realm will be instantly affected by this blazing heat. The high temperature melts. The moment Lin Xuan touched the green lotus fire, his body couldn't stop yearning. Lin Xuan had a feeling that as long as he absorbed this Dao fire, he would definitely be able to become a king's body. The green flames spread along Lin Xuan's body. At this moment, the heavenly book in Lin Xuan's body opened instantly, bursting out with amazing suction. Having the experience of absorbing Dao fire for the first time, Lin Xuan was familiar with the process of absorbing Qinglian fire. In a short while, Countless cyan flames were absorbed by Lin Xuan, and at this moment, Lin Xuan's aura was also rapidly increasing. Lin's back hill. Bang! It failed again. It's so difficult to refine the second-grade elixir. A genius like me, master, actually failed to refine it even after 3 days and 3 nights. Lin Yan's face turned grey at this moment, black smoke was spitting out from his mouth, and his 2 eyes completely turned into panda eyes. After saying that, Lin Yan said with some embarrassment, "It was just a little bit close. Damn it, it was obviously just 1 step away. Why did it suddenly fail? Teacher, why is this happening? Ugh, God is unfair. If he makes things difficult for me, Lin Yan, he will definitely not see an alchemy genius like me rise." The mysterious old man in Lin Yan's mind looked at Lin Yan, who was jumping up and down and was speechless. However, he did not comment on what Lin Yan just said. There was nothing wrong with the steps of refining the elixir that Lin Yan had just done. It was just that at the most critical moment, the beast fire suddenly deviated, which caused the alchemy process to fall short. And the direction that caused the beast fire to deviate. It must be an illusion. How can there be so many fires in the world, and they still appear in the same place? The old man murmured. The Tao Fire of heaven and earth, anyone is the dream of countless alchemists. Even if the Tao Fire that does not make the list appears in the world, it will cause a bloody storm. Some high-level alchemists will even pay any price for the Tao Fire, raising thousands of miles of space. Even before he died, he only received a few Tao Fires. Chapter 46. While Lin Xuan was still immersed in cultivation, an uninvited guest came to the Lin family. An old man stood in front of Lin Yan. The old man's face was deeply wrinkled and his eyes were as deep as the sea. It seemed that he had experienced countless years and didn't care about anything outside. He just stood there, and the space seemed to be distorted. It is worth noting that the old man is wearing a red robe. The robe is embroidered with mysterious and ancient local runes. The runes are connected with ancient characters. Shangqing. If there is a strong man who has come out of the Dian dynasty here, he will definitely be scared to death. The people in the Shangqing sect who are worthy of the red robe are all famous and extremely strong men in the Xuantian Continent. At that level, it is enough to raise their hands. Destroying the heaven and the earth, all living beings are not even qualified to see his true appearance, but now such a strong man actually appears in such a small place. Shangqing Immortal Sect, Mu Qingtian, under the order of the sect master, invited the young sect master to return to Shangqing sect to open the divine pattern. The old man's tone was calm, without any emotion at all, he just looked at Lin Yan so quietly. At this moment, the world, the sun, and the moon turned around, and a general trend that could not be refused swept over. Lin Yan looked at the visitor with a pale face, biting her red lips with her teeth. Has this day finally come? Looking at the old man, she knew that she might not be able to escape this time. Shangqing Immortal Sect, Second Elder, Mu Qingtian. Feng Yu has met the Second Elder. Lang Fengjiahu's figure appeared next to Lin Yan and bowed respectfully to the old man in front of her. Even she was a little frightened, and the majestic power suppressed her. Dare to breathe. She knew that the sect would let the young lady go back, but she didn't expect that the man's determination was so strong that he asked the second elder of the Shangqing Immortal Sect to come in person. This master was not someone easy to talk to. Could it be that person has really entered the final stage and that even the last bit of humanity has disappeared? Lang Fengjiahu felt bitter inside. Miss, go back. Lang Fengjiahu comforted Lin Yan softly. She knew that since the Taking Immortal Sect chose to send an elder with real power, Lin Yan could not help but continue to be willful, otherwise it would be a disaster for the Lin family. What a disaster! Lin Yan's delicate body was trembling slightly, how could she not know? But, she is very greedy, she really wants to continue to be with brother Lin Xuan, she is a very selfish person. Young sect master, are you a little reluctant to leave this place? Mu Qingtian glanced around, his eyes were light, and his palms were slightly clenched. Everyone in Tian City seemed to feel a huge fear, as if their fate was being stared at by an extremely terrifying existence at this moment. Seeing this, Lang Fengjiu's face under the veil changed slightly. She stepped forward and said, "Second Elder, wait a moment, Miss is naturally willing to return to Shangqing sect to succeed the throne." "Yes, Miss." After saying that, Lang Fengjiu looked at Lin Yan. Lin Yan looked at the old man who looked like a god and demon, her face returned to calm, her eyes were indifferent, and her steps moved forward slightly. "Second Elder, without further delay, return to Shangqing immediately. Xianzong. If you delay the opening of the divine pattern, you will be the eternal sinner of the Shangqing Immortal Sect. You don't want to see the decline of the Shangqing Immortal Sect." Hearing Lin Yanran's answer, a stiff smile appeared on Mu Qingtian's face, and the breath in his hands gradually dissipated. The palpitating feeling of everyone in Tian City at this moment dissipated, but they didn't know that they were already at the critical point of life and death. Walked through the door. Since the young sect master no longer has any ties in his heart, that's the best thing. Now, young sect master, please follow me back to the section. With a gentle touch of Mu Qingtian's palm, a terrifying crack appeared in the space. There were countless spaces on the other side of the crack, and then the figures of Mu Qingtian and Lin Yanran also disappeared. Lang Fengjiu stood stiffly on the spot. What echoed in her mind was Mu Qingtian's last message after he left: "Elder Lang should know what the young sect master represents to our Shangqing Immortal Sect. Before Elder Lang returns to the sect, I don't want the young sect master to be in the same state of mind. Any flaws?" "Teacher, teacher, teacher." A trace of worry appeared on Lin Yan's face. He asked about the existence in his mind over and over again, but unfortunately there was no response. This made the worry on Lin Yan's face even worse. Just now, he felt a sudden palpitation in his heart, as if he was in a great crisis. He wanted to ask his teacher, but he couldn't get a response after calling repeatedly. "Call." An illusory body floated out, looking into the distance with a solemn expression. Lin Yan's face immediately changed when he saw this familiar figure, and he said in surprise, "Teacher, you are finally alive." The old man's dignified expression instantly turned gloomy, and he looked at Lin Xuan angrily. "If you are not alive, is it possible to become a master or to be dead? You brat, what kind of feng shui treasure is your Lin family? Why do even the people who rob your luck from the Shangqing Immortal Sect appear?" Lin Yan touched the back of his head and asked doubtfully, "Teacher, what is the Shangqing Immortal Sect, and what kind of person is this person who robs luck?" The old man rolled his eyes. "These are not things you can touch for the time being. If you know too much, you will die faster. When you leave the Dian dynasty one day, you will be qualified to understand these things." "Ha, I'm not surprised, young master." Lin Yan looked at the old man who was playing tricks again, and turned his head away proudly, but his determination to become stronger was even stronger at this moment. The old man looked at Lin Yan and sighed helplessly. But what puzzled him even more was why the person who was trying to rob someone from the Shangqing sect would appear in the Lin family, and why would an extremely powerful person come in person? If he hadn't reacted so quickly just now, he might have been exposed. Thinking of this old man, he couldn't help but feel a little frightened. The people of the Shangqing Immortal Sect had gone completely crazy. If he fell into the hands of the people of the Shangqing Immortal Sect, he would be in danger. Get stripped back and studied. Especially thinking of that scene millions of years ago, he couldn't help but shudder. This place was really weird. The aura of Tao Fire appeared twice, and there was a young man that he couldn't understand. And there seemed to be something wrong with his new disciple. This was really good luck. You can pick up treasures casually, and opportunities will appear whenever you go out and turn a corner. But no matter how he deduced, he could not deduce the future of the Lin family. Whenever he wanted to study in depth, he would always feel a great terror, as if there was a supreme being staring at him across the ages. Is it possible that there is some kind of supreme being that has arranged the Lin family? The old man said to himself. Chapter 47. Lin Mansion. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 3 days have passed, and the ice spirit fire in Lin Xuan's body is constantly swallowing the green lotus fire. With the blending of the two different fires, Lin Xuan's aura suddenly increases. The 2 heavens of Qi and Si. The 3 heavens of Qi and Si. The blazing high temperature seemed to melt everything. At this moment, several miles around turned into a huge furnace, everything was burned, and a dull sound came from 100 miles around. The sound was not loud, but it was like a beating. The drum beats, hard to ignore. At this moment, Lin Xuan was immersed in the rapid growth of his cultivation and couldn't extricate himself. In the direction where he was sitting cross-legged, there was a blooming lotus floating above his head, but this lotus showed a silvery white color and a bright Taoist charm. Falling down on Lin Xuan's body, training his qi and blood, the fairy clouds lingered, and the terrifying aura seemed to tear the sky apart. Boom! Along with a terrifying roar, Lin Xuan's body was covered with ancient marks. In all directions, the ground for dozens of miles suddenly sank with Lin Xuan as the center. Qi Hai, 4th heaven. No, it's not just that. The shadow of the blooming lotus gradually turned into reality, intertwined with silver-white light. Everything in its path was burned. Almost at the same time, Lin Xuan's body also bloomed with bright divine light, and his body became crystal clear. It was so clear that you could clearly see the bones in his body glowing with a faint golden light. Ancient and mysterious runes appeared one after another, reflecting the sky into golden color, attracting the attention of countless people. What happened? That place is where Master Lin Xuan lives. What a strong golden light! As expected of young Master Lin Xuan, the most powerful person in my Lin family, he can cause such a big noise just by practicing. I can feel the extremely hot temperature contained in the golden light, as if it can burn everything. This is really terrifying. It's so scary, it's so scary. The faces of everyone in the Lin family are full of reverence and pride at this moment. This is the most powerful person in the Lin family and the most outstanding genius in history. The vision of the king's body. How can it be? The old man in Lin Yan's mind felt the movement outside and looked up, and immediately exclaimed in disbelief. That's the direction where cousin Lin Xuan is. Lin Yan added, his little face looked in the direction of the vision in the sky with a look of reverence. This is his cousin Lin Xuan. Instead of working hard to become stronger and counting on this bluffing Huang level low-level skill, it is better to choose to let him. My cousin took me flying. The old man fell silent and crawled back into Lin Yan's body. Lin Xuan felt that the volcanic eruption-like power in his body was constantly calming down, the vast power of qi and blood was gradually becoming stable, and the vision of the sky was gradually dissipating. A ray of light shot out from Lin Xuan's eyes, reflecting 2 silver-white lotus flowers in his pupils, carrying a touch of majesty, like a supreme king, dominating the world. Finally, the king's body was condensed. The king's body is indeed different from the spirit body. It's really terrifying. Lin Xuan slowly condensed his true energy, forming a silver-white lotus flower in the palm of his right hand. There were little bits of light shining in the lotus flower, like bright stars. If the terrifying energy contained in it completely exploded, not to mention burning the sky, boils the sea, at least it can shatter a mountain in one blow and burn up a river. At least now, when meeting the old man of the spirit snake, just a lotus flower is enough to make the old man of the spirit snake and his monsters completely useless. There is no need to activate the king body state and use the method of killing ghosts and gods. It can be said that Lin Xuan's strength has completely increased exponentially now. Call. The speed of the internal exercises is nearly 5 times faster than that of the spiritual body, and the intensity of the true energy is even more exaggerated. Even if you don't practice deliberately, you can absorb the vitality of the world on your own, and it is no slower than the spiritual body's cultivation state. The same is true for the king's body. How terrifying is the divine body or the holy body? How strong is the immortal body? Lin Xuan felt the strength of his body at this moment. It was no exaggeration to say that even with his normal king body, he could now fight against or even kill some strong men who had just entered the supernatural realm. Even though he has never really seen the magical realm, this is his confidence. Scatter the white lotus in your hand. If this thing falls to the ground, it is no exaggeration to say that half of Tian City will turn into a sea of fire in an instant. Host, Lin Xuan. Realm, 4th Heaven of Qi Si. Kung Fu, God of War illustration, Heavenly Grade Level Leave 1. Martial Arts, Killing Ghosts and Gods, Lower Holy Level Leave 1. Secret Technique, Triple Transformation of Tao Fire, Top Level Leave 1, Soul Nourishing Technique, Top Level Earth Level. Inheritance, Body Book, Leave 1, 9 Turn Alchemy, Emperor Level Ultimate Level Leave 1, Ice Spirit Fire, Leave 1, Green Lotus Fire, Leave 1. Physique, Ice Lotus King Body. Number of Inheritance, 1 Primary Tiandao Stone. I originally planned to use the Heavenly Dao Stone on the Green Lotus Fire, but now it seems that it is not necessary. It can be regarded as an unexpected surprise. Lin Xuan looked at the system interface with a touch of surprise on his face. Originally, he thought that the Green Lotus Fire and the Ice Spirit Fire were still a little far away from the king's body, but he did not expect that just the majestic energy contained in the blending of the two allowed him to directly condense into the king's body. It can only be said that he is worthy of being Yan. The Emperor's Fire is different. Nowadays, if the Tiandao Stone is saved, it can be upgraded to the Leave 2 level whether it is given to the Tao Fire Triple Transformation or the God of War catalog. Although I don't know what changes will happen, but I think it won't be too bad. System, Primary Tiandao Stone is used in the God of War catalog. Lin Xuan didn't think too much and directly chose to add the Primary Tiandao Stone to the God of War illustration. Compared with the secret technique, the technique improved him more. The technique represented the upper limit and the speed of practice. Although the secret technique okay, but he still doesn't want to use the secret method. After a while, Lin Xuan felt that the meridians in his body were rapidly expanding, and a golden shadow appeared behind him. However, this golden shadow had not yet been completely formed. Its outline was somewhat similar to Lin Xuan's. Wearing golden robes, he stood proudly in the void, with stern eyes, like the God of War above the 9 heavens. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading the low-level Heritage God of War catalog to Leave 2, and being promoted to the low-level Holy level. Lin Xuan felt the more majestic aura in his body and the endless speed of practice, and his face was full of surprise. He thought that upgrading would only increase his understanding of the skills, but he did not expect that it would directly increase the level of the skills. This is the technique of a low-level saint. The golden figure behind Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes seemed to contain the infinite universe, and the entire space of heaven and earth was slightly distorted at this moment. Catalogue of the low-grade holy level God of War, his natal magical power, the God of War. Chapter 48. The skills that have reached the holy level have become otherworldly, which is not to mention the skills of the heaven level. Every skill that is practiced to the extreme will derive its own unique natal magical power. With the blessing of the natal magical power, the power surged, but it looked extremely terrifying. Lin Xuan's eyes flashed with joy. He could feel the monstrous energy contained in his body. He clenched his fists with both hands, and the godlike figure behind him also clenched his fists. The air was stagnant at this moment. Lin Xuan used a little bit of his energy and waved forward gently. Boom! Along with a huge roar, the ground of the entire Lin family suddenly shook. The ground with a radius of dozens of miles collapsed instantly like a god descending, and the fierce killing aura lingered for a long time. This terrifying scene was like a miracle in the eyes of everyone in the Lin family. Lin's back hill. Ha ha ha, sir, I am indeed a genius. I will definitely refine a second-grade elixir this time. Lin Yan looked at the vaguely round objects taking shape in the alchemy furnace at this moment, with a little excitement on his face. Just when Lin Yan was concentrating on preparing for the last step, the ground suddenly shook, and the flame in Lin Yan's hand tilted slightly. Bang! Grass! A wisp of black smoke came out of Lin Yan's mouth. He stared at the fried hair, and looked ahead with despair. Lin Xuan may not have imagined how much of a blow he would have to Lin Yan by being in seclusion. Hiss! Why does it feel a little cold? Lin Xuan was satisfied with taking his magical power back into his body. He couldn't help but feel a chill coming straight at him. He looked down and saw a body with clear lines, as if it was a perfect body carefully carved by God. This made Lin Xuan's face smile slightly. Hong! The original godlike posture was instantly shattered. Ahem! Lin Xuan took out a set of clothes from the storage space and put them on directly, which made him feel relieved a lot. Fortunately, there is no one around this time, otherwise it would be very embarrassing. Lin Xuan was speechless. This time, he failed to control the energy of the Tao Fire perfectly, causing wisps of the energy of the Tao Fire to leak out. Fortunately, his hair was not affected. He didn't want to become a bald donkey. I don't know how long I have been in seclusion this time. Forget it for now, let's go see Yan Ran first. Lin Xuan's eyes were as light as snow and there was a hint of endearment. With the breeze blowing, he lifted up his sleeves and strode in the other direction. He was otherworldly and extraordinary, like a reincarnated immortal. Soon, Lin Xuan arrived at the mansion where Lin Yan Ran was located. Lin Xuan frowned slightly, looking at the quiet manner. He did not feel Lin Yan Ran's aura. Is it possible that this girl has gone out? Lin Xuan had a vague premonition in his heart. From his understanding of Lin Yan Ran, she was not someone who liked to go out alone. Lin Xuan walked quickly to the courtyard and came to Lin Yan Ran's room. The door was not closed. The girl's room was filled with a light and warm fragrance. The soft beds and carefully matched decorations made the room look even warmer. There is a feeling of home. There were many neat storybooks placed in the corner of the girl's bedroom. Lin Xuan flipped through one at random. The storybooks described all the touching love stories in Xuantian Continent. Suddenly, Lin Xuan saw a page of paper from the story. The notebook fell. He picked up the paper and looked at it carefully. Today, Aunt Lang took Yanner out of that cold sect and came to a new place. The people here are so weak. Yanner felt that she could punch them all. Aunt Lang praised Yanner as the most powerful. Aunt Lang rewarded Yanner with a storybook. The stories in the storybook were very interesting and Yanner liked it very much. Lin Xuan opened a storybook again, and there was another piece of paper hidden in it. Today is the second day after leaving that cold place. Yanner met many peers, but why do these people always like to bully Yanner? Yanner obviously just wants to play with them, but today Aunt Lang gave me Yanner bought a storybook to let Yanner understand life outside the Shangqing sect. Yanner was bullied again today. Yanner hates them so much, but Aunt Lang won't let Yanner teach them a lesson, otherwise they will go back to that cold place again. Today Yanner made her first friend in her life. His name is Lin Xuan. He taught everyone who bullied Yanner a lesson. Hee, today Yanner is with Lin Xuan, cross out. Today Yanner is with brother Lin Xuan. No one can bully Yanner anymore. Brother Lin Xuan is practicing today. Yanner is very bored, and the consequences are very serious. However, brother Lin Xuan invites Yanner to eat a red fruit. A series of them are very beautiful. Brother Lin Xuan said that it's called Tanghulu, so Yanner decided not to be angry with brother Lin Xuan. Today the family held a cultivation test. Brother Lin Xuan is the best. Today, the annoying Lin Qing'er finally left brother Lin Xuan. Yanner will always be with brother Lin Xuan. No one is better than Brother Lin Xuan. Aunt Lang asked me to stay away from Brother Lin Xuan today, but Yanner didn't want to, so I decided to ignore Aunt Lang. I feel that Brother Lin Xuan has changed a lot today. However, Brother Lin Xuan and Yanner went shopping together. Yanner was very happy. Brother Lin Xuan also gave Yanner a bracelet. Is this a token of love? Yanner will protect her well. Today Aunt Lang said that the divine patterns in Yanner's body can no longer be suppressed, and she needs to return to the Xuantian Immortal sect as soon as possible, but Yanner doesn't want to go back there. Brother Lin Xuan today. After Lin Xuan read all the envelopes, there was an envelope and a jade slip beside the corner of the table. Lin Xuan picked up the envelope. Brother Lin Xuan kisses you personally, and Yanner stays with you. Lin Xuan slowly opened the envelope. Brother Lin Xuan, when you find this letter, Yanner has probably left, but Brother Lin Xuan doesn't have to worry about Yanner. Yanner is fine. Yanner has to go back and serve as the young master of Xuantian sect. Hehe, Yanner is awesome. Yanner must surprise Brother Lin Xuan next time you see him. By the way, Brother Lin Xuan, the jade slip next to it is the technique that Yanner brought from the Xuantian Immortal sect. Brother Lin Xuan can use it to practice. Yanner hopes that Brother Lin Xuan will become stronger in the future. Lin Yan round stays. Lin Xuan didn't say a word. He looked at the jade slip aside. Instead of taking action, he looked at another corner of the space. Senior, come out. Chapter 49. As Lin Xuan finished speaking, following his gaze, ripples appeared in the space, and then a graceful female figure appeared in front of Lin Xuan. The woman was dressed in purple clothes with a lightly veiled veil. Through the veil, her face could be vaguely seen to be extremely beautiful. Her beautiful eyes were shining with hope, and she looked at Lin Xuan lightly without a trace of ripples. The delicate body under the purple clothes was plump and exquisite, as if the ripe peach exudes a touch of charm, and the slightly undulating chest shows that she is not as calm as she imagined. After a short silence, Lang Fengjiao calmed down. There was a hint of surprise in Lin Xuan's eyes. The veil blew slightly, and a cold and slightly melodious voice came. How did you know I was here? Lang Fengjiao was a little confused. She was a great master of breaking voids, but she was actually discovered by a kid from the Qi Si realm? No. This kid. King's body. Lang Fengjiao felt the terrifying energy contained in Lin Xuan's body, and her pupils shrank. Wasn't this kid a spirit body the last time he saw him? Why did he suddenly become a king after not seeing each other for a few days? Lin Xuan looked at the woman who suddenly appeared. He felt as if some terrifying existence was staring at him. All his secrets seemed to be revealed. However, Lin Xuan did not panic. His expression remained unchanged and he said calmly, if the senior doesn't want the junior to find out, the junior will naturally not be able to find traces of the senior. However, the senior's aura was confused just now, and it just happened to be noticed by the junior. Lin Xuan could feel that the woman in front of him was definitely not only in the magical realm. Lin Xuan could feel that even the legendary Soul Palace realm was far from that strong. If that vague aura broke out, the entire Yan dynasty would definitely be razed to the ground. Lang Fengjiao was a little silent. Her delicate face under the veil wanted to become serious several times, but in the end she didn't say anything. Originally, she wanted to show up suddenly, and then mock Lin Xuan first, pretending to be a villain, and let him work hard to get out of Yan and become worthy of the girl Yan Ran. Now, she is in the 4th level of Qi Si and has a king's body. Although she is still far behind the Xuantian Immortal sect, the gap has been infinitely narrowed. The most important thing is that she can personally feel the growth rate of the young man's cultivation. It's really horrifying. Perhaps the legendary man of destiny is nothing more than this. Lin Xuan looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with some surprise. He knew that this should be Aunt Lang described in Yan Ran's envelope. It seemed that Yan Ran's origin was far from as simple as he imagined. However, the aura of this beautiful woman seems to be unstable. Has she just broken through? Lin Xuan did not delve into this issue. He looked at the beautiful woman with an extraordinary temperament, neither humble nor arrogant, and slowly said, I wonder if Senior can tell me Yan'er's true identity. Although Yanran was hiding it well, he was sure that Yanran didn't like the cold place she described, nor was she as playful as the envelope showed. So, he decided to take that silly girl away from that cold place. At this moment, Lin Xuan's eyes were firmer than ever. Hearing this, Lang Fengjiao was silent for a moment and then said helplessly, well, I can tell you that the place where Yanran Nizai is located is called Shangqing Immortal Sect. It is one of the 5 immortal sects inherited from ancient times. With your immortal heritage, the strongest person born in your Dian dynasty is not even as good as the inner disciples of the Shangqing Immortal Sect. Listening to Lang Fengjiao's slightly contemptuous description, Lin Xuan did not speak. The world is too big and no one can know the whole picture. He has never left the Dian dynasty and knows very little information about the outside world. Young master, although every word of the woman in front of me is harsh, is it not reality? The truth is often unpleasant to hear. Lin Xuan naturally understands this truth. As a man of 2 generations, as long as his bottom line is not touched, he will not clamor to go against the will of heaven, or think that others look down on him with just a few words. What's more, he is confident that he will be invincible against the Dian dynasty within a year. Although the power described by the woman in front of him is strong, it is not so out of reach. Lang Fengjiao glanced at Lin Xuan, who was indifferent, and a trace of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. She didn't expect that Lin Xuan had such a good nature. He was not like an ordinary young man at all, but more like someone who was trained by aristocratic families in those holy places. The proud son of heaven. If she hadn't known the Lin family thoroughly over the past 10 years and knew the character of the young man in front of her, she might have really regarded Lin Xuan as some old monster who stole his body. Lin Xuan glanced at Lang Fengjiao and continued, Senior, can you tell me more information about Xuantian Continent, what kind of forces there are outside the Dian dynasty, and about the path after the Soul Palace realm? Is this boy using me as an encyclopedia? Lang Fengjiao took a deep look at Lin Xuan and said, Boy, you are now talented in the Sea realm. It may be rare in the Dian dynasty, but among the Dian dynasty, it's nothing but nothing. Are you sure you need to know so much? Sometimes, knowing more is not always a good thing. Lang Fengjiao hopes that the young man in front of him can understand the world outside the Dian dynasty by himself. Otherwise, there is such a huge gap, let alone just a young man. Even a person with great perseverance will inevitably feel despair. So she gave a kindly admonishment. In response to Lang Fengjiao's reminder, Lin Xuan's eyes flashed with determination. At this moment, his whole body was flowing with a faint golden light, like a supreme war immortal, with the bright clouds and Taoist rhymes intertwined. His tone was solemn, Thank you, Senior, for your concern, but the Dian dynasty is nothing to the younger generation. How can we sit there in such a panic in this world? I, Lin Xuan, have my own mind, and I am the master of all realms. I also have a sword. Can I dare to be my enemy? Even though the Shangqing Immortal Sect described by my predecessors ranks at the top of all living beings, I, Lin Xuan, am determined to overtake my peers. This Dian dynasty cannot trap me. I, Lin Xuan, like Lin Yan ran. If anyone dares to stop me, let's try the sword in my hand first. The terrifying energy and blood in Lin Xuan's body burst out, and thousands of divine lights bloomed around him. His tone was firm. At this moment, he understood the path he was going to take. Endless fighting spirit tore through the sky, and the vitality of the sky rushed toward him crazily. Boom! Along with a violent roar, the aura in Lin Xuan's body increased again. Qi Hai, Fifth Heaven. You must know that he has just broken through the 4th level of Qi Si. Now it has broken through again. Chapter 50. Lang Fengjia was stunned. This time she was really stunned. I underestimated this kid. With such understanding, such speed of cultivation, if I'm not wrong, this guy has just broken through, right? As the master of all realms, can Wenchen dare to be an enemy? What kind of courage is this? What confidence this is? She was wrong, so wrong. It's not that the young man doesn't have arrogance, but that along the way, the young man thinks that there is nothing worth taking seriously. His eyes have always been on the Dian dynasty. He is confident that he will eventually get out of this world and be with this world. The most evil beings in the world compete for the supreme qualification. She had a hunch that if the young man in front of her walked out of the Dian dynasty, he would definitely leave an eternal legend on the Xuantian Continent. In the future, he will eventually reach the top. Okay, since you have such courage and confidence, then I will tell you about the world I know. If one day you will reach such a height, I hope you will not forget your oath, otherwise I won't let you go. Lang Fengjia showed appreciation, but she still warned Lin Xuan. This kid, even if he doesn't take the initiative to flirt with women, there will probably be many fairies flocking to him like moths to a flame. First of all, the world we are in is called Xuantian Continent. There are 9 such continents in total, known as the 9 heavens. These are 9 relatively peaceful worlds that the human race has spent countless years and paid countless blood to obtain. In the land of 9 heavens, cultivation is divided into body tempering realm, chi condensation realm, true essence realm, chi si realm, magical power realm, soul palace realm, breaking void realm, returning to one realm, 3 realms of sainthood, and 9 steps to ascend to immortality. Ascension to immortality is not the end of the 9 heavens. There are still realms beyond ascension to immortality, but those that are unspeakable and unspeakable. Lin Xuan suddenly realized that the world was so big, far beyond his imagination. Qi realm was considered a handful of big shots in the Dian dynasty, but facing the entire Xuantian continent, they were not worth mentioning. Just like Xuantian Continent, there are 9 more in this world. However, he had already been mentally prepared for these, and he did not seem too discouraged. Lang Fengjia looked at Lin Xuan, who had not changed at all, and nodded secretly. The demeanor of the young man in front of her was more like that of a descendant carefully cultivated by top forces, rather than a genius from such a small place. She had seen too many self-proclaimed extraordinary civilian geniuses were disappointed when they saw the vaster world, and even fell into despair. The world was far bigger than they imagined, and those self-proclaimed geniuses were worthless in the face of reality. After all, it is not easy to become a top genius in one place, or even the top powerhouse, but you find that there are a group of geniuses like yourself in another place, and you seem so inconspicuous that you dare not face the reality. In the end, this kind of thing is too common to wipe out everyone. Most of the people who can really reach the top are the proud ones who have been trained by major forces since childhood with countless resources. They have great courage, great self-confidence, great resources, broad vision, and can come back if they lose, but those who don't. Geniuses from a certain background do not have this foundation. Throughout the ages, few people have risen from the bottom. Lang Fengjia continued to introduce, Xuantian Continent. The forces are divided into 1 holy land, 3 palaces, 5 sects, 8 dynasties, and 108 aristocratic families. These are the top forces of Xuantian Continent. In addition to the saint-level powerhouses, the large and small forces are like stars in the universe, countless. The Holy Land is the Holy Land of Xuantian. It was founded by a great magical person who could not speak. According to legend, it was this great magical person who fought for countless years in Xuantian Continent, and then the Xuantian Continent was pacified today. The 3 halls are the Alchemy Hall, the Weapon Hall, and the Formation and Dao Hall. They all have a group of top talents in the Xuantian Continent. Although they are not the strongest, they are the most difficult forces to provoke, even if they are Xuantian Continent. Heavenly Holy Land also has to give the 3 halls some respect. With your alchemy qualifications, you may be able to gain appreciation from the elders of the alchemy hall in the future if you enter the alchemy hall. Lang Fengjiao gave Lin Xuan some advice. This boy's alchemy qualifications are really terrifying. If he can enter the alchemy palace in the future, he might be able to change the minds of those immortals from the Shangqing immortal sect. The 5 sects are divided into the Yuqing immortal sect, the Shangqing immortal sect, the Taking immortal sect, the Haoshan immortal sect, and the Tai immortal sect. Each sect has given birth to the most powerful person who ascended to the immortal realm, and the place where Yanran is located is the Shangqing immortal sect, which ranks second among the 5 sects, and the old guys in the Shangqing immortal sect are without exception super strong men in the canonization realm. Lin Xuan was dumbfounded. It was no wonder that neither the woman in front of him nor Lin Yanran wanted to reveal any information to him. The immortal sect, takes the name of immortal. In the future, he, Lin Xuan, will definitely be able to become a saint. Ding, we detected the host's ambitions and specially issued a large-scale mission. Every time you defeat a descendant of Jushan's top forces, you will get an intermediate invincible inheritance lottery, resulting in a kill, and an additional intermediate Tiandao stone will be awarded. Every time you defeat a person of destiny in the same realm or across borders, you can get a high-level invincible inheritance lottery, resulting in a kill, and an additional high-level Tiandao stone will be awarded. Each side that has given birth to a force that canonize a powerful person and has won a complete victory will receive an intermediate Tiandao stone. A team that has produced a powerful person who has ascended to immortality and has completely defeated it will obtain a high-level Tiandao stone. Ding, the host's determination to save his childhood sweetheart has been detected, and the only destiny mission has been released. Save your childhood sweetheart, take Lin Yanran out of the Shangqing immortal sect, escape with your body intact, and win a top-notch invincible inheritance lottery. The system task release prompt sounded in Lin Xuan's mind, which made him slightly stunned, and then there was excitement on his face. Advanced Invincible Inheritance. Top Invincible Inheritance. Advanced Invincible Inheritance involves extremely terrifying and unsolvable items like the Book of Heaven, so what kind of items will the top inheritance have? Lin Xuan couldn't imagine it. As long as he becomes strong enough, he will become more and more powerful until, surpassing everyone. Lang Fengjiao, who was educating Lin Xuan about Xuantian Continent, looked at the young man in front of her. She felt that something was wrong with this young man. Normal people know that they are facing such a behemoth, shouldn't they do this first, then that, and then shout a slogan? Could it be that the story is actually a lie? Lang Fengjiao looked at Lin Xuan, who was becoming more and more enthusiastic, and even fanatical, and felt a little confused for a moment. Come on, those are the 5 great immortal sects, the sects with the inheritance of the most powerful people who ascended to the immortal level. Chapter 51. What Lin Xuan didn't know was that his inadvertent actions left an indelible impression on a powerful man. But this is just a small episode. After Lang Fengjiao's description, Lin Xuan probably understood how vast the world he was currently in was. The Dian dynasty is nothing. Even in the magical realm, he still seems so small. Lang Fengjiao looked at the young man in front of her. Although the youthfulness on his face had not completely faded, she felt confident in him, unparalleled confidence. Lin Xuan looked at the jade slip aside, but did not step forward to pick it up. He pointed at the jade slip and asked Lang Fengjiao, "Senior, do you know the origin of this jade slip?" Lin Xuan had a hunch that there must be some huge secret hidden in this jade slip. Although Yanran Nizai tried her best to appear calm, everything pointed to this jade slip. Lang Fengjiao followed Lin Xuan's gaze and looked at the jade slip aside, with a hint of astonishment in her eyes, and murmured, "I didn't expect this girl to leave this skill to you. Fortunately, you didn't touch it." Having said that, Lang Fengjiao felt a little happy in her heart. Lang Fengjiao looked at Lin Xuan and slowly said, "This jade slip contains a skill, which is a high-grade holy level skill left by an ancient being from the legendary Xuantian Immortal sect. It's called the true art of killing love without self, but what this girl has left for you is one of the articles. If you practice it, you may forget the person you once liked in your heart, but this love disaster will turn it into the power of your cultivation and make your cultivation improve by leaps and bounds. Even if it is only half a chapter, you can reach the level of a mid-level holy level technique. This is the choice Ananasi gives you. Saint level exercises are far superior to heaven level exercises. Whether you practice them or not is entirely up to you. If you choose to practice, you will not have to bear the responsibility, and the Xuantian Immortal sect will not embarrass Yaner. If you don't practice, the road ahead will be very difficult, and you will face the Xuantian Immortal sect, one of the 5 sections. After saying that, Lang Fengjiao looked at Lin Xuan. She wanted to see how the young man in front of her made a choice when faced with a high-level holy level technique. He chose to face the Xuantian Immortal sect, one of the 5 sects, for Lin Yan ran. It's better to choose the holy level high-grade technique to get away from things. When Lin Xuan heard Lang Fengjiao's description, his eyes were calm and he slowly walked towards the jade slip beside him. Really? Lang Fengjiao watched Lin Xuan walk towards the jade slips, her eyes full of disappointment. Facing the high-grade holy level skills, no one could resist such temptation. But soon, the disappointment in her eyes turned into deep astonishment. The young man in her eyes slowly mobilized the true energy in his body, condensed it into a long sword made of true energy in his hand, and swung the sword in the direction of the jade slip. Click! The jade slips shattered and disappeared between heaven and earth. Eastern Region. Shangqing Zone. As one of the 5 great sects, the Xuantian Immortal sect has a vast territory. It is like a fairyland on earth. It is covered by mountains, the fairy mountains rise and fall, the rich vitality condenses into fog, the divine light rises into the sky, and the Xiarui transpires. It is even more terrifying to the extreme. The aura flows like the beginning of chaos, the stars are shattered, wisps of pressure are emitted, the space is distorted, forming many scenes, achieving infinity. In the center of the Xuantian Immortal sect, there is a majestic mountain peak, like a sharp sword, which separates heaven and earth and cuts off the ages. In a palace among the mountains, there is a beautiful woman in a blue skirt, with a flawless face, a cold and earthly temperament, and a familiar face without a trace of smile, as if the mountain has not changed for thousands of years. Of ice. She was barefoot as snow, standing in the main hall, like fairy jade, accepting the vitality instilled from all around. On her forehead, there was an ancient and mysterious rune looming. Although it was only a corner, it had an indescribable nobleness. The temperament of the words, the universe, the heaven, and the earth, all manifested one by one at this moment, as if the ancient gods were about to resurrect. Suddenly, the beautiful woman slowly opened her eyes and looked at the purple necklace on her white wrist. Lin Xuan, brother, Yaner will be waiting for you, and she will definitely wait for you to come. A smile that could confuse all living beings was outlined on that cold face, and the watery eyes were a little moist at this moment, which was pitiful. This kid. The corners of Lang Fengjiao's mouth curved, and under the veil, there was a spring breeze. Yaner, your choice is not wrong. Lang Fengjiao murmured in her heart. A high-grade holy level skill, even if placed in the middle realm where there are so many powerful people, it can cause countless bloody storms, but the young man in front of him can give up without changing his expression. Also, if he can say that he is the master of all realms and dares to be an enemy of Wenchen, how can he be an ordinary genius? Lang Fengjiao suddenly had some expectations. She was looking forward to what kind of legend the young man in front of her could write. She was looking forward to the fact that the young man could really break the eternal destiny of the Xuantian Immortal sect. Lin Xuan looked at the holy level high-grade skills dissipated in front of him, and there was no wave in his heart. His path does not need to be at the cost of abandonment. His path will only move forward. If there is any obstacle, he will cut it off with his sword. He doesn't think that with his system, he will be weaker than anyone else. Lang Fengjiao glanced at Lin Xuan with satisfaction and said softly, with the speed of your cultivation, it won't take long for you to break through to the magical power realm. Once you reach the magical power realm, your natal magical power will be derived. The strength of your natal magical power is related to the natal object. There are not many top natal objects in the Southern Territory. I have a magical sword embryo that I once obtained. He waved his slender jade hand, and a sword embryo flowing with golden light was suspended in the air. The sword screamed and roared, and the sharp sword intent was raging. There was also a bright glow flowing, and the laws of Tao and rhythm alternated. It was absolutely extraordinary at first glance. This magical sword embryo is the 8th innate sword embryo among the top 10 natal objects. It was acquired by me when I was young. Unfortunately, I had already surpassed the magical realm at that time, so I will give it to you now. If you leave the Dian dynasty, you can join the Dan Palace or the Xuantian Holy Land. The foundation accumulated by those top forces is far beyond your imagination. After Lang Fengjiao gave the innate sword embryo to Lin Xuan, she directly tore the space with one hand. She turned her back to Lin Xuan and said calmly, Lin Xuan, I hope you will not forget that there is a person waiting for you in Shangqing Immortal Sect. After saying that, she stepped into the space and disappeared. Lin Xuan looked at the direction Lang Fengjiao left and bowed gratefully, thank you, senior. When there was no more movement in the place, Lin Xuan put away the innate sword embryo and looked into the distance, extremely bright. Chapter 52 Tian City Wanbao Auction. A slightly fat old man with a red face sat on a chair, crossed his legs, listened to the report of his subordinates, frowned slightly, and sighed softly, this is a real dragon from the Lin family, that's all, for the Lin family's elixir ignore the expansion of the medicine market. It's just about selling less elixirs. It won't have a big impact on my Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. At worst, my Wanbao Chamber of Commerce can give up selling elixirs and sell medicinal materials. It's just less profit. The real dragon of the Lin family is not easy to mess with. The subordinates on the side were a little confused and asked, Sir, why are we still afraid of the Lin family? The Lin family offended Prince Chu Ling's palace, and even. Shut up! Murong Meng narrowed his eyes and shouted angrily, and the huge aura of the true Yuan realm instantly vibrated. When the subordinates on the side saw Murong Meng's anger, they were instantly shocked and immediately apologized, but then did not dare to say anything. Humph! You don't think that boy from the Lin family is really as simple as he appears, do you? Murong Meng snorted coldly. Genius, what is the concept of Qi realm at the age of 16? The one in the royal capital has the resources of the entire dynasty, how many times the resources of the Lin family? But that person is only in the true Yuan realm now. At the age of the Lin family member, the one from the royal capital has just broken through to the true Yuan realm. There is a huge difference between the two. Murong Meng wouldn't believe it even to death if there was no one behind the Lin family. Do you really think that geniuses only develop slowly through cultivation? Having talent but no resources is useless. And how can the Lin family, a small force that is not even considered a third-rate family, afford such a genius? This world is not just about qualifications. Murong Meng looked at the subordinate beside him with some disappointment in his eyes. This subordinate should be replaced. Master Murong, someone is looking for you. A delicate-looking waitress walked in and spoke respectfully, but there was still a trace of blush on her delicate face, and her tone seemed a little urgent and excited. Murong Meng turned around and saw the maid speaking again, it's the young master from the Lin family who is here to see you. Who? Murong Meng stood up suddenly, his tone serious. The waitress once again replied with excitement, it's Lin Xuan, Master Linear. Thinking of the young man in her mind, the waitress felt her heart suddenly slow down. As expected, Mr. Linear lived up to his reputation, just like the legendary immortal. Hurry, hurry, I will personally receive young Master Linear. Murong Meng's slightly chubby body became extremely light at this moment, his expression was excited, and his face turned red. If he could have a good relationship with this real dragon of the Lin family, it is definitely a great contribution to Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Wanbao Chamber of Commerce Hall. A young man in white clothes sat calmly aside, with a calm posture, a slightly heroic look between his eyebrows, and a gentle and jade-like face. Even though he was stern, he looked like a true immortal walking out of a painting. Outside the hall, there were several pretty maids chatting together excitedly. Occasionally, they glanced at the elegant and fairy-like figure in the hall, their pretty faces flushed. "What are you doing here? Why don't you hurry up and entertain the guests?" A majestic voice sounded, causing the maid who was still pregnant to turn pale, and instantly dispersed like a frightened bird. Murong Meng looked at the figure of the young man in white in the hall and was secretly shocked. Although he didn't have much dealings with the Lin family, he had heard about the talented young man from the Lin family before. When he saw it today, it was far better than the rumors said. Murong Meng stepped forward quickly, smiled slightly, and said apologetically, "Young Master Lin is laughing at the joke. These maids are ignorant and are talking about young Master Lin. I, Murong Meng, first apologize to young Master Linear." Although the maids discussed the discussion in a very low voice, Murong Meng did not think that the young man in front of him did not hear it. I am afraid that the words of these discussions had already reached the young man's ears, in case they made him unhappy. It's right to be careful about this kind of thing. If you can climb up to the position of the general manager of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce in a second-level city step by step, you can't be a fool. Lin Xuan shook his head and said calmly, "Nothing. He has long been accustomed to this kind of thing. He is born to be dazzling, so why hide it?" Murong Meng felt relieved when he heard Lin Xuan's answer. He cautiously said, "Master Lin Xuan came to see me. Is there something important?" Murong Meng could be said to have lowered his attitude to the extreme. He knew that as long as the young man in front of him did not perish, he would become the overlord sooner or later in the future. Although he was a second-grade alchemist, he faced a person with a promising future and his own strength. The extremely tyrannical young man did not dare to show any value. Lin Xuan glanced at Murong Meng in surprise, thinking that it was really not easy for Master Murong to become the person in charge of an area. This time he was not in disguise. A token appeared in Lin Xuan's hand. The token was engraved with the word Wanbao, which made Murong Meng's pupils shrink slightly. This token was sent through his hand and was a unique tribute to the third lady. Make. Murong Meng's expression became more respectful. He hesitated and asked cautiously, "I wonder what the relationship is between Master Lin and that alchemist." Lin Xuan looked at the cautious Murong Meng with a calm expression. "That alchemist is one of my senior commanders and he just passed by Tian City." When Murong Meng heard this, his face showed a true expression, and at the same time he couldn't help but feel slightly relieved. Fortunately, that was just the teacher of young Master Lin in front of him. Thinking of this, Murong Meng simply didn't dare to think about it further, it was really too scary. A page of paper appeared in Lin Xuan's hand. He handed the paper to Murong Meng in front of him and said, "I wonder if Master Murong can help collect these medicinal materials." Murong Meng took the paper book handed over by Lin Xuan, patted his chest and said excitedly, "Master Lin, don't worry, it's just some medicinal materials. It's an honor for Master Lin to choose to join our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce." He was worried about not being able to have a relationship with the young man in front of him, but he didn't expect that he would send it to him by himself. He must catch this incredible wealth. Lin Xuan nodded, "Then I'll trouble Master Murong. If the medicinal materials are collected, they can be sent directly to the Lin family." After saying that, Lin Xuan left directly. He believed that with the strength of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, it would not be difficult to collect some medicinal materials. After Lin Xuan left, Meng opened the paper book left by Lin Xuan and looked at it carefully. This was related to whether he could continue to climb up. 3rd grade medicinal material, century-old ginseng, 3rd grade medicinal material Ling Chan Yat, 4th grade medicinal material fire Ling Yan. Just now, didn't you say that the alchemist has left Tian City? Meng was stunned on the spot, unable to recover for a long time. After a long time, he took out a jade slip, said something into the jade slip, and then quickly found someone to send the jade slip out. He clenched his fists secretly, and he had to complete the mission no matter what the cost. This is an opportunity for Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 53. In the next few days, although his new training place was destroyed due to his previous breakthrough, the Lin family still had a large territory. During this period, the Lin family expanded wildly. With him in charge, there was no unsightly way to stop it. There was a lot of remaining land among them, so Lin Xuan randomly chose a quieter place and started his alchemy journey. These days, he is either refining elixirs or visiting the place where his grandfather is, which seems quite peaceful. It's just that he knows that this life will be broken soon, so he wants to make some final contributions to the family during this period. After saying goodbye in the future, he wonders when will he return home again? Master Lin Xuan, Master Murong from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce wants to see you. A guard spoke respectfully outside the mansion. His eyes were blazing as he looked towards the mansion. There was the most legendary young man of the Lin family. The fact that the Lin family could become the veritable first family in Tian City was entirely dependent on young Master Lin Xuan. The status of the guards has been improved, and even the status of their group of guards has been rising. Countless people come to curry favor with them every day, and the scenery is endless. Lin Bei looked at Lin Xuan's leaving figure and was quite pleased. The most gratifying thing in my life is to have a grandson like you. Whatever you want to do in the future, just do it boldly. Grandpa, I will always support you. Lin Xuan's footsteps paused slightly, and then he walked firmly towards the outside of the house. Lin's hall. Meng looked at Lin Xuan's figure, his slightly fat face was full of smiles, his eyes narrowed, he quickly stepped forward and said, Master Lin Xuan, these are the medicinal materials you need. Our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce has collected them all. Please ask Master Lin Xuan to check it. After saying that, a storage ring appeared on Meng's chubby hand and handed it to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan calmly took the storage ring and checked it briefly. He found that there were only a lot of medicinal materials inside, and there were even some medicinal materials that were in extremely good condition. They were far from what was circulated on the market. The look on his face, he couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. With these medicinal materials, he could start refining a large amount of elixirs to quickly increase the strength of his grandfather and many elders of the Lin family. Thank you. How many low-grade yuan stones are needed for these medicinal materials? Lin Xuan asked. The smile on Meng's face became even brighter when he heard this, and he shook his head repeatedly. Master Lin Xuan, what are you talking about? These medicinal materials are all gifts given to you, Master Lin Xuan, by the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. For someone as talented as Master Lin Xuan to be able to allow our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce to do things is a sign of their trust in our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Looking at Meng with a smile on his face, Lin Xuan couldn't help but sigh slightly at the wealth of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. The medicinal materials in this storage ring cost at least 1 million low-grade yuan stones. But now he can still afford this million low-grade yuan stone. Lin Xuan handed over a black card. This black card contained 1.5 million low-grade yuan stones, which happened to be the low-grade yuan stones obtained from the previous auction of True Yuan Dan. It must have cost a lot to collect the items he needed within a short period of time, and he agreed. No, thank you Master Murong for your kindness. If I still need it next time, I will definitely continue to come to your bank. Meng felt a little regretful when he heard Lin Xuan's answer, but what Lin Xuan said later also made him smile. As long as the young man in front of him comes to Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, there will always be opportunities. Then thank you very much, Master Lin Xuan. Our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce will always be Master Lin Xuan's friend. Murongmeng said firmly, adding icing on the cake is not as good as providing timely assistance. The last opportunity was missed, so we must seize the opportunity this time. This is the way for Wanbao Chamber of Commerce to make money. It is better not to make money than to offend. But, looking at the black card in his hand, Murongmeng felt a little familiar. However, he also accepted the 1.5 million low-grade yuan stone. Just as Lin Xuan thought, after he uploaded the information to the big shots, in less than half a day, those big shots who usually had to procrastinate in dealing with small things. They reached an agreement to get the medicinal materials Lin Xuan needs at all costs, even if it costs a huge price, they must collect them all. The reason is to make friends with the young man in front of him. At the age of 16, he is still in the RC state and can kill the old man of the spirit snake alone. This is really too scary. No one needs to understand what this means more than those in the royal capital. The only pity is that these items were not given away, but fortunately, the purpose of friendship was achieved. After a brief chat, Murongmeng stood up and left. Lin Xuan put away the storage ring and planned to return to his residence to continue refining the elixir. Just when Lin Xuan returned to his residence, he saw a familiar figure appearing in front of him. Lin Xuan. Lin Qing'er walked towards Lin Xuan with her slender legs, a complicated smile appeared on her delicate face, and her chest also rose slightly, which was uniquely tempting. Lin Qing'er. Lin Xuan looked at that familiar figure with some confusion. What did Lin Qing'er want to do with him? Lin Qing'er looked at Lin Xuan, bit her red lips gently, her charming face flushed. Lin Xuan, that is an ordinary friend of mine. Thank you for the pill. Lin Xuan nodded. He knew that what Lin Qing'er was talking about was the young man named Zhang He. No matter what, the injuries he suffered were all because of the Lin family. Lin Xuan also gave him a pill. Saved his life. It's okay. After all, your friend was injured because of my Lin family. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Lin Xuan said with a dull look. Lin Qing'er was stunned, looking at the young man who was about to go away. He was dressed in white. It was obviously the same as in her memory, but it was different. However, just a few steps away, she tried her best but could not muster the courage to pursue. Go up! Lin Xuan! Lin Qing'er shouted. She stood there and watched the young man turn around in confusion, and then said loudly, if you want to come to the capital and are unfamiliar with the capital, you can come to Dian Academy to find me. I will wait for you there, always, waiting for you. The young man's eyes were light, a smile appeared on his cold face, and then he responded, okay. Then he turned and left. Lin Qing'er looked at the retreating figure and said silently in her heart, this time, I, Lin Qing'er, will keep my word. I will always wait for you. Chapter 54. Prince Chuling's Mansion. Surrounded by mountains and rivers, they are well proportioned and filled with layers of mist, like a stunning magic circle, adding a bit of mystery to this place. Groups of black armored soldiers were wandering back and forth, filled with a chilling atmosphere, and there were vague figures one after another standing in the mist, looking in all directions. Suddenly, a monstrous aura emanated from the central hall, turning the originally colorful sky into grey, covered with dark clouds, and desolate, making people almost suffocated. In the main hall, a middle-aged man wearing a python robe sat high on the throne, with a cold face, revealing boundless majesty. What a talented young man, he actually dares to directly kill my son, King Chuling. The middle-aged man in the python robe is a well-known and powerful person in the supernatural realm of the Dian dynasty. He has a different surname and is crowned king. Even the Dian royal family has to give him some respect. At this moment, everyone knew that one of the strongest men in the Dian dynasty, was angry. A cloud of black mist floated out from King Chuling's body and turned into the shadow of a humanoid monster. Ggg, Chu Tianxiang, I have said long ago that you don't need to get married and have children, as long as your physique allows. The son who is born is also a waste and will be killed sooner or later. If a son dies now, he dies. In the future, when I successfully escape, you can have as many sons as you want. The figure that the monster-like figure made was sharp and hoarse, completely unlike the figure that a human could make. He looked at Chu Tianxiang with a mocking tone. Looking at the monster in front of him, Chu Tianxiang's eyes were cold, and his eyes turned bright red, like a furious lion. That's enough. Why do I, Chu Tianxiang, need you to point fingers at what I do? Now the great Yan dynasty has given birth to a genius who reached the Qi realm at the age of 16. Do you know what this means? If you don't strangle him in the cradle and attract those forces to investigate, if you find any clues, if this king dies, you won't be able to think of anything better. You ant, you are just a dog raised by me. Who asked you to talk to me like this? The black shadow suddenly exploded, and the terrifying fangs opened, like a bottomless abyss, filled with the violent aura was like a supreme demon lord, and the cold aura enveloped every corner of the hall. A strange red mark suddenly appeared on Chu Tianxiang's forehead, like a mark of blood. A look of extreme pain suddenly appeared on Chu Tianxiang's face, which was originally furious. It seemed as if billions of steel needles were constantly piercing his forehead. Every corner, thousands of needles pierce the heart, and the pain reaches the bone marrow. However, facing such pain, Chu Tianxiang still did not ask for mercy. Looking at Chu Tianxiang, who was in great pain, He Ying said in a cold tone, Chu Tianxiang, please remember that you are just a dog raised by me. As long as you work for me obediently, you will be indispensable when I come back from trouble in the future benefit. If not, I can train you from an ant with terrible qualifications to a slightly older ant now, then I will naturally have the means to take away everything you have. The black shadow dispersed the secret control technique on Chu Tianxiang's forehead, and looked at Chu Tianxiang, who was half kneeling on the ground, neither human nor ghost. There was no wave in his eyes, but he did not dare to really do anything to Chu Tianxiang. Death, if Chu Tianxiang is killed, he will not be much better. You should solve the troubles caused by your incompetent son yourself. I don't want such a trivial matter to disturb the original plan. I want to create the secret method of the Soul Palace. Chu Tianxiang looked at the black shadow and gritted his teeth. It is impossible for a genius in the Qi realm not to have someone else standing behind him, at least a powerful person in the divine power realm. I want to be only in this way can a strong man in the Soul Palace realm strangle him in the cradle. Otherwise, if I miss, we too will be doomed. Presumably, this is not what you want to see. The black shadow opened its terrifying fangs, and a pitch-black tongue stretched out. On the tongue were many eyes filled with 4 kinds of qi. This terrifying tongue entangled Chu Tianxiang, and the surrounding space seemed to be shaking, as if some indescribable existence was about to arrive. Chu Tianxiang, are you threatening me? Chu Tianxiang resisted the discomfort, shook his head and looked at the terrifying figure. His tone was calm. I am not threatening you, I am just stating a fact. You need me, I also need you. Now we are all on the same rope, grasshopper. As long as you help me break through to the Soul Palace realm, you can help me break through to the Soul Palace realm, and you can also help you speed up your pace, and the flesh and blood of a genius is not more attractive than the flesh and blood of those ants outside. Okay, okay. The black figure suddenly laughed after hearing Chu Tianxiang's words, and thousands of eyes on the tongue suddenly opened, painful and numb. Since you want to break through the Soul Palace realm, then I will give you this opportunity. A flash of amusement flashed in his eyes, and he licked Chu Tianxiang's face with his horrifying tongue. The disgusting mucus slid down Chu Tianxiang's cheek. A grey eye fell off naturally, and 8 legs grew out, along Chu Tianxiang's face. Tianxiang's throat crawled down. You must practice the Soul Palace method recorded in this book carefully. Ha 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 ha. With a burst of laughter, Chu Tianxiang was left standing there with a gloomy face and struggling. At this moment, Chu Tianxiang's body seemed to have undergone some more terrifying changes. Feng as a father, I will definitely avenge you. Chu Tianxiang's eyes turned red, and the countless bloodshot eyes seemed to be alive, and they were constantly squirming, terrifying, and crazy. Lin. The willows are lingering, the water is gurgling, and countless birds are circling in the air, emitting sweet chirps. Wisps of medicinal fragrance floated away, and silver-white flames appeared in the hands of a young man with a plump and handsome face. Along with a mysterious rune, several prototypes of elixirs emitting a faint golden light were visible to the naked eye in the alchemy furnace. Almost half an hour later, an earth-shaking roar suddenly sounded. Bang! The alchemy furnace in front of Lin Xuan suddenly exploded and flew around. This scene made Lin Xuan's face twitch slightly. Fortunately, he took action in time and condensed the last 4 pills in the air. Putting away the last 4 pills, Lin Xuan sighed, maybe, this is God's will. He has been refining elixirs this week, and now is the last furnace. Unfortunately, the 5th Elder's alchemy furnace has reached its limit. After all, this is only a 2nd-grade alchemy furnace. It's a miracle that it lasted this long. Lin Xuan looked into the distance, stood up slowly, and left. Chapter 55. Lin. It's Xuaner. Lin Bei looked at the young man who pushed in the door with a smile on his face. Grandfather. The young man stood there quietly, looking at the old man's somewhat old face, and spoke in a very soft tone. The grandfather and grandson just fell silent. Since Lin Xuan came to this world, his parents have disappeared. It can be said that he was completely raised by the old man in front of him. Regarding the old man in front of him, Lin Xuan also regards him as a relative from the bottom of his heart. Lin Bei looked at the young man in front of him, feeling both pleased and confused. He smiled slightly and said cheerfully, Xuaner, a young man should have the high-spiritedness of a young man. He should not stay in one place. A young man should go out in the world and live up to his youth. Of course, family affairs have old bones like us to take care of you young people. To bear. Since you were little, you have never let me worry about you. Grandpa believes in you. If you feel tired, sleepy, or homesick outside one day, Grandpa and all your uncles will be here waiting for you. This will always be your home. My grandson, Lin Bei, will not lose to anyone. Go fight for this great world, go witness the brilliance of this world, go and become famous, go and pursue the person you want to pursue. Lin Xuan looked at the old man's face and felt a little warm in his heart. He took out a storage ring and placed it on the table beside him. He suppressed the slight soreness in his heart and said, Grandpa, this is what I have been practicing during this period. The prepared elixir and a skill I obtained are all in this storage ring. Grandpa, you can transfer to this skill, but this skill is very important. Grandpa, you can practice it alone. Don't teach others. In addition, there are pills I refined in it. Taking them together can increase your cultivation level, Grandpa. If your family encounters a strong enemy, Grandpa, you don't have to be brave. I still have backup in the family, which is enough to cope with everything. Then Lin Xuan took out a storage ring again and said slowly, this storage ring is what I prepared for the family. It should be enough for Uncle Lin Zhan, Grandpa Lin Hu. They broke through to the Qi Si realm, and the rest the resources can be used to cultivate the younger generation of the family. Lin Bei took the storage ring over. He did not ask Lin Xuan how to refine these elixirs, nor where Lin Xuan was going next. After Lin Xuan explained everything, he remained silent, then turned and left. Looking at the young man's leaving figure, Lin Bei suddenly smiled, I am old and have not seen the wind recently. Look at me like this. How can my grandson Lin Bei be a coward? The door was slightly ajar, and the young man turned around and bowed respectfully again. When he turned around again, he never looked back. Lin Bei was in a daze. This familiar scene made a warm current flow down his cheek. He stretched out his hand to wipe it, and his sleeves were already wet without knowing it. Sure enough, people are old, old. After walking out of Lin Bei's mansion, Lin Xuan went all the way to the back of the Lin family. Lin's back hill. Lin Yan was learning alchemy with his afro. After spending so much time refining alchemy, his cultivation had reached the second level of qi condensation. It's done, master, I'm done. Lin Yan looked at the 3 round and shiny elixirs that appeared in the alchemy furnace and jumped up excitedly. Yes, the second grade elixir of Qiwendanun can be refined in just 1 month. I can't tell you, Xiao Yanzi, are still an alchemy wizard. When you step out of the Dian dynasty, it will be a good choice to enter the Dan Palace in the future. I don't know if there are any old acquaintances still alive in the Dan Palace. An illusory figure floated out of Lin Yan's body, and he spoke with approval. He knew that the young man in front of him had only been exposed to alchemy for a month, and he had refined the second-grade elixir with 7 lines in 1 month. This amount of alchemy was even if his qualifications were placed in the alchemy palace where alchemy geniuses are numerous, he would still be regarded as a proud man of heaven. Hey, Xiao Yanzi, your cousin should be looking for you. The old man seemed to feel something, left a word, and then disappeared again. Cousin Lin Xuan? He came to see me. Lin Yan was a little confused, but he still sat up from the ground, wiped the dust off his butt and walked out of the cave. When Lin Yan walked out of the cave, he found a figure in white standing with his hands folded, as if he had come through the air, with a heroic appearance and an air of immortality. Fly, fly, fly here. Lin Yan's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe it. This was the first time he saw someone flying from the sky. Lin Yan wiped his eyes and saw a familiar figure falling in front of him. Linear. Cousin Lin Xuan. Lin Yan was so shocked by this scene that he even stuttered when speaking. Lin Xuan looked at Lin Yan, who was so stunned that his mouth was open, and said calmly, "There is no need to be surprised by some small tricks." "Do you think this is a small trick?" Lin Yan cursed. If this is a small trick, he also wants to learn how to fly in the air. This is really cool. But in the end, Lin Yan still didn't ask. Lin Yan asked curiously, "Cousin Lin Xuan, why did you come to see me?" As a cousin of his, he rarely goes looking for other people in person. Today was the first time he met them. Lin Xuan didn't say much. He took out a black card and an exquisite jade gate from the storage ring and handed them to Lin Yan. "This is for you, cousin. I need to leave the family for a while, at least for a year or 2. During this time, the family will have to take care of you, cousin." When Lin Yan heard this, he touched the back of his head and said a little embarrassedly, "Don't worry, cousin Lin Xuan, I will definitely protect the family." "Yes." Lin Xuan nodded and saw Lin Yan taking the items, then turned and left without saying anything else. Lin Yan looked at Lin Xuan, who left directly after saying a few words, a little confused. "Cousin, what do you mean?" He looked at the 2 items in his hand, a black card with a series of zeros in it, which represented 1 million low-grade yuan stones, and another jade gate in the palm of his hand, which was very gentle and worth a glance. It's not cheap, and the items that are eligible to be put into the jade gate are definitely not bad either. Let him take care of the family, that's not right. Lin Yan's eyes widened, as if he realized something. "Teacher." An illusory figure floated out, looking at the direction Lin Xuan was going with complicated eyes. "Little Yanzi, when can you learn from your cousin?" Lin Yan. The jade box slowly opened, and a small piece of black wood lay in the jade box. It was the 6th grade heavenly soul-nourishing wood. This kid. I'm afraid he's aware of my existence. It's not simple. It's not simple. So these items are for me, not for you. Bring it here, little Yanzi. Mine, everything is mine, ha ha ha. With this piece of soul-nurturing wood, I will soon be able to condense it into a physical entity. When the time comes, he. Chapter 56. The moon was sparse, and the moonlight filled the earth, covering the ground with a layer of silver gauze. Several burly guards stood guard, and 5 or 6 people gathered together to light a bonfire, seemingly huddled together to keep warm. "Grandpa, that big brother is so good looking." A little girl about 5 or 6 years old, with braids, who looked very tight and cute, pointed at a figure sitting in the carriage and said innocently and cutely. Following the direction pointed by the girl, a young man of about 16 or 17 years old was sitting in the carriage with his eyes closed and concentrating. He was plump and handsome, with crystal clear hair. Under the moonlight, his skin was as warm as jade, just like an immortal under the moon. An old man with white hair suddenly turned pale when he saw the direction of the girl's hand. He instantly knocked off the girl's outstretched finger and shouted angrily, "Xuanger, don't be rude." Then the old man said repeatedly in the direction of the young man, "Sir, the child is not sensible, I hope you will forgive me." In front of me, the young man sitting in the luxurious carriage looked like a big shot who was either rich or noble. Often such big shots were the most moody and regarded human life as nothing. The little old man looked at the white figure on the carriage anxiously, praying secretly in his heart. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes and showed a smile. The young man was as gentle as jade, and his smile was like the spring breeze, dispelling the coldness and arrogance on his body. Nothing. Lin Xuan planned to go directly to the royal capital after leaving Tian City. However, he had not left Tian City for many years and did not know how to walk even if he had a map. The area of the Dian dynasty was comparable to the entire Asia in his previous life, so he chose to look for it. A team of escorts along the way. Lin Xuan's eyes passed over the girl and the old man, and stayed on an ordinary-looking young man beside him. If the ordinary-looking young man felt something, he also raised his head, and the two sides looked at each other. This person is extraordinary. There are so many geniuses in this world. I didn't expect to meet a genius as good as me so soon. Li Kaihudeo said secretly in his heart. Lin Xuan also looked away lightly. He could feel that the ordinary young man not far away definitely had a big secret. At a glance, with his current soul perception, it seemed that there were layers of fog. He knew that with his current soul power, even the magical realm could not hide from his perception. The bonfire swayed slightly. Lin Xuan had some helplessness on his face. His luck seems to be a little bad, he really gets whatever he thinks about. The voice of Salsa suddenly sounded in the forest that was originally filled with deathly silence, and 3 mysterious people dressed in blood red suddenly appeared above. G, boy, you killed my people in the blood-killing mansion, are you still trying to escape? Soaring into the void, the sign of a strong person in the magical realm. A chilling aura instantly filled the air, and the 3 of them formed a triangle. Their terrifying energy and blood blocked everything around them. At this moment, the people surrounded looked at each other with frightened expressions, and even if they had never seen or heard of such a powerful man, they could not afford to offend them. And from this tone, it seems like these big shots are joining forces to hunt down one person. Everyone's eyes turned to Lin Xuan in unison. In everyone's hearts, this noble young master was the only one worthy of being hunted down by these big shots. Lin Xuan frowned. A burly guard pointed at Lin Xuan and said with a flattering face, "Sir, this should be the person you are looking for." "Sir, this matter has nothing to do with us. We are from the Cheng'an Escort Bureau. Please let us go." The rest of the people nodded and spoke in cooperation. There were even a few people who looked at Lin Xuan with a hint of hatred or even pleasure, as if they saw a high-ranking figure falling from the clouds. There was only one young man with an ordinary face in the crowd, standing there like a dumb wood, without any emotion, as if he was a puppet. Suddenly a young girl's voice sounded, "Big Brother is not a bad person, you are all slandering Big Brother." Both of us often hear you talking bad about Big Brother. Shut up. The old man quickly grabbed the young girl and blocked her mouth. He looked embarrassed. No matter how hard the girl struggled, it was to no avail. The others also looked at the old man maliciously. Gee, it's interesting, it's really interesting. A strong man from the blood-killing mansion wearing a mask suddenly said gloomily, is it possible that the tracking method of my blood-killing mansion is not as good as the vision of a group of ants like you? He stretched out his hand a little, and a streak of blood turned into a rainbow, directly piercing the strong man who wanted to say something. In an instant, the strong man turned into blood mist, and the quiet air was filled with a faint blood. This scene made everyone. The man was dumbfounded on the spot. Lin Xuan just looked at all this indifferently and did not make any move. You saw me working in the blood-killing mansion, and you still want to live. The strong man from the blood-killing mansion who took action sneered. When had he ever managed to survive in the blood-killing mansion? Their killer organization, the blood-killing mansion, only has its name, and everyone who has seen a member of the blood-killing mansion has only one kind of person. That's a dead man. Even if someone escapes occasionally, they will face the endless pursuit of the blood-killing mansion until death. Wisps of blood turned into rainbows, ruthlessly harvesting everyone's lives. The air was soon filled with a strong smell of blood. Lin Xuan stood up slowly and frowned slightly. The bloody smell made him feel a little uncomfortable. The people he killed usually had no bones left, and he had never encountered such a disgusting smell. Grandpa, Grandpa! His eyes were filled with tears. The old man protected the girl behind him. At this moment, a bloody light was coming towards the old man. Clang! There seemed to be a sound of a long sword being unsheathed, as crisp as a dragon's roar. In the girl's eyes, a figure in white rose into the sky, like a god, and faintly waved a sword light towards the front. The world seemed to be divided, and the blood-red light that harvested everyone's lives was instantly shattered. Looking back following the shattering sound, the grandfather and grandson saw an unforgettable scene in their lives. The terrifying golden sword light shot straight into the sky like a pillar of light, and 100 miles behind him instantly turned into nothingness. At this moment, in the corner of the void, only 2 of the 3 blood-red figures were left. The 2 of them looked at this scene in horror, looking at the young and overly young boy. This scene was completely beyond their understanding. Boom! The color of the sky and the earth suddenly changed. Lin Xuan slowly raised his head, only to find that the sky was covered with mysterious runes. The runes were engraved with the aura of destruction, and even he felt slightly palpitated. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, Fall. Chapter 57. A god-like voice seemed to rise in the void, and a golden shadow emerged. Like the Lord of Thunder above the 9 heavens, countless thunderbolts fell towards the 2 blood-red figures, showing a huge force. The endless lightning was like a long snake, as thick as a bucket, and the lightning and flint directly struck the bodies of the other 2 members of the blood-killing mansion. In just an instant, the 2 of them were drowned by the lightning. Large pieces of flesh and blood were accompanied by a faint smell of burning. The 2 masters of the magical realm let out shrill screams at this moment. The thick white bones appeared outside, which was extremely horrifying. Xianming! With a sharp shout, 2 mysterious talismans appeared in the hands of the golden shadow. The 2 talismans flew out, and with the interlacing of thunder and light, they turned into 2 thunder spears. The terrifying aura of destruction was everywhere, and the spears were like lightning and flint. In a flash, just for an instant, 2 beams of light spread out with the 2 members of the blood-killing mansion as the center, and their sharp auras shot straight into the sky. Waves of heat waves blew through the white clothes, Lin Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and an invisible barrier of true energy spread out. This blow is very strong. But this person plotted against him? A golden sword embryo vaguely appeared in Lin Xuan's hand. Phew, we finally dealt with these damn pursuers from the blood-killing mansion. The golden shadow dispersed, and a young man with an ordinary face and a green robe stepped into the void. Mysterious formation patterns appeared under his feet, filled with the aura of destruction. Li Kaihudeo scattered the runes under his feet, chuckled, and quickly retreated into the distance. He turned back and said with a smile, "Thank you for your help, brother. My name is Wang Hu. The green mountains will not change, the green water will flow forever, and the future will be long. See you later." "Where are the people?" Li Kaihudeo looked at the place with a confused face. There was only an old man and a young boy. Where was the figure of the ridiculously handsome young man? Suddenly, Li Kaihudeo felt a bad premonition. He suddenly turned around, and saw a figure in white standing quietly in front of him. His eyes were like stars and his eyes were calm. He seemed to be integrated with the surrounding space. In the hand of the young man in white, he held a sword embryo flowing with golden light. The sword energy soared into the sky, and the sharp killing auras intertwined with each other. "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, it's all." Before Li Kaihudeo could finish speaking, the young man in white waved the sword embryo in his hand. In an instant, a round of sword light rose into the sky like a frightened sun. The golden light pillar shot straight into the sky, and the sky was filled with sword energy. Like the water of a great river pouring down. Grass. Li Kaihudeo's expression changed drastically. This terrifying blow made his soul feel as if it was about to be torn apart. The three magical power killers who were chasing him together were not enough to kill him with this sword. Big loss. In an instant, the dark night was illuminated into a golden color. Countless formation runes rose up, spreading a terrifying aura, but in front of that terrifying sword light, layers of formations were broken apart like paper, which made Li Kaihudeo turn pale. "It looks like he kicked the steel plate." Boom! The sharp sword energy erupted like a volcano, spreading in all directions, leaving a bottomless pit in the jungle. This scene is like a miracle. "Hey!" Lin Xuan's eyes flickered and he was slightly surprised. He turned around and looked somewhere. The figure of the young man who was supposed to be killed by a sword appeared again at some point. "Ahem, just a little bit, just a little bit." Li Kaihudeo's hair was disheveled and he looked extremely embarrassed. There was a look of pain on his face. It seemed that he had lost some extremely noble treasure. At the same time, he was also a little frightened. This terrifying blow would make even a strong person in the third level of supernatural power fall to pieces. None left. If those formations hadn't bought him some time, he might have died completely just now. "Real brother, this is something I, Wang Hu, did wrongly. I will compensate you," Li Kaihudeo said with pain. But then, his expression suddenly changed again. The young man in the distance raised the sword embryo in his hand again. At this moment, the void was trembling, and all the monsters in the jungle seemed to feel an extremely terrifying crisis and kept wailing. A small golden sword appeared beside the young man, as if a supreme sword god was resurrected. The clanging sound of the sword resounded, turning the huge mountain range into a golden color. "Grandpa, is eldest brother a god?" Both eyes widened, looking at the god-like figure in the distance. The old man couldn't answer. This scene was completely beyond his understanding. Maybe, the real god is nothing more than this. Countless people around the mountain range were awakened by this terrifying vision. Some ignorant mountain people knelt down on the ground and begged the gods for forgiveness. However, those martial arts practitioners understood that there may be people with great supernatural powers there. Fighting. The terrifying sword intent was raging, and even if they were thousands of miles away, they could feel the terrifying pressure, telling them that even if they were contaminated by this terrifying fluctuation, it would be enough to destroy them physically and mentally. They can only pray that such a fight between great supernatural powers will never affect them, but there is no other way. This is the sorrow of the weak. Living in such a world, without strength, they are like ants. Even the aftermath of an inadvertent battle between powerful people can destroy everything they have. And Li Kaihudeo, who was facing this terrifying sword intent, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. FK. Again. This blow gave him great pressure. He had only felt this kind of pressure on a few people. Will die. If you don't show your true intentions, you will really die. Li Kaihudeo's body was covered with various golden runes, and a yin-yang bagua diagram extended from his feet. Dry. Following Li Kaihudeo's order, a large golden character flashed out of the void, and then the earth suddenly shook, and a city wall tens of meters high surrounded Li Kaihudeo. Leave. Clang. A flame tens of meters high soared into the sky, and the blazing fire illuminated the sky, reflecting the sky like daylight. A fire phoenix spread its wings like a master in the fire. Lin Xuan looked at this scene, his eyes as calm as water, and then a panicked voice came out of his mouth. The heaven and earth are vast, and righteousness will last forever. I don't want to kill immortals, but kill ghosts and gods. 16 golden long swords condensed together and turned into a giant sword of tens of meters that shot straight into the sky. The world was in panic, and the world was clad in white. This terrifying giant sword carried spells, and the space seemed unbearable. All this, the sharp sword energy penetrated the sky. Cut. Following Lin Xuan's command, a sword split through the darkness and slashed downwards. Damn it! Li Kaihudeo yelled angrily, blood bleeding from the corner of his mouth. He felt that his body was almost reaching its limit. Kun. Change. Chapter 58. Boom. The dazzling light spread out like a halo, and the overwhelming brilliant light swept out. The world seemed to be trembling at this moment. This terrifying collision could no longer be described as terrifying. The strong men in the magical power realm who were thousands of miles away also had pale faces. Even though they were thousands of miles away, they understood that the two strong men fighting against each other were probably far from what they could match. With their strength, if it touches it, I am afraid that the soul will fly away in an instant. Facing the terrifying blow, half of the mountain range was flattened to the ground, leaving only a bottomless pit. This scene was so shocking that it was beyond description. The invisible barrier dissipated, and both of them and the old man beside them stared with big eyes, unable to say a word anymore. Lin Xuan looked at the bottomless pit, frowned, and a silver-white lotus loomed on his forehead. Then he looked at another corner behind him and put away the innate sword embryo in his hand. He said calmly, "Come out." The two swords actually didn't even send a defeat mission from the system, which made Lin Xuan a little wary, and his murderous intention also faded away. "If you don't come out, I'm afraid you'll kill me." A voice came out from the void, but no one was seen. "If I don't want to chop you, come out," Lin Xuan said again. "If you don't come out, you won't come out if you can't speak out. If you have the ability, you can find me." There was an echo in the void again. Behind Lin Xuan, a white lotus nearly 100 feet long appeared vaguely, and the blazing high temperature almost melted the heaven and earth. "No, brother, calm down, I'll come out right now," the voice in the void said urgently. As the words fell, the young man's figure appeared not far in front of Lin Xuan. He was in ragged clothes. His originally ordinary but clean face became dark, and there was still a trace of undried blood at the corner of his mouth. He was vigilant. Looking at Bai Lian behind Lin Xuan, his eyes shone with deep fear, fearing that Lin Xuan would do it to him again. "Calm down, brother, Wang Hu, did something wrong in this matter. I, Wang Hu, should not have involved you in the disputes in the blood-killing mansion," Li Kaihudeo said bitterly. In fact, he didn't mean to. Well, although he had a little intention of delaying, he wanted to rely on the young man in front of him to delay the formation of the formation for a while. But who knew the boy in front of him was so terrifying? Although he is only 16 or 17 years old, his strength is simply terrifying. Lin Xuan looked at Li Kaihudeo in front of him calmly. Although he did not use all his strength just now, he also used the demon killer, but he could not do anything to the young man in front of him. Although the young man in front of him looked a little embarrassed, in Lin Xuan's perception, his breath was extremely stable, and he didn't look injured at all. It was obvious that he had a trump card. What kind of place is the blood-killing mansion? Lin Xuan asked. Hearing this, the young man looked at Lin Xuan with some astonishment on his face, and looked at it carefully. How could he not know about the blood-killing mansion with this bearing and strength? However, he still did not ask, and answered honestly, the blood-killing mansion is a top killer organization in Qinjian state in the southern region. It claims that as long as there is enough money, it dares to do anything. Wherever the blood-killing is, there will never be anyone left alive. There is an old immortal who has broken the void realm sitting in his mansion. Among them, the blood-killing mansion has its own pursuit mark. Anyone who has killed the blood-killing mansion will have this mark in their body. The broken void realm is the realm above the soul palace. Lin Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He had formed a conflict with such a top power for no reason. No one would be happy. Li Kaihudeo looked at the phantom of the white lotus behind Lin Xuan, which became more and more solid. The two colors of ice and fire appeared in the void. This made Li Kaihudeo a little frightened. He quickly said, "Brother, I, Wang Hu, am at fault for this matter, but the relationship between me and the blood-killing mansion was also due to a huge opportunity. This opportunity is related to the place where a strong man from ancient times fell. I am willing to explore the place of inheritance with my brother as a reward for involving my brother." After saying that, Li Kaihudeo's dark face looked very painful. Lin Xuan was not moved by this. He stared at Li Kaihudeo quietly, his invisible aura blocking the void, and he was not afraid at all that Li Kaihudeo would run away without him paying attention. This kid is young, how can he be so cautious? Li Kaihudeo was furious in his heart. He could feel that there was a terrifying aura locked on him. If he dared to make any move, he would be struck by thunder. Although he still has life-saving means and items, these are his deadly trump cards. If exposed, it will lead to a greater crisis. After being stared at by Lin Xuan, Li Kaihudeo understood the look in his eyes. Here is the deposit, the catalogue of the 9 heavens thunder control formation I just used. Li Kaihudeo threw out a talisman. The talisman was engraved with dense runes and exuded an ancient atmosphere. It was definitely extraordinary at first glance. In fact, this is indeed the case. Li Kaihudeo is really distressed this time. The 9 heavens thunder control formation is a corner of the ancient killing formation, and even a corner is precious enough. Lin Xuan quickly put the talisman into the storage ring. The thunder array just now made his heart palpitate. Its power should not be underestimated. It must be a rare treasure. Brother, I can leave now. Li Kaihudeo laughed dryly, but soon the smile on his face suddenly solidified. I saw the young man in front of me with cold eyes, and the white lotus in the void flashed with white flames, can't. The space became frozen again. Lin Xuan dispersed the white lotus behind him, and the shadows in his pupils were gradually submerged. He said calmly, "There is still that opportunity, but I have to do something first. You must follow me. When the time comes, I will finish it." Opportunity makes things clear. Li Kaihudeo's face was full of questions. He glanced at Lin Xuan hesitantly, "That 9 heavens thunder control formation just now. It doesn't count," Lin Xuan said calmly. Under the night, no one could see his true expression clearly. A choice only children make. The most important thing is that he feels that the formation of the young man in front of him seems to be quite easy to use, and it may be of great use when destroying Prince Chu Ling's mansion. One person can be used as a group of powerful people in the magical realm. This can save a lot of time and resources. Therefore, Li Chu said. Li Kaihudeo felt that he had made a big loss. He wanted to refuse, but was instantly locked by the terrifying aura. Okay. Li Kaihudeo gritted his teeth and said, you may not be able to defeat if you fight, and you may not be able to escape if you escape. You can only wait for a while to see the opportunity. When a man is reincarnated, he who knows the current affairs will be a hero and will not be ashamed. May I have your name? Li Kaihudeo asked fiercely. The young man turned around and said calmly, Han Fiyu. Chapter 59. Dian Dynasty. Royal Capital. Lin Xuan looked at the ancient city that was hundreds of meters high and looked like an ancient giant beast crawling on the ground. He couldn't help but feel a little happy on his face. After a week of running, he finally arrived at his destination. Then he looked at Li Kaihudeo, who was looking around. Sure enough, it is better to take a guide with you when traveling. Brother Han, what are you watching me do? Li Kaihudeo looked wary. Could it be that his idea of sneaking away was discovered again? Although the young man in front of him was too young and looked like a rich man who didn't know much about the world, Li Kaihudeo knew that these were just appearances. This young man had something sinister and his thoughts were as thorough as his. Along the way, he not only had the idea of sneaking away once, but every time he was able to be keenly discovered by the young man. Lin Xuan glanced away, too lazy to pay attention to Li Kaihudeo. After a while, the two came to the entrance, paid the basic entry tax and entered the royal capital. In the royal capital, the crowd was bustling. With just a slight sweep, Lin Xuan discovered several strong men who had reached the Qi Si realm. This made him secretly sigh. It was indeed the capital of the Dian dynasty. Li Kaihudeo glanced at Lin Xuan. Now he was sure that the young man in front of him was not a disciple of a great religion or a descendant of a top family. This was worth pondering. Just when Li Kaihudeo was still thinking about Lin Xuan's identity, Lin Xuan turned around and asked, do you have any yuan stones on you? Lend me some and I will return them to you later. Lin Xuan wanted to buy some medicinal materials first, but the low-grade yuanqi he collected was either left to his grandfather or to Lin Yan. Although he now has the elixir, it is a bit troublesome to realize it. Without Wang Hu in front of him, Lin Xuan may choose to go to the auction house for a walk. But now, the ready-made tools are in vain if people don't use them. As we all know, people with great luck are extremely rich. Lin Xuan believed that the ordinary, slovenly dressed young man in front of him was definitely richer than he imagined. Me? Li Kaihudeo was stunned for a moment. After hesitating for a moment, he still asked weakly, how many yuan stones do you need? Lin Xuan thought for a moment, and then said, 10 million low-grade yuan stones. After the words fell, Li Kaihudeo's originally improved complexion turned extremely dark again, and he refused without hesitation, no need to talk, just kill me. 10 million low-grade yuan stones, can this be said? 10 million low-grade yuan stones is equivalent to 100,000 mid-grade yuan stones. This is not a small amount of money. He fought all the way from the other end of Qinjian province to the Dian dynasty, and experienced countless opportunities in the process, but it was just, well, this amount. Real. Li Kaihudeo said to himself. Looking at Li Kaihudeo's determined expression that he stretched out his neck without hesitation, Lin Xuan was silent for a moment. 10 million low-grade yuan stones, seemed to be a bit too much. Then 5 million low-grade yuan stones will be returned to you within 3 days. Lin Xuan spoke again, staring at Li Kaihudeo seriously. Li Kaihudeo glanced at Lin Xuan, if there is no yuan stone within 3 days, then return the 9 heavens thunder control formation to me. He still couldn't forget about Lin Xuan's work on the 9 heavens thunder control map, but it was valuable, and he planned to make a fortune from it. Okay, Lin Xuan agreed without any hesitation. Li Kaihudeo waited for a moment, then threw a storage ring to Lin Xuan. He was a little confused and asked, Brother Han, what do you need this yuan stone for? Lin Xuan looked at the storage ring. It was densely packed with 50,000 stones exuding rich vitality. Compared with the lower grade yuan stones, the vitality was several times higher in purity and quantity. He looked at Li Qiudao in front of him and suddenly felt that he was at a loss. The unassuming young man in front of him didn't even take a breath. It was obvious that he was a richer man than he thought. Lin Xuan faced Li Qiudao's question and replied calmly, "Buy medicinal materials and make elixirs." Li Qiudao looked at the calm expression of the young man in front of him, and seemed a little unbelievable. He asked, "Alchemy? Brother Han, are you still a distinguished alchemist?" Li Qiudao looked at Lin Xuan again and found that he was not wearing the badge of the Alchemist Guild. He asked curiously, "I wonder what level of alchemist Brother Han is. Such young alchemists are indeed rare." He has never seen such a young alchemist like Brother Han in front of him. "But, what kind of elixir requires 5 million low-grade essence stones?" Li Qiudao shook his head. At such a young age, even an alchemist would probably not be much higher. The alchemist was similar to the formation master and both needed to be passed down. Lin Xuan glanced at him, and then said, "He should be considered a 5th-grade alchemist. He has never really refined a 5th-grade elixir, but now that he can refine a 4th-grade elixir to perfect quality, it should not be difficult to refine a 5th-grade elixir. It's not that he doesn't want to refine 5th-grade elixirs, but it's simply impossible to have 5th-grade medicinal materials in Tian City. Even if there are, they are in Lin Yan's hands. Now is the time to get the alchemist's badge certified, but the alchemist needs to produce the medicinal materials for the elixir himself." Li Qiudao glanced at Lin Xuan. Did he think he was a fool? A 5th-grade alchemist, such a young 5th-grade alchemist. I am afraid that the group of powerful people in the Central Region Alchemy Palace will explode in an instant. Lin Xuan ignored Li Qiudao's snort and quickly followed the guidance of passersby to Wanbao Auction House. Wanbao Auction House. As the largest auction house headquarters in the Dian dynasty, its decoration is naturally extremely luxurious. Even in a place as expensive as the royal capital, it occupies almost thousands of miles. At the entrance of the hall, there are rows of people wearing heavy armor. Every one of the guards exuded a chilling aura, as if crawling out of the pile of corpses. They were obviously true masters who had experienced countless battles. With these guards carefully trained by the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, even if the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is the richest in the world, no one has the guts to actually snatch the items from the Wanbao auction house. However, there is a group of young people surrounding the hall. Without exception, they are all dressed in brocade clothes with exquisite patterns embroidered on them, which shine brightly in the sunlight. The young man headed by them is wearing an alchemist's robe, and under his robe has a silver badge, and the 2 stars on the badge are even more dazzling. The young man's face was arrogant, and such a young 2nd-grade alchemist did have the qualifications to be arrogant. His rather feminine face looked a little sulky, and the nobles from the surrounding families were even more surrounding him. In the center of this group of people were several disciples wearing Dian Academy uniforms. Chapter 60. These disciples wearing Dian Academy uniforms were pale at the moment. They just came to Wanbao auction house to buy some items, but they didn't expect to encounter so many dandy boys. The young man at the head looked at a beautiful figure among the people, with deep passion in his eyes. "Lin Qing'er, after so many years, you should know my affection for you. Why are you avoiding me during this time?" The young man looked at the slender legs of the woman in front of him, which were as smooth as jade and exuded an alluring luster, which made his heart feel hot. Ever since Lin Qing'er came to Dian Academy and met by chance, he fell in love with this girl who came from a small family at a glance. Her legs alone were enough to rank first among the women he had ever seen. It was enough for him to play for a lifetime, so since then he has been pursuing Lin Qing'er. It's just that Lin Qing'er has always been tepid towards him and treated him aloof. However, as the son of the Danwang family, he felt that all this was a test for him by Lin Qing'er. Until recently, no matter how he showed kindness, Lin Qing'er ignored him, and he happened to meet Lin Qing'er today, so the above scene happened. "That's enough, Suhi," I don't have any feelings for you, please get out of the way. Lin Xing'er frowned slightly and said angrily. Hearing Lin Xing'er's reply, all the young people around looked at the leading young man. This made the leading young man's face a little red, his veins popped out, and he was a little worried about his face. Lin Xing'er, UBCH, I pursue you because I think highly of you, how dare you show off my face? The young man's eyes became a little cold, and he finally saw that the woman in front of him was just treating him as a spare tire. And he, Su He, a descendant of the alchemy king family and a young second-grade alchemist, would not attract the attention of everyone wherever he went? How dare a woman from a small family dare to scorn him? Prince Su, why are you talking nonsense with her? She is just a girl from a small family, she is just a bit pretty, and she actually dares to reject you, Crown Prince Su. A man in yellow brocade clothes with an extraordinary face said with a smile, quite unconcerned, but when he looked at Prince Su, he couldn't help but feel a bit of flattery in his eyes. This person is a descendant of the Danwang family. With the gold content of the Danwang family, even the royal family wants to please. Someone, take this girl to Prince Su's residence. The man in yellow brocade clothes said nonchalantly. Several soldiers wearing bright silver armor stepped forward, and the aura of the true Yuan realm burst out, heading towards Lin Xing'er. Facing the oppression of several experienced true Yuan realm masters who came out of the palace, Lin Xing'er turned pale. She said in shock and anger, Su Yu, what are you going to do? Haha, what do I want to do? Looking at several Dian Academy disciples and Lin Xing'er who were barely able to resist the guards, Su Yu looked at Lin Xing'er's exquisite and graceful body. He no longer tried to hide it at all. He looked at Lin Xing'er passionately. Lin Xing'er. Xing'er, you really take yourself seriously. If I like you, you are the only thing. If I don't like you, you are nothing, do you understand? Do you think why you haven't been properly trained by those high-ranking officials and nobles until now? Now go back and serve me well. I can still give you and the family behind you a way out, otherwise. Su Yu sneered and looked at the former goddess without any awe. When the filter was broken, he found that the woman in front of him was no different from the woman who had been snatched away. You are dreaming. Lin Xing'er's delicate body was trembling, her breathing was a little rapid, and there were tears in her eyes. She was quite sad. However, facing the siege of masters of the true Yuan realm, she was also a little powerless. If it weren't for her the senior sister persisted, probably already defeated. The young man in yellow brocade clothes beside Su Yu watched the two guards struggling for a moment without taking the woman away. His eyes slightly wrinkled. A flying needle appeared in his hand, and he mustered up his energy and threw it forward. The terrifying power of true energy covered the flying needle, and the two women who were still protecting Lin Xing'er flew out instantly. Ahem! Senior Sister Chen, Senior Sister Feng. Lin Xing'er looked at the two women lying on the ground moaning in pain and shouted anxiously. Noisy! The guard on the side suddenly exerted force, and the terrifying power of true energy accompanied by a shake of his arm directly knocked Lin Xing'er away. Su Yu, Zhou Cheng, you can't take Lin Xing'er away. A woman groaning in pain reluctantly stood up. She looked at the guard approaching Lin Xing'er and shouted anxiously. Oh! Su Yu disagreed. He had already investigated Lin Xing'er's identity very clearly. She was from a family in a second-tier small city, and the strongest member of the family was only in the true Yuan realm. With such an identity, it would be embarrassing to treat him as a dog of the Danwang family. Lin Xing'er, she. Before she could finish speaking, the woman was stunned. Bang! The space in front of the two guards who were about to touch Lin Xing'er suddenly shook, and then flew backwards for dozens of meters like cannonballs. Along with a huge roar, dust flew up, and they no longer knew whether they were alive or dead. Two figures came one behind the other, drifting down along the sky. The man in front was dressed in white, serious in speech, and looked about 16 or 17 years old. His clear eyes seemed to contain thousands of years of ice and snow, with a sense of isolation from the world. His coldness and loneliness are like those of a nine-heaven sword immortal, untainted by dust and with extraordinary temperament. Behind him stood a man with a relatively ordinary face. His eyes were frivolous, but if you looked deeply, he was like a pool of dead lake water. He was dressed in a Taoist robe. If it weren't for his dark face, he might look a little more mysterious. The gift of an immortal. These two people were Lin Xuan and Li Kaihudeo. Looking at the two people falling from the sky, the young people around them suddenly looked at each other. They all came from princes and nobles, and they knew very well what walking in the air meant. But of the two people in front of them, one was too young and the other was about the same age as them. Lin Xuan. Lin Xing'er looked at the figure standing in front of her, and she suddenly felt like a fairy. Her expression was complicated, with surprise, guilt, and love hidden in her eyes. Su Yu looked at Lin Xing'er's affectionate call to the man in front of him. His eyes were slightly cold, and he couldn't help but feel that his hair was green, but he still said, "This friend, I am a descendant of the Danwang family, please pay me your respects." "My friend, don't meddle in other people's business." Lin Xuan looked over following the voice, his eyes were light, like the Supreme God King. The air instantly solidified, and he whispered, "Get out." Chapter 61. Roll. One word exploded in Su Yu's mind, making his face gloomy to the extreme. The faces of the other young people on the side also became extremely embarrassed at this moment. "Haha, Lin Xing'er, it turns out you found a pretty boy. I didn't expect you to be such a bch." Su Yu looked at Lin Xing'er viciously, then looked at Lin Xuan, and said with a smile, "Boy, you are very talented. Although I don't know what means you rely on to fly, but if you go against my Su family, you will die without any body parts. Even if the two people in front of me don't look easy to mess with, so what? He is the eldest son of the Su family, the alchemy king of the Su family. Even a strong man in the supernatural realm is just a dog in front of the Su family." As he finished speaking, he seemed to see the ordinary-looking young man next to him looking at him with a somewhat playful look, as if he was looking at a dying person. This made him feel a little confused, but then he saw the boy in white in front of him wave his arm. The next moment, an unimaginable force was thrown on his face. At this moment, he seemed to feel a huge mountain coming. His internal organs lost consciousness at this moment. The teeth in his mouth turned into powder in an instant and moved towards the distance, flying out everywhere. Boom! The terrifying force created a deep pit on the ground. The young man looked calmly at the frightened disciples of the aristocratic family beside him, and continued to say, "Get out." Everyone looked at Lin Xuan, as if they were looking at a monster, but after just a moment, they immediately realized that the man in front of them really dared to do something. If he didn't run away, he would probably end up like Su Yu, who was lying in a deep pit not knowing whether he was alive or dead. He was a direct descendant of the Danwang family, and his status was higher than that of ordinary princes, but even such a figure was considered with a slap on the ground. They didn't know whether they were alive or dead. They didn't think that the terrifying young man would be able to do anything to them. In just a moment, everyone went their separate ways like frightened birds. No one cared about Su Yu, who didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Lin Xing'er looked at the young man in white clothes in front of her and felt warm in her heart. Sure enough, he still cares about me. She looked at the figure standing in the sun, as bright as the sun, and couldn't help but smile on her face. But soon, she looked at the eldest son of the Su family who fell in the pit with his face smashed, and she couldn't help but feel a little worried. He said, "Lin Xuan, he is a direct descendant of the Su family of the Danwang family." Lin Xuan turned around, waved his hand, and said seriously, "You have recognized the wrong person. My name is not Lin Xuan, my name is Han Feiyu." "Lin Xing'er," Li Chu said. Li Kaihudeo looked at Lin Xuan with resentment. Wasn't he trying to make him a fool? Damn Han Feiyu! He finally noticed that this kid was lying without blushing or panting, and not a single word in his mouth was true. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but worry that his 5 million low-grade yuan stones would just be wasted, right? Suddenly, he looked at Su Yu, who was lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. After pondering for a moment, he said with excitement in his eyes, "Brother Lin, since you have offended this bullshit Dan King family, why don't we two work together to do it? Tickets, the savings of the Dan Wang family must be unimaginable. As long as they are wiped out, the resources will be divided equally between you and me. Wouldn't it be nice?" If he were alone, he would definitely not dare to take advantage of the Alchemy King family, but with the help of a young man who was not inferior to him in front of him, a mere Alchemy King family would be able to capture it, wouldn't it? Even if you really can't beat him, well, you should be able to run away. Lin Xuan glanced at him, with some surprise in his eyes. It turns out that a person really cannot be judged by his appearance. This guy looked kind-hearted, but he didn't expect that he wanted to destroy his whole family just because of a relationship that was beyond their reach. But, it seems to make some sense. Lin Xuan pondered for a moment and said calmly, "The one who offended others is Han Feiyu. What does it have to do with me, Lin Xuan? Let's talk about this later. After all, it's not good to discuss the matter of killing people in front of the street. What if people get wind of it and prepare in advance? After all, the Dan Wang family is still a bit of a threat to the Lin family." Lin Xuan's eyes flashed with coldness. He wanted to kill until everyone in the Dian dynasty was afraid, and he wanted to kill until everyone in the Dian dynasty would shrink away when he was mentioned, so that he would feel at ease and leave the Dian dynasty with peace of mind. Li Kaihudeo suddenly felt a chill. He looked at Lin Xuan and then at Lin Qing'er beside him, thoughtfully. However, after being rejected, he did not continue to mention the matter, as if everything had nothing to do with him, as if he was just a passerby. Although the conversation between Lin Xuan and Li Kaihudeo was not too loud, it was not too quiet either. At least Lin Qing'er and several students from Dian Academy could hear it clearly. They looked at Lin Xuan and Li Kaihudeo with horrified eyes. Basically, every generation of the Alchemy King family has a 5th-grade alchemist sitting in charge. Their background is even more unfathomable. Even the strong ones in the supernatural realm can only grovel in front of the Alchemy King family. The two people in front of them were actually discussing how to destroy the Dan Wang family in broad daylight? Are they living in a dream? Linear. Han Feiyu, thank you. Lin Qing'er hesitated and spoke in a complicated tone. Nothing. Lin Xuan nodded, and then ignored Lin Qing'er. For him, this was just a small episode, and then under Lin Qing'er's gaze, he did not pause at all, and Li Qing'er, the two of them, Kaihudeo, entered Wanbao auction house together. Lin Qing'er, is this the legendary genius who reached the Qi Si realm at the age of 16? A girl who showed great pain just now came to Lin Qing'er's side and looked at the retreating figure with excitement. Perhaps others only had some understanding of this Qi Si realm genius who became famous in Dian at the age of 16. From what they heard, they didn't know its origin, but they knew that this person's surname was Lin, the same as Lin Qing'er. Lin Qing'er nodded with a lonely expression. He, sure enough still, didn't care about her. Perhaps the reason why I took action just now was because her surname was Lin. Lin Qing'er thought in despair. Lin Qing'er, you haven't mentioned him at all before. I declare that from now on this will be my male god. So handsome. The eldest son of the Dan Wang family will beat him up whenever he wants. In a word, those sons of the princes and noble families don't even dare to give a shit. They don't even pay attention to the 1,000-year heritage of the Dan Wang family. Looking at Lin Xuan's back, the eyes of the female students of Dian Academy were filled with stars. Even the pain of being seriously injured earlier was relieved countless times at this moment. Lin Qing'er felt helpless looking at these girlfriends and senior students who were like star chasers. However, she still knew the seriousness. Being beaten by a disciple of the Danwang family was not a trivial matter. She immediately dragged a few of her best friends back to Dayan Academy to find the elders of the academy. After all, even the dean of Dayan Academy had said that he was willing to accept Lin Xuan. As a disciple, if the Danwang family takes revenge, they can rely on the prestige of Dayan Academy to protect Lin Xuan. Chapter 62. Two adults, please, what service do you need? As soon as Lin Xuan and Li Kaihudeo entered the Wanbao auction house, an attendant came over to greet them with a smile and a respectful tone, looking at them with eyes full of awe. The movement just now was not small, it happened not far from the entrance of Wanbao auction house, but he saw with his own eyes the handsome young man in front of him walking through the air. Even the eldest son of the Danwang family revealed his name and was still slapped. I don't know life or death. No matter what, he didn't dare to slack off at all. Lin Xuan glanced at the various items displayed in the hall. Although compared to the items in Tian City, these were considered treasures, there were no items he needed among them. Seemingly seeing the disappointment in Lin Xuan's eyes, the attendant quickly smiled and said, "Sir, what are arranged outside are the most common items of our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Those relatively precious items require permission to enter. Next level purchase or auction. The authority of our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is divided into bronze, silver, and gold. Bronze can be achieved by consuming a certain amount of yuan stones. Silver requires proof of the power behind the adult and evaluation of the adult's talent. Gold level requires the president personally verify qualifications. With your qualifications and strength, it is not difficult to be certified as silver level. I don't know if you have any acquaintances. I will arrange it for you now. Otherwise, I need to report it first, and I need you to wait for a few days." Listening to the attendant's introduction, Lin Xuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there would be so many detours in an auction, but he soon understood that this was Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's accumulation of its own network resources. Silver, gold level members, this is the capital that Wanbao Chamber of Commerce can still stand with countless wealth. This Wanbao King is indeed not simple. Lin Xuan took out a token from the storage space. The token was red, small, and exquisite, with the word 10,000 treasures engraved on it. This token was the offering order given by Murong Meng in the previous auction. The attendant looked shocked when he saw this offering, and looked at Lin Xuan with more respect. He said, "Sir, please wait a moment. I will go and report it to the third lady." Lin Xuan nodded and was then invited to a box. Shortly after the attendant left, there was a commotion outside the door. This must be the legendary master Lin Xuan. A graceful and charming voice came out, like an aureole turning thousands of times, which is endlessly memorable. Then the figure of a woman came into view. The woman was wearing a golden palace dress, simple yet elegant. Her long golden hair was slightly rolled up. Her skin was as delicate as white snow, and her face was peerless. The straight bridge of the nose adds a bit of three-dimensionality and dignity to it, and the slender phoenix eyes reveal a hint of cold nobility. The woman is walking with slender thighs and her slender waist is slightly swaying. The golden palace skirt fits her body just right, with smooth lines, perfectly showing the woman's wavy figure. The woman came to Lin Xuan, smiled, and took a look at the legendary genius in front of her, who was in the limelight of the Dayan dynasty. He was dressed in white. Although he was a young man, there was no hint of youthfulness in his eyebrows. With a face like a crown jewel and a calm gaze, as if it was carved by the heavens. This made her secretly frightened. Sure enough, there was no deceit under the reputation. She, the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, knew much more about the young man in front of her than other forces, especially her. The old man Spirit Snake, who ranked 15th on the evil list, most likely died at the hands of the young man in front of him. The elixir that appears in Tian City is probably inseparable from the young man in front of him. Even if it is not the young man in front of him, then there is probably a behemoth standing behind him, a behemoth that far exceeds everyone's imagination. Lin Xuan nodded calmly. A smile flashed across the woman's eyes. Whether it was the boy in front of her or the force behind him, if she could make friends with him, it would be of great benefit to her. My name is Qian Xiaoling. If Mr. Lin Xuan is interested, just call me Xiaoling. Qian Xiaoling smiled and said, Master Lin Xuan needs something. If Xiaoling can find it, she will definitely help him. Li Kaihudeo looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and looked at Lin Xuan beside him with eyes full of admiration. He couldn't figure out why brother Lin was treated differently from him. He felt that he was just a little transparent. Lin Xuan looked at the peerless woman who looked a little humble in front of him, and had to admit that the woman in front of him was the most beautiful one he had ever seen besides Lin Yan. She looked noble and charming, elegant and cool. But it was stunning, and he had no other ideas. Lin Xuan slowly said, I wonder if your bank has any 5th grade medicinal materials for sale now. 5th grade medicinal material? Qian Xiaoling was a little surprised, but after hesitating, she nodded. Today, a 4,000-year-old blood ginseng is indeed about to be auctioned. This should also be considered a 5th grade medicinal material. Other than that, there probably won't be any more these days. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up with joy when he heard this. The 4,000-year-old blood ginseng contains terrifying blood energy, which is the main medicinal ingredient for 5th grade realm-breaking pills and magical power pills. Lin Xuan's surprised look was caught by Qian Xiaoling. Qian Xiaoling opened her red lips and asked, Master Lin, is in urgent need of this blood ginseng. If young Master Lin urgently needs this blood ginseng, I can get it for young Master Linier. However, this blood ginseng is valuable. It was originally planned to be auctioned in a gold-level auction. If you take it in advance, you will need to pay an additional price. Although this is not in line with the rules, rules are meant to be broken. Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is so rich that it has never been coveted by the strong. It is not that those strong people do not want the wealth accumulated by Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, but Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce has invested in too many geniuses, and many of them have become the mainstays of major forces. In a situation like Lin Xuan's, if the blood ginseng is used directly, it can be said to be a disguised debt to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Lin Xuan was also aware of Qian Xiaoling's implication. He nodded. If it were to be auctioned, he might have to wait for an unknown amount of time. Miss Qian, how many yuan stones does this blood ginseng cost? Hearing this, Qian Xiaoling smiled slightly and said, if Mr. Lin needs it, then Xiaoling dares to guarantee it. It only requires 70,000 middle-grade yuan stones. 70,000 middle-grade yuan shi is not expensive for a 5th grade 4,000-year-old blood ginseng. If the blood ginseng is auctioned, the price will definitely be higher. But Lin Xuan turned his head to look at Li Kaihudeo and found that Li Kaihudeo had closed his eyes tightly and looked like he was sitting still. Lin Xuan turned around and then said calmly, Miss Qian, does this place support payment for elixirs? Qian Xiaoling's face lit up. Chapter 63. Lin Xuan took out a jade bottle from the storage space. He left most of the elixirs with the family, but he still kept a small part of the elixirs for emergencies. Qian Xiaoling looked curiously at the medicine bottle Lin Xuan took out. Li Kaihudeo on the side also opened one eye slightly, staring closely at the jade bottle in Lin Xuan's hand, feeling a little curious in his heart. Is it possible that this kid is really an alchemist? Lin Xuan gently opened the jade bottle, and a strong fragrance of elixir rushed to his face. The vitality around him began to flow like a tide. A round and crystal clear elixir appeared in front of everyone. There were 4 circles on the elixir. Patterns hang down from top to bottom. The most rare thing is that this crystal clear crystal-like elixir actually emits a faint golden light, which is eye-catching and dazzling. Even the most inexperienced person can tell at a glance that it is extremely extraordinary. Brother Lin, I don't want the 50,000 middle-grade yuan stones. I will sponsor you with another 20,000 middle-grade yuan stones. I want this pill. Li Kaihudeo's eyes widened, and crystal liquid leaked out of his mouth unconsciously. His eyes were shining, and one of his hands had secretly teleported to Lin Xuan's side without knowing when. Golden Legend. Having traveled all year round, he naturally knows what this means. Based on this terrifying energy fluctuation, he can conclude that the items in front of him will definitely not be lower than the 4th grade elixir. But just when Li Kaihudeo was about to touch the elixir, he pressed it gently with one hand, and Li Kaihudeo missed it and fell to the ground like a dog eating shit. This scene made Qian Xiaoling dumbfounded and also felt chills all over her body. How did the ordinary-faced young man do it? At such a speed, she could not even see his shadow clearly before the above scene happened. But she also understood that the elixir that Lin Xuan took out just now was absolutely extraordinary, although she had never seen such an elixir that exuded golden light. Qian Xiaoling pursed her lips and said, "Mr. Lin, can Xiaoling ask about the efficacy of this pill?" Lin Xuan nodded. This elixir is called Kikiao Ling Long Dan, but the materials are limited and it only opens the 4 orifices. Effectively, it can cleanse the bones, change acquired qualifications, open up the roots of wisdom, and improve understanding. Lin Xuan's introduction was very plain, but these 2 plain sentences stirred up waves in the hearts of Qian Xiaoling and Li Kaihudeo. In martial arts practice, one looks at the qualifications, and the second looks at the understanding, both are indispensable. How many geniuses have made rapid progress in their early stages of cultivation, but are stuck at the peak of the Qi-Si realm, with no hope of breakthrough? This is because they lack understanding and are stuck at the last step. Qualifications. Without qualifications, let alone 30 years, 300 years would still be just standing still. If this elixir appears in the world, both Li Kaihudeo and Qian Xiaoling can be sure that this elixir will definitely cause countless bloody storms. Linear. Brother Lin, let's discuss something. Li Kaihudeo glanced at Lin Xuan, who was rubbing his hands and his eyes were red, like a wolf and a tiger. Brother Lin, I will give you 100,000 middle-grade yuan stones, 100,000. I want this pill. Li Kaihudeo said harshly. An elixir that can clear your qualifications. He himself knows Li Kaihudeo's cultivation qualifications. His current cultivation level is completely accumulated by countless opportunities and natural treasures. He is incomparable with those geniuses. Now he has treasures that can cut the scriptures, cleanse the marrow and change the qualifications in his possession. In front of him, he couldn't miss it no matter what. Hearing this, Lin Xuan was silent for a moment and handed over the elixir. Give me another 100,000 middle-grade yuan stones. Li Chu said. This kid is so naughty. Generally, a 4th grade elixir is worth 1 to 20,000 mid-grade yuan stones. Now this 4th grade elixir costs him 150,000 mid-grade yuan stones? Give. Li Kaihudeo did not hesitate at all, and directly took out about 100,000 middle-grade yuan stones from the storage ring, and then quickly snatched the elixir from Lin Xuan's hand, fearing that Lin Xuan would regret it if he was too late. Are you kidding? This is a golden legend. Qian Xiaoling. Qian Xiaoling stared at Lin Xuan with her beautiful eyes and said quietly, "Does Mr. Lin still have this kind of elixir? The price given by Xiaoling will definitely satisfy Mr. Linear." Then Qian Xiaoling leaned slightly closer to Lin Xuan and breathed fragrant orchid. The faint fragrance was like the osmanthus in late autumn, full of elegance and charm. Her slender phoenix eyes were as tender as water. She said with full of charm, "What does Mr. Lin want to do? Everything is fine. This ecstasy scene is enough to make any man's blood boil." Qian Xiaoling is also willing to fight hard for the elixir. But just watch this scene. If you take it seriously, you may be eaten to the point of leaving no bones. As the air carefully cultivated by Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, naturally he cannot be a fuel-efficient lamp. If it goes up, it will probably be nothing more than the next spare tire. Lin Xuan glanced at Qian Xialing calmly, with no trace of emotion in his eyes, as if everything was just beauty and withered bones. He said, "There is indeed one last pill left. This pill can also be given to Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. But I need Wanbao Chamber of Commerce to help me do 3 things. 3 things? Qian Xialing looked at the unmoved Lin Xuan resentfully. Is it possible that her charm can't even win over a young boy? But in the end she agreed, Master Lin, please tell me, as long as I, the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, can do it, I will do my best to do it. First thing, I want the 4,000-year-old blood ginseng. Qian Xialing nodded, this is not too difficult, there are only 70,000 middle-grade yuan stones left and right. The second thing. Miss Qian needs to prepare the above items for me within 3 days. Lin Xuan calmly took out a jade slip from the storage space. Not to mention, this thing is really useful. Qian Xialing took the jade slip and took a rough look at it, a 3rd-grade alchemy furnace or above, a 4th-grade medicinal material, demon blood fruit, a 3rd-grade medicinal material, exquisite flowers. The total number of large and small ones is about 50,000 to 60,000 mid-grade yuan stones, which is not too difficult. Qian Xialing still nodded. With the energy of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, these can be prepared within 1 day. The third thing is that I need to borrow the reputation of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce to guarantee that I sincerely invite all the masters in the world to join us in the crusade against the Prince of Chuling's mansion. Qian Xialing was stunned. Attacking Prince Chuling's mansion? If you kill a master of the magical power realm in Prince Chuling's mansion, I will refine a 5th-grade elixir for him. If you kill a master of the Qi Si realm, I will refine a 4th-grade elixir for him. Spirit King, I will personally ask the master to refine the 6th-grade realm-breaking elixir for him. I can guarantee that every elixir will be condensed into a rhyme. Lin Xuan's voice echoed faintly. This made Qian Xialing and Li Kaihudeo stunned. Then the gazes of both parties became extremely intense. 4th-grade elixir, 5th-grade elixir, 6th-grade elixir. Just kill people. May I ask what level of alchemist Mr. Lin is now? Qian Xialing asked doubtfully. 5th grade. Chapter 64. Wang Guang, get out of here. Is it possible that your Wanbao Chamber of Commerce wants to make an enemy of my Sui family? At the entrance of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, an old man stood on crutches at the entrance of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. A golden badge hung on the old man's chest. There were 4 golden stars on the badge, which looked dazzling in the sun. There are 3 figures beside the old man, each of them exudes a strong aura, and the strength of any one of them is no less than the old spirit snake who was killed by Lin Xuan in Tian City before. This is the foundation of being a member of the Alchemy King family. The person standing in front of the old man was a middle-aged man holding a spear. He looked a little thin and his clothes were thin, but his bearing was extremely extraordinary. Facing the oppression of the Danwang family, his expression remained unchanged and he spoke quietly, President Su, this is my Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, not your Sui family. In our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, we must follow the rules of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Rules. The old man's eyes were sunken and his face was gloomy. The crutch he was holding in his hand suddenly hit the ground. Cracks appeared on the hard surface and spread around. My grandson was killed at the door of your Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. After being beaten like this, the meridians are cut off. Even if you save a life in this life, it will be completely destroyed in the future. Why don't you, the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, save you? Things outside the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce are not under the control of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Wang Guang said calmly, holding a silver gun and not giving in at all. He stretched out one hand, Your Excellency, please come back. Okay, since you want to stop me, I want to see how Wang Guang stops you. The old man's expression was gloomy, and the 3 mysterious strong men beside him shot out like lightning, with vast amounts of energy. The surge turned into a series of terrifying martial arts, and the violent airflow condensed crazily. Boom! With the rise of 3 mysterious palm prints, a giant axe of tens of feet condensed in the void and struck towards the Wanbao auction house. If the giant axe fell to the ground, I am afraid that most of the people in the Wanbao auction house would die, even if there were many of them. High officials and nobles. This is the foundation of the alchemy king family. Even if the great Yan dynasty is destroyed, they will still exist forever. The 3 generations of alchemy kings for thousands of years have accumulated enough connections for them to be unscrupulous. They are the 3 Buzan brothers who are ranked 7th on the evil list. I didn't expect that they would also work for the Sui family. It is said that the 3 of them once destroyed a large sect together. Although they did not have magical powers, they relied on the fusion martial arts that the 3 of them used together. Even those who are strong in the supernatural power realm can be killed. What a terrifying momentum! The 3 Buzan brothers are truly worthy of their reputation. Can Wang Guang block this attack? It's difficult, it's too difficult. As the captain of the Wanbao auction house guard team, Wang Guang is strong, but he has not yet reached the realm of supernatural powers. Is the Sui family going to start a war with the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce? Are they actually going to such a big fight? Nonsense! This generation of the Sui family's legitimate son was deposed at the door of Wanbao auction house. Can the Sui family not go crazy? Facing the joint attack of the 3 Buzan brothers, Wang Guang's thin clothes moved, and a sound like thunder rang out. Supernatural power broken sky. I saw a silver spear appearing behind Wang Guang, breaking through the sky, exuding a bright light. No one could see clearly what happened. A faint sound of tearing through the air came out, and the original 3 brothers from Buzan a blood hole appeared on his body, and he was lying on the ground bleeding. The shadow of the huge divine axe in the sky also disappeared. My natal magical power, you actually broke through to the magical realm and realized your natal magical power. The face of the old man from the Sui family changed suddenly. There were actually not a few powerful people in the magical power realm in the Dian dynasty, but why were they called the 10 kings when there were only 10 powerful people in the magical power realm in the Dian dynasty? That's not to say that only 10 of these magical powers have realized their natal magical powers. The gap between those who have comprehended their natal magical powers and those who have not comprehended their natal magical powers is obvious. I'm afraid that after today, the 10 kings will become the 11 kings. President Su, please come back. Wang Guang stretched out a hand, made an invitation gesture, and then spoke. Wang Guang, do you think that you, a junior who has just entered the supernatural realm, can scare me? The old man said viciously, if you don't hand over the little beast who injured my grandson today, what will happen to me today? It's not over yet. King Bun, please take action, my Sui family will pay you a satisfactory reward. This time, the arrogance on the old man's body dissipated a little, and he spoke respectfully in one direction. Haha, Sui Dingzhen, your soul is quite sharp. It seems that you are not far from that realm. A chuckle came from the sky. The sound was light, but it struck everyone like thunder. They looked at the old man strolling in the sky with respect on their faces. Different from the shadow of the old man of the Sui family, the Bun king is dressed in a fiery red robe, and even his hair is red like a burning flame. He is full of energy, even if there is not a trace of breath coming out, it makes people feel sad. Heavy. All this is just because he is one of the 10 kings of the Dian dynasty, the king of 100 flames. Boy, you have realized the magical power, which is very good. Please get out of the way. The boy who offended the Sui family today must die. Bun King wrote lightly that even though Wang Guang was good, he had only just stepped into the magical realm. I'm sorry that I can't obey the order. Wang Guang said with his hands clasped in fists. Stubborn. The King of 100 Flames sighed and then disappeared. Supernatural power broken sky. Wang Guang also planned to repeat his old tricks and use his magical powers, but the King of 100 Flames came behind him at some point. He just lightly waved his hand, and Wang Guang's figure flew out directly and landed heavily on the ground. A huge deep hole was created. However, this slap only knocked him out and did not kill him. This scene made the old man of the Sui family frown, but he did not say anything. "Brother Linear, why don't you avoid the limelight first?" Li Kaihudeo felt the terrifying aura coming from the outside world and couldn't help but speak. "Brother Lin, your ability to cause trouble is no less than mine. This is a strong man who has understood his own magical power, but it is different from the strong man in the magical realm who killed us before." Lin Xuan frowned when he heard this. He really didn't know much about the specific levels above the magical realm. To put it bluntly, Li Kaihudeo really didn't know how the young man in front of him could cultivate to this level, but he still kindly explained it. After entering the magical realm, a person's body will give birth to his or her own natal magical powers based on the foundation of magical powers. Of course, not all magical powers will give birth to natal magical powers. For example, the 3 magical powers from the blood-killing mansion who were chasing me before warriors just don't have their natal magical powers. Chapter 65. If natal magical powers are born, they will all have their own characteristics, and the marks on our bodies may also come from the natal magical powers of a big shot in the blood-killing mansion. The natal magical powers are also divided into strengths and weaknesses, including minor magical powers, major magical powers and forbidden magical powers. Small supernatural powers usually only involve pure power, which is easier to understand, that is, slightly more powerful martial arts. Great supernatural powers usually involve some rules, such as wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, as well as some bloodline killing methods. They are more invisible. If you are not careful, you may die without a whole body. I don't know much about forbidden magical powers, but it is said that there is a world-famous swordsman in Xuantian Holy Land. His natal magical power is 2 swords. One sword refers to the past, and the other sword refers to the future. But I don't know if it is true or not. Really, because everyone I've seen is dead. Listening to Li Kaihudeo's introduction, Lin Xuan understood the specific divisions of the supernatural power realm. He thought of the golden shadow of the god of war that evolved from the god of war catalog in his body. He didn't know if this was considered a supernatural power. "I want to leave, haha, it's too late." Just when Li Kaihudeo was about to take Lin Xuan away, a cold snort sounded, which shocked Li Kaihudeo. He didn't expect this old guy to catch up so quickly, without even having time to arrange the formation for him. Ding! It's been detected that the Sui family has a way to kill themselves. If you destroy the entire Sui family of the Alchemy King, you will get an intermediate level Invincible inheritance lottery. Ding! It's been detected that the host is determined to overtake his contemporaries, and a mission has been issued to break through the supernatural realm. Break through the realm of magical powers. If you derive great magical powers, you will be rewarded with an intermediate Invincible inheritance lottery. If a forbidden magical power is derived, a high-level Invincible inheritance lottery will be awarded. If you derive the only great magical power, you will be rewarded with a top-notch Invincible inheritance lottery. Lin Xuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect 2 tasks to be activated again so soon, but when he saw the top inheritance lottery below, his eyes were a little hot. This is the second time he has encountered the top inheritance lottery. Not to mention the top level, even the high-level inheritance lottery will bring about a qualitative change in him. At this moment, the old man of the Sui family and King Bai Yan also forced their way into the Wanbao auction house. The old man of the Sui family looked at Lin Xuan viciously. According to his intelligence, this person was the one who destroyed his grandson. "Boy, risk your life." A flaming dragon appeared behind the old man of the Sui family. The blazing heat made the glass in the surrounding halls shatter. The flaming dragon opened its blue eyes, carrying a terrifying power. The blue dragon fire. Legend has it that hundreds of years ago, an ancestor of the Sui family, the Alchemy King, summoned dozens of powerful men in the supernatural realm to surround and kill a dragon with the 9th level of magical power. Facing the oppression of the flame dragon, Lin Xuan stood there quietly. In his eyes, a white lotus was slowly blooming, and the surrounding temperature suddenly became extremely low. The pupils of the flame dragon suspended in the air suddenly flashed with a hint of human fear. Just when Lin Xuan was about to take action, a sharp shout rang out, "Su Dingzhen, is it possible that you want to start a fight in the capital? When your grandson was crippled, it was because of your own failure. Could it be that you want to escalate this matter into a power struggle?" An unrivaled force suddenly appeared in the middle of Lin Xuan and the old man of the Su family, forcefully separating their momentum. Following the sound, a white-haired old man with an immortal spirit appeared in front of everyone. Behind him was a familiar figure, it was Lin Qing'er. "King Ji Xian, Qi Xian." A trace of fear appeared in King Bian's eyes. The person in front of him was none other than King Ji Xian, one of the 10 kings and the dean of Dian Academy. An old antique who became famous far before him and lived for more than 300 years. "Qi Xian, is it possible that you also have a hand in this?" The old man of the Su family glanced at Lin Xuan bitterly. He couldn't understand why so many people were willing to go against the Su family for him. King Ji Xian glanced at the old man of the Su family curiously, as if looking at a fool, and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Now that the Su family has expanded to such an extent, is it possible that they don't look at the background before taking revenge?" If he hadn't been kind enough to separate the two, he had no doubt that the boy named Lin Xuan would have slapped him to death. "You, an alchemist, still want to fight for your life with a freak who can single-handedly kill the old spirit snake who ranks 15th on the evil list? Isn't this looking for death? But if the old man of the Su family dies, it will be difficult. King Bian, as long as you hold off King Jixuan, our Su family is willing to refine 3 5th grade elixirs for you." The old man of the Su family said harshly. 3 5th grade elixirs. This is not a small amount. Even with the help of the Su family, the Pill King, it would take several years and countless treasures from heaven and earth to refine a 5th grade pill. The higher the quality of the medicinal materials, the more troublesome it is to purify them. A slight deviation will cause the medicinal materials to be completely destroyed and the work will fall short. Not everyone has Tao Fire and Emperor-level alchemy skills. Such a value was enough to make King Bian become greedy. Without any hesitation, King Bian stood in front of King Jixuan and said with a smile, "Old man Qi, I was defeated by you in the last fight. Now let's practice some more. Don't blame me, the price offered by the Su family is really too high. King of 100 Flames, do you know what you are doing?" Qi Xian looked at the King of 100 Flames who was blocking him and said in a deep voice, "I know, it's just taking people's money and doing things for them." King Bian said with a smile, "Other things have nothing to do with me. What's more, the Dan Wang family must have some background." He knew the terror of that young man. Just now he vaguely saw a huge white lotus about to bloom. The natal supernatural power in his body seemed to have encountered an extremely terrifying existence at that moment. He didn't know what that thing was, but he knew, "I didn't need to deal with that weird boy to get 3 5th grade elixirs." As for the life or death of the old man from the Su family, he didn't care. He doesn't care if the Su family defaults on its debts. If the Su family defaults on its debts, it won't be passed down for thousands of years. I'm afraid, the king will be in chaos. But this has nothing to do with him. Even if he changes dynasties, with his cultivation, he will still be the 10 kings in another dynasty, with a high status. Just when the old man of the Su family was about to take action again, a golden shadow fell to the ground, with golden light shining and containing terrifying fluctuations. Supernatural power realized money. Lin Xuan seemed to feel that the surroundings had condensed into a small barrier, and the gravity within the barrier suddenly increased sharply. The king of 10,000 treasures. Qian Tongshen. The old man of the Su family was filled with resentment and despair. He knew that he might not be able to kill this kid today. Chapter 66. It seems like I can't fight. I didn't expect that even you would be alarmed. The Bun King looked a little disappointed. Looking along his line of sight, a middle-aged man in a golden robe was walking towards him. The man was tall, his clothes were fluttering, and his eyes were slightly swaying. Narrowing his eyes, his steps were steady and light. Every step made a crisp echo on the ground, carrying an indescribable confidence and majesty. Wanbao King, the legend of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Qian Tongshen. Behind King Wanbao, a golden figure came to Lin Xuan's side. Facing the old man of the Su family, he smiled and said, "President Su, please come back. Lin Xuan is a friend of my Wanbao Chamber of Commerce." Su Dingzhen looked unwilling. He looked at the King of Hundred Flames, hoping that he would take action for a moment. The Bun King immediately stepped back, looking a little helpless. He wanted the Su family's elixir, but he was not stupid, and he would not do anything to lose his life for the elixir. If it were just King Ji Xian, it would be okay. Now add King Wanbao, who is strong enough to be among the top 3. If he is not careful, he may be blamed here. Humph, what a Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, what a little beast. Su Dingzhen snorted coldly, and then planned to leave. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly rose, and everyone secretly thought it was bad. This man wants to die, and he really can't stop him even if he wants to. Su Dingzhen felt a terrifying burning sensation in every inch of his skin. He wanted to look back, but found that a white lotus came in front of him at some point. The lotus was in full bloom, surrounded by a faint white color. The flames and the void trembled faintly. Bang! The blazing flames swept across like a tide, just like a lotus blooming, bright and gorgeous, but the blazing high temperature made several powerful people in the magical realm who had realized their own magical powers feel a little scared. Wherever the fire splashed, turn into powder. But it's more than that. What happened there? At the same time, the Alchemists Guild, Su family, and the royal palace were all staring at Wanbao auction house. This terrifying fluctuation made them all feel palpitations. As the dust and smoke dissipated, everyone looked at the empty front, feeling a bit incredible and dramatic. The vice president of the Alchemist Guild, the previous head of the Su family, a famous 4th-level alchemist in Yan, died like this? This kid is really scary. Be fearless in whatever you do. Even though Bun King already knew the result, he still felt a little unbelievable in his heart. He knew that with Su Dingzhen's death, the capital would probably not be at peace today. He looked at the 2 people beside him. Qi Xian sighed, this kid is reckless after all. Although this old guy Su Dingzhen is annoying, if he kills him, I'm afraid the entire royal capital will be in chaos. Even the royal family does not dare to offend too much because of the energy of the Danwang family. Now I'm afraid I will seek revenge on this kid at all costs. What I can do has been done, and the next thing has nothing to do with me. Standing behind him is the entire Dian Academy. If he is just going against Su Dingzhen, then it doesn't matter. If he is going against the Su family, then the Dian Academy behind him will definitely be affected. Dean. Lin Qinger looked at Qi Xian and begged. Qi Xian shook his head, I have tried my best. Being able to do this is already my limit. Then he left without looking back. King Bun looked at King Wanbao, Boy Jian, what about you? Are you still going to wipe this kid's a? King Wanbao ignored King Bun and walked slowly towards Lin Xuan. A smile appeared on his majestic face, okay. I have long been unhappy with this old guy Su Dingzhen. Brother Lin will always be my friend from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Su Dingzhen, if you die, just die. If what his daughter said was true, the Wanbao King's eyes flickered slightly. The entire Dan King family combined is not enough to fight the young man in front of them. Today may be the end of the entire Dan Wang family. Thinking of this, King Wanbao began to calculate the resources that could be obtained by destroying the alchemy King Sui family. The most precious thing for these families that have been passed down for thousands of years is not the cultivation resources, but the alchemy techniques and secret recipes of alchemy that have been continuously improved for thousands of years. These are the most precious items. The King of 100 Flames looked at the King of 10,000 Treasures with an almost flattering smile in front of him in bewilderment. Is Wanbao Wang stupid? The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in the Dian dynasty. It is as rich as the country. How can a fool do this? Thinking of this, a glimmer of light flashed in King Bian's eyes, and he strode forward, following closely behind King Wanbao. At this moment, Lin Xuan put away the blue dragon fire left by Su Dingzhen with a calm expression. Although this fire was not as good as the Tao Fire, after hundreds of years of support and cultivation by the Dan King Sui family, the energy contained in it was considered extremely terrifying. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Lin Xuan stretched out a hand and directly crushed the blue dragon fire. The blue flames let out bursts of wailing and soon disappeared. At this moment, the aura in Lin Xuan's body suddenly rose again, accompanied by a terrifying air current that spread like a whirlwind. The Sea of Qi, the sixth heaven is completed. Is this a breakthrough? Bian King looked confused. He didn't know why, but at this moment, he felt a little lucky in his heart. He was glad that he was not an enemy of this kid in a real sense. Others work hard to break through a small realm, but this kid's breakthrough is as easy as drinking water and eating. Lin Xuan looked at the middle-aged man walking towards him and said, "Thank you, Senior, for your help. I will repay the losses caused by Wanbao Chamber of Commerce." Listening to Lin Xuan's reply, King Wanbao waved his hand and said indifferently, "This is the loss caused by the Sui family, how can it be counted on you, little brother Lin? My name is Qian Tongshen, and I am also the president of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. If brother Lin doesn't mind, you can call me brother Qian. Little brother Lin's business is my Qian Tongshen's business. Anyone who is an enemy of little brother Lin is an enemy of my Qian Tongshen." Qian Xiaoling glanced at her father resentfully. "Lin Xuan, what is little brother Lin going to do next? The person you killed just now was the vice president of the Alchemist Guild of the Dian dynasty. If brother Lin goes to the Alchemist Guild to take the assessment now, I am afraid he will not be able to obtain the alchemist certification." Qian Tongshen reminded, "Moreover, the level that brother Lin wants to verify cannot be issued at all with the current Dian dynasty. You need to go to the Qinjian Prefecture Dan Palace branch to assess it." Chapter 67. Lin Xuan's expression did not change at all. He had no regrets about enmity with the Dan King Sui family. He had a feeling that even if he didn't make enemies, his cousin would probably make enemies with him. Things like fate are really wonderful sometimes. Lin Xuan looked at Wanbao King and said calmly, "Then I am willing to give Wanbao Chamber of Commerce a chance. I wonder if Senior Qian is willing to give it a try." This kid. Qian Tongshen looked at Lin Xuan, whose eyes were clear and calm. He wanted Lin Xuan to owe him a favor from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Why did it sound like the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce owed him a favor when this kid said it? However, Qian Tongshen still chuckled, "Brother Lin, no matter what you say, the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, will definitely do our best to do what we can." Lin Xuan's eyes were cold and he said softly, "Destroy the Dan King Sui family. Is this crazy?" Bian King looked at the young man in front of him. When in broad daylight did a fledgling young man start to make plans for a 1,000-year-old family? After offending the Dan King Sui family, they didn't think about how to protect themselves. Instead, they thought about eradicating the roots. Are all young people today so fierce? However, Bian King looked at Lin Xuan's serious expression, and he suddenly had an absurd feeling. The Dan King Sui family, a family that has been passed down for thousands of years, might really be destroyed in the hands of this young man. Qian Tongshen's face suddenly straightened up, and he said, the Sui family of Dan Wang has inherited it for thousands of years, and its foundation is unfathomable. According to what I know, among them is an old immortal who has understood his natal magical power. This is a powerful man with the 9th level of magical power who was favored by the ancestor of the Sui family. He is only one step away from the Soul Palace realm. There is also one who has reached the level of Soul Palace. The strength of the monsters and beasts in the supernatural realm is not weaker than the old guy behind me. King of 100 Flames. In addition, there are many families and powerful people who have benefited from the royal capital. 3 of the 10 kings have entanglements with them. If they want to destroy the Sui family, these 3 will not sit idly by. In addition, Lu Qing, the president of the Alchemist Guild, may also take action. If he wants to face the Sui family, he will have to face at least 5 strong men with 10 king levels, not to mention strong men with ordinary magical powers. It will be less than the number of hands. And little brother Lin, what price can you pay? Although Jian Tongshen has some ideas about the Sui family's background, he also knows the Sui family's background. If the Sui family was really so easy to destroy, it would have been destroyed 180 times in the past 1,000 years. What's more, Jian Tongshen wanted to see the confidence of the young man in front of him. As a businessman, he knew how to make a fool of himself with empty hands. He could build a business territory that was as rich as the enemy's country by one person. It was impossible for him to be so naive and innocent. The benefits are also in front of the horse and behind the horse. But as long as the benefits are enough, it's not a bad idea to accompany the young man in front of you to go crazy. Lin Xuan also knew what Jian Tongshen said. If he wanted to destroy a 1,000-year-old family, just relying on a few of them would not be enough. Jian Tongshen will not accompany him to do whatever he wants. Lin Xuan looked at Jian Tongshen and said calmly, "Senior Jian, have you brought the items I need?" Give Jian Tongshen through a storage ring and slowly fell into Lin Xuan's hand. He looked at Lin Xuan in front of him with interest, as if he wanted to see how he wanted to prove himself. Lin Xuan took out a medicine cauldron from the storage space. The medicine cauldron was made of ancient gold similar to bronze. It was square in shape. Mysterious pictures were carved on the body of the medicine cauldron, revealing a simple atmosphere. The lid of the medicine cauldron looked like white jade, with a red gemstone on top, exuding a coquettish light. Bian King looked at Jian Tongshen in disbelief. "You guys even gave this medicine cauldron to this kid? Although the tripod is good, it is just a dead thing in my hands." Jian Tongshen said calmly, "But in the hands of little brother Lin, it will be the most eye-catching treasure. A good tripod should be given as a gift." Alchemist. Haha. King Bai Yan rolled his eyes at Jian Tongshen. What kind of virtue does he know about this guy? It can only be said that the young man in front of him definitely has an extraordinary secret, and he even wants to please the Wanbao king who is ranked among the top 3 in front of him. What a tripod! Lin Xuan looked at the treasure tripod in front of him and couldn't help but praise him in surprise. Lin Xuan, who has the inheritance of emperor-level alchemy, can naturally see how extraordinary the material of this tripod is. Even among the 5th grade treasures, it is considered one of the best. Select. Lin Xuan just sat down cross-legged, and he threw the medicinal materials into the medicine cauldron. Among them were a blood-red ginseng and most of the 3rd and 4th grade medicinal materials. 4,000 years blood ginseng. Damn it, what a waste of natural resources, what a waste of natural resources. This is only one step away from being ranked as a 5th grade talent. This guy gave so many medicinal materials to Huo Huo. This is for alchemy, not cooking. A trace of physical pain appeared on the face of King Bian. How could anyone make alchemy and throw all the medicinal materials into the alchemy furnace like cabbage? Don't the medicinal materials need to be condensed? No. Unless... Bian King looked at Lin Xuan as if he had seen a ghost. Is it possible, that kid has? It's fire. Bian King's pupils tightened, and there was a turmoil in his heart. He understood, he completely understood. Why would Wanbao King, such a cautious person, not hesitate to stand by that young man's side, and even be willing to risk all his wealth? Aren't you someone who plays with fire? I thought you would have recognized it a long time ago. Qian Tongshen looked at Bian King's extremely shocked expression and said with a smile. He was also very happy to see this old guy so deflated. It is precisely because Bian King is considered one of the Tao Fires that he understands the horror of Tao Fire and the gold content of Tao Fire. No matter how low the ranking of Tao Fire is, he cannot touch it. No wonder my natal magical power has an innate fear when seeing this, little brother. It turns out to be Tao Fire. Although he knew it was Tao Fire, King Bian couldn't feel any greed for Tao Fire in his heart. He looked at the concentrated figure, his expression became more and more respectful. At this moment, Qian Xiaoling and Li Kaihudao also held their breaths and looked at Lin Xuan nervously. Lin Qing'er, who had been unable to say anything, was stunned looking at the windy and pale figure. The young man is dressed in white, and his palms have mysterious runes flashing. White flames surround the medicine cauldron. Every move he makes is unhurried, like a piece of art that is pleasing to the eye. As wisps of medicinal fragrance drifted away, a blood-red light pillar slowly rose from the lid of the cauldron. Chapter 68. How long has this been? Bian King looked like he had seen a ghost. Within an hour, the medicinal materials were completely condensed. You must know that there were even 5th-grade medicinal materials in them. Is Master Lin really just a 5th-grade alchemist? Bai Yanwang asked Qian Tongshen in a low voice. He did not doubt the identity of Lin Xuan's alchemist now. What he doubted was that the alchemist in front of him might not be an old monster who was rejuvenated and playing in the world. Qian Tongshen. The transformation of this old boy is really fast. He has changed from a little boy to a little brother, and now he has become Lord Lin. However, Qian Tongshen paid no attention to Bian King. He was focusing all his attention on the movements in Lin Xuan's hands. Now that the medicinal materials have been completely condensed, the next step is the most important elixir condensation process. He has a hunch that this will be the most amazing legend he has ever witnessed in his life. In this life, I am afraid that only now will he be able to see this person. The rise of legend, and the young man in front of him will definitely move to a broader world in the future. Even there he can shine a shocking light. King Bian also realized this and stopped talking. Lin Xuan looked at the rising pillar of light on the lid of the tripod. His hands changed and condensed into a special seal. It was mysterious and obscure. He was calm, as if all this was just a random thing for him. Little things. The medicinal materials were blended together by him. The entire Wanbao auction house was now covered by the fragrance of the medicine. The surrounding vitality swept like a tide and condensed into a small whirlpool. Fortunately, the people in the auction house had already been driven away, and all that was left was money. Tongshen, Bian King, that is, Li Kaihudao, Qian Xiaoling and Lin Qing'er. What happened? Wang Guang climbed up from the ruins with difficulty. He stared at the scene not far away and froze on the spot. There is a bright white lotus blooming in the distance. On the lotus sits a figure, dressed in white like snow, like a god. In front of him is a bronze medicine cauldron, which blooms with red light. Soar into the sky. Not enough. Lin Xuan frowned slightly. He could feel that the elixirs in the medicine cauldron could only be Dainun level elixirs at best, which was still far from perfect quality. Lin Xuan took out 10,000 middle-grade Yuan stones from the storage ring, and then a white flame burned all 10,000 middle-grade Yuan stones, and the terrifying Yuan Qi exploded like a tide in an instant. At this moment, under the wash of the tide of vitality, the color of the elixir in the medicine cauldron became more and more bright, with a faint golden light surrounding it, and the small red light pillar expanded rapidly at this moment. What a powerful energy fluctuation! Someone is refining a 5th-grade elixir. In the depths of the palace, an old pair of eyes slowly looked towards the sky, with slightly cloudy eyes that were a little suspicious. He could feel that this energy fluctuation was much stronger than the pills refined by those in the past. Could it be that someone else has made a breakthrough in alchemy? That's all, no matter who he is, since he is in my royal capital, he should go and see him. An old man dressed in linen and dressed very ordinary slowly walked out of the palace, and then turned into a grey afterimage and disappeared. Alchemist Guild. This wave of energy is so pure. Could someone have condensed the elixir into a rhyme? That direction is Wanbao Auction House. A middle-aged figure in a white robe murmured in a low voice. Not long ago, he felt a palpitation in the direction of Wanbao Auction House, and now there was a sign of a 5th-grade elixir taking shape, which made him feel a little uneasy. Could it be that someone discovered something? That direction is Wanbao Auction House. Qi Xian, who returned to Dayan Academy, looked at the fiery red light pillar reaching the sky with some shock in his eyes. He had just left not long ago, could something happen again? A figure appeared in Qi Xian's mind, and he had a hunch that maybe the movement was related to that young man. No, I have to go back and take a look. That guy Qian Tongshen has no profit and can't afford to leave early. Is it possible that I have misjudged him? Does that kid have some secrets that I don't know about? After the words fell, Dean Qi, under the confused gaze of the elder of Dayan Academy, once again shot towards the direction of Wanbao Auction House. At this moment, Lin Xuan has reached the last step. Rise! As Lin Xuan yelled in a deep voice, the blood-red sky-reaching light beam trembled faintly, and a stronger medicinal fragrance emitted. Everyone present, whether they were the king of 10,000 treasures, Qian Tongshen, the king of 100 flames, who were at the pinnacle of the supernatural realm, or Li Kaihudeo, Qian Xiaoling, Wang Guang, and Lin Qing'er, they all felt the speed of the true energy in their bodies. It sped up several times at this moment. As the red light beam dissipated, Lin Xuan raised his hand and stood up slowly. 2 red pills surrounded by a faint golden light appeared in front of him. The more advanced pills were refined in one furnace, the more powerful they would be. Young master, relying on the medicinal properties of the medicinal materials he obtained, being able to refine 2 5th-grade elixirs in one go is already the limit. But what he didn't know was how much trouble he thought was causing in the eyes of Qian Tongshen and Bun King. Golden elixir. Boy Qian, have you ever heard of such a pill? The king of 100 flames stuttered a bit when he spoke. The golden luster exuding from the elixir was like a Dao rhyme falling down, making every cell of his body feel a sense of extreme longing. Qian Tongshen shook his head. He had never heard of such an elixir that could emit golden light. However, he did obtain a 4th-grade elixir. The energy and efficacy contained in that elixir were far superior to the 5th-grade elixir refined by those few people. No. Compared together, that is simply an insult to this golden elixir. Another perfect level elixir, still a 5th-grade pill. Brother Linear. No, Brother Lin. I am your long-lost brother. Li Kaihudeo's eyes widened when he looked at the pill in Lin Xuan's hand. Even if he were beaten away now, he would not leave. Along the way, the greatest opportunity turned out to be right next to him, an alchemist who could refine 5th-grade elixirs of perfect quality, an alchemist with a bright future. This is an opportunity that many people dream of. If he enters the alchemy palace and wants to invite him to make alchemy, it may no longer be possible. A casual cultivator like him will not even have the qualifications to see him. Thinking of this, Li Kaihudeo couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Fortunately, he didn't leave and didn't form a quarrel with the young man. Otherwise, the offending would be far more terrifying than the blood-killing mansion. Chapter 69. Lin Xuan glanced at Li Kaihudeo, whose attitude changed drastically, and snorted arrogantly. Then he looked at Qian Tongshen and said lightly, I don't know, senior, can I be considered qualified? Qualified? Qualified. After Qian Tongshen realized that he had recovered from the shock, he looked at Lin Xuan with deep respect in his eyes unconsciously. Qian Tongshen cupped his hands, bent slightly, and said respectfully, Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Qian Tongshen, is willing to help. Lin Qing'er stared at this scene blankly. What did she see? One of the 10 kings, the president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, the Wanbao king, actually respected a boy who was only 16 years old and bowed his head. Has he grown to this point? Lin Qing'er's delicate face was a little concerned about gains and losses. At this moment, she seemed to understand. From beginning to end, perhaps, the two were not from the same world. Sanren, Baixian, are willing to help Master Lin. The Bian king on the side immediately came back to his senses after Qian Tongshen's announcement and shouted loudly. Lin Xuan glanced at Bian king. This man changed his face very quickly. Li Kaihudeo is willing to help Brother Lin. Brother Lin's enemies are my enemies, Li Kaihudeo. The strong Genkai soars into the sky. Although he has not yet entered the realm of supernatural powers, it gives people an ultimate sense of oppression, which is no weaker than the strong ones in the realm of supernatural powers. Li Kaihudeo looked upright and looked at Lin Xuan sincerely. Lin Xuan. Brother Lin, Wang Hu is my nickname, and my first name is Li Kaihudeo. If Brother Lin has anything to do in the future, just ask me. You just need to help me refine the elixir once. Li Kaihudeo had a serious look on his face, without blushing or breathing, which made Lin Xuan feel that he was indeed the lucky son of Go Daoliu at this moment, and his face was as good as his. Lin Xuan was not surprised that Li Kaihudeo used a pseudonym. He had known it from the beginning. Looking at the King of 10,000 Treasures and the King of 100 Flames, Lin Xuan knew that this was not enough, and it was far from being foolproof. A strong man like Wang who is almost at the pinnacle of the magical power realm and has also realized his own magical power. Even if he attacks with all his strength, he will not get much benefit if he fights against him. Regardless of whether he can beat him or not, judging from the extreme sense of crisis, if he wanted to leave, he would definitely not be able to keep him. Suddenly, a breath pierced the sky. Haha, I didn't expect it to be the King of 100 Flames and the King of 10,000 Treasures. It's been a long time since I last saw you two. A figure in linen clothes slowly landed on the ground. He looked at the clouds in another place and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to come too. It's really lively. Everyone followed their gaze. Dean! Lin Qing'er exclaimed as she looked at the familiar figure that was leaving and returning. Qi Xian's returning figure slowly appeared. This scene made Wang Guang, who had just woken up not long ago, swallow unconsciously. From the Dian dynasty, 4 of the 10 king-level experts appeared at this moment. What a shocking scene this is! Only by fighting against such a powerful person in person can you know how terrifying he is. He, a powerful person in the magical power realm who has understood his own magical power, is just a slap in the face in front of the level of the 10 kings. He knew this very well. If Bian King hadn't kept his hand not long ago, he might have been a corpse right now. The old man in sackcloth looked at Qian Tongshen and said with a smile, What did you do today to make such a big fuss? The 10,000 treasure kings may not be the strongest among the 10 kings, but they must be the 2 with the most potential. As for the other one, it was naturally King Chu Ling. Qian Tongshen was called this by the old man in Mai, and he was not dissatisfied at all. The old man in sackcloth in front of him is an immortal member of the royal family, and is also the foundation of the Dian dynasty. The first king among the 10 kings, the king of 100 wars, has lived for almost 500 years, and his strength can be said to be unfathomable. Qian Tongshen shook his head and responded with a smile, The commotion just now was not caused by me, but by Brother Lin Xuan. Following the direction of Qian Tongshen, the old man in sackcloth was stunned. A young man who was not very old and looked like the greenness on his face had just faded came into his eyes. He was very dignified. Even when he looked at him, his eyes were extremely plain, like a passerby. Qian Tongshen looked at Lin Xuan and introduced, "This is the first king of the 10 kings of Dayan, the king of 100 wars." After introducing Lin Xuan, Qian Tongshen spoke again under the puzzled gaze of the old man in sackcloth, "This is brother Lin Xuan, a 5th grade alchemist. He also refined the elixir just now." "What?" The old man in sackcloth and Qi Xuan both looked at Lin Xuan with some horror in their eyes. "Are you kidding me? You are so young, probably less than 20 years old, a 5th grade alchemist? Are they crazy or is the world crazy?" "What Mr. Qian said is true." Bian King also stood up and said quietly, "I know it's hard for you to imagine, but the energy fluctuation just now was indeed caused by him under my nose." The old man in Mai and Dean Qi looked at each other. The old man in Mai took a step forward and cautiously said, "I wonder if this young master can show me the elixir you just refined." Hearing this, Lin Xuan took out the elixir that he had just put into the storage ring again. As the jade box opened, a burst of golden light spread out from the jade box, and the rich fragrance of the medicine hit his face like a tide. The power of vitality made the old man in Mai have a blush on his face. The legend is actually true. Perfect level elixir, there is actually a perfect level quality elixir. The old man in linen clothes was excited, and his body was trembling a little. The strong vitality made him involuntarily feel greedy in his heart. He could feel that his opportunity was coming. "Senior, if you are willing to help me destroy the Sui family, as long as you kill a powerful person in the supernatural realm, I will refine a 5th grade elixir, 2 for 2 people, no limit. Among them, if someone whose cultivation is on par with the seniors helps the Sui family and kills them, when the junior has the ability, he will naturally refine a 6th grade elixir for him, which can also be converted into 5 5th grade elixirs." Lin Xuan looked at the excited old man in sackcloth in front of him and said calmly, "The Sui family, but the Dan King Sui family." The old man in sackcloth frowned. The Sui family has been rooted in the Dayan dynasty for a long time. It can be regarded as a disciple and an official all over the world. If such a huge family has no reason to take action against it, it will inevitably make people feel cunning. Death, the psychology of being cooked by lackeys. "May I ask, Master, why do you want to attack the Sui family?" "It's not that his royal family is unkind, but the perfect level of elixir. It's really too tempting. What's more, a 20-year-old 5th level alchemist from a family that is only a 5th level inheritor is a fool. Also know how to choose. What's more, he was afraid that if he said no, the people around him would join forces to keep him here." Lin Xuan looked at the old man in sackcloth and suddenly smiled, but it made people feel the unparalleled killing intent. No reason. Chapter 70. The Sui family, King of Dan, has been passed down for thousands of years. The Dayan dynasty, the head of the family, is respected by Su. The leader of the Dayan dynasty, 9 sus of 10 generations, can be said to be truly powerful in the world. In addition, the vice president of each generation of the Alchemist Guild is also Su. The surname has never changed. Although the Sui family has not yet ascended to the world, its prestige is even greater than that of the royal family. Sui Family Hall. The head of the Sui family, Sui Zhengyang, was sitting in the main seat of the hall. He looked at a frightened elder below him, his eyes lowered, showing no anger or authority. "Have you found out the identity of that little beast?" The elder below looked bitter. "I found out, he is the talented young man who is in the limelight recently, Lin Xuan. It is said that the old spirit snake who was at the peak of the Qi Si realm died in his hands." Sui Zhengyang knocked on the seat with his fingers, and the crisp knocking sound echoed in the hall, making the elders below break into cold sweat. "Elder Sui Fang, you know that's not what I'm talking about." Sui Zhengyang stood up slowly, with a cruel smile on his lips. "If you offend my Sui family, if there are still people alive among the 9 clans, doesn't it mean that my Sui family is incompetent? I decree that the Lin family of Tian City intends to rebel, and kill, the 9 tribes. It's true that a genius is a genius, but a dead genius is worthless. Not to mention. Su Zhengyang looked greedy. In the Dian dynasty, all opportunities belong to his Su family. Promise. The elder below bowed his hands respectfully, and then planned to leave. Boom. Supernatural power realized money. A golden ingot that was tens of feet high landed directly in the center of the Su family. In just an instant, the entire Su family shook like the earth was shaking, and hundreds of figures exploded directly into a pool of blood. At the same time, within the Su family, terrifying auras gradually revived. They rose into the sky, with a total of 20 figures. These people represented 20 powerful people in the supernatural realm. What a terrifying number is this! Supernatural power 100 flames. Flames ignited in the void, turning into a terrifying dragon, standing with its head held high. The blazing flames spread towards every corner of the Su family, and even the strong ones in the Qi realm were infected by it. It turned into powder. Looking along the terrifying flame dragon, there was a figure standing on top of the dragon's head. Next to the dragon head, there is a huge golden object floating in the void, and a figure is also standing on the golden object. King of 10,000 treasures, King of 100 flames. Are you two looking for death? The old voice echoed between heaven and earth, and a beam of light penetrated the sky and the earth, about 100 feet wide, blooming with bright light, illuminating the entire Su family. All the flames that fell to the ground were extinguished unconsciously, and the overwhelming aura made people jump with fear. The next moment, a figure walked out of the light. It was an old man with thinning hair. His body was withered and hunched to the extreme. The blood in his body was almost dry. But when he took one step, ripples appeared in the void, making people unable to ignore him. Watch for. Obviously, this is the background of the Su family mentioned by Wan Bao King, an immortal at the peak of the supernatural realm. Haha, old guy, you are indeed not dead yet. An old man in sackcloth appeared in the distance. He stood with his hands folded and looked at the many powerful people in the Su family's magical power realm. His eyes were filled with joy. 20 powerful people in the magical power realm meant that they had 25th grade elixirs. What a big deal! Sent. Boy Bai Zhan, could it be that your royal family wants to take action against my Su family? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? The ancestor of the Su family snorted coldly. Haha, it's not that I want to attack your Su family, but that your Su family has offended people who shouldn't be offended. The old man in sackcloth chuckled, and slowly stepped aside. A stream of air currents cut through the sky. Each one of them was a powerful person in the magical realm. Looking at these people, the pupils of everyone in the Su family suddenly shrank. 23 figures stood in the sky, each exuding an unrivaled aura, and each one was indeed a strong man in the magical realm. In front of these 23 figures was a young man who looked to be no more than 20 years old. He was flying across the sky, with his hands behind his back, looking at the people of the Su family below, his eyes light, as if looking at a group of ants. There was no wave in his eyes. The ancestor of the Su family frowned slightly and said, "Master, how did my Su family offend you? Why such a fuss?" He could feel that there were 3 strong men at the level of 10 kings, and they had a foundation that was not inferior to that of his Su family for thousands of years. If there were so many strong men in the supernatural realm, if they were not handled well, even if his Su family won, it would only be a disaster. Win. Lin Xuan looked at everyone in the Su family with a calm expression. He said calmly, "My name is Lin Xuan." Lin Xuan. The ancestor of the Su family frowned. The young man in front of him was so young and could fly through the void. At first glance, he was not an easy master to offend. How could the Su family offend him? At this moment, below the Su family, Su Zhenjiang's expression changed and he said in shock, "Are you Lin Xuan?" The ancestor of the Su family turned around, looked at Su Zhenjiang, and asked, "Zheng Yang, what happened?" Su Zhenjiang's face was gloomy. "You are Lin Xuan, and where is my father Su Dingzhen?" There was a vague premonition in his heart at this moment. "You can go see them later," Lin Xuan said calmly. As Lin Xuan's voice fell, a sharp shout rang out. The Su family went against the rules of nature, deceived the emperor, intended to rebel, and punished the 9 clans. Countless soldiers instantly surrounded the entire Su family, led by a burly man wearing golden armor and holding a halberd. The sudden roar rippled through the entire capital, attracting the attention of countless people. Su family, that Dan King Su family intends to rebel. Really or not, at the level of the Su family, why would you want to rebel? Why do you care? The Su family's rebellion is rebellion. Rebellious ministers and traitors, it is not a pity to die. Is it possible that the royal family wants to take action against the Su family? Haha, it seems that they can ask old ghost Su to refine a few more pills. The Su family cannot be destroyed, and the Dan Wang family cannot be destroyed. At this moment, there was a sudden turmoil in the royal capital. Some people stayed behind closed doors, and some people, with flashing eyes, were galloping in the direction of the Su family. Countless children of the Su family looked terrified. They didn't understand why they suddenly became rebellious officials and traitors. But this is not important. For Lin Xuan, the crime is just a casual fabrication to give the royal family a little face. For the royal family, Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Bian King, and others, this is not important. In their hearts, everyone in the Su family has committed a heinous crime and deserves death. In front of the 5th grade perfect elixir, everyone in the Su family was at fault. Everyone's eyes glanced at the many supernatural masters of the Su family, their eyes full of greed, as if they were looking at each rare treasure and couldn't wait to carve it up. Chapter 71. Get into formation. The ancestor of the Su family had no time to investigate the problem. With a sharp shout, a thick mask of light rose from below the entire Su family and surrounded the Su family. "Zheng Yang, go and wake up the Hu clan's divine beasts, the formation won't last long." The ancestor of the Su family looked at the wolf-like eyes of those people, and couldn't help but feel a little scared in his heart. He was not unfamiliar with such eyes. In the past, his Su family offered rewards to other people, and these people also had such eyes. However, this time, showing this look to his Su family. This group of people regarded his Su family as prey. This is a feast for gluttons. At this moment, Su Zhengyang also knew the seriousness of the matter and did not care to mourn for his dead father. He glanced at Lin Xuan resentfully, and then walked deeper into the Su family. "You actually raised the formation. Could it be that your Su family thinks that you can sit back and relax with the formation? Yan Academy, come to help Mr. Lin." Another voice sounded, and the figure of King Ji Xian, the Dean of Yan Academy, also fell slowly. Behind him, there were several figures flying across the sky, which made the ancestor of the Su family look even more gloomy. King Ji Xian. Ji Xian. King of 10,000 treasures, King of 100 battles, King Ji Xian, King of 100 flames, and the golden armored figure just now, the commander of the Yan guards in the royal capital, the golden armored king. There are 5 king-level strong men who have understood the magical power of their destiny. Wait. I can only wait until those few people find out and come to support. The ancestor of the Su family had only one idea in his heart. Drag. The terrifying thing about the Dan Wang family is not his background, but his connections. There are not a few strong people in the royal capital who owe favors to the Su family, and there are even those at the level of 10 kings. As long as the Su family successfully breaks away from the royal capital, relying on the connections accumulated by the Su family over the past 1,000 years, they can form an army to fight back again. Difficult matter. Just possible? You're so small, how dare you do anything in front of me, Li Kaihudeo? A young man with a dark face walked out, and layers of formation slowly rose up in his palms, covering the entire Sui family. "Gentlemen, let's see me break this formation." Li Kaihudeo's body bloomed with bright divine light, and a golden shadow of tens of feet condensed behind him. He held the thunder in his hand, like a supreme god who controlled the thunder path. The terrifying thunder and light were raging, making many powerful people in the supernatural power realm feel sad. They couldn't help but be a little shocked, as if the thunder that could tear the sky contained destructive power, even they did not dare to touch it easily. "Freaks." "Sure enough, all the freaks' friends are freaks," Bian King murmured in a low voice. Others nodded in agreement. "Nine Heavens Thunder Method, thunderous." Fall. The thunder and lightning in the sky hit the light shield without any blind spots, like a shocking collision. The thunder and lightning were intertwined, and the entire ground of the Sui family was shaking. The children and elders of the Sui family looked at the figure in the void, even though they were separated from each other. Even with the protective formation, I still felt deep fear, my scalp was numb, my face looked frightened, and I was a little overwhelmed. The phantom that looked like the Thunder Emperor slowly opened its eyes, and the endless thunder light condensed into a several-foot-long spear exuding a destructive aura. The thunder lights collided with each other, and a huge roar sounded in the void, like the roar of a prehistoric beast. "Xian Dao, Xian Ming." As the spear penetrated, everyone in the Sui family looked horrified. The terrifying formation that was said to be able to withstand a full blow from a Soul Palace realm powerhouse was like broken glass at this moment, with cracks constantly spreading. Boom! Intense lightning raged in the void, and the originally impregnable formation was suddenly completely shattered, and hundreds of miles of space were directly razed to the ground. Countless children of the Sui family turned into blood mist in an instant, and the entire Sui family was dyed blood red at this moment. "Children of the Sui family, follow me to kill the enemy." The ancestor of the Sui family looked at this scene, his eyes were split open, he roared angrily, turned into a stream of light and planned to kill Li Kaihudeo. "Haha, old ghost Su, your opponent is me." A figure in linen stopped in front of the ancestor of the Sui family. He chuckled and looked at the ancestor of the Sui family greedily, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. "Sixth grade elixir. A walking sixth grade elixir." The old man in sackcloth smiled at the people behind him and said, "Old Ghost Su belongs to my royal family, and I will not dispute the rest of the magical powers." Although he was smiling, there was a dangerous light in his eyes. He could give up everything else, but the sixth grade elixir was related to his life and the future of the entire royal family. Ancestor of the Sui family. "Boy Bai Zhan, don't go too far." The ancestor of the Sui family saw that he, a powerful man at the peak of the supernatural power realm, was being selected like goods. The murderous intention in his heart was blazing to the extreme, and the fierce killing aura almost condensed into substance. Supernatural power 100 battles. The old man in sackcloth did not say anything nonsense. Weapons appeared one after another around him, including knives, swords, and guns. Each weapon exuded a fierce killing aura. Okay. The old man looked at this scene with cold eyes. "Since you want to die, I will help you." An extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the old man's body. His dry body expanded rapidly at this moment, bursting the robes on his body. The terrifying aura set off a terrifying air current in the air, spreading crazily around him. The old man, who was originally stooped and withered, turned into a giant several feet tall at this moment, with his whole body full of muscles. Supernatural power, king of power. With the Sui family ancestors' full firepower, the two figures soon started fighting each other. And on the side, there is a golden armored figure staring at the two people fighting with each other. The euphorbia in his hand is ready to attack. As long as the old man of the Sui family shows the slightest hint of fatigue, he will not hesitate to give a fatal blow. At the same time, his eyes are also wary of the surroundings. If someone steps in, he will receive a fatal blow. Kill. As the old man in sackcloth fought with the ancestor of the Xue family, everyone's eyes were bloodshot and they were extremely excited. Like wolves among sheep, they did not hesitate to kill the Xue family. The heritage of the 1,000-year-old family is very rich. A roaring sound resounded, and a figure as large as 100 feet emerged, roaring loudly, deafeningly. "This belongs to me." The Wanbao king laughed loudly and walked towards the 100-foot-long figure in the air. Behind the Wanbao king, there were figures following him one after another. "Brother Qian, wait for me, I'll give you a hand." Bian King shamelessly strides forward. Roll. Dean Qi of Dian Academy looked at the aura approaching the Xue family, with a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum on his face. "I, Dian Academy, want these people." Chapter 72. The entire Xue family was filled with wailing sounds, and some people wanted to escape, but facing the major forces that were already red-eyed, everything was in vain. Lin Xuan walked in the rain of blood, his white clothes looked like blood, pure and flawless, and incompatible with the world around him that was stained with blood. "It's you, little beast! I'm going to kill you!" A roar resounded, and the momentum of an old man from the Xue family who was fighting against a powerful man from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce suddenly changed. A more terrifying force erupted from his body, shocking the powerful man from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. "Fly out!" The Xue family elder looked at Lin Xuan resentfully. It was the young man in front of him who had caused the entire Xue family to suffer a disaster. The familiar figures in his mind were dying in front of him one by one at this moment, but he was powerless to do anything. Among them are his sons and his favorite grandson. "It's all you, you deserve to die." The Xue family elder roared angrily, veins popped out all over his body, and blood seeped out along his skin, which was extremely frightening. He stretched out a palm, and a terrifying divine light erupted from his palm. "Go to hell!" This was the most powerful blow he unleashed when his life was exhausted. This blow was too fast, too fast. It was so fast that most of the powerful people present at the magical realm could not react. Wang Guang, who was hiding in the crowd, secretly said something bad and wanted to block the blow for Lin Xuan, but he saw a scene that was unbelievable to him. Facing this terrifying blow that could instantly kill anyone below the 4th level of magical power, Lin Xuan slowly raised his eyes, condensed a pale white lotus in his palm, and threw it out. Boom! The blazing flames burned everything, a shrill scream sounded, and then fell into deathly silence again. Around Lin Xuan, the true essence was condensed into a protective barrier to isolate everything, and all fluctuations stopped abruptly. The death of a powerful man in the supernatural realm left no ripples in his heart. He had been a man for 2 lifetimes. Whether he was cold-blooded or indifferent, he cared about very few things. The rest of the people, even if they were against, if there is even the slightest threat to the people he cares about, he will turn into a ruthless executioner and nip all threats in the cradle. Along the way, there were also many Qi realm masters from the Xue family and some children of the Xue family who were desperately resisting and wanted to fight for Lin Xuan. Unfortunately, the elegant and alluring white giant lotus phantom that appeared behind Lin Xuan was like the god of death. Every falling flame will inevitably take away the lives of scores of Xue family disciples. Not long after, Lin Xuan followed his perception and came to the entrance of a dark underground cave. He could feel that there was an unusual atmosphere in the underground. Just now, the head of the Xue family also went here to awaken the aliens of the Xue family. Beast! Lin Xuan frowned. He could feel a strange smell coming to his face, mixed with the smell of corruption and weak sounds. It is hard to imagine that the ancestral home of the Xue family, which has been a millennium-old Dan King family, actually has such a strange place. Lin Xuan walked underground, and the flames floating beside him illuminated the space. Ancient runes are carved on the surrounding walls, twisting and turning, seeming to be ancient sacrificial runes. There is also a sticky blood-red liquid hanging down on the top of the head, with intertwined canine teeth, like strange faces, which makes people dare not look directly. Lin Xuan walked forward along the passage. The cave became wider and wider, until it suddenly became clear and a huge cave came into view. There is a huge lake in the cave. No, it can no longer be called a lake. It should be said to be a pool of black liquid, exuding a fishy smell, and there are corpses floating on it. The clothes of these corpses are very wealth equals wealth, and Lin Xuan even saw several corpses with alchemist badges on them. There is an ancient altar in the center of the lake. Something seems to be gathering on the altar. The weak wailing just now also came from this altar. The method of evil refining. Lin Xuan's eyes were lowered, with a piercing murderous intent in his eyes. Over the past 1,000 years, you can imagine how many people have died at the hands of the Xue family? This pool is completely corpse water. It's no wonder that the Xue family was able to give birth to 3 generations of alchemy kings in a row. If the alchemist wants to go further, the most important thing is to increase the soul power. The evil refining method allows people to be subjected to the most cruel torture during life, and the stronger the emotions generated, the more soul power is produced, the stronger it is. Absorbing this soul power is enough to make people's soul power go further. Suddenly, a sound broke through the air behind Lin Xuan. Boom! A golden shadow several feet high appeared behind Lin Xuan. The golden shadow was dressed in robes and stood proudly, like a 9 heavens war immortal. At the same time, another black shadow was punched into the ground, and a huge pit appeared in the ground. Lin Xuan looked down the pit and saw that this person was the head of the Xue family, Xue Zhengyang. Ahem! Xue Zhengyang climbed up from the pit with difficulty and looked at Lin Xuan with horror on his face. My natal magical power, you are in the magical realm. When he noticed Lin Xuan's arrival, he kept hiding in the corner, preparing to give Lin Xuan a fatal blow while Lin Xuan was unprepared. But, there was deep fear hidden in Xue Zhengyang's eyes. The young man in front of him was simply a monster. Use the evil refining method to break through. He deserves death. Lin Xuan looked down at the once glorious head of the Xue family, like a god judging the sinful world. Haha, they are just a bunch of untouchables. It is their honor to be able to dedicate everything to our Xue family. An old voice came from behind Lin Xuan. The originally smelly corpse water was like boiling water, and a rotten smell hit his face, making people sick. Then a dark coffin slowly floated out from the bottom of the lake. Life is only a few hundred years, so why do people in the world ask for longevity? We cultivators, all we want is immortality. As for the means, as long as we can achieve the goal, it is correct. The so-called good and evil are just the superficial opinions of ignorant people. The faint voice echoed in the cave, like a cold wind, making people's hair stand on end. Ying Huo's words. Lin Xuan said disdainfully, refining yourself into a corpse puppet, killing countless people, just to maintain your own intelligence, and never go further in this life, is this your method of immortality? A good-for-nothing is just lingering on, but he still deserves the word immortality. Lin Xuan punched out, and a terrifying aura rose. The true energy in his body boiled with his blood, like a volcano erupting and suppressing it towards the coffin. The terrifying power swept through, and along with the blazing high temperature, half of the sea of corpses was boiled and burned. Lin Xuan's move was a terrifying killing move, without mercy. Chapter 73. Boom! Lin Xuan punched the coffin board into pieces. A black shadow flew out from the broken coffin. It was a shriveled figure. The skin was covered with bloodstains and scars, intertwined together, and looked very strange. The figure fell next to Xue Zhengyang, frightening Xue Zhengyang to a loss. The old pupils were a strange blood-red color, and there were rotten marks on his face. Even Xue Zhengyang, the current head of the Xue family, didn't know that there was such a terrifying creature in his own family. Don't be afraid, I am your ancestor. The withered figure smiled kindly at Xue Zhengyang. When Xue Zhengyang heard this, his expression was ecstatic. The Xue family actually had such a foundation. It was true that God would not destroy the Xue family. Ancestor, this little beast wants to destroy my Xue family. I suspect that this little beast has got some incredible opportunity. As long as we can seize it, my Xue family will definitely be able to reach a higher level again. Su Zhengyang looked at Lin Xuan's figure greedily. It seemed that he could see himself getting the chance to get the boy in front of him and move to the next level. You are a descendant of my Xue family, so dedicating yourself to my ancestor is not too much, right? GGG. The shriveled figure pinched Su Zhengyang like a chicken. His scarlet pupils looked strange and terrifying. He opened his mouth and bit Su Zhenjiang's neck directly. In less than a moment, all the nutrients in Su Zhenjiang's body seemed to be drained and turned into a mummy. He stared wide-eyed, as if it was unbelievable that he would die at the hands of his ancestor. It smells really good. Sure enough, there are so many blood types, but the blood of the alchemist is the most delicious. The withered figure wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled with a sickly smile on his face. The scarlet eyes emitted a strange red light, making people shudder. Little guy, you have a fatal temptation for me. With a special physique, I didn't expect that I would have such an opportunity. As long as I eat you, this body will definitely be able to go one step further and transform into a higher level spirit puppet. The withered figure opened its huge fangs, and a sticky liquid dripped from the corner of its mouth, which made Lin Xuan frown. The monster in front of him really made him feel a little sick. His descendants will kill at will. Although they still retain the wisdom of their lifetime, they can no longer be regarded as human beings. Even in consciousness, I am afraid they have no relationship with human beings. If you let this thing escape, I'm afraid there will be endless trouble. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan's murderous intention surged in his heart. Creak. The void was vaguely distorted, making an overwhelming sound, and the entire cave was filled with murderous intent that was so strong that it was beyond words. At this moment, Lin Xuan had a white lotus burning in full bloom on his forehead. The energy and blood in his body surged wildly. A blazing divine light bloomed all over his body, and an unrivaled aura surged out. The seventh heaven of Qi Si. The eighth heaven of Qi Si. The ninth heaven of Qi Si. Boom. Lin Xuan felt as if there was a shackle in his body that was broken, and a more terrifying aura surged out. His white hair was flying, he was empty, his feet were white lotus, and his clothes were fluttering, like a supreme god suppressing everything. King. Everything around seemed to be frozen and stagnant. The power of the Ice Lotus King body is fully revealed at this moment. Looking at Lin Xuan, who looked like this, the withered ancestor of the Xue family showed excitement in his scarlet eyes. Sure enough, he has a special physique. Boy, I'm going to eat you. With a hoarse roar, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from the old man of the Xue family who was on the spot. He disappeared in an instant and came to the sky above Lin Xuan to directly slap him with a palm. The third transformation of Tao Fire, the first transformation. Boom. The entire cave shook violently, the corpse lake was evaporated, the huge cave entrance gradually collapsed, and the ground of the entire Xue family suddenly shook. What happened there? The King of 100 Wars, who was fighting another ancestor of the Xue family, couldn't help but be a little confused. This terrifying aura fluctuation had definitely reached the peak of the supernatural power realm. Could it be that the Xue family had some hidden heritage? Hey, old ghost Bai Zhan, do you think you can destroy our Xue family? He has awakened, haha, this time your royal family will become sacrifices. The ancestor of the Xue family who fought against the King of 100 Wars laughed and said, obviously, this old immortal who took refuge in the Xue family also knew something about the secrets of the Xue family. Then I'll kill you first. Commander Jin, let's do it. The King of 100 Wars also sensed something was wrong, and immediately called the King of Golden Armor who was observing the surroundings to take action. Supernatural power Golden Armor. The golden battle armor turned into a shadow that was tens of feet tall, and punched the ancestor of the Sui family. Supernatural power 100 battles. Countless weapons fell like pear blossoms in a rainstorm, creating countless ripples in the void. FK, you don't have martial ethics. The ancestor of the Sui family said angrily that a king of 100 wars was already suppressing him and beating him, and adding a king of golden armor. Not only the ancestors of the Sui family, King Wanbao looked at the terrifying beast that was hundreds of feet tall, gritted his teeth, and said, "Old Ghost Bun, come here and join us, let's fight quickly. I will give you a 5th grade elixir." 3. Go away, there are only 2. Make a deal. Outside the Sui family, King Jixuan looked at the many supernatural powers coming towards him and roared, "That black-faced boy, use the formation to trap them, we will get 50 to 50 pills. That's what I've been waiting for." Li Kaihudeo laughed. The terrifying formation immediately surrounded all other forces that came to support. "That guy should be fine. If something happens, my formation is enough to protect his life." Li Kaihudeo looked at the fluctuations in the distance and murmured in a low voice. Looking at the deep pit where there was no debris, the withered figure vaguely felt that something was wrong. The third transformation of Tao Fire, the second transformation. An extreme coldness came from behind, and the void seemed to be frozen. It was obviously very cold, but it gave people a feeling of heat deep in the center of a volcano. Even his corpse, which had long been a corpse, could still feel the cold and heat even though he had no consciousness whatsoever. Not good. The withered figure wanted to look back, but he saw a big hand holding a pale white lotus and pressing it firmly against his head. Boom! Gorgeous fireworks exploded from his face, and the pain that penetrated into the bone marrow made the shriveled corpse howl. This is Tao Fire, and it even comes with its own soul attack. Supernatural power god of war. Many mysterious runes flickered and intertwined, and a huge fist seemed to be able to suppress the world, falling in the direction of the withered figure. Chapter 74. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. Facing this terrifying corpse puppet, Lin Xuan did not hold back at all. He activated the strongest method as soon as he came up. His terrifying strength caused the corpse puppet of the ancestor of the Sui family to be hit hard before he could react. Damn it! Looking at the huge fist hitting him, the corpse puppet was shocked and angry. What was more, the terrifying aura that hit his face made him feel cold all over. Boom! This punch seemed to be enough to penetrate the sky and the earth. One punch directly punched through a huge hole, and the ultimate destructive aura almost wiped out most of the corpse puppet's body. If the Sui family ancestor's corpse hadn't been able to hide quickly enough, that punch would have been enough to kill him. However, even so, one punch shattered most of his body. Lin Xuan's white hair was flying, his originally gentle and jade-like face was filled with red, and the terrifying power of qi and blood was like a beacon fire. The god of war in his body was operating to the extreme, carrying earth-shattering power, like the arrival of the ancient god of war. Such a terrifying state is enough for him to tear apart a strong man with peak supernatural powers. It's a pity that it can only last for 1 minute. After 1 minute, even with the blessing of the holy level god of war illustration, his body cannot sustain such a terrifying explosion. 1 minute, enough. Lin Xuan shook his sleeves and turned into an afterimage. Supernatural power blood eyes. The ancestor of the Sui family's corpse puppet suddenly had a blood-red sarcoma on his forehead that was burnt by the fire. The sarcoma slowly opened and closed, and within a few feet of the corpse puppet, there was a blood-red barrier. It is rising slowly. Close your eyes. Lin Xuan was above him in an instant, and without giving any chance to react, he punched the blood-red tumor directly. The blood-red barrier that was still trying to rise was instantly shattered. The flame attached to the fist burned the soul of the ancestor of the Sui family attached to the corpse puppet, and the pain that penetrated into the bone marrow made him suffer endlessly. Die, you deserve to die. After bursts of dust and smoke dissipated, the first ancestor of the Xue family, whose face had been smashed to pieces by Lin Xuan, roared angrily. His body glowed with a strange red light, and the patched and connected skin was like mysterious runes, all over the place. Whole body. No, it's you that should die. Lin Xuan felt the soreness coming from the overloaded body. With cold eyes, he took out a 3-foot-long sword with golden light from the storage space. The bright divine light illuminated the dark cave. If Ruaohu's sword energy wiped out the falling gravel. In the vastness of the world, righteousness will last forever. We don't seek to kill immortals, but kill ghosts and gods. Along with the sound of panic, the majestic sword intent rushed straight into the sky, tearing the void, and a golden sword light fell from the sky. Everyone present felt an extreme oppression, and even breathing was extremely difficult. That is. Everyone looked up at that place, their eyes filled with astonishment. What a terrifying momentum! I knew this guy wasn't using all his strength at all. Li Kaihudeo killed the powerful Qi Si realm warriors blocking his way at any time, his eyes a little heavy. Damn it, Dean Qi, I'm just here to see how the battle is going, why do I have to kill them all? An ancestor of a big family, a powerful person in the magical power realm couldn't help but roared. The gap between the powerful people in the magical power realm who have their own magical powers and those like them who don't have their own magical powers is no different than the difference between clouds and mud. Look, haha, Qi, suspect that you are an accomplice of the Xue family and intend to rebel. Qi Xian held a writing brush blooming with divine light in his hand, and raised his hand to draw a beast. The beast stepped into the air and killed everyone without fear of death. Supernatural power picturesque. Looking at the terrifying beast that was killing them again, the powerful men trapped in the formation turned pale. Qi Xian, UBD, the Xue family rebelled only when they were out of their minds. You guys are trying to find groundless charges. Are you not afraid of chaos in the world? Or do you think everyone in the world is a fool? Let me go, I will never continue to get involved in this matter. A strong man shouted, facing a top strong man in the 7th level of the magical realm who has understood his own magical power. The ordinary magical realm is really not enough. If they continue to struggle, I am afraid they will all die here. Don't even think about it. Mr. Qi, are just an awe-inspiring. If I compromise with you group of rebellious officials and traitors, how can I have the face to continue to be the Dean of Dian Academy? Qi Xian snorted coldly. If they were allowed to run away, where would the elixir be refined? This group of magical powers is dead. With the help of elixirs, Dian Academy will give birth to more and stronger magical powers. A group of moths who had no chance before. They were afraid of shaking the foundation of Dian, so they were kept here. Now, it's considered pest control. As if feeling Qi Xian's murderous intention, many powerful people in the supernatural realm showed despair. They knew that the Dean of Dian Academy in front of them, King Ji Xian, would not let them go. King Ji Xian, you are so cruel. Join hands and go together. As long as we break the natal brush in Old Ghost Key hand, the rest will be worth mentioning. Old Ghost Ji's strength is not worth mentioning. Everyone joins forces to break through the formation's blockade. You are too disrespectful of me, Li Kaihudeo. Although I am not as good as Brother Lin when it comes to strength, when it comes to formations, if God had not given birth to me, Li Kaihudeo, the formations would be like night forever. As Li Kaihudeo waved his hand, several more terrifying formations condensed out. Lin Xuan had no time to care about the battle outside. At this moment, he gathered all his strength to kill the ghost and god directly towards the first ancestor of the Xue family. The fierce killing was like the scorching sun, so dazzling that no one could look directly at it. In just an instant, the sword light engulfed the first-generation ancestor of the Xue family. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and everything from the ground to the ground was submerged. Now, he should be dead. Lin Xuan flicked his sleeves and looked at the deep pit. His tone was slightly urgent. Even he was a little tired from the full force shot just now. It is indeed difficult to deal with a strong person in the magical realm who has understood the magical power of his destiny. If it were not for the restraint effect of Tao Fire on evil things like corpse puppets, it would still be a bit difficult to win. Just when Lin Xuan couldn't feel the aura of the first ancestor of the Xue family and was about to leave, suddenly a red light shot into Lin Xuan's eyebrows. The speed is so fast that no one can avoid it. Ha ha ha, boy, your body is mine. You're not qualified enough to fight me. With his special physique, I will definitely be able to break through the Soul Palace realm in the future, establish a dynasty, and strive for immortality. Suddenly, a wild old laughter sounded in Lin Xuan's mind. But soon, the laughter stopped. No, no, what is this? Why do you have such a thing in your body? I'm not willing to give in, I'm not willing to give in. Angry roars resounded, and there was a golden page in Lin Xuan's mind, and a terrifying suction force erupted at this moment. The body book, swallowing the spirit body, is officially formed at this moment. Chapter 75. As one of the 9 heavenly books, the body book, the highest treasure in the world, is not just for the body. Lin Xuan's black hair danced wildly, and a terrifying suction force erupted in his body, frantically absorbing everything around him. Lin Xuan felt that his body's strength increased by 1 to 2% at this moment, as did his true energy storage. Although the improvement in strength was not as great as expected, it was enough to surprise Lin Xuan. This is good news. The strengths of the 12 immortal bodies can be superimposed on each other. If the 12 immortal bodies are in the sky, no, even if it is only the 12 saints or the divine body, he is absolutely sure to tear apart the most powerful person in the fairyland. Not to mention, the 10,000 fire immortal body represents the supreme immortal body of the way of fire, and the devouring immortal body naturally represents the immortal body that can devour all things. Lin Xuan can feel that the speed of converting true energy in his body has increased several times. Don't underestimate this several times. This means that in the future, whether it is refining elixirs or heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he can save several times the time. What Lin Xuan lacks most in his current growth is time. If you give him time and resources, it will only be a matter of time before he reaches the top. Just when Lin Xuan thought he was done, he suddenly felt a cooling sensation spread throughout his body, from head to toe. This feeling. Lin Xuan closed his eyes, and at this moment, he could see everything around him clearly. He can even capture the dust in the air minutely. This is the power of the soul, the legendary spiritual realm. Lin Xuan murmured that in the Dan Emperor inheritance, although there is no soul secret method, the realm of the soul is also mentioned a little bit. The soul realm is divided into mortal realm, spiritual realm, holy realm, emperor realm, and the supreme fairyland. The most important thing for refining 6th grade elixirs is to have a soul in the spiritual realm. Lin Xuan had only reached the peak of the mortal realm before, so he had an unfounded background. Now, no more. He himself is the background itself. Souls in the spiritual realm are not only good at alchemy. Alchemists who have reached the 6th level or above, that is, those with souls in the spiritual realm and above, can practice soul-type soul skills. They can no longer fight against the 5 scum. This kind of soul attack is difficult to guard against, even if it is a martial arts expert whose cultivation is far better than that of an alchemist will fall with hatred if he is not careful. It's a pity that the secret method of the soul is not recorded in the Alchemy Emperor's alchemy inheritance, which made Lin Xuan complain a little. True alchemy inheritance. Wrong. That's not all. Lin Xuan felt that some memories suddenly appeared in his mind, unfolding like a fleeting glance. This is the life of the first-generation ancestor of the Xue family. The first ancestor of the Xue family was not a native of the Yan dynasty. He came from a sect called the Corpse Puppet sect in Kanglan Prefecture. Later, the Corpse Puppet sect was destroyed and wandered to the Yan dynasty. Later, he grew up step by step in the Dian dynasty and became a famous 5th-level alchemist in Dian. Unfortunately, his qualifications were limited and he could not break through to the Soul Palace realm even in his lifetime. Later, he merged alchemy and corpse puppet techniques to refine corpse puppet pills, seeking an alternative form of immortality in order to achieve a breakthrough. It is true that there is a talented person who can create a 5th-grade elixir, although the path has gone astray. Lin Xuan shook his head. On the road to martial arts, you should keep moving forward. If you shrink back, you will have lost your heart in martial arts. Even the soul of the ancestor of the Sui family who broke through to the spiritual realm cannot break through to the Soul Palace realm. However, the counterattack before the death of the first-generation ancestor of the Sui family also gave Lin Xuan a warning that people in the world must not underestimate him. If Lin Xuan had been replaced by someone else, he might have been succeeded. Lin Yan doesn't count. With the death of the first-generation ancestor of the Sui family, the Sui family no longer has the strength to resist. Another person at the peak of the Sui family's magical realm was quickly killed by the King of 100 Wars and the King of Golden Armor, and his blood filled the sky. Although the Sui family's clan-protecting beasts are powerful, they are not a joint effort between the Wanbao King and the Bian King, let alone the 4 senior leaders of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Many powerful men who came to support the Sui family were also killed by the Dean of Dian Academy, King Ji Xian and Li Kaihudao. The screams on the ground gradually became fewer and fewer, until they were completely extinct. All the movement around him gradually disappeared. The major forces who were peeking at the movement from a distance felt chilled in their hearts. The Millennium family and the Alchemy King family were just gone. What happened today will surely shock the world. And all of this was written by a 16-year-old boy, and all of this was just because of an unfounded sentence. This battle truly illustrates the appeal of a top alchemist. Ding, the way to death is completed, and you will be rewarded with an intermediate invincible inheritance lottery. The King of 100 Wars, the King of 10,000 Treasures, the King of Golden Armor, the King of Ji Xian, and the King of 100 Flames looked at the young man in white in awe. The young man in white in front of him looked a little out of touch with the world, like a banished immortal who had lived in the heavenly palace for a long time and ignored the affairs of the world. But no one will underestimate the young man in white in front of him. The destruction of the Sui family, a millennium-old alchemy king family, was caused by the young man in front of him. Not only that, although they didn't know what happened to the terrifying fluctuation just now, the heart-stopping aura was still lingering in the ground and had not dissipated. The strength of the young man in front of him is enough to be equal to them. Lin Xuan looked at the crowd, clasped his fists slightly, and said, "Thank you for your help, seniors. I will only take some cultivation items from the Sui family's 1,000-year heritage, and the rest of the elixirs and cultivation methods will be divided among the seniors." These elixir recipes and cultivation methods accumulated by the Sui family for thousands of years are of little use to Lin Xuan, but to other forces, their value is far greater than cultivation resources. Hearing this, everyone's expressions were ecstatic, and they repeatedly raised their hands and responded excitedly, "Thank you, Mr. Lin." King Baizhan took a step forward and said respectfully, "Master Lin, what do we need to prepare for making alchemy? It's not that the King of 100 Wars is in a hurry. Now that he is going all out in this battle, he will probably have to lose another 10 years of his life. Now his life is short. If he doesn't break through, he will really be in the coffin." Lin Xuan pondered for a moment and then said, "Seniors, you only need to prepare a set of medicinal materials for the corresponding elixir. Once the medicinal materials are prepared within a month, I will refine a corresponding elixir. As for why it is a..." The cost of asking him to refine the elixir was saved, but he only promised to refine one elixir, and the other elixirs refined from the same medicinal material would belong to him. After all, it can't really be refined in vain. What? King Baizhan, who was originally worried, suddenly felt happy. Master Lin only needs one medicinal ingredient. Lin Xuan was a little confused. He should be considered a profiteer. Why did this group of people seem to take advantage? However, it was not until Li Kaihudeo told him later that when he asked an alchemist to make an elixir, he usually needed to prepare 2 or 3 medicinal materials to refine one elixir, that Lin Xuan realized how profitable the alchemist industry was. Chapter 76. Of course, those are all things for later. Lin Xuan's request was not a problem for the major forces. Everyone benefited greatly from this gluttonous feast. Both the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce and the Yan dynasty obtained a 6th grade elixir, which made King Bian and King Jixuan extremely greedy. King Jixuan even proposed to confiscate the homes and exterminate all the supporting forces. He did not have the Confucian temperament taught by the president of Dian Academy to teach the world, and was more like a bandit who plucked his hair. After all, a strong person in the magical power realm represents a 5th grade perfect elixir. Those who have the guts to support the Sui family are basically some well-known families in the royal capital. They can also buy a few magical powers by buying low-priced prices. A strong person. Lin Xuan would naturally not object to King Jixuan's proposal. Since someone is willing to be this evil person and help him eradicate it, it doesn't matter. The entire king's capital was destroyed overnight. No one knows how many people will die this time. Tens of thousands of people will die as a result. It's just that Lin Xuan doesn't care about these. He is now busy picking out the Sui family's heritage. It has to be said that as a Millennium Alchemy King family, its heritage is really unfathomable. Just the middle-grade Yuan stones are piled up like a mountain, so densely packed that there are probably hundreds of thousands of them. Brother Lin, hurry! There are so many multi-stones. Li Kaihudeo looked at the piles of middle-grade Yuan stones and his eyes almost went straight. He had encountered countless hardships and had countless opportunities along the way. Have he ever seen so many Yuan stones? Yuan stones are very important for a formation master like him. Every time a formation is set up, piles of Yuan stones are consumed, especially after a big battle with Lin Xuan and then the destruction of the Sui family. Stopped several powerful people in the magical power realm in one breath, and now there are very few Yuan stones left on him. If he had hundreds of thousands of middle-grade coins in his hands, he would dare to say that he would be invincible under the realm of magical powers. Forward. Li Kaihudeo looked at the group of young people. This freak doesn't count. Lin Xuan looked at so many middle-grade Yuan stones and without any politeness, he directly took out a storage ring and stored most of the Yuan stones, leaving only a few bits and pieces in the corner, no more than 10,000. Li Chu said. Brother Lin, thank you. Li Kaihudeo said sincerely, but no matter how he looked at it, he felt like he was gritting his teeth. Well, you're welcome. Lin Xuan's eyes were clear, he waved his hand and replied seriously. Li Kaihudeo was speechless. The young man in front of him was really not a little bit sinister. 10,000 middle-grade Yuan stones are just 10,000 middle-grade Yuan stones. It's better than nothing. Li Kaihudeo put away the remaining nearly 10,000 middle-grade Yuan stones without hesitation. Then the two of them continued walking deeper. Next was the Sui family's elixir pavilion, which contained a dazzling array of elixirs. Lin Xuan looked at the dazzling array of elixirs without feeling the slightest interest in his heart. In Lin Xuan's view, these are all levels that he will never reach in his life. Even if he swallows these pills one by one, it will be a waste of time. The more residue there is, the more difficult it will be to refine it, which is a waste of time. Another waste of energy. It's just a pity that these medicinal materials are missing. Without any hesitation, Lin Xuan continued walking towards other places. Lin Xuan didn't like these pills, but Li Kaihudeo had no intention of letting them go. No matter what kind of pills he had, he would take them all. A rich dog, the alchemist is really rich. Li Kaihudeo couldn't help but murmured, with a bit of envy in his eyes. These pills were worth at least 100,000 mid-grade Yuan stones. If he just disliked them, he wouldn't hesitate to give them up. Sure enough, alchemists are the most noble profession, unlike array masters, who are completely gold-swallowing behemoths. I don't know if the old man is still alive. Thinking of the formation master, Li Kaihudeo looked unusually melancholy. Ignoring Li Kaihudeo's changes, Lin Xuan came to the place where the Sui family stored medicinal materials. Neat rows of shelves were surrounded by a dazzling array of medicinal materials, and the strong aroma of medicinal materials hit his nostrils. Lin Xuan took a rough look around, and to his disappointment, most of these medicinal materials were third-grade or lower medicinal materials. Although the quality was good, they were all relatively low-level and common medicinal materials. Lin Xuan put away these medicinal materials and began to look around. Naturally, it was impossible for him to believe that a family with 1,000-year heritage of alchemy kings would only have such a small amount of medicinal materials. Lin Xuan searched for a long time, but did not find the entrance to the secret room. He frowned slightly and slowly took out the innate sword embryo from the storage space, intending to use his strength to defeat all methods. Just when he was about to strike with his sword, Li Kaihudeo's voice came, "Brother Lin, wait a minute, there is a layer of blindness here. If you strike with your sword, all the medicinal materials may be destroyed. Let me try to break the formation." Hearing Li Kaihudeo's voice, Lin Xuan put away the innate sword embryo in his hand and made way for Li Kaihudeo. I saw Li Kaihudeo's eyes exuding a little divine light, and then a mysterious rune was played in his hand. Soon the space in front suddenly shook, and then a passage appeared in front of the two of them. Suddenly, a terrifying aura rose, and a bird-like monster walked out of the passage and charged towards Lin Xuan and Li Kaihudeo. Boom! As a golden sword light passed by, the fifth-level monster that could be compared to the magical power realm fell heavily to the ground, and there was no more movement. These big families like to do this, raising a monster in the medicine garden. Li Kaihudeo was not surprised by this scene. Lin Xuan glanced at Li Kaihudeo, and he realized that he had made the right decision in taking Li Kaihudeo with him. A son of luck who traveled all year round, his experience was far beyond what a fledgling like him could compare with. However, the only trouble was that he provoked the blood-killing mansion for no reason. Lin Xuan removed the demonic beast's inner elixir, and then took Li Kaihudeo into the medicine garden. The rich vitality of heaven and earth swept over. Although the space of the medicine garden was not very large, it was filled with flowers and plants, as well as some special plants. There were several towering trees around, and there were some green trees on them. The fruits are red and so on, and there is a faint light on the fruits. Every medicinal plant here is at least grade 4. There were even some tall medicinal plants nearby that made Lin Xuan's eyes light up. Ganoderma lucidum, which is nearly 5,000 years old and can be ranked as a 6th grade medicinal material, is the main medicine for refining the 6th grade elixir Huangji Dan. These are considered rare medicinal materials. If you want to refine elixirs, you should have enough training resources for a short period of time. Lin Xuan put away all the medicinal materials, then went to the weapons warehouse to select a few 5th grade long swords, and gave the rest to Li Kaihudeo as reward. Chapter 77. Dead, all dead. I have to get this news out. Qinjian City. The sky was gloomy, and countless blood vessels were intertwined with each other, connected to a giant bloody chrysalis in the void. The giant bloody chrysalis was constantly stirring, as if it was hatching something. As a quasi-first-tier city in the Dian dynasty, Qinjian City should have been densely populated and bustling, but now, it has been reduced to ruins, as if it is about to be a life-and-death battle. The houses are dilapidated, the city walls have collapsed, and the streets are filled with the smell of death. Every corner is filled with an atmosphere of fear and despair. There is a deathly silence. There are no signs of life, and there is only endless desolation. In the center of Qinjian City, there is a huge square. In the square, there are piles of corpses. These corpses are dripping with blood, have long been decayed, and exude a strong stench. Obviously, this city has encountered unknown changes. Around the square stood several humanoid monsters with eyes all over their bodies. They worshipped respectfully towards the giant chrysalis in the sky, like a group of devout pilgrims. Suddenly a huge tentacle fell from the sky and grabbed large pieces of corpses. On the mountain in the distance, a girl in ragged clothes stared at this scene in horror with her eyes wide open, and a line of clear tears unconsciously fell from the corners of her eyes. Her name is Xuantian, she is the daughter of the Lord of Qingjian City, and she is also the only survivor of Qingjian City. Now, the only hope for her to survive is to spread the word about what happened here. Xuantian twitched slightly. She covered her nostrils with her hands, not daring to make any sound. Her body curled up and crawled away cautiously, bit by bit, like a worm. Blood stained all the way. After Lin Xuan searched the Sui family, he began a short retreat. Before retreating, Lin Xuan sent out a piece of news that caused many top forces in the Dian dynasty to boil over. One after another, top experts, even those not weaker than the 10 kings, came all the way to the royal capital. All this is because the royal family of the Dian dynasty and the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce jointly invited the powerful ones in the supernatural power realm to attack the traitor King Chu Ling. If you kill a powerful person in the magical power realm, you will get a 5th grade elixir. If you kill the king of Chu Ling, you will also get more. It has a 6th grade elixir. Under the guarantee of the Dian dynasty royal family and the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, this piece of news was like a hurricane, sweeping through the entire Dian dynasty, and even the news of the changes in the Dan King Sui family and the royal capital were covered up. Kang Lang sect. The leader of the Kang Lang sect, King Kang Lang, looked closely at the jade slip in his hand. Sect master, you must avenge my Sui family. A young disciple wearing the attire of a direct disciple of the Kang Lang sect fell to his knees and said angrily, Sect master, our Sui family has never treated the Kang Lang sect badly for thousands of years, and the elixir has never been cut off. Now that our Sui family has encountered such a change, you cannot ignore it. Thousands of years ago, the Kang Lang sect was just a small sect. Later, the ancestors of the Kang Lang sect and the ancestors of the Sui family became close friends. With the support of the Sui family, they gradually became the top sect of the Dian dynasty. This generation there was even a 10-king level powerhouse like Kang Lang King. This is also the reason why the young disciple wearing the attire of a direct disciple of the Kang Lang sect asked the head of the Kang Lang sect to help his Sui family get ahead. Great Elder, do you also want me, the Kang Lang sect, to seek justice for the Sui family? The leader of the Kang Lang sect put down the jade slip in his hand and said expressionlessly. The great elder of the Kang Lang sect on the side cupped his hands and said, Back to the sect master, what Sui Fang's personal biography said is correct. The Sui family is our Kang Lang sect's most staunch ally. Now that the Sui family has been destroyed, our Kang Lang sect will definitely not be able to do so. If we sit back and ignore it, how will the people in the world view me, the Kang Lang sect? The leader of the Kang Lang sect looked around at the other elders and said indifferently, Where are you? The other elders lowered their heads, and no one chose to stand up. At this moment, the great elder of the Kang Lang sect seemed to sense that something was wrong. He asked, Sir, what do you mean by this? The leader of the Kang Lang sect suddenly came to him and slapped him directly, soaking the hall with hot blood. The remnant of the Sui family intends to instigate this king to rebel, and his intentions are to be punished. I will follow this king to kill all the remaining members of the Sui family, and then take half of the treasures of my Kang Lang sect to the royal city. Excuse me. In just 1 week, the Dian dynasty was turbulent. There were countless powerful people in the magical realm who traveled thousands of miles to the royal capital. And now Lin Xuan is still practicing in a deserted mountain. In front of Lin Xuan, there was a mark shining with lightning. The mark was engraved with dense runes, as if it was condensed from the essence of thunder and lightning in the universe. A trace of terrifying lightning turned into a long dragon and poured into Lin Xuan's body. There was a crackling sound in Lin Xuan's body, releasing an aura that could destroy everything. Lin Xuan's long hair was flying like a thunder dragon, his delicate face looked a little resolute, and his whole body exuded a monstrous aura, as if a supreme god had descended into the world. Gradually, Lin Xuan and the mark shining with lightning gradually merged into one. Boom! Along with a deafening sound, an even more majestic momentum swept through the sky like thousands of thunder dragons raging. Countless lightning lights wrapped around Lin Xuan's body, and every inch of his skin shone like thunder. The body that originally seemed a little thin became powerful at this moment, giving people an ultimate sense of oppression. Lin Xuan looked at a mountain in front of him, took a deep breath, and punched the front. The air seemed to be exploded by something. Space ripples at this moment. Accompanied by a sound like a landslide, countless pieces of gravel flew in all directions. One punch can collapse a mountain. This is the physical power of Lin Xuan now. This is still the Thunder King body, which is famous for its power of thunder. If it is condensed into the prison-suppressing immortal body, which is the most focused on physical power among the 12 immortal bodies. No, even if it is just the prison-suppressing king body, it is estimated to be enough to tear apart the peak of supernatural power. Looking at the disappearing mountain peaks in front of him, Lin Xuan couldn't help but sigh. Host, Lin Xuan. Realm, Qi C9 Heavens. Kung Fu, God of War Catalog, Lower Holy Level Leave 2. Martial Arts, Killing Ghosts and Gods, Lower Holy Level Leave 1. Secret Technique, Triple Transformation of Tao Fire, Top Level Leave 1, Soul Nourishing Technique, Top Level Earth Level. Inheritance, Body Book, Leave 1, 9 Turn Alchemy, Emperor Grade Level Leave 1, Thunder Talisman, Leave 1, Ice Spirit Fire, Leave 1, Green Lotus Fire, Leave 1. Physique, Ice Lotus King Body, Thunder King Body, Devouring Spirit Body. Number of inheritances, none. The Thunder Talisman is Lin Xuan's harvest this time. It's time to liquidate King Chu Ling. Chapter 78. The news of Lin Xuan's release soon spread, and one breath after another rose into the sky, heading towards Lin Xuan. After a while, the King of 10,000 Treasures, the King of 100 Battles, the King of 100 Flames, King Ji Xian, Li Kaihudeo, and others came one after another. At the same time, there are a large number of powerful men who have never been seen before, each of them is lofty and exudes majestic aura. Such a large aura gathered together is enough to change the color of the world. There are close to 100 powerful people in the magical realm gathered at this moment. This terrifying force gathered together is enough to influence the replacement of a dynasty. Master Linear, his strength is getting more and more terrifying. Looking at Lin Xuan, whose whole body exuded a sense of oppression, the awe in everyone's hearts became heavier and heavier. Why did this guy suddenly experience such a big change when he was practicing elixirs? Ki 9th level. Li Kaihudeo felt the cultivation aura in Lin Xuan's body and was a little confused. How long had it been? The first time I met Lin Xuan, this guy was only at the 5th level of Qi C. It's less than a month now. Qi C9 Heavens? How many lives and deaths has he experienced to reach this realm, and how many opportunities has he had? It's sour, Li Kaihudeo is really sour. Kanglang Sect, Xiao Wu, met Mr. Linear. A majestic-looking middle-aged man slowly came from a distance. This man was the leader of the Kanglang Sect, King Kanglang, one of the 10 kings of Dian. King Kanglang clasped his hands and said respectfully, "The remnants of the Sui family in the Kanglang sect have been put to death. This is a meeting gift from our Kanglang sect to Mr. Lin. I hope Mr. Lin will accept it." A storage ring was respectfully presented. Lin Xuan took the storage ring and said calmly, "Thank you very much, King Kanglang. Although the Kanglang sect's 1,000-year heritage is not as rich as the Sui family's, half of it is worth hundreds of thousands of mid-grade yuan stones." When King Kanglang saw Lin Xuan taking the storage ring, he couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief and accepted the storage ring. This meant that the young man in front of him would not pursue the Kanglang sect too much. At the moment just now, he could feel several terrifying auras greedily locking on him. If the young man in front of him had not accepted the storage ring, I am afraid that his Kanglang sect would be the next Sui family. Lin Xuan did not make things difficult for King Kanglang. Those who know the current affairs are heroes. This person is a smart man. Lin Xuan took out some jade bottles from the storage space and handed them to King Wanbao, King Beizan, King Bun, and King Jixuan. These are the spoils of these forces. A total of 23 5th-grade elixirs. During this period, the prices of 5th-grade medicinal materials in the Dian dynasty and even in surrounding dynasties had become several times more expensive. However, Lin Xuan himself left nearly 30 pills to help these people make pills, which was considered a huge profit. It was just a way to break through the 3rd level of heaven in a row, not only because of the thunder talisman, pills, and devouring spirits. The body also plays a huge role in it. Among them, the King of 100 Wars and the King of Wanbao gained the most. After all, behind them stood the two most powerful forces of the Dian dynasty, the royal family and the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. The rest was King Ji Xian. Although he and Li Kaihudao were equally divided, he took the lead in the later eradication of the remnants of the Sui family, and he unexpectedly found a few hidden masters in the supernatural realm. The 4 people excitedly opened the jade bottle in their hands. The rich fragrance of the medicine made many powerful people in the supernatural realm stare. They could feel that even one pill in the jade bottle was enough to it was comparable to several 5th-grade elixirs they had taken. I am willing to serve Mr. Lin. I am willing to serve Mr. Lin. I am willing to serve Mr. Lin. The shouts and shouts were deafening, and it was hard to imagine that this group of people let alone were all famous figures. Mr. Lin, there is no movement in Qinjian City, and we have already set up a dragnet around the city. The traitor King Chuling will definitely have nowhere to escape. King Baizhan said with a smile. Early in the morning, many of their forces began to block the surrounding space in order to prevent the news from leaking and let King Chuling get the news and prepare early. After all, King Chuling was strong enough to rank among the top 10 kings. Third, there are also many powerful people in the supernatural power realm in Prince Chuling's palace, and their strength should not be underestimated. In this case, I'll trouble you seniors. Every time I kill a powerful person in the supernatural power realm of Prince Chuling's mansion, I will refine a 5th-grade elixir for him. If he kills King Chuling, I will refine a 6th-grade elixir for him. As Lin Xuan finished speaking, he could feel the breathing of everyone present becoming a little faster. This is also the main reason for the noble status of alchemists. Those top alchemists are the most troublesome existences. As long as they are willing to offer a price for an elixir, it is enough for countless warriors to sacrifice their lives for them. If you offend a top alchemist, it's best to kill him with one strike. Otherwise, from heaven to earth, even the person closest to you may give you a fatal blow, and you will live in darkness every day and night. Next, is the last stop. Lin Xuan's white-clothed Juju's eyes were filled with a chilling aura. As long as he destroyed Prince Chuling's palace, his might would be enough to protect the Lin family from foreign enemies. Come back next time, I don't know when it will be. Tian City. Lin. A young man in black looked up at the sky in the distance, a little dazed. This person is Lin Yan. Teacher, tell me, is that person really cousin Lin Xuan? Lin Yan thought of the scenes he overheard a few days ago, and his expression was a little dazed. He stirred up the world, wiped out the Millennium Alchemy King family, and single-handedly summoned the world's strongest magical powers. Everyone in the world bowed down, and today there are countless strong ones. Voluntarily becoming a worshipper of the Lin family, he, the young master of the Lin family, has several strong men in the Qi-Si realm riding behind him when he goes out. All this made him a little unreal, but he knew that all this was thanks to cousin Lin Xuan. Probably. An uncertain voice sounded in Lin Yan's mind. Lin Yan's grandfather was completely numb at this moment. The 16-year-old 6th grade alchemist. If this were told, I'm afraid it would scare the old guys in the alchemy palace to death. That kid should know about the alchemy palace, right? A 16-year-old 6th grade alchemist. Such qualifications only need to be verified. Those old guys will naturally sense it. I don't need to worry too much. The old man in Lin Yan's mind secretly said that at this moment, he really cherished his talent. If not, teacher, I also want to go out for a walk. A man's ambition is to see thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Although I am not as talented as my cousin Lin Xuan, I, Lin Yan, also want to see the peak of martial arts. Lin Yan stood up slowly, his eyes firm. Good disciple, I support you as a master. Teacher, let's leave tomorrow. Actually, my good disciple, compared to your body, my master still prefers the soul-nurturing tree. Chapter 79. Soon. As long as I leave here, I can spread the news about what happened in Qinjian City, and I can avenge my father and everyone in Qinjian City. Yuanian looked into the distance. She looked like a madman with dry and disheveled hair. Her body was covered in blood. It was hard to imagine that a woman could persist for 7 days and 7 nights, endure the pain, and crawl away from Qinjian City. Perhaps the only thing that kept her alive was the unforgettable hatred. Suddenly, Yuanian stopped, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes were filled with despair. What she saw was densely packed corpses impaled on the flagpole. The armor on these corpses was familiar to her. These are the most elite soldiers of the Yan dynasty, the Yan guards. GGG, it turns out there is a little mouse here. A weird laughter sounded, and then a figure exuding magic flames, holding a spear, slowly appeared from the void. The figure looked like a human, but the black armor seemed to be integrated with his own flesh and blood. But there were 2 rows of 6 eyes on his face, and the corners of his mouth were torn. He looked extremely terrifying and no longer looked like a human being. Looking at that figure, Yuanian looked pale, and deep despair filled his heart. This person was a powerful person in the supernatural realm who massacred Qinjian City. His hands were stained with countless blood. She saw with her own eyes that the soldiers of Prince Chu Ling's palace transformed from normal humans into such inhuman ghosts. A ghostless monster. Why? Yuanian said in a hoarse voice. She was puzzled, she was angry, she questioned. Why? The terrifying monster couldn't help but look up to the sky and laugh, ha ha ha, of course it's for strength. You know, if I rely on my own cultivation to reach this point, how long will it take? Perhaps it will never be achieved. And now, it only takes less than a month. The terrifying monster licked its lips, looked at Yuanian greedily, and said slowly, I only need to eat people, and I can become stronger. This sentence made Yuanian feel cold all over his body. Die, you monster! Yuanian raised the sword in her hand, her eyes full of determination. She did not sit back and wait for death, but directly took action first, even if it meant death. However, how big is the gap? Although Yuanian is a slightly famous genius, he is only at the peak of Qi condensation realm now. She tried her best to strike, but she didn't even get within 3 feet of the monster. There was an explosion in the void, the long sword turned into powder, and Yuanian's body flew upside down for hundreds of meters like a kite with its string broken, leaving a deep pit on the ground. She could feel every inch of her body's bones being broken, and the heavy injuries made her feel that her life was almost frozen at this moment. Yuanian opened her eyes weakly and looked at the terrifying figure that was gradually approaching. At this moment, her heart was filled with unprecedented despair. She could see the terrifying monster stretching out a several-meter-long tongue, as if it wanted to lick her. And she, at this moment, can't do anything. Suddenly, a sound exploded in the sky. In the vastness of the world, righteousness will last forever. We don't seek to kill immortals, but kill ghosts and gods. The sound of the Tao was panic-stricken, resounding through the void. Righteousness and brilliance. With one sword, the sky and the earth are dimmed, and the sun and the moon shine together. It is as if there is an immortal descending from the sky, exorcising demons in the world, and restoring righteousness and prosperity to the world. Xuantian watched as the monster in front of him, which could tear apart a powerful person in the supernatural realm, turned into nothingness in the light. Her eyes were filled with hope at this moment. Group after group of figures came through the air, and the terrifying aura shook for thousands of miles. At the last moment when Xuantian lost consciousness, she seemed to see the immortal who took action walking towards her. Lin Xuan looked at the corpses on the ground and said nothing, but his aura at this moment became more and more terrifying, and even Li Kaihudeo couldn't help but hold his breath. An elixir emitting golden light appeared in Lin Xuan's hand, and the strong fragrance dispersed the blood around it. Lin Xuan lifted up the bloody girl in front of him, and put the 5th grade elixir that everyone was eager for without hesitation into her mouth. The elixir melted, and Lin Xuan took out another one. Repeatedly, it was a perfect 5th grade elixir. He tasted the elixirs like cabbage, one after another, until the gossamer-like signs of life gradually became stable. The faces of many powerful people in the magical power realm were extremely ugly at this moment, and the scene in front of them was beyond their expectations. What was that just now? A strong man with supernatural power said lightly, his tone was a little heavy. The terrifying monster just now was not human at all. Never seen before. Xuantian slowly opened her eyes and looked at the slender figure holding her. She said with difficulty, "Qing. Qinjian City, there are, monsters. Everyone is dead, all are King Chuling." Lin Xuan listened quietly and looked at the dried blood stains on the dirty face of the girl in front of him. He stretched out his sleeve and wiped it carefully. There was a bright blood stain on the white clothes. He slowly said, "I will definitely kill all the monsters. I promise you, there will never be a single monster left alive." Xuantian's eyes looked hopeful. "I will let you see those monsters die one by one with your own eyes." Lin Xuan picked up Xuantian and handed it to a female magical power expert in the crowd, asking her to take Xuantian away first. Then Lin Xuan faced everyone and said, "Seniors, I, Lin Xuan, am not forcing me to go on this trip to punish evil spirits. However, if you are willing to accompany me, Lin Xuan, for every supernatural power realm demon you kill, I will refine a 6th grade elixir for it and kill King Chuling. I will owe you a favor." Lin Xuan looked at everyone and said in a deep voice. At this moment, the murderous intention in his heart reached an unprecedented peak. A city and millions of people died because of him. King Chuling left the royal capital for Qinjian City, and he also had a certain relationship with him. If he had come earlier, maybe so many people wouldn't have died. Although he, Lin Xuan, was cruel to people, ransacked homes and exterminated clans, and implicated tens of thousands of people, he had never killed ordinary people. Matters in the spiritual world had never involved ordinary people. Swear to follow Mr. Lin to the death. All the powerful people in the supernatural power realm showed fanaticism. Whether it was to kill evil spirits or for the sake of elixirs, they had forgotten life and death at this moment. This huge benefit made them flock to it. At the same time, thousands of miles away, Qinjian City. At this moment, the huge blood chrysalis suspended above Qinjian City was emitting bursts of black mist, and along with the dripping of dark red blood, it outlined a strange pattern on the ground. Endless bloody light rose into the sky and rushed into the sky. Chapter 80. Qinjian City. Everything is prosperous and busy, everyone has the same smile on their face, and time is frozen at this moment. It's a fantasy array. Break. Li Kaihudeo took the lead, and as he punched out several mysterious patterns in succession with his palms, the original peaceful scene fell apart bit by bit like a broken mirror image. A rotten and moldy smell hit his face, and there was the sound of drops of blood dripping. Echoed crisply. Everyone looked up and saw a huge blood chrysalis in the void. The blood chrysalis seemed to be alive, constantly beating like a heartbeat. The red light in the blood chrysalis trembled, soaring straight into the sky, tearing a passage in the air, like a link, connecting unknown regions, and the little aura it inadvertently revealed was enough to make people shudder. Then, what kind of monster is that? Even those who are strong at the level of 10 kings can't help but feel a little intimidated. Such creatures are completely beyond their knowledge. GGG, I didn't expect to be discovered by you so soon. A burst of strange laughter came, and deformed monsters crawled out from all over Qinjian City. There were 7 of them, each of them exuding a strong aura, blocking the way of Lin Xuan and the others. You are the 8 generals of King Chu Ling. Where is that beast, King Chu Ling? Why did Qinjian City become like this? The King of 100 Wars was furious, and the terrifying aura at the peak of the supernatural realm swept away like a tide. The people in a city were slaughtered. This was also a huge blow to the Dian dynasty. My king, GGG, didn't you see my king? A terrifying monster laughed and said, when my king returns, the whole world will be a pure land, and everyone can become an immortal. Absurd. When everyone heard this, they were furious. How could this person be called a human being if he looked like neither a human nor a ghost? However, someone soon reacted and looked at the giant pupa in the sky in astonishment. Could it be that thing is King Chu Ling? This is the heroic figure of my king. A monster admitted without hesitation. He looked at the blood chrysalis in the sky with admiration, like a fanatical believer. Lin Xuan looked at the terrifying blood chrysalis above. He could feel that there seemed to be some terrifying existence about to revive, and the cracks connected by the red light that penetrated the sky and the earth revealed a strange feeling everywhere, as if they were connecting unknown areas. Send message. Quick victory. We must not let that crack open completely. Lin Xuan whispered. He felt that the thing in the crack was more terrifying than the monster hidden in the blood chrysalis. Kill. Following Lin Xuan's order, both sides did not speak too much. Countless bright divine lights intertwined, and the terrifying magical powers collided with each other and immediately set off an astonishing storm on the spot, and everything around was razed to the ground. Get away! Lin Xuan's whole body was intertwined with shocking lightning, as if countless thunder dragons were entangled, his hair was flying, and the terrifying energy and blood fluctuations turned into smoke, drowning everything. In front of him was a monster that was about the 7th level of the supernatural power realm. The monster's body was flashing with a dazzling red light, and the extremely rich evil spirit was full of the smell of blood. The number of creatures that died in its hands was probably hundreds of thousands. Thunder King body, open. Thunder light shot into the sky, cleansing away the aura of evil spirits. At this moment, Lin Xuan was glowing all over, wearing armor transformed from thunder, with a heroic figure, eyes like stars, endless thunder light wrapped around him, like an invincible god of war, sweeping the world. Lin Xuan came to the monster in a blink of an eye, and punched out under the astonished look on the monster's face. This punch was like the ultimate state of power. The sky rumbled and the entire void was distorted. The punch directly smashed the upper parts of the monster's body into slag. Only the parts below the torso and 2 legs are left struggling continuously. Normal humans are already dead at this moment, but they who have been transformed into monsters have tenacious vitality. As long as they are not even scum in one breath. If you don't have any left, it's not bad enough to truly die. Be careful of this kind of monster. This kind of monster will not die unless it is smashed into pieces. Lin Xuan couldn't help but remind him as he looked at the monster that seemed to be desperately trying to regroup its body. Then he punched again and smashed the remaining half of the monster's body into pieces. Hearing Lin Xuan's reminder, everyone was suddenly shocked. Not only did they become more vigilant, but they also became more in awe of Lin Xuan's strength. In just one day, the young man in front of him actually killed 2 powerful supernatural monsters. This guy is really scary. Li Kaihudeo watched Lin Xuan kill a monster with one punch, and the silver runes flashed in his eyes, like a galaxy shattering, bright and dazzling. The dark face gained an inexplicable temperament at this moment. The huge formation catalogue spread out, and the world seemed to evolve into two colors of yin and yang, one black and one white, which was particularly clear. Brother Lin is like this, I can't let him underestimate me. Zhen, Juxiao. As the words fell, countless thunder dragons fell from the sky, sweeping away all directions, as if the gods were destroying the world. Lin Xuan was shocked and looked back. The aura was actually coming from Li Kaihudeo, which made him tremble. This guy really didn't use his full strength. However, now is not the time to dwell on this. Lin Xuan looked at the blood chrysalis in the distance. The most important thing now is the monster in the blood chrysalis. A golden sword embryo appeared in Lin Xuan's hand, and an extremely sharp sword intent swept through the world. The heaven and earth are vast, and righteousness will last forever. I don't ask to kill immortals, but kill ghosts and gods. The panic-stricken sword light tore through the blood mist and broke through the sky. This sharp sword, which was able to control the general trend of the world, turned into a beam of light and slashed towards the blood chrysalis. Just when the sword light was about to cut down, the world became silent, and time and space seemed to be suspended. You lied to me. A shrill cry came from the giant chrysalis, and the entire blood chrysalis bloomed with bright red light, turning into a shocking beam of light, and the original heaven and earth turned into blood red. Gee, I didn't lie to you, you voluntarily gave everything yourself. Open the door to the prison world for me. The original crack was rapidly expanding, and a blood-red sky-covering portal appeared in the sky, like a huge eye, filled with the aura of disaster, making people feel cold all over. Ding! The mission of destroying Prince Chu Ling's mansion is completed, and you will receive an intermediate invincible inheritance lottery. Hearing the system prompts, Lin Xuan was not happy this time. He could feel that at this moment, there might be big trouble coming. Chapter 81. Guilong. Teacher, what is that? Lin Yan looked up at the distance, which was filled with blood red. A huge portal rolled with the sound of rolling thunder, and countless avenue chains blocked the portal, seeming to be trying their best to block something. The gate of hell, how is it possible? The old voice in Lin Yan's mind couldn't help but exclaimed in shock. Teacher, what is the gate of hell? Lin Yan couldn't help but ask. The terrifying and depressing aura made him almost breathless, as if the whole world would be destroyed in the next second. The gate of hell is a portal to the hell. There lives a group of monsters called Sin Prison. This group of monsters has been enemies of the human race for some reasons. They trick the humans into opening the gate of Sin Hell and summon powerful monsters. A cross-border battle begins in the prison of Sin. Every time the door of crime appears, it will cause countless bloody storms. Those who can cross the border, even the weakest Sin prison, can easily destroy the Yan dynasty. Grandpa Lin Yan's voice couldn't help but be a little heavy. Although what Lin Yan said was not too much, it could make an old antique who has been dead for millions of years still retain his soul state fearful. It is conceivable that know how dangerous the world behind the prison gate is. Now we can only wait. When the gate to the prison world appears, those top forces will definitely have strong people who will know the news through special means as soon as possible, and then there will be powerful people who will take action to clear the prison of Sin. Lin Yan looked at the bloody portal in the distance and couldn't help but feel worried. This fluctuation should not affect cousin Lin Xuan, right? He had a feeling that this had something to do with cousin Lin Xuan. The old man was silent. Prisons of Sin that can cross boundaries, at least are powerful beings in the realm of unity of all laws, and even the most powerful beings at the saint level. If it's really that boy Lin Xuan. Zhonggaiu. The Xuantian Continent is divided into 5 major domains, the East, West, South, North, and Middle domains. Among them, the Middle domain is the most vast and has the most perfect laws. Most of the top forces in the Xuantian Continent are gathered here. Clouds are like rain, the most magnificent world. The central territory was therefore divided into 3,000 states. 3,000 states are so big and so vast that even if you step into the void-breaking realm and tear apart the space, it will be difficult to get a full view of it throughout your life. And the top of the central territory is headed by Xuantian Holy Land. He single-handedly monopolizes the 108 states with the strongest vitality, and has 108 peaks. Each peak is commanded by a top powerhouse, and he has countless elders and disciples under his sect, which is powerful in the world. Xuantian Holy Land. It is vast and boundless, with numerous immortal peaks and countless palaces dotted around it. It is majestic and majestic. There are ancient giant beasts swallowing and breathing, blocking the sky, and the huge breath shatters the space. There is energy condensed into a tide, turning into a waterfall, falling from the sky and turning into fairy mist. At the far end, there seems to be a magnificent palace, surrounded by countless stars. The black and yellow aura of the sky and earth emerges, and bursts of Taoist sounds rise. The door to the prison world has been opened. A majestic murmur came from the magnificent hall. Xian, Lord of Hongtian Peak, kill the guilty prison. A magnificent edict flew out of the palace, but was held in the palm of a slender jade hand. Hongtian is too slow, I will take action. With a gentle squeeze of her slender jade hand, the edict turned into bits of broken light and dissipated. A cold voice circulated, but this domineering approach did not make anyone in the palace dissatisfied. Then I'll have a hard time, Zhangjian Xian. The voice in the palace actually contained a touch of awe. A figure slowly emerged, as if it had manifested into the present world from the years. She was dressed in snow clothes, and her hazy fairy aura covered her appearance. With her appearance, the colors in the world seemed to be covered up, leaving only a blur of haze. Hunting in white, magnificent and otherworldly. The first sword. Buried and destroyed. As the cold voice fell, endless sword light swept out, like a bright sun, shattering the void in an instant. Its sword intent was so strong that even the stars outside the territory were turned into powder. Her strength is stronger. Qinjian City. Lin Xuan, Li Kaihudeo and others looked at the sky-covering portal being gradually broken open, as if a terrifying monster was breaking out of the cage. Then, what kind of monster is it? Lin Xuan held the sword in his hand and pointed towards the portal in the sky, as if he wanted to cut it down with one sword. Although he knew that the possibility was slim. The road to martial arts, from the beginning, even if it is difficult, I can still draw the sword. My way lies in myself, and all the power of heaven and earth belongs to myself. Lin Xuan felt that he seemed to have grasped something, but it was a bit vague and lacking something. He knows that this is his own path. As Lin Xuan raised his sword, he waved it. As the crack in the door cracked, a giant hand poked out vaguely. Just a wisp of breath from that terrifying giant hand seemed to be enough to disillusion the galaxy and collapse the universe. Clang! There seemed to be the sound of swords ringing between heaven and earth. With Lin Xuan swinging his sword. At the next moment, the void shattered, and a shocking sword energy that was so intense that it was beyond words shot straight into the sky, blasting open the crack in the door and falling into the giant door. It was like the universe collapsed, and the vast laws of swordsmanship seemed to be annihilating everything. The void couldn't bear this sword intent, and collapsed at this moment. The stars outside the territory were turned into powder by this terrifying sword intent. The boundless sword energy penetrates through eternity and cuts through the void. At this moment, the mighty pressure of the sword made all living beings in the southern territory tremble. This is, what a terrifying sword intent! This is the only thought in everyone's mind. Lin Xuan looked at this scene, a little stunned, but what made him even more stunned was the cold female voice that suddenly sounded in his mind. I'm waiting for you at Xuantian Holy Land. There seemed to be countless wailing sounds in the broken void, and the bloody portal disappeared at this moment. Not to mention the bloody portal, even the forces connected on the other side of the portal may even be wiped out with a single sword. The most powerful one in the fairyland is taking action. Lin Yan's grandfather looked at the long-lasting sword intent in the void and couldn't help but be a little confused. Is Deng Xianjing so warm-hearted now? He thought about it, but he could only blame it on the fact that times had changed. Xuantian Holy Land. A magnificent figure stood on the top of the cloud, seeming to be thinking about something. Cutting down the gate of the Hell World with one sword and killing the forces behind the gate of the Hell World is just a casual matter for her. Her real purpose is just to. Why is my karma connected to him? The hazy fairy mist dissipated a little, revealing a beautiful face with fluttering black hair. Her eyes were calm, but as bright as the starry sky, sacred and flawless. But in her mind, Lin Xuan's figure appeared unconsciously. Chapter 82. A month has passed since the Gate of Hell was destroyed. During this month, Lin Xuan gradually fulfilled his promise and refined 6th grade elixirs for everyone. As for the door to the prison world, it was like a warning bell ringing in his heart, letting him know that the world was far from as simple as he imagined. However, he didn't get too entangled. The last voice left in his mind told him to go to Xuantian Holy Land. Maybe there was the answer he wanted to know there. After bidding farewell to everyone in the Dian dynasty, Lin Xuan and Li Kaihudeo also embarked on a new journey. But, now, Lin Xuan looked at the brilliance flashing among the peaks on both sides of the bank, as if the galaxy was disillusioned and dazzling to the extreme. If someone didn't know better, they would think that a treasure was born here. This is when he took action to refine 3 5th grade realm-breaking pills for Li Kaihudeo. Now Li Kaihudeo is working on breaking through the realm of magical powers and condensing his own natal magical powers. As for why there are 3 5th grade realm-breaking pills, it's hard to imagine how many heaven-defying opportunities it took for Li Kaihudeo to reach the peak of Qi Si 9th level. Suddenly, the sky became gloomy, and an extremely powerful aura swept out from the peaks and shot straight into the sky. Boom! In an instant, a bolt of lightning flashed across, illuminating the ground for hundreds of miles like daylight. Lin Xuan's expression became a little solemn. The magical calamity is coming. The magical power realm is different from other realms. In the magical power realm, the natal magical powers will be condensed. Among them, the 3rd level is the ordinary magical power level, the 6th level is the minor magical power level, the 9th level is the great god level, and the legendary 10th level is the forbidden magical power. After passing through the magical tribulation, it represents the recognition of heaven. After successfully passing through the magical tribulation, there will be a baptism of heaven. This kind of opportunity only happens once in life. Change your bones, change your destiny against the will of heaven. If you gather forbidden magical powers, even a mortal body can compete with those supreme forces to compete in the world. It can be said that the magical power realm basically determines the future path. Each natal magical power will gradually become stronger as the strength increases. Often, the slightest difference will be gradually magnified in the future. Boom! The lightning all over the sky condensed into a terrifying thunder and fell. A figure soared into the sky from the mountains, with black hair flying, runes towering in the sky, and shocking magic formations blocking the lightning. The terrifying lightning only broke through the 3-layer magic circle and then stopped abruptly. The first bolt of lightning did not threaten Li Kaihudeo. The second, the third, the fourth, until the 8th thunder fell, all the formations arranged by Li Kaihudeo were broken. At this moment, the world was emitting a sharp roar, and everything around was submerged, leaving only the chaotic power of thunder. Lin Xuan stood on the mountain peak with his hands folded. The terrifying wave of lightning strikes blew up his sleeves. This terrifying blow was enough to threaten the 10 king-level experts of the Dian dynasty. One careless move could lead to death. Dao elimination is not impossible. It's no wonder that the Dian dynasty's small magical powers are so powerful that they have no resources, no techniques, and no martial arts. Even if they have the qualifications, they cannot survive this magical disaster. However, Lin Xuan knew that this little movement would not save Li Kaihudeo's life. In the lightning, there was a figure who stood up slowly and awkwardly. Fortunately, if I hadn't kept a formation, I, Li Kaihudeo, would have lost all my fame in my life. Li Kaihudeo let out a breath of black air with some embarrassment. The 8th level of calamity had already consumed all his energy. His eyes were serious. He could only resist the next calamity on his own. Boom! The blood-red thunderbolts were raging like a dragon, and the vast ocean was filled with terrifying thunder power, which made people's hair stand on end. In other words, Li Kaihudeo had been searching for a long time before he found such a quiet place. There is no one around for thousands of miles. It's just that there are a lot of monsters. A great snake-shaped demon with supernatural power looked at the mountains covered by thunder, thinking that a treasure had been born, and wanted to come and watch, but before he arrived, hundreds of miles away, a green sword light cut through the sky. Like the roar of a dragon, the overwhelming force turned into a pillar of light, causing him to fall directly without even having time to react. This scene made all the monsters' scalps tingle. A great monster in the supernatural power realm was killed with one sword, just like chopping melons and vegetables. Lin Xuan is holding a green fairy sword. The sword body is like a dragon, the blade is as light as water, the auspicious energy is transpiring, and there is a vague dragon roaring. There is an invisible momentum spreading from the whole person, like a supreme sword god. The green fairy sword in Lin Xuan's hand is the inheritance obtained from the destruction of Prince Chu Ling's mansion. It comes from the enhanced version of the dragon-slaying sword forged by a protagonist in the reincarnation world. Unfortunately, it is only a middle-grade holy weapon. However, fortunately, when paired with the dragon-slaying sword and ghost-slaying sword, the combat power exerted increases exponentially. With Lin Xuan's intimidation and protection, Li Kaihudeo had the confidence to break through to the magical realm without any scruples. The 9th heavenly tribulation fell suddenly. The yin and yang of heaven and earth reversed, and a terrifying flaming phoenix condensed behind Li Kaihudeo. What is worth noting this time is that without any preparation, a flaming phoenix appeared out of thin air. The flame phoenix slowly spread its wings, and countless flames shone, illuminating the void, as if turning the surrounding world into flames, and crashing into the thunder dragon. Lin Xuan's eyes flickered. Just now, he felt very keenly that something seemed to have changed around him, but it seemed that nothing had changed. There was an indescribable mystery. Is this related to supernatural powers? A method that is at least at the level of a great supernatural power. Children of destiny should not stop here. Lin Xuan raised his head, and the sky turned purple at some point. It turned into a mighty ancient dragon, consuming the void and swooping down from the 9 heavens. Don't give anyone the slightest reaction. The 10th forbidden heavenly tribulation crashed down, as strong as a mountain, and the aura of destruction washed away everything. Forbidden, magical powers. A majestic fighting spirit suddenly arose in Lin Xuan's heart. Li Kaihudeo understood the forbidden magical power, which made him feel a little pressure. If such a talented person cannot fight with all his strength, wouldn't it be wasted? Not to mention that if Li Kaihudeo is defeated, there will still be a high-level invincible inheritance lottery. If they were in the same situation, with Li Kaihudeo's character, he would definitely be hiding it, and there would be no shame even if he lost. However, if he were to reach a great state and failed, it would be different. Lin Xuan was sure that when Li Kaihudeo broke through to the magical realm, if he proposed to fight him, he would go all out this time.